She looked down at the tips of her shoes. Today was a good day. A great day for her to kick the bucket. If it weren't for the idiot across from her babbling nonstop, she might have felt even better. Shi, come with me to the main hall now. Today is Zilan's apprenticeship ceremony. I don't want anything unpleasant to happen. As long as you confess your crimes truthfully, I'll arrange an easy job for you in the servant hall. But if you dare to lie, you should know the consequences without me having to spell them out. With that, pressure surged towards Shi. She felt a tearing pain in her dantian, and cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. She had transmigrated into a novel called The Little Lucky Koi of the Cultivation world and became a Cannon Fodder character with the same name. Shi and the heroine, Shun Jilan, were both outer disciples of the Han Yuan sect. During the inner sect selection trial, Shun Jilan not only stole the Lingkong Grace she had gathered but also pierced her abdomen with a sword, nearly shattering her dantian. Later, Shun Jilan twisted the truth, accusing Shi of harming a fellow disciple and bringing the matter to the discipline hall. Since Shun Jilan successfully formed her foundation during the trial and was revealed to have the rare water spirit root, the discipline hall didn't even bother with an investigation before convicting Shi. She was sentenced to 20 strikes and demoted to a servant. Not long after, the sect master Bai Li Muchen announced that Shun Jilan would become his final disciple. Today was the grand day of the apprenticeship ceremony. The one threatening Shi was Lu Xiuhan, Bai Li Muchen's second disciple. In the novel, the original she didn't dare to disobey him and admitted in front of everyone that she falsely accused Shun Jilan, becoming a public enemy. That night, she was strangled to death. Of course, to outsiders, it looked like she hanged herself out of shame. How tragic. She wouldn't even survive one episode in a TV drama. She endured the pain and lifted her head, a bitter smile appearing on her pale face. I understand. Right or wrong doesn't matter anymore. The reputation of the Han Yuan sect is more important. I'll consider the bigger picture. Lu Xiuhan wasn't surprised by Shi's answer. Anyone with half a brain would know what to do. However, after the ceremony, she wouldn't be necessary anymore. Better to eliminate any future trouble. Junior sister Jilan had shed many tears over this matter. If Shi were dead, she could finally be at peace. She didn't miss the flash of malice in his eyes. It seemed the original's death was likely his doing. She sneered inwardly but put on an embarrassed face as she spoke to Lu Xiuhan. Senior brother Lu, ever since I was demoted to a servant, money has been tight. Could you lend me some spirit stones? Not too much, just 500 will do. Lu Xiuhan couldn't believe his ears. You're asking me for spirit stones? 500? Shi nodded. Without spirit stones, I feel uneasy. If I'm uneasy, I might say the wrong thing. His face darkened instantly. Are you threatening me? She smiled sweetly. Yes. Lu Xiuhan. Wait, a crippled servant with a shattered dantian is threatening me. A direct disciple? Is she tired of living? He wanted to teach her a lesson right there, but restrained himself. If he injured or killed her now, he wouldn't be able to clear junior sister Jilan's name. Junior sister Jilan was pure and kind. There couldn't be even a hint of scandal surrounding her. As for the incident during the trial, it wasn't her fault. She was just too aggressive. She only fought back in self-defense. She had no one to blame but herself. Spirit stones? Fine, take them. After the ceremony, she'd be dead anyway, and the stones would be his again. With a cold face, he took out 500 spirit stones from a storage ring and handed them to Shi. Shi accepted them and smiled even sweeter. Senior brother, I also need a spirit purification pill. All pills had residual toxins, some more than others. High-level cultivators could expel them with spiritual power. Low-level cultivators needed the spirit purification pill. However, it was extremely rare, only given to direct disciples once a month. Lu Xiuhan almost strangled Shi right there but had to swallow his anger because of the powerful figures present at the ceremony. He grudgingly handed her the pill. After the ceremony, he'd kill her. No rush. Feng Shi cheerfully put away the pill, then hopped onto Lu Xiuhan's sword, heading to the ceremony. Lu Xiuhan bowed. Master, your disciple has returned. Servant Feng Shi is here. Bai Li Muchen waved his hand for Lu Xiuhan to step aside. He then said, Feng Shi, you had a conflict with Shi Lan over the Lingkong grass. Explain what happened in front of everyone today. Feng Shi kept her head down, silent. Bai Li Muchen frowned slightly. Feng Shi, before he could finish. Feng Shi looked up, her pale face streaked with tears. Sect Master, can I really tell the truth? Bai Li Muchen felt a sinking feeling. Things were about to go out of control. Before he could react, Xiao Baidao, Sect Master of the Xiantian sect, spoke up. Young girl, speak freely. If your sect master won't seek justice for you, I won't stand by idly.
Bai Li Muchen licked.
Sect Master Xiao, you must be joking. Feng Shi, speak the truth. He emphasized the truth heavily. Feng Shi ignored Bai Li Muchen and looked at Xiao Baidao. Sect Master Xiao, would you really stand up for me? Xiao Baidao was stunned. He just wanted to watch the drama. Why was she taking him seriously? But with everyone watching, he had to respond. Well, you're not my disciple, so I can't interfere too much. But if you've been wronged, I can seek justice for you. Then he saw Feng Shi's eyes light up. Sect Master Xiao, I'm just a servant now. If I pay the redemption fee, I can leave the Hunyuan sect. Could you take me as a disciple of the Xiantian sect? Just an outer disciple would be fine. I'm not picky. Then, as your disciple, you'd have every right to interfere. Xiao Baidao. Was she a monkey? How did she climb this high so fast? While Xiao Baidao was still stunned, Feng Shi pulled out 500 spirit stones from her storage bag and placed them on the ground. Sect Master Bai Li, here's the redemption fee. I hereby leave the Hunyuan sect. From now on, I belong to the Xiantian sect. Bai Li Muchen was shocked by Feng Shi's bold move. Before he could react, his beloved second disciple, Lu Xiuhan, shouted in rage. Feng Shi, those spirit stones are mine. I gave them to you. Feng Shi blinked. Yeah, that was the money you gave me to help clear Xin Jilan's name. But once you gave it to me, it's mine now. Before the crowd could fully process what was happening, Feng Shi spilled the whole story like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. I was wronged. Heaven can witness, and the earth can attest. If the Hunyuan sect is willing to show the recording stone from the trial that day, the truth will be clear at a glance. I know if I don't say what Lu Xiuhan wants, my end will be miserable. But my honor matters more than my life. I'd rather die than bear this unjust stigma. I beg all the seniors here to seek justice for me. Lu Xiuhan was stunned. Only now did he realize he had been utterly played by Feng Shi. He had dug his own grave, willingly and thoroughly. He gritted his teeth, pointing at Feng Shi. You're spouting nonsense. You're slandering me. Before he could finish, Feng Shi had already hidden behind Xiao Baidao. Sect Master, the people of Hunyuan sect want to silence me. Save me. Xiao Baidao. Peeking out from behind Xiao Baidao, Feng Shi said to Lu Xiuhan, how am I lying? Not only did you give me 500 spirit stones, but you also gave me a spirit purification pill. Only your inner disciples get these treasures. As she spoke, she waved the little porcelain bottle. Lu Xiuhan's head buzzed. He had thought Feng Shi was simply greedy when she asked for spirit stones and the pill. Turns out, she was digging a pit, one to bury him alive. Meanwhile, Feng Shi handed the bottle to Xiao Baidao. Sect Master, look, this is the spirit purification pill he gave me, his master, and he went all out to clear Xin Jilan's name. Sure, a rare water spirit root is precious, but isn't character even more important? Look at Xiantian sect. Anyone you pick is a true gentleman of noble character. That's how a prestigious sect should be. Xiao Baidao. Your flattery is pleasing, but I don't want to get involved. You keep calling me sect master, putting me on the spot. Just then Lu Jinquan, the sect master of Wanjian sect, laughed and asked, Sect Master Xiao, is that really a spirit purification pill? I must say, This little disciple of yours is quite amusing. Huan Kue, sect master of beast-taming gate, also chuckled. Indeed. This young girl is bold and spirited. Quite rare. Seems like Xiantian's sect picked up a treasure. Xiao Baidao. Are you both blind or just stupid? I never agreed to take her in, yet you're already calling her our disciple? Besides, what's so great about a crippled servant with a shattered dantian? What treasure? More like a freeloader. Xiao Baidao knew exactly what these two were up to. They wanted to see Xiantian's sect clash with Han Yuan's sect and then reap the benefits. Had he known this would happen, he would have just watched the show in silence. From that day forward, Sect Master Xiao adopted a life motto. Watch silently, speak not, speak, and eat no melon. Whether he'd actually take Feng Shi in, he hadn't decided yet. But that didn't stop him from making things difficult for Bai Li Mu Chen. That old fox had schemed against Xiantian's sect many times. It was time to return the favor. Xiao Baidao smiled and said, "It is indeed a spirit purification pill, and the purity is quite high. Why don't you all take a look?" He passed the bottle to Lu Jinquan, then looked at Bai Li Mu Chen, whose face had darkened. Sect Master Bai Li, the girl is right. If Han Yuan's sect shows the recording stone, the truth will be revealed. Why not bring out the stone for us to see? Bai Li Mu Chen's face turned even darker. It wasn't that he was slow to react, but Feng Shi's bold maneuvering was too unexpected, and she spoke too fast for him to intervene. Besides, he was furious with his beloved second disciple. Stupid as a pig. He steadied his emotions and smiled. Sect Master Xiao, Feng Shi is a notorious liar and skilled at twisting words. Her testimony can't be trusted. Xiao Baidao grinned. Sect Master Bai Li, are you dodging the issue? Just bring out the recording stone. Let us see for ourselves. Lu Jinquan and Huan Kue chimed in. Indeed, Sect Master Bai Li, talk is cheap. The recording stone is the key. If Shun Jilan is innocent, what are you afraid of?
Exactly.
Show the recording stone, and we'll know at a glance if Feng Shi is lying. Bai Li Mu Chen gritted his teeth and looked at Elder Ge from the discipline hall. Elder Ge, bring the recording stone from that day. Elder Ge looked ashamed. Sect Master, due to improper storage by the discipline hall disciples, the recording stone from that day was damaged. But I can testify that Shin Jilan is innocent. Feng Shi brought this upon herself. Hearing this, Feng Shi's voice trembled. The recording stone, the crucial evidence, is destroyed. What about my innocence? Am I supposed to carry this false stigma for life? Either let me confront Shin Jilan face to face, or compensate me. Otherwise, I'll die right here today, but I won't give in. Bai Li Mu Chen's face turned stormy, filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have brought Feng Shi here. Now things were a mess. How could he clean this up? A confrontation was impossible. He knew the truth all too well. So he signaled Elder Ge. Understanding the signal, Elder Ge spoke to Feng Shi. The matter has been settled. There's no need to waste everyone's time. However, the damage to the recording stone is the discipline hall's fault. Here's what we'll do. Your redemption fee will be waived, and you'll receive an additional 500 spirit stones as compensation. Let's end this here. Feng Shi laughed. Pointing to her abdomen, she said, My dantian is destroyed. My life is ruined. Is my life only worth 1,000 spirit stones? Elder Ge, search your conscience. Don't you think that's cruel? The moment Xiao Baidao heard spirit stones, his eyes lit up. Ahem, this girl is right. Han Yuan's sect is wealthy. Only giving 1,000 spirit stones is stingy. Feng Shi, name your price. I'll back you up. Feng Shi's eyes gleamed. It seemed her gamble had paid off. She raised one finger to Elder Ge. Xiao Baidao thought, this girl's bold. Is she asking for 100,000 spirit stones? Then he heard Feng Shi say 1 billion.
Puffed.
Xiao Baidao spat out his tea. Elder Ji's face instantly darkened. Feng Shi, don't push your luck. Feng Shi curled her lips. Elder Ge, if I offered you 1 billion spirit stones to shatter your dantian, would you take it? Anyone here willing to do it? Silence fell over the crowd. Not even for 10 billion would anyone agree. The Dantian is the foundation of cultivation. Without it, one is as good as dead. Feng Shi smiled bitterly. Looks like no one is willing. So, is 1 billion really too much? I'm already crippled. To survive from now on, I'll need the protection of a sect. That's why I'm giving half of the 500 million, to Xiantian sect. Elder Ge took a deep breath. Feng Shi 100,000 spirit stones at most. Otherwise, the sect won't approve your resignation. Xiao Baidao sprang to his feet. Are you threatening this elder's direct disciple? Do you really not take me seriously? If you don't want to pay, that's fine. I happen to know Master Refiner, Huan Qian. As long as the recording stone isn't completely shattered, he can extract the images from it. By then, the truth will be clear for everyone to see. Everyone. Didn't you just refuse to accept Feng Shi as an outer disciple? Now you're calling her your direct disciple? Isn't it because of those 500 million spirit stones? You really are blinded by greed. But Han Yuan's sect would never agree to this. Elder Ge glanced at Bai Li Mu Chen and then gritted his teeth. Feng Shi, 300,000 spirit stones. Take it or leave it. Feng Shi knew this was Han Yuan's sect's bottom line. If Xiao Baidao hadn't interfered, she wouldn't even have gotten 100,000. Seeing Xiao Baidao give a barely noticeable nod, she sighed, fine, 300,000 it is. The rest you owe me. I'll come to collect someday. She then swiftly scooped up the 500 spirit stones on the ground. These are separate and not included in the 300,000.
Elder Yi.
Feng Shi continued, give the spirit stones directly to my master. A treasure invites trouble. It's not safe for me to keep them. Xiao Baidao was quite pleased. Though he took her in somewhat impulsively, she was sensible and clever. He was delighted, while Bai Li Mu Chen was nearly vomiting blood. He knew 100 ways to kill Feng Shi, but he had his reputation to consider. As the dignified sect master of Han Yuan sect, he couldn't stoop to arguing with a mere servant in front of everyone. Most importantly, Xiao Baidao was more attached to spirit stones than his own father. If he didn't pay, Xiao Baidao would never let it go. Besides, it was clear that Lu Jinquan from Wanjian sect and Huan Kuei from Beast Taming Gate were eager to see a fight. He wouldn't give them that satisfaction. Moreover, today was Zilan's apprenticeship ceremony. No need to waste any more time on this. He'd get the 300,000 back from Xiantian sect sooner or later. Make the sheep pay for its own wool. Just then, Elder Dong, who was in charge of the ceremony, announced, Sect Master, the auspicious time has come. Bai Li Mu Chen composed himself. Begin. The ceremony for accepting a direct disciple was elaborate and tedious. After a series of formalities, Shun Ji Lan finally appeared, wearing a perfect, gentle smile. As she approached, her steps faltered when she saw Feng Shi standing behind Xiao Baidao. Why was Feng Shi standing behind Sect Master Xiao? She quickly collected herself. A worthless cripple no longer of any use wasn't worth her concern. Naturally, someone would take care of Feng Shi for her. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that the way people were looking at her was off. Especially the members of Han Yuan sect. They looked like they were attending a funeral, not an apprenticeship ceremony. After the ceremony, the guests started to leave. Outside the mountain gate, Huan Kuei and Lu Jinquan summoned flying boats and left with their disciples. Feng Shi eagerly waited for Xiao Baidao to take out a flying boat too. Instead, Xiao Baidao summoned a flying sword and grabbed her by the collar before shooting up into the sky. Feng Shi. Only then did she realize Xiao Baidao had come alone, without any attendants. She tried to speak, but the wind turned her voice into a whistle. Master, could you at least use a wind shield technique while flying? Don't you feel the cold wind blasting your face? With her shattered dantian, her body was already frail. The cold wind made her face even paler. Only then did Xiao Baidao realize her condition and finally use the wind shield technique. Seeing Han Yuan's sect fade into the distance, Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Things had gone as planned, though she hadn't expected Xiao Baidao to give her the status of a direct disciple. Xiantian's sect was even more desperate for money than she had thought. Yes, everything was part of her design. From acting pathetic to demanding spirit stones, it was all a setup for Xiao Baidao. According to the novel, Xiantian's sect was dirt poor. How poor? Let's just say they'd split a single fasting pill into 8 pieces to stretch it out. So by using spirit stones as bait, she knew Xiao Baidao would bite. Just then, Xiao Baidao spoke a bit awkwardly, disciple, about the 300,000 spirit stones from Hunyuan sect. Before he could finish, Feng Shi interrupted, Master, my talent is mediocre, and you accepted me as a direct disciple against the norm. Surely some in the sect will gossip. I plan to donate all 300,000 spirit stones to the sect. That should silence the critics and protect your reputation. Xiao Baidao was stunned. He did aim for the spirit stones, but he expected her to donate only half, 150,000 at most. He never imagined she'd offer all of it. That's unnecessary. 150,000 will do. Feng Shi shook her head. Master, only by giving everything can I prove my sincerity. Besides, a treasure invites trouble. If I keep it, I might attract unnecessary danger. Seeing her sincerity, Xiao Baidao agreed. After praising her, he added, Disciple, I have 5 other disciples. You're the 6th. From now on, I'll call you Old 6. Feng Shi. Master, there are too many people called Old 6. It lacks the elegance of our master-disciple bond. Why not call me Xiao Shi or just disciple? Xiao Baidao didn't really care. After all, it was just a name. He agreed without much thought. Thinking about the 5 senior brothers she hadn't met yet, Feng Shi felt a bit complicated. They were all Shinji Lan's devoted admirers. In the original story, by the time she stopped reading, all of Xiantian's sect's direct disciples had died, every death connected to the heroine. Xiao Baidao, devastated by the losses and seriously injured in a battle with a demon elder, soon passed away as well. After his death, Xiantian's sect became leaderless and was swiftly annexed by Hunyuan sect. Tragic didn't even begin to describe it. Fortunately, at this point in time, Xiantian sect's disciples hadn't yet met the heroine, and their admiration hadn't been triggered. She still had enough time to nip their infatuation in the bud. As she plotted, Feng Shi asked, Master, how much longer until we reach Xiantian sect? Almost there, at most 3 days. Although flying by boat only takes a day, you miss out on the scenery along the way. That's why I prefer flying on my sword. Feng Shi. Just admit you're poor. Why the pretense? Feigning sincerity, she said, Master, you're absolutely right. Some people are too focused on quick gains, ignoring the beauty of the journey. It's just like cultivation. Those who only focus on leveling up without understanding the process may gain power, but their state of mind won't keep up. Xiao Baidao looked at her with eager eyes. Good talker. Say more. Feng Shi. Got it, I understand. She rambled on, eventually concluding with, Master, I believe cultivation is about striving against the heavens. Trials and tribulations are necessary parts of the process. Instead of complaining, it's better to find joy amidst the hardship. This is what we call finding happiness in bitterness. She was just spouting nonsense, but Xiao Baidao seemed to be enlightened. His long stagnant cultivation barrier showed signs of loosening. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Xiao Baidao had been deeply troubled by Xiantian sect's poverty, affecting his state of mind. The girl was right, tribulations are a part of cultivation, not obstacles. Xiao Baidao quickly landed on a flat spot and, with a pained expression, took out a protective array disc and activated it. I need to meditate for a while. Guard me. He immediately sat down and began cultivating. Feng Shi. You're really trusting, huh? Did you forget I'm a cripple who can't cultivate? An hour later, Xiao Baidao opened his eyes and laughed heartily at the sky. Feng Shi. Oh no, the old man's gone crazy. After laughing for a long time, Xiao Baidao looked at Feng Shi with admiration. Disciple, your perception is remarkable. I've been stuck at the 2nd level of nascent soul for years. I didn't expect your words to help me break through to the third level. He had initially taken her in just to squeeze some spirit stones out of Hunyuan sect, and because he felt pity for her. To be honest, he regretted it a bit afterward. An inner disciple status would have been enough. There was no need to make her a direct disciple. Who would have thought he'd gained so much? The more he looked at Feng Shi, the more he liked her. Feeling the urge to show his affection, he said, "Disciple, your dantian is severely damaged, so you won't need to do sect missions. It's okay if you can't cultivate. Just eat, sleep, and live comfortably. You're the only one in Xiantian sect who gets a free ride. How lucky you are." Feng Shi. That doesn't sound like comfort. You're rubbing it in. Seeing her look of despair, Xiao Baidao added, "Actually, there might be a way. Our Xiantian sect has many ancient scrolls. Maybe one of them contains a method to repair a dantian. When I have time, I'll help you look." Feng Shi knew his words were mostly empty promises, but at least there was a glimmer of hope, right? For the rest of the journey, Feng Shi played her sycophant role to the fullest, showering Xiao Baidao with praise. They talked about everything from poetry to life's philosophies. Finally, they arrived at Xiantian sect. Though the sect was dirt poor, the grand entrance left by their ancestors was imposing and magnificent. Pointing to the plaque above the gate, Xiao Baidao said, "Disciple, the 3 characters on the plaque were written by our founder himself. It said they contain great fortune and opportunity. However, no one has been able to comprehend their mysteries for thousands of years." Thud. Feng Shi dropped to her knees, bowing deeply. Xiao Baidao was pleased. "Disciple, we have a hall for ancestor worship. There's no need to kneel here." Feng Shi. She had just gotten dizzy from sitting on the flying sword for so long. Her legs buckled when she got down and she collapsed. Of course, she wasn't stupid enough to admit it. She spoke sincerely. "Master, our ancestor founded Xiantian sect, giving me a place to belong. I feel deep reverence for him. Not only should I kneel, I should kowtow 81 times." Xiao Baidao was deeply moved by her parent's sincerity and grew even more fond of his new disciple. "You're truly sincere."
Rise.
Feng Shi finally got up and looked at the plaque. Awkward. She didn't recognize the characters. They were written in ancient script, unlike the modern characters she was familiar with. Still, she could guess they said Xiantian sect. The writing was ancient and majestic, emanating a faint aura of primal chaos. She only glanced at it before hurriedly following Xiao Baidao inside. No one noticed that the 3 characters on the plaque flickered slightly before returning to stillness. Inside the gate, Xiao Baidao summoned his flying sword again and carried Feng Shi to the main peak. Before they reached it, she heard the roar of an enraged beast. Xiao Baidao frowned. That must be the golden lion acting up again. Xiao Baidao felt utterly exhausted. Other sex guardian beasts were pillars of stability, but Xiantian sex guardian beast? Not only was its cultivation regressing, but it was also gluttonous, lazy, and constantly causing trouble. Just as he was feeling frustrated, his beloved little disciple said, "Master, could it be?" In heat, Xiao Baidao almost fell off his flying sword. What kind of scandalous nonsense was that? Is that something a young girl should even say? Stop spouting nonsense. The golden lion is naturally unruly. It must be trying to use this to negotiate some benefits. Let's go and see what it wants. The golden lion, as Xiantian sex guardian beast, held a revered status. Its stable was located right behind the main hall on the main peak. A crowd had already gathered outside the stable, all wearing anxious expressions. The golden lion was roaring and pulling against the ancient iron chains around its neck. Even though its neck was bleeding, it didn't care. Originally, it wasn't chained up, but due to its constant mischief, which sometimes even resulted in casualties, it had to be restrained. Seeing Xiao Baidao approaching, the golden lion became even more aggressive. The crowd quickly bowed in respect, and Xiao Baidao asked, "What's going on?" Elder Mu, who was in charge of the golden lion, hurriedly explained, "Sect Master, the guardian beast is dissatisfied with the 3 purple Qiao Linglong fruits we gave it. It wants all the fruits that matured this year. But as you know, we rely on these fruits to fill the sect's financial gaps. How could we possibly give them all to it? When we refused, it started acting like this. It's been throwing a tantrum for days. Xiantian sect had a purple Qiao Linglong tree, the only one in the Northern Territory. It bloomed once every 30 years, bore fruit after 30 more years, and took another 30 years to ripen. In other words, it took 90 years to produce one batch of fruits. They were extremely rare and incredibly valuable. For a poor sect like Xiantian sect, the fruits were a lifeline. Giving the Golden Lion 3 was already quite generous, but it wanted them all. Xiao Baidao patiently reasoned with the Golden Lion for a while, but the beast ignored him and became even more unruly. Feng Shi's eyes gleamed. In the novel, this Golden Lion fell in love with Xin Jilan's spirit pet. But once it was no longer useful, it was skinned alive and died miserably. She needed to give it a harsh lesson. Approaching Xiao Baidao, she suggested, "Master, if it wants them that badly, let's give them to it." Xiao Baidao frowned. "Disciple, you don't understand. We need those fruits to exchange for spirit stones." He explained briefly. Had it been anyone else, he would have scolded them. But since Feng Shi was his precious disciple, he held back. Feng Shi smiled slyly. "Master, at the end of the day, we just want to exchange the fruits for spirit stones, right? If the guardian beast wants to eat the fruits, then it should earn spirit stones for us. Look at its thick skin. It's bleeding but feels no pain. Why don't we just draw some of its blood and sell it? I'm sure Golden Lion blood is worth more than the purple Qiao Linglong fruits. And the best part? Its blood is renewable. We don't have to wait 90 years. It's an endless resource. Golden Lion. You monster. I've met cruel people before, but never someone as vicious as you. Endless resource? Do you think I'm a cow to be milked? An endless supply? Do you even hear yourself?" Then Feng Shi continued, "Master, besides its blood, its golden fur is pretty nice too. We could trim some off now and then to make hats or vests and sell them for a good price. If that doesn't work, we could chain it up and sell tickets for people from the other 3 sects to come and see it. If they pay enough, they can even pet it head or butt, their choice." The Golden Lion was trembling with rage. "I'm the guardian beast, the face of Xiantian sect.
You're planning to
sell my dignity? You little brat, you're asking for death." Furious, the Golden Lion roared at Feng Shi, showing its massive fangs. Feng Shi grinned. "Oh, you're saying you agree?
Great.
Let's start drawing your blood and shaving your fur today. I think the fur on your head looks nice. Let's give you a bald look. How about it, Golden Lion?" "I don't want to be a bald monk." Then Feng Shi excitedly added, Master, I just thought of another great way to make money. Hunyuan sect has a lot of female spirit beasts. They usually pay beast taming gates male beasts for breeding. Why don't we steal this business? We'll have our guardian beast help them out. We'd make a fortune." The Golden Lion couldn't take it anymore. It fainted on the spot from sheer anger. Feng Shi. Really? This is the mighty guardian beast? Its mental resilience is pathetic. Xiao Baidao was just as stunned. He never expected his little disciple to enrage the Golden Lion to the point of fainting. Looking at the unconscious beast, Xiao Baidao felt relieved. The others present felt the same. If it weren't for their need to maintain dignity, they would have kicked the beast a few times. After all, this creature was universally hated. When the Golden Lion finally woke up, the stable was empty. Only a large sign remained, which read, "Choose, face or fruits. Not both. Decide for yourself. Golden Lion." "Choose my ass. Of course, I want my dignity. You wretched girl. We're enemies now. Just you wait." Aside from its rage, another thought took root in its mind. All of Hunyuan sect's spirit beasts are perverts, trying to steal my genes. From now on, I'll bite any one of them I see. I'm majestic and powerful. None of you lowly beasts are worthy of me. In your dreams. At this time, Feng Shi had already followed everyone to the meeting hall. Everyone's attention had just been on the golden-haired Swanee, but now all their attention was on Feng Shi. Where did this little girl come from? Why do you call the head of the sect master? The key point is that this little girl's steps are unsteady and her face is pale. Her dantian must have been severely injured. Isn't this just a little piece of trash? Before anyone could ask, Xiao Baidao said with a smile, "This is my new disciple Feng Shi. Although his dantian is severely damaged, he is smart and clever. He is a rare talent." Everyone. Master, could it be that the Hunyuan sect has poisoned you? Otherwise, why are you talking nonsense? The dantian is severely damaged, and it is difficult to survive. Is it a good thing that Miaozi is still alive? She might not even live for a few more years. Xiao Baidao guessed what they were thinking and said with a smile, "Although Xiaoxi is unable to practice for the time being, she has a very good understanding of practice. Her words inspired me to gain some insights, and I successfully advanced to the 3rd level of the spiritualization realm." Everyone was immediately shocked. Their cultivation levels were not as high as Xiao Baidao's, so they couldn't tell what Xiao Baidao's cultivation level was. Only after hearing what Xiao Baidao said did I know. Everyone congratulated him. After all, the leader's cultivation had improved, which was a great thing for the Xiantian sect. Even so, everyone still felt that Xiao Baidao's decision to accept Feng Shi as his disciple was a bit impulsive. Her words inspired me to gain some insights, and I successfully advanced to the 3rd level, not to mention the distant future. In half a year the disciples of the 4 sects will have a competition. Doesn't Feng Shi lower the overall strength of Xiantian sect? Although Xiantian sect has always been ranked 4th due to its strength, it also has the ambition to break into the top 3. Now that there's this thing, I don't even have that ambition anymore. However, since it has been accepted, we can only accept it. At this time, Xiao Baidao smiled and said to Li, the head of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, "Xiaoxi decided to donate all the 300,000 spirit stones that Hunyuan sect gave her as compensation to the sect. I will give the spirit stones to you later." Everyone looked at Feng. She suddenly changed. This kid can handle it. Let them lag behind. We in Xiantian sect don't have any big ambitions anyway. It's enough for us to get into the top 5. Next, Xiao Baidao began to introduce Feng Shi one by one, and Feng Shi bowed and greeted them obediently. Everyone smiled and nodded. After the introduction, Xiao Baidao planned to let Feng Shi wait outside the hall, but unexpectedly Feng Shi said, "Master, can I say a few words?" Xiao Baidao nodded. "Go ahead." Feng Shi bowed to everyone and then said, "My fellow seniors, before I came to our Xiantian sect, I was prepared to be treated coldly. After all, my aptitude is average, not to mention that my dantian is severely damaged. I am not qualified to be a direct disciple. But I found out that I was wrong. I underestimated the cultivation of my predecessors and the tolerance of Xiantian sect. No wonder our Xiantian sect is recognized as the leader of the 4 sections. The sea embraces all rivers and is great because of its tolerance. This is the true heritage of a famous sect." Everyone in the meeting hall nodded frequently. Well said. As for whether Xiantian sect is the leader of the 4 sects, this is not important. We think so. Feng Shi praised her for a while, then changed the subject. "Although I cannot practice for the time being, as a member of Xiantian sect, I want to serve the sect every moment. So just now in the stable, I was a little reckless in a hurry. I hope you seniors don't blame me." Elder Mu, who was in charge of the golden-haired Swanee, said hurriedly, "If it weren't for you, the golden-haired Swanee would still be making trouble. Not only should you not be blamed for this, you should be rewarded." Others also agreed. Although Feng Shi's method was a bit damaging, the effect was immediate. Feng Shi thought, should I be rewarded? Why did you all have amnesia just now? Why don't you mention this? I have to show it off myself. When Xiao Baidao heard everyone praising his young disciple, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Although this little girl is indeed smart, you should not praise her too much, lest she becomes proud. Xiaoxi, please share with everyone your insights into cultivation. Feng Shi immediately spoke a lot and finally gave a summary speech. The only thing you can rely on at any time is yourself. External things are always nothingness. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about Hanyuan sect. They have sufficient materials for cultivation, and the disciples' cultivation levels are rising rapidly. Is this a good thing?
Wrong.
Their cultivation has been too smooth, and they have never experienced any setbacks or hardships. In the future, if there is even the slightest disturbance, they will develop mental demons, and no matter how high their cultivation is, it will be ruined. We, the disciples of Xiantian sect, are different. We grew up in a difficult environment, taking one step at a time with a firm mind. No inner demons can stop us from moving forward. One day, our Xiantian sect will become the only super sect in the north and south regions. There was deathly silence in the meeting hall at first. Then the scene went crazy. Well said. You are so right. This is our voice. What's wrong with our Xiantian sect being poor? This is God's way of tempering us and a gift to us. We are poor, but we are proud. Originally, the impression that these Xiantian sect leaders had of Fengxi was a little piece of trash with a damaged dantian. After Fengxi's chatter, everyone has selectively forgotten that she is a little waste. Instead, they realize that Fengxi has a strong sense of belonging to the sect and is also very smart. The most important thing is that he has very deep insights into cultivation and is a good candidate. They completely forgot how they had complained about Xiao Baidao before. Fengxi saw that his goal had been achieved, so he tactfully suggested taking a walk outside the hall. Xiao Baidao's eyes were full of smiles. He gave Fengxi a few instructions before letting her leave. Everyone then asked about the Hanyuan sect's disciple recruiting ceremony. Xiao Baidao briefly explained it and then said, although Shen Jilan has good qualifications, her character is questionable. She is far worse than Xiaoxi. Everyone. Although we also think Fengxi is good, you can't lie with your eyes open. In the world of cultivation, strength is respected. If you can't practice, it's useless no matter how good your character is. At this time, Master Gu of the East Peak asked curiously, by the way, Master, how did you discover Fengxi, this good seedling? When Xiao Baidao heard him ask this, he remembered that at first he just wanted to eat some melons, but ended up accepting a disciple without thinking. Just outrageous. Xiao Baidao told everyone what had happened. Of course, he embellished his story a bit, saying that at first he was a man who stood up for justice when he saw it, but later he was able to recognize talent with his discerning eyes. Everyone. Why do I feel like my leader has been fooled? However, they thought it was an illusion. The head of our sect has a strong heart. How could he be fooled by a little girl with damaged dantian? All I can say is that Fengxi was lucky to have met their leader. Then everyone reported some things, and it all came down to the lack of spirit stones. Although the purple buckwheat fruit can fill part of the gap, there is still a big gap. Xiao Baidao was at a loss, but he didn't know what to do. After the meeting, Fengxi jumped in to find Xiao Baidao. Xiao Baidao suppressed his annoyance and said to Fengxi with a smile, "Come on, I'll show you where you live." In fact, Xiao Baidao could just arrange for someone to take Fengxi there. There was no need to accompany him personally. But he was worried. The little apprentice is young and has a good personality. What if he is bullied? Thinking of this, Xiao Baidao began to curse the other 5 disciples in his heart. Knowing that he was coming back today, they all ran away. They were all unfilial jerks. If they were there, he could also hand Fengxi over to them. There is a residential area halfway up the main peak, and only elders and disciples are qualified to live here. Xiao Baidao said to Fengxi, "Take a look around. If there is no sect emblem on the door, it is an empty courtyard. You can pick anyone." Fengxi is full of expectations. After all, having a big yard for each person is a luxury in a sect of immortal cultivation. However, her expectations were soon blown away by the wind. Could anyone tell her why these houses were so drafty? Xiao Baidao coughed twice. Well, a few years ago, when money was tight, I dismantled and sold some of the good wood and stone materials. After you choose a yard, I will have someone go to the back mountain to cut some common wood to help you repair it. Fengxi, the poorest sect in the Northern Territory, you are not lying to me. Fengxi finally chose a courtyard that was closer to the inside. Her idea was simple. It would be safe to be surrounded by big guys. Xiao Baidao immediately arranged for people to repair the house and personally took Fengxi to the sundry store in Zhongfeng to collect supplies. He did this to let everyone in the sect know that he valued Fengxi very much, so that no one would bully her. Fengxi naturally knew Xiao Baidao's good intentions, so even though the training materials she received were not as good as the ones given to Hunyuan sect's outer disciples, she felt warm in her heart. In just 1 hour, Fengxi's house was repaired, and some necessary furniture was added to the room. Xiao Baidao gave a few more instructions before leaving. After all this trouble, it was already evening. Fengxi simply washed up and went to bed. This was also the first peaceful sleep she had had since she traveled through time. The next day, Fengxi got up at daybreak. She didn't have breakfast either and walked out of Xiao Baidao's yard panting. At this time, it was just the quarter after dawn. Before, on the way back to the clan, she had asked Xiao Baidao indirectly and learned that the old man got up at the hour of Mao every day, so it was just the right time for him to pay his respects. She didn't knock on the door, but waited respectfully outside the door. With Xiao Baidao's cultivation level, he was able to sense it when Fengxi arrived. "Come in." Fengxi entered the yard happily. "Master, I'm here to pay my respects to you. You, girl, are already in poor health, so don't mess around with it in the future." Although Xiao Baidao complained, he was still quite touched in his heart. His residence is at the top of Zhongfeng Mountain, while Fengxi's residence is halfway up the mountain. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be a big deal, as it wouldn't take too long for them to get here even if they didn't fly over on a sword. But it was different for Fengxi. Her dantian was damaged, and she was almost the same as an ordinary person. This back and forth is hard work. This kind of thoughtfulness is enough to make him, as a master, feel very happy. Fengxi smiled and said, "Master, I know you care about me, but it is only natural for a disciple to pay respects to you. Even if you stop me, I will come." Xiao Baidao smiled and shook his head. "Well, it's up to you. Have you had breakfast?" Fengxi shook his head. Xiao Baidao was in the spirit transformation stage and had already been practicing fasting, so there was no food in his storage ring. He handed Fengxi a fasting pill. It's just that his expression is somewhat painful. "Well, my disciple, when you have nothing to do, go to the dining hall and prepare some food and put it in your storage bag. You are still growing, so it is better for you to eat less fasting pills." Fengxi. After all this talk, you just feel sorry for the bigger pills. The master and the apprentice chatted for a while, and Fengxi asked, "Master, you told me before that our Xiantian sect has an ancient scroll. Can I go and take a look?" Xiao Baidao paused. What he said before about the Elder Scrolls was just an excuse, because the ancient characters were almost lost and no one could understand them, not to mention finding a way to repair the dantian. He wanted to find an excuse to delay, but when he met Fengxi's expectant eyes, he couldn't say it, so he had to say, "Go to the library to find Elder Hai." "Never mind, it's a knife anyway. I'll have to face this matter sooner or later." Although there is no hope of repairing her dantian, he can find a way to help her get some elixirs to nourish her dantian, which can at least allow her to live a few more years and fulfill the relationship between master and disciple. Fengxi knew clearly that what Xiao Baidao said was not true, but she still decided to give it a try. She went through many twists and turns and finally arrived at the Zhongfeng Library, where she met Elder Hai. As soon as they met, Elder Hai looked her up and down several times. Hai has a strange personality. He stays in the library all year round and rarely leaves. He did not go to the meeting hall yesterday. Receiving the message from Xiao Baidao, he felt that Xiao Baidao was probably crazy. He wasn't crazy. Why would he accept a little loser as his disciple? Hai was just about to say something hurtful, like, "It would be in vain even if you read the Elder Scrolls, so just accept your fate." But before he could open his mouth, he saw the little girl in front of him with a look of admiration. "You are Elder Hai, right? I have heard my master mention you many times, saying that you are the white jade pillar that supports the sky and the purple gold beam that spans the sea of our Xiantian sect. You have been guarding the library for years, not for fame or profit, but only for the inheritance and foundation of Xiantian sect. If all the disciples of our Xiantian sect had the same spirit of dedication as you, why would we worry about our Xiantian sect? Hai's originally hunched body instantly straightened up. Is this the library I'm guarding? No, this is the inheritance of Xiantian sect and the foundation of Xiantian sect. Never mind, this little girl's dantian is damaged already, which is pitiful enough, so he shouldn't rub salt into her wounds. A quarter of an hour later, Elder Hai said impatiently, Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. You want to read the Elder Scrolls, right? Come with me. The Xiantian sect's library is divided into 9 floors, and the ancient scrolls are placed on the top floor. Hai brought Feng Shi to the 9th floor of the library. He opened the restriction. Feng Shi was stunned. She thought that all the Elder Scrolls were placed on the bookshelf for people to read. However, what appeared before her eyes were several twinkling points of light, which looked like stars in the enclosed space. The ancient scroll was originally just an ordinary jade slip, but it has gained some spirituality over the years. You only need to release your spiritual consciousness, and if there is someone who recognizes your scroll, it will naturally fall into your hands. Don't try to capture it by force, because some people have tried and found that even if they did, they couldn't read it. Hai thought the latter sentence was nonsense, because Feng Shi was just a little waste, and she couldn't catch him even if she wanted to by force. Feng Shi nodded and released his spiritual sense, as Elder Hai said. Her dantian was damaged, and her consciousness was greatly restricted. After just a moment, cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and she had a splitting headache. Hai frowned. It seems that you don't have the chance. Follow me down. Feng Shi was of course unwilling to give in, and pleaded, Elder Hai, I want to rest for a while before trying again. How about you go down and do your work first? If I fail after trying a few times, I will come down to find you. Hai felt that it would be useless for her to try. He still agreed when he saw her pitiful appearance. Hai left. Feng Shi tried 3 more times, but still no Elder Scroll fell into her hands. She squinted her eyes and thought, it seems that the conventional method is no longer effective. She had to find another way. She put her hands behind her back, looked up at the spots of light, and said viciously, Get down here right now so I can look through it. Don't be so shameless. If you make me angry, I will burn your nest, and then I will see how you can still show off. Feng Shi took out a fire starter, and the small flame was brighter than any other light. Even a 3-year-old child would not be fooled by Feng Shi's words. After all, she didn't have the courage to set fire to the library. What's more, the library has a protective formation and cannot be burned by ordinary fire. However, those Elder Scrolls only had superficial spiritual awareness, which was only slightly stronger than inanimate objects, and they had no judgment or logical abilities at all. So they believed it.
Panicked.
Came crashing towards Feng Shi. Buried alive by the Elder Scrolls. She cried out of pain. Because those ancient scrolls are all jade slips, and they are quite heavy, it really hurts when they hit your body. Feng Shi finally crawled out from the pile of jade slips and flipped through the scrolls while crying. When I opened it, I cried even harder. The reason was simple. She couldn't understand those ancient characters at all. It was a waste. She sniffed and was about to take a handkerchief from her storage bag to wipe her tears, but the Elder Scrolls misunderstood her. I thought she was going to burn down the library again, and they all rushed to stick them on her forehead. Such a huge amount of information pouring in. Feng Shi felt like his head was about to explode, and he fainted. Hai waited downstairs for 2 hours, and when he saw Feng Shi hadn't come down yet, he came up. Then he saw Feng Shi lying there with blood coming out of all his orifices and a bruised face and nose, like a dead person. Hai was startled and quickly went to check her breath, then heaved a sigh of relief, realizing she was still alive. After a while, Feng Shi woke up. Hai said with a serious face, I told you not to be so stubborn. Although you can use your spiritual sense, it is closely related to spiritual power. It must be that the excessive loss of your spiritual sense triggered the old injury to your dantian. It seems that you are not destined to have these Elder Scrolls. Don't waste your time. Follow me down. Feng Shi's head was now swollen and painful, and it seemed as if countless people were talking in his head. He had no time to explain and followed Elder Hai out of the library. Seeing that she looked half dead, Elder Hai called over a disciple and asked him to fly his sword to send Feng Shi back to her residence. Feng Shi lay miserably on the bed, feeling as if there were 500 ducks quacking in her head. She collected her mind and looked inward into her sea of consciousness. Only then did he discover that there were several spots of light floating in his sea of consciousness, and upon closer inspection, they were all ancient scrolls. Voice came from those ancient scrolls. Feng Shi, how did these things get into my sea of consciousness? But she doesn't have time to care about these things now. She must find a way to make these things shut up, otherwise she will be tortured to death. Then he roared, "Shut up, or I'll burn you to death." In an instant, everything was as quiet as a chicken. Before Feng Shi could do anything else, he fainted again due to excessive loss of spiritual awareness and bleeding from all 7 orifices. When Feng Shi woke up again, she saw Xiao Baidao with a concerned look on his face. She wanted to sit up, and Xiao Baidao said hurriedly, "Lie down.
It's all my fault.
I shouldn't have let you go to the library. Now your Dantian's injury hasn't healed yet, and your consciousness has been severely damaged."
You kid you, ah.
Then he took out a storage bag and handed it to Feng Shi. "There are 10 purple buckwheat fruits in it. Take 1 every 3 days. It will help repair your consciousness." Feng Shi was stunned. The golden-haired Swanee made so much noise, but he only got 3 purple buckwheat fruits. But Xiao Baidao gave her 10? Feng Shi's eyes turned red. "I was truly moved by Master Xiao Baidao. Master, I'm fine. I might be able to find it in the library." She originally wanted to say that she had found an opportunity in the library, but it seemed that some force was restraining her, and she couldn't say it at all. She took out paper and pen again, but her hands were shaking like chicken claws and she couldn't write anything. Seeing this, Xiao Baidao almost cried. Finished. It seems like the little disciple has turned into a fool because of the damage to his spiritual consciousness. Feng Shi had no choice but to give up the idea of telling the truth and asked, "Master, how many spirit stones can a purple buckwheat linglong fruit sell for in the market?" Although Xiao Baidao didn't know why his disciple asked this, he still said, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although Feng Shi was mentally prepared, he was still surprised by the price. No wonder the people of Xiantian's sect were counting on this batch of purple buckwheat fruits to make dishes. They are indeed quite valuable. She could imagine how much pressure Xiao Baidao would be under after the news that he gave her 10 fruits spread out. "Master, I will find a way to make money to fill this hole." Although Feng Shi said this very seriously, Xiao Baidao just thought she was talking nonsense. How can a little girl with almost no cultivation make money? Not to mention the huge sum of 2 million spirit stones. To be honest, Xiao Baidao did hesitate. After all, he and Feng Shi had only been together for a few days. Although they had a master-disciple relationship, it was not very deep. But thinking of the little girl's dependence on him, her sense of belonging to the sect, and especially the fact that she helped him to untie the knot in his heart and successfully advance, the old man decided to give it a try. He smiled and said, "Money is just a thing outside of your body. Just focus on healing your wounds and don't worry about these things. Master will take care of everything." Feng Shi certainly knew that Xiao Baidao was talking nonsense. After all, the old man would rather fly on a sword and starve to death than take a flying boat, not to mention the huge sum of 2 million. Feng Shi was an orphan in her previous life and was very indifferent to feelings, but at this moment, she completely kept her master Xiao Baidao in her heart. Xiao Baidao comforted Feng Shi again, watched her swallow a purple buckwheat fruit with his own eyes, and then left. The purple buckwheat fruit was immediate. Not only did Feng Shi's headache go away, but she also felt more energetic. Even the bruises on her face from the Elder Scrolls healed. She carefully probed her spiritual sense into the sea of consciousness again, and was surprised to find that most of the light spots had become dim, with only one light spot shining brightly. Sensing Feng Shi's consciousness, it jumped over and turned into a jade slip. Feng Shi was surprised to find that she could actually understand the words above. When chaos first began, turbid air sank and pure air rose, forming the heaven and earth. Practitioners absorb the energy of heaven and earth, cleanse their meridians, condense their spiritual consciousness, and finally merge heaven and earth into one, thus achieving great success. Spiritual roots are essential for spiritual practice. Having 5 spiritual roots and 5 meridians is a superior quality. For spiritual roots, missing one second best. Single spiritual root, lacking 4 meridians, inferior talent. She was not too surprised. After all, she had read quite a few novels about cultivating immortals, and there were many useless female protagonists who made a comeback by relying on the 5 spiritual roots. But she has dual spiritual roots of water and wood. Otherwise, he would not have competed for the qualification of an inner disciple of Hunyuan sect. Fengxi continued to look down. Those with incomplete 5 meridians can open up their dantian to connect with the qi of heaven and earth and replenish their spiritual roots. The spiritual roots are complete, cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. However, cracking the dantian is extremely risky, and it needs to be cracked but not broken. If you are not careful, you will fall into an irretrievable situation. Fengxi, my spiderweb, like dantian the perfect crack that does not break? She continued reading. What was written below was the method of cultivation after the dantian was cracked. Although it was a bit obscure and difficult to understand, she had the cultivation foundation of the original owner, so she understood it after carefully studying it for a while. Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator practices, he absorbs spiritual energy into his dantian and then calls upon the spiritual energy in his dantian when needed. The jade slip omits the step of converging the spiritual energy into the dantian, and all the spiritual energy absorbed during practice is used to cleanse the meridians. In time, as long as you practice the exercises, your body will be able to absorb spiritual energy on its own. In other words, when others need to use spiritual energy in fighting, they need to withdraw it from the bank in their dantian, but she doesn't need to. All the spiritual energy outside is hers, and she can use it at any time. No limit. Endless. Monks all have some special skills, but they consume a lot of spiritual energy and will not be used easily unless it is a critical moment. She is different. She can use her ultimate move right from the start and can use it all the time. She is so rich that she is inhumane. Even if she cannot defeat the opponent, she can use the tactic of delaying. When the opponent's spiritual energy is exhausted, her chance will come. Fengxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. I made a lot of money this time. As she said, gold will shine sooner or later, and she, Fengxi, has never been a mediocre person. Then, she saw the following line of small words. This practice method has a drawback. Every time you practice dantian and shinji, you will feel a little pain. Fengxi didn't take it too seriously. It was just a little pain, and it would pace if she endured it. At this time, the jade slip turned into a light spot again and gradually lost its brightness. She vaguely guessed that as her cultivation level increased, the other dim spots of light would gradually become brighter, and everything recorded on each jade slip would be a secret that would never be passed on. This is a huge fortune, but also a deadly danger. It is a crime to possess a treasure. No one can say. However, this worry was unnecessary, and she couldn't say it even if she wanted to. She immediately began to practice according to the method on the jade slip. She did not dare to rush and tried it bit by bit, and then she fainted from the pain. Darn, is this a little painful? It hurts so much, okay? But as long as I can survive, I have to endure the pain. She paused for a moment and continued practicing. Even though the pain was excruciating and all her 7 orifices began to bleed again, she continued to practice. Before I knew it, it was already dawn. Although she hadn't slept all night, Fengxi didn't feel any discomfort at all, and her body even felt warm. She packed up briefly and came to pay her respects to Xiao Baidao. At 1 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at Xiao Baidao's yard on time. Xiao Baidao complained and worried. Your consciousness and dantian are both injured. You should rest well. She said with a smile. Master, I feel much better after eating the purple buckwheat fruit. Look, I can jump. After Fengxi finished speaking, he jumped a few times like a rabbit. Xiao Baidao. Okay, the kid is only 12, it's normal for him to be a little childish sometimes. However, he saw that Fengxi's face looked rosy, which meant she was indeed much better. After a brief chat, Xiao Baidao sent Fengxi back to the yard and let her have a good rest. Fengxi returned to the courtyard and began to practice, fainted again in a cycle. Before she knew it, it was already evening. Fengxi had just woken up from fainting when she heard someone shouting outside, "Fengxi, come out." The voice was unfamiliar and the tone was bad. Fengxi took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood off her face, then slowly walked out of the house. I opened the gate. I saw a handsome young man standing at the door. She was wearing a clean and smooth white dress without a single wrinkle. Her hair was tied up high, with an emerald headband. Her pair of phoenix eyes were glaring at Fengxi with anger. The young man looked at Fengxi for a few times, with a hint of disdain in addition to anger. "Are you that little loser, Fengxi? Did you know that your master has to go to the extremely cold ice field to hunt ice monsters in order to fill the gap for you? If anything happens to master, I will never forgive you." Fengxi was stunned. No wonder Xiao Baidao said he would find a solution. It turned out that he wanted to take the risk and hunt the ice monster. The extremely cold ice field not only has an extremely cold climate, but is also full of dangers. Even a cultivator who has reached the state of spiritual enlightenment would be in danger of death. While Fengxi was stunned, the young man said, "I really don't know why Master accepted such an ugly and useless thing like you. Since you have become my Junwen's junior sister through sheer luck, you should stay here honestly. Why go to the library? You are just bored. Don't make any trouble in the future, or I won't forgive you." After saying that, the young man turned around and left without waiting for Fengxi to speak. After walking a few steps, he came back and stuffed a green fruit into Fengxi's hand. "Here's a welcome gift for you, little jerk." Fengxi smiled sweetly. "Thank you, fifth brother." The young man snorted coldly. "Don't call me senior brother. I don't acknowledge you as a useless little loser who holds me back. By the way, the Tianhen Secret Realm will be open in a month, and people from all the major sects will go there. I warn you to stay in your sect and don't embarrass yourself." After saying that, he walked away. Fengxi looked at his back. Junwen, Xiao Baidao's fifth disciple, a genius in swordsmanship. He is tough on the outside but soft on the inside, has a slight misophobia, and likes to judge people by their appearance. TSK, a nice guy but he's blind. Actually said she was ugly? Her appearance was not too bad, but it was not far from stunning. However, due to the damage to her dantian, she was very thin and her complexion was not very good, so her beauty was compromised. Once she is well taken care of, she will be a real beauty. But it's also true that if he wasn't blind, he wouldn't fall for Shinjilan. In the book, Junwen fell in love with the heroine Shinjilan at first sight. He was crazy about her, mad about her, and banged his head against the wall for her. In the end, he was contaminated with evil spirit while picking spiritual herbs for the heroine. He was beheaded by the heroine and thrown off the demon-breaking cliff, where his body was torn into pieces. A dog licker will end up with nothing. Fengxi thought for a moment and went to see Xiao Baidao. "Master, I heard from Senior Brother 5 that you are going to the extremely cold ice field to hunt ice monsters?" Xiao Baidao frowned. "Don't listen to his nonsense, it's not true." In his heart, he cursed the fifth apprentice for having a dog stomach that couldn't hold 2 ounces of oil and a mouth that was as loose as the waistband of cotton trousers. As soon as Fengxi heard it, she knew that what Junwen said was true. "Master, the Arctic ice field is full of dangers, and I don't want you to take risks for me. You can either take back the remaining 9 purple buckwheat fruits, or adopt my plan to make money." Xiao Baidao asked in surprise, "Your plan to make money? What plan?" Fengxi blinked his eyes. "Master, didn't Hunyuan sect hold a disciple recruiting ceremony? Our Xiantian sect can also hold one for me. I received were all money." Xiao Baidao shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You are such a smart girl, but you are foolish for a moment. People do give gifts, but we have to entertain them with good food and wine. How much does it cost for this man to feed the horse? Maybe he can't make ends meet. The Hunyuan sect is losing money to gain publicity, but we are not as stupid as them. Monks can practice fasting when they reach the Jindan stage, so the good wine and food that Xiao Baidao mentioned are all spiritual foods that contain spiritual energy and are very expensive. Feng Shi said with a smile. Master, who said that the disciple-taking ceremony must be held in our Xiantian sect. The Tianhen secret realm will be open in another month, and all the major sects in the Northern Territory will go there by then. Let's do it there. We can set up camp right here, and we don't have to worry about accommodation. In that situation, it is not convenient to hold a large banquet, so there is no need to provide food and drinks. It can be said to be a business with no capital investment, and it is a sure win. Xiao Baidao smacked his lips. Isn't this a little inappropriate? There will definitely be people gossiping about us, and saying we are stingy. Feng Shi smiled slyly. Master, if we had prepared the disciple-taking ceremony in advance, then we are indeed stingy. But what if you're doing it on a whim? When we get there, the Hunyuan sect's head, Bailey, will definitely show off his beloved disciple, Shen Jilan. Can you tolerate this while you are so protective of your disciple? He must be showing off to me. You and I were talking at the same time and the atmosphere was set. In order to prove yourself, you suddenly decided to hold a disciple-taking ceremony for me as well. Wouldn't everything then be a natural outcome? By then, we will not only be able to get something for nothing, but also occupy the moral high ground. After all, this matter was instigated by Bailey Mukin, and those who were fooled by the gifts can only blame him for being rude. Xiao Baidao's eyes widened. Is this okay? It seems. It really works. With no capital investment, but huge profits. He couldn't help but look at Feng Shi carefully. She was obviously just a little girl who hadn't even reached marriageable age yet. How could she come up with such a mean idea? Although he thought this method was feasible, it was impossible to make such a rash decision on such a big matter. He had to discuss it with someone. Therefore, Xiao Baidao did not give Feng Shi a definite answer, but only said that he would think about it carefully. Feng Shi said again, Master, besides this method, I have another way to make money. Purple Xiao Linglong fruit is too cheap. We have to raise the price. Xiao Baidao said in embarrassment, 200,000 is not a low price. If it is higher, I am afraid no one will buy it. Feng Shi said with a smile, Master, there is no shortage of suckers in this world. What is lacking is routine. Of course you can't get a high price if you just sell the fruit honestly. If you listen to me, I can guarantee that I can sell the fruit for at least 300,000 spirit stones. What are you going to do? First, tell others that you love me as your little disciple, so you will only sell half of the purple buckwheat nectar this year, and keep the rest for me. Scarcity makes things valuable, so the price will naturally go up. As for whether to stay or not, no one else knows, so it is up to us to decide. Second, spread the word that the older the purple buckwheat fruit tree is, the better the fruit it produces. Needless to say, I am a living example. Everyone knows that my Dantian was seriously injured. Now I am full of energy after taking the purple buckwheat linglong fruit. It can be seen that the purple buckwheat linglong fruit can not only repair the spiritual consciousness, but also has a certain effect on the injury of the Dantian. Isn't it normal that the price is higher if the functions are doubled? Third, if someone comes to buy fruit, we will tell them that the quantity is limited and the purchase is restricted. Each person can only buy one at most, and we will not sell more than that. After this operation, I can guarantee that even a piece of 300,000 spirit stones will be sold out quickly. After all this operation, the extra money I earn from selling it is far more than the 10 purple buckwheat exquisite fruits you gave me. Xiao Baidao is a man who has seen a lot of storms and waves. He is usually a calm person, but today he failed to show his composure. He almost had the look of astonishment welded onto his face. Still, can you still sell things like this? It's all routine. His beloved disciple cannot practice. He has so many wonderful ideas. As he was thinking, Feng Shi said with red eyes, Master, I can make money and fill the hole myself, so please don't go to the polar ice field. I can rely on now. If something happens to you, I will not be able to survive. Xiao Baidao was most impressed by Feng Shi's trick and agreed immediately. In fact, he didn't want to go to the polar ice field, but he was forced to do so. Now that I have a solution, I will naturally not go there. As the two were talking, Junwen came outside asking for a meeting. He came in and saw Feng Shi. He sneered. What's the matter? Are you here to complain to master?
That's all you have.
Feng Shi's eyes were already red, and when she heard this, tears fell in pairs. Fifth senior brother, you misunderstood. I didn't tell master that you called me a loser, nor did I tell him that you didn't acknowledge me as your junior sister, let alone that you called me an ugly freak. Junwen was so angry that he almost died. This little loser didn't complain in any word, but even the punctuation marks were complaining. How insidious. Xiao Baidao said with a sullen face. Junwen, what did the teacher tell you? Your junior sister is young and weak. You should take good care of her on a daily basis. Is this how you take care of her? Go to the Wanjian cave and don't come out without my order. Junwen didn't dare to talk back to his master. He glared at Feng Shi and prepared to accept the punishment. Unexpectedly, Feng Shi chuckled. Master, fifth brother was just joking with me. Why are you so angry? If you punish him, punish me too. Xiao Baidao looked sympathetic. Is he joking or not? I don't know. You are just too kind. Well, since you begged for him, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, I'll show you how I'll deal with him. Yunvin. Master, why don't you go and have your eyes checked? Just her? Is she kind? When the two came out of Xiao Baidao's yard, Junwen sneered. Don't think I'll appreciate your false sympathy just now. Stay away from me from now on, and don't get in my way. Feng Shi glanced at him and curled her lips. Do you think I want to see you? I just said that because I was afraid that master would be sad. You are such a stupid pig. Are you worthy of being my senior brother? Get out of here, as far as you can. Junwen was delighted. You are such a loser, and you say I am as dumb as a pig? You are so shameless. Feng Shi snorted coldly. You don't admit that you are stupid? Do you dare to make a bet with me? What am I afraid of? What am I betting on? How am I betting on it? Feng Shi pointed in the direction of the stables. I can make the guardian beast kneel down for me. Can you? Yunvin. Is this little piece of shoot crazy? The sect's guardian beast is the living ancestor of Xiantian sect. It's good enough not to kneel to it. How could it kneel to her? He sneered. I admit that I can't do it. If you can do it, I'll leave it to you. But if you can't do that, you better be invisible and stay away from me. Feng Shi nodded. Okay, it's a deal. The two of them immediately went to the stable. When the golden-haired Swanee saw Feng Shi, he immediately howled and pulled the 1,000-year-old black iron chain, making it rattle. Feng Shi said to Junwen, see how happy this little thing is to see me. Junwen. Little thing? Even if the golden-haired Swanee has shrunk its body, it is still the size of 3 cows. You call it a little thing? Besides, the golden-haired Swanee's eyes are red. Are you sure it is happy? He now had every reason to suspect that the cheap junior sister his master had given him was not only a little waste, but also probably had a dumb brain. Feng Shi ignored him and said to the golden-haired Swanee, look at how heartless you are. You're almost crippled, and you still have the energy to yell here? The roar of the golden-haired Swanee suddenly stopped. I am going to be lame? How come I didn't know? Feng Shi curled her lips. It seems like you, a fool, really don't know. Yes, everyone is afraid that your fragile little heart can't bear it, so no one dares to tell you about this. I am the only one who dares to tell the truth. There's something wrong with your legs, a big problem. It won't be long before you become lame. If you don't believe me, try bending your knees. If you do it with a larger range of motion, you will definitely feel extreme pain. Seeing that she spoke in a serious tone, the golden-haired Swanee was a little skeptical, but there was no point in trying it anyway, so he just gave it a try. Bend your knees. It doesn't hurt. Is it because the amplitude is not big enough? Due to the large amplitude of the movement, he fell to his knees with a plop. It still doesn't hurt. The little girl is talking nonsense. Then Feng Shi said, oh, you are so polite. You bowed so much to me right after we met. Okay, no need to be polite. Just stand up. Golden-haired Swanee. Aha! You little witch. You and I cannot coexist. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Fengxi didn't care whether it barked or not. She had already offended it because of the purple Qiao Linglong fruit incident before, so this time wouldn't make a difference. She ignored the furious golden-haired Swanee and said to the stunned Junwen, "You lose. Let's put it this way, I'm a kind person, and we're close brothers and sisters, so I won't go too far. When the Skymark secret realm opens, run around the venue naked for 100 times. Yunvin, you might as well kill me." He gritted his teeth and said, "Fengxi, don't go too far." Fengxi sneered. "I'm overdoing it? You and I have never met before. Why do you call me a little waste and call me ugly when we first met? Just because you have a green head. Yunvin, you're the one with the green head. Then I thought of the emerald hairband I used to tie my hair." Fengxi continued, "Since I came to Xiantian sect, everyone has been kind to me. Don't they know that my Dantian is seriously injured and I can't practice? Of course I know. But they are well-mannered, unlike you, who speak ill of a weak and pitiful girl just based on personal preference. Judging people by their appearance is short-sighted. What qualifications do a fool like you have to criticize me? I, Fengxi, am putting this here today. Sooner or later, I will make you admit with your own mouth that you are the waste. Don't worry, the punishment I just mentioned was just a joke on you. You have no shame, but I still have some." After Fengxi finished speaking, he left without looking back. Just her little shoulders trembled, and she occasionally raised her hand to wipe her face. Junwen felt a little uncomfortable when looking at Fengxi's thin back. That little loser must be crying. Was he really going a bit too far? Little did he know that Fengxi was smiling with her eyes curved and didn't take it to heart at all. Everything was just a show for him. Life is like a play. It all depends on your acting skills. For this kind of arrogant idiot, you have to use both soft and hard tactics. Fengxi returned to the yard and began to meditate and practice. Although Junwen doesn't speak human language, she is indeed too weak now. Only the strong have the right to speak. She must not slack off. In the next few days, Fengxi rarely left the yard except for greeting Xiao Baidao in the morning and spent all his time practicing. Xiao Baidao thought she was resting in the house, so he didn't pay much attention to it. That day, when Fengxi woke up from fainting again, he was surprised to find a small red spiritual root in his dantian. Could it be the fire spirit root? Fengxi felt that she was simply a genius. After only a few days of practice, she had already grown a new spiritual root. At this rate, she might be able to replenish all 5 meridians in less than a month. The 5 meridians are replenished, her dantian will also be healed. From then on, Fengxi, was a killer. Who could compete with her? Fengxi was just thinking about something good when she felt a sharp pain in her dantian. If her tolerance to pain had not increased exponentially recently, she would have fainted from the pain. She took a closer look and almost died of anger. Were seen fighting with the existing wood spirit roots. Soon, the water spirit roots also joined the battle. The 3 spiritual roots were tied into a pigtail. Fengxi roared, "Stop, stop it." It was loud, but unfortunately had no effect. The 3 spiritual roots all treated her as air and fought even harder. Fengxi calmed down at this time and said calmly, "Fight me. Fight as hard as you can. It would be best if you break my dantian. Then I will be free, and you will die with me." The 3 spiritual roots wrestling stopped for a moment, and then they held hands and turned in circles. Fengxi. Darn it. A bunch of drama queens. I must have screwed over the entire galaxy in my previous life, so I encountered all these bad things in this life. Complaints aside, Fengxi soon discovered that with the emergence of the fire spirit root, the frequency of her fainting during practice decreased significantly. This shows that the injury to dantian has improved and the meridians in the body are more stable than before. She secretly tried the simplest cleaning method and did not feel any discomfort. She was so happy. Tremble, the world of immortal cultivation. The light of Xiantian sect is about to come. When she was in a good mood, She wanted to find someone to share it with. So, she came to chat with the golden-haired Swanee. Little golden retriever, do you miss me? The golden-haired Swanee's eyes were red. I miss you? I miss you to death. It didn't tell anyone about the last time it was tricked into kneeling, because it couldn't afford to lose face. TSK, look at your useless behavior. Didn't I just trick you twice? Is it necessary to hold a grudge like that? I came here specifically to show off. You just need to be a spectator. As Fengshi spoke, she made a flame gesture and a charmer of small flames appeared on her fingers, jumping and dancing, as if they were dancing. How was it? Was it fun? This is just a small matter. I still have many big moves. You are so honored, little golden retriever. You have witnessed the rise of the light of Xiantian sect. Golden-haired Swanee. You seem sick. However, didn't they say that this little girl's dantian was damaged and she couldn't use spiritual power? How can she use the magic formula? Fengshi looked at the golden-haired Swanee's wide eyes and felt a great sense of accomplishment. Little golden retriever, I heard that your cultivation has been regressing. Is that true? The golden-haired swan and I roared angrily as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. This is the pain in its heart. Eternal pain. The cultivation level of other spiritual beasts will increase with age, but it is different. It becomes more and more useless as it gets older, and its cultivation level keeps declining. He had originally reached the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, but now he has regressed to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. If it continues to degenerate, it will not have the face to stay in Xiantian sect. Just when I was sinking into grief, I heard the little girl in front of me say mysteriously, "Little golden retriever, I have a way to improve your cultivation. Would you like to listen to it?" The first thought of the golden-haired Swanee was that Fengshi was talking nonsense. Even Xiao Baidao couldn't do anything about it, so how could a useless person like her do anything about it? Little golden retriever, do you think I'm lying to you? Am I that kind of person? I am a kind person. I have cheated you twice before, and I have always felt guilty about it. So I want to make it up to you. Of course, if you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Well, I have something else to do, let's go. After Fengshi finished speaking, she turned around and wanted to leave. The golden-haired Swanee became anxious and started howling. Fengshi turned around. You want to hear it? The golden-haired Swanee hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Fengshi said with a smile, Little golden hair, the Dharma is not taught lightly. If I tell you so easily, you won't cherish it. I have to see your sincerity. How about this? In half a month, the Tianhen secret realm will be open, and you will carry me there then. Golden-haired Swanee. Do you want me to be your mount? Crazy. Completely crazy. Fengshi is not crazy. She just wants to be cool. She doesn't want to keep carrying the label of a little waste. She wants to make a stunning appearance and let everyone know that she, Fengshi, is a genius who has been reborn from the ashes. Just as the golden-haired Swanee was about to roar a few times to express his anger, Fengshi had already turned around and left. I'll give you a few days to think about it. Tell me the answer after you figure it out. Remember, trash has no dignity, let alone face. Fengshi had just left the stable when he ran into Junwen. This was the first time the two met since their last quarrel. Junwen felt a little uncomfortable. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. He wanted to turn around and leave, but felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Unexpectedly, the little girl opposite smiled and said, Fifth brother, I want to go to the East Peak. Can you take me there on your sword? Junwen was stunned at first, then nodded quickly. Yes, yes, yes. As he spoke, he summoned his flying sword and took Fengshi to East Peak. Junwen was feeling very nervous. After the last argument, he reflected on it and felt that he had indeed gone too far. But I couldn't bring myself to apologize. Unexpectedly, the junior sister took the initiative to talk to him, and she was smiling. The junior sister must be handing him a ladder. The junior sister is so considerate. Junior sister is so kind. Moreover, the junior sister is actually quite pretty, just a little thin. But what should I say now? He was worried, Fengshi said with a smile. Fifth brother, Your sword looks really good. Does it have a name? Junwen hurriedly said, yes, his name is Jingtian. Fengxi thought to himself, it's shocking, and I'm even shaking the earth. This name looks very childish at first glance. But he said, oh, what a nice name. It sounds like he is very powerful. Junwen was somewhat proud. Of course, this is the name I carefully selected. Only this name is worthy of it. You don't know that I almost lost half my life in Wanjianbi before I got its recognition. After he finished talking, Fengxi asked curiously, Fifth senior brother, I have just come to our Xiantian sect not long ago. Although I have heard people mention the 10,000 sword wall, I only know a little bit about it. Can you tell me in detail? Of course. The 10,000 swords wall is the treasure of our Xiantian sect. Legend has it that the founders sealed 3,000 spiritual swords in the 10,000 swords wall, and those who are destined to receive them will obtain them. Anyone who is an inner sect disciple can go and give it a try, but the consequences will be at their own risk. Because the wall of 10,000 swords not only seals 3,000 spiritual swords, but also seals thousands of sword forces. If one wants to gain the recognition of a spiritual sword, one must pace the test of sword force. Each sword are different. Although the sword force is much weaker than the real sword force, it is also very sharp. If you are not careful, you'll get hurt and you may even lose your life. I took Jingtian. I encountered two kinds of sword power, the swift sword power and the hammer sword power, and I almost lost half my life. Fengxi listened carefully. In fact, the other three major sects also had something similar to the 10,000 sword wall, which were all spiritual swords left by the founders. Junwen was talking. He suddenly heard Fengxi say, Fifth brother, let's not go to the East Peak. Can you take me to the 10,000 sword wall? Don't worry. I'm just watching from a distance. Junwen said carelessly. Why should I worry? You can only watch from a distance. After all, your Dantian is damaged, and there is no spirit sword that would choose you. The words are spoken, and I knew I had said the wrong thing again. In panic, the flying sword trembled and almost fell down. Fengxi chuckled. Fifth brother, I'm not as fragile as you think. I quarreled with you before because I was sad about your attitude towards me. Later I thought about it carefully and realized that you didn't really mean it and didn't really dislike me. We are close brothers and sisters. There is no need to worry too much. You can say whatever you want to say in the future. I won't think too much about it. Junwen scratched his head and felt more and more that he was nothing before. He was so angry with Fengxi that day was entirely because he was worried about Xiao Baidao taking risks to hunt ice-type monsters. He did not have any big opinions about Fengxi, otherwise he would not have given Fengxi the spiritual fruit. In the final analysis, it's just being soft-hearted and mean-spirited. As they were talking, the two arrived at the wall of 10,000 swords. Fengxi looked in surprise at the towering stone wall in front of him and could vaguely see several spiritual swords quietly inserted there. She once again felt the primitive aura that she had felt before on the plaque at the gate of Xiantian sect and was quite shocked. In front of the stone wall was a flat open space with bloodstains on it. Little junior sister, did you see those bloodstains? All left by the sword wielders of past generations. Although someone has cleaned them up, the blood has seeped into the stone, so that's all that can be done. Junwen thought it would be difficult to call her junior sister, but he didn't expect it to come out so easily. Fengxi didn't care about the name. She squinted her eyes and looked at the Wanjian wall. Junwen continued, the 10,000 swords cave that master punished me to go to last time is right behind the 10,000 swords wall. The sword power inside is weakened several times. Although it won't kill you, every time you go in there you lose a layer of skin. Master is biased. 8 out of 10 times, I am the one who is punished, even though I am the most sensible. Fengxi agreed with a grunt, his eyes never leaving the wall of 10,000 swords. She wanted a spiritual sword. The original owner only had an ordinary sword, which was cut off by Xin Jilan during the inner sect selection. As for the magic sword, she was not qualified to get it in Hunyuan sect. The opportunity is now. However, although she could now call upon some spiritual power, it was simply a pipe dream for her to avoid the sword. So, she looked at Junwen and said, Fifth senior brother, is there a situation where, for example, You resist the sword and the sword you take back belongs to me? Yunvin. You probably want to eat fart. Junior sister, the sword's power is a test of the sword's master, and it cannot be done by others. He didn't say anything else. Even if it works, why would a useless person like you need a spirit sword? Just for show? Fengxi spoke again. Does it have to go through the sword power test? Is it possible that some of the swords inside can't wait to come out and don't need to be tested at all? Yunvin. Unless the sword is very cheap. Fengxi decided to give it a try. So, from a distance of several dozen feet, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Hey, listen to me, all the swords inside. I am Fengxi, the future light of Xiantian sect. Do any of you want to come with me? You have any, hurry up and get out, because there will be no such shop after this village. Junwen. No wonder the master was willing to give her 10 purple buckwheat linglong fruits. There must be something wrong with her brain. If we can summon the spirit sword just by shouting, why are we fighting so hard? Are we just idle? As for the so-called light of Xiantian sect, he just thought it was Fengxi puffing. He was complaining. Fengxi continued to shout.
Come out.
How boring it is to stay in there. Follow me. I will take you to experience the warmth and coldness of life. Follow me. I will take you to see all the prosperity in the world. Follow me. I will take you across mountains and rivers, up to the sky and into the sea, so that your life as a swordsman will be worthwhile. There was no movement. Half an hour passed. Fengxi was still chattering there. Junwen couldn't listen any longer. Little junior sister, don't waste your energy. I'll take you to some other places. Fengxi sighed. All right, if you want to blame someone, just blame these spirit swords for being ignorant. I'll go get one from another sect someday. Yunvin. Talking nonsense again. Junior sister, I'd better take you to the East Peak.
Good.
They had walked for half an hour. A wooden sword emerged from the ground with difficulty and then turned around a few times in a daze. What happened to experiencing the ups and downs of life? What happened to the promise of experiencing all the prosperity in the world? Didn't you promise to travel all over the mountains and rivers, climb to the sky and dive into the sea, so that your life as a swordsman will be worthwhile? Where are the people? Liar. Big liar. Finally, the wooden sword went back into the ground, cursing. At this time, Fengxi, who was thought to be a liar, was strolling in Dongfeng with Junwen. Fengxi discovered that the vegetation on the East Peak was obviously much less than that on the Middle Peak. Most of the place was barren hills with only some vegetation growing sporadically. Junwen explained, Dongfeng used to be the cash cow of our Xiantian sect because there used to be a spirit stone mine under Dongfeng. Mines were exhausted 3,000 years ago, and our Xiantian sect became penniless. Because it is an abandoned mine, the soil is not conducive to the growth of vegetation, so there is not much vegetation on the East Peak. Fengxi thought to himself that Xiantian sect had demonstrated through their actions what it meant to live up all the resources. She said in a sly voice, Fifth senior brother, I have never seen a spirit stone mine. Can you take me there to broaden my horizons? Junwen curled his lips. What's so interesting about an abandoned spiritual stone mine? But if you want to see it, I'll take you to have a look. The two men turned to the back mountain of East Peak, and after several twists and turns they found a cave entrance that was more than one person tall. Look, this is the entrance to the abandoned spirit stone mine. I heard that the entrance was originally very grand, but it became like this due to being exposed to the wind and sun, and no one maintaining it. Junwen spoke. He took out a tinderbox and was the first to go into the mine. Fengxi followed him and entered the mine. Junior sister, it's pitch black inside. There's nothing to see. Let's just look around the cave entrance. Fengxi nodded. There was indeed nothing to see. There were stone walls on both sides and a corridor under his feet. Because no one has set foot here for a long time, a lot of green moss has grown, and the temperature inside is obviously lower than outside. After walking a little further inside, Fengxi felt that it was boring and said, Fifth brother, let's go out. Good. Junwen finished saying the word okay. The earth shook. Junwen's expression suddenly changed, and he grabbed Fengxi and ran out. After running 2 steps, I heard a loud roar in front of me, and the cave entrance collapsed. Not only that, rocks of all sizes began to fall from above. Junwon was so anxious that he was going crazy. He summoned the shocking sky sword and chopped at the rocks blocking his way. Although it split the rocks in front of him, it also caused the stone wall above their heads to collapse. If Fengxi hadn't reacted quickly and pulled him back suddenly, the two of them would have been smashed into pieces. Immediately afterwards, the stone walls of the entire passage began to collapse one after another, and Junwon and Fengxi could only keep retreating. Finally, the two retreated to a relatively spacious open space with a circular platform about 2 meters in diameter in the middle. Seeing that the stone wall here was relatively stable, Junwon breathed a sigh of relief, then took out his identity jade token and asked for help. It turned out that the message could not be sent at all. He took out the communication talisman again, but the message still could not be sent. Junwon's heart sank, but he still pretended to be calm and comforted Fengxi. "Little junior sister, don't be afraid. When Master and the others notice what's happening here, they will definitely come to rescue us." As soon as he finished speaking, a stone fell from the top of his head, followed by stones of all sizes pouring down. Junwon is about to cry. To heck with keeping calm. "Junior sister, we're probably going to be buried alive here." Suddenly, Fengxi pointed to the round platform not far away. "Fifth brother, is that round platform a teleportation array?
Quick.
Take out all the spirit stones we have and see if we can open it." Junwon felt that this teleportation array had been idle for thousands of years and might have broken down long ago. It was his only lifeline, so he did as he was told. Unfortunately, he only had more than 1,000 spirit stones on him, and he stuffed them all into the groove. Fengxi put all the 500 spirit stones she had left in there. A dazzling white light flashed, and the two people disappeared on the stage. Almost at the same time, the entire mine collapsed. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of Xiantian sect. At first, no one took it too seriously. After all, it was an abandoned mine. If it collapsed, it was no big deal. But soon a disciple from Dongfeng reported that before the mine collapsed, he saw Junwon and Fengxi going that way. Xiao Baidao's head buzzed. At first, I still had a glimmer of hope in my heart, but after failing to contact the two people and searching everywhere without success, I became completely panicked. The two apprentices were most likely buried alive. He quickly led people to dig the mine. It took half a day to finally remove the ruins of the mine, but there was no sign of Junwon and Fengxi. Master Gu of the East Peak said immediately, "Master, perhaps the two of them did not enter the mine." Xiao Baidao shook his head. "I have asked the guards at the mountain gate, and they have not left the sect. Besides, Xiaoxi is a well-behaved child and would not leave the sect without permission." At this time, Luo, the head of the Dharma Hall, said, "Master, there are signs that the teleportation array has been activated. They should have been teleported to the second-level mine." Xiao Baidao and others hurried forward to check, and indeed, as Hall Master Luo said, there were tiny traces of spiritual power remaining on the teleportation platform, indicating that someone had opened it recently. Then everyone was in a dilemma again. There were two ways to enter the second-level mine. One was to open the teleportation platform, and the other was to dig on the spot. But now the teleportation platform has been smashed, and it will take time to repair. And it won't be a matter of 1 or 2 days, because this is a teleportation array left over from ancient times. They have to repair it by groping in the dark, and it might take 2 or 3 months to repair it. Excavation on site is even more impossible. Having just experienced a collapse, the structure of the mine is very unstable. If excavation is carried out rashly, the second level of the mine may also collapse. If that's the case, it's not saving people but cheating them. Xiao Baidao gritted his teeth and sent a message to Bailey Mukin of Hunyuan sect. The general meaning is to request the elders of the Hunyuan sect who are proficient in formations to come and help repair the teleportation array. As long as the teleportation array can be repaired within a short time, any conditions can be agreed to. The 4 major sects, Hunyuan sect has the strongest formation strength. Bailey Mukin actually agreed, but put forward a very harsh condition. In this Tianhen secret realm, Xiantian sect gave most of the places to Hunyuan sect, retaining only 10 places. Xiao Baidao gritted his teeth and agreed. The other high-ranking members of Xiantian sect felt very sad. No one raised any objections. With talent, you have everything. Xiao Baidao also felt painful and cursed in his heart. Xiaoxi is a good and well-behaved child. She would not do such a thing. It must be that little beast Junwen who came up with such a bad idea. Chu was tied up, sneezed twice. If you have the guts, let me go. I will fight you for 300 rounds. Who was lying dead on the ground, said weakly. Fifth senior brother, you'd better save your energy. Even if I let you go, you won't be able to beat him. Junwen, it hurts. When the two were teleported to the second level of the mine, they were knocked down before they could even open their eyes. Demon Clan. Who would have thought that there would be demons on the second floor of an abandoned mine? This is the Xiantian sect, one of the 4 major sects. At this time, someone laughed strangely. Oh, a little human waste are more aware of the current situation than this stubborn guy. Appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand, twisting and turning like a poisonous snake. A genius disciple of the human race? If he is contaminated with evil spirits, do you think he will be regarded as a traitor and killed by you humans? I like to watch you humans killing each other the most. Junwen was about to start cursing when he heard Feng Shi looking up and saying, Sir, you think the same as I do. I also like to watch humans killing each other, especially those hypocrites who claim to be righteous. It's fun to watch them bite each other. However, your method is too merciful. At most, only my senior brother will die. Why don't you develop the 2 of us into spies of your demon clan, and then we will instigate the 4 major sects to kill each other. When the time comes, there will be rivers of blood and corpses everywhere. How exciting that will be. The old man wearing a black mask stared at Feng Shi. Little girl, do you think you can fool me with this little trick? Don't you just want to pretend to surrender and get away? Feng Shi sighed. It's normal for you to doubt me. After all, there is a saying that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. But what I said is true. Do you know how my Dantian cracked? Shen Jilan, the direct disciple of Hunyuan sect, who harmed him. Not only did that old jerk Bailey Mukin not make decisions for me, he also demoted me to a menial job. His second disciple even wanted to kill me. How can I not hate it? I finally made it to Xiantian sect, but it turned out to be a poor sect. Not only is there not enough food and clothing, not to mention the resources for cultivation. Xiao Baidao also set rules for me, asking me to pay my respects to him before dawn. Poor me, I have lost more than 10 pounds in just half a month. So I hate. Why is it that other people's Dantian is fine, but mine is cracked? Why can others eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks while I can only eat coarse food? I want to make life miserable for everyone. Junwen looked at Feng Shi, whose face was ferocious. A moment, I couldn't tell whether she was acting or speaking from her heart. Intellectually speaking, he felt that his junior sister was not such a pervert. But she acted so well. Even he almost believed it. The old man in the black mask also believed it to about 80%. After all, in his opinion, under his pressure, no one could tell a lie so smoothly. However, I still have some doubts in my heart. At this time, Feng Shi said, Sir, there is actually another reason why I want to join the demon clan. My Dantian is cracked, so I definitely can't practice the human clan skills. But I heard that the demons have many kinds of strange skills. Maybe there is one that is suitable for me. As long as you can help me find a suitable technique, I, Feng Shi, swear to serve our demon clan diligently and conscientiously. I, Feng Shi, am a member of the demon clan when I am alive, and I will be a demon clan ghost when I die. Yunvin. Are you serious? Junwen felt very nervous because Feng Shi's reasons were so convincing. For a little loser, what could be more attractive than the right method? Not to mention, she had suffered such a great injustice in Hunyuan sect before. If she doesn't betray, who will? The old man in the black mask also believed it. In addition to the sufficient reasons Fengxi mentioned, there is another reason, that is, he is very conceited. He was sure that Fengxi, a little girl, would never dare to lie to him. He nodded. You are right, the human race's skills rely on the dantian, but we demons are not so rigid. We have many kinds of training methods suitable for you. But how do I know if you have the ability to stir up trouble among the human race? Fengxi smiled proudly. Like I just told you, I was demoted to a menial worker in Hunyuan sect before, and now I am the direct disciple of Xiao Baidao, the head of Xiantian sect. No matter how he tortures me, this identity is real. Isn't this enough to prove my ability? Besides, I have a partner. My fifth senior brother Junwen is sometimes stupid. He has good cultivation. I give advice, and he is responsible for killing and arson. Junwen.
Thank you.
The old man pondered for a moment and looked at Junwen. What do you say? If it were any other time, Junwen would definitely choose death over surrender. After all, this is the idea he has been taught since he was a child. But after seeing Fengxi's performance just now, he was a little shaken, because he thought of how Fengxi had tricked the golden-haired Swanni into kneeling down. The junior sister definitely didn't really want to be a spy, and she must have another trick up her sleeve. So, he said against his conscience, if I can live, I certainly don't want to die. I will listen to my junior sister. Junwen said this, his face felt hot. Fortunately, he had a wound on his face, so nothing could be seen. The old man laughed strangely when he heard this. Humans are all cowards indeed. You are not worthy of occupying such good cultivation resources. Sooner or later, all of this will belong to us, the demon race. Junwen was so angry that he wished he could stuff the old man's mouth with his smelly socks. After a moment, the old man said, just in case, I have to plant a divine mark on you to prevent you from deceiving me. Fengxi said with a smile, Sir, I don't think that's necessary. It's not that I have any other thoughts, but it's for the sake of our demon clan. Think about it, the people from the 4 major sects are not stupid. They wouldn't get suspicious once or twice, but how can they not get suspicious if they keep falling into traps? If they have a treasure that can identify the demon clan's mark, wouldn't my brother and I be exposed? Whether we live or die is a small matter, but what will be delayed is your great cause. Besides, who are you? Who are we? Even if you gave us some courage, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. Of course, if you feel unsure, then go ahead and do it.
I don't mind.
Junwen used up all his cleverness in this life at this time, and echoed. Yes, the plaque of our Xiantian sect can identify demonic energy, and maybe it can also identify the mark of your consciousness. The old man frowned and sneered. Well, I don't think you have the guts to deceive me. Fengxi smiled so sweetly. You are a person who can do great things. Your demeanor is different. Sir, since we are all family, can you let us go? This binding is too uncomfortable. Especially me. I am as weak as a chicken. If I die accidentally, I will not be able to serve you. The old man curled his lips and waved his hand, and Junwen and Fengxi regained their freedom. Fengxi bowed respectfully. Fengxi greets you, sir. Then he glared at Junwen. Yunvin. Junwen greets you, sir. The old man was very satisfied. If you two are obedient, you will benefit a lot in the future. Fengxi said flatteringly. Sir, after talking for so long, we still don't know who you are. Can you give us your name? The old man looked arrogant. I am Xue Tianju. Junwen immediately exclaimed. You are Xue Tianjua? How could you be Xue Tianjua? Didn't Xue Tianjua die 100 years ago? The old man laughed strangely. That's right, 100 years ago, I was besieged by the human race. In order to escape, I used the magic silkworm 9 transformations to make them mistakenly believe that I had died. In fact, I sneaked under the mine and lay dormant. Thanks to the blessing of the demon god, I was able to discover a high-quality spirit stone mine underground. Otherwise, I would not have recovered so quickly. Of Xiantian sect thought that the mines were dry, but they didn't know that ordinary spirit stone mines might be accompanied by medium-quality or high-quality spirit stone mines. Fengxi. An unexpected bonus? Her mouth is even sweeter. So, you are Senior Xue Tianjua? Although those hypocrites of the human race have been accusing you of various crimes, in my heart, you have always been a hero who stands tall and proud. I thought you and I would be separated forever, and I would never have the chance to see your glory, but I never expected that I would have the honor of becoming your subordinate. Junwen had a dazed look on his face. Junior sister, you are so shameless. How could you say such disgusting words? Regardless of whether it is disgusting or not, Shui Tianju is very useful. He hadn't heard such pleasant words for hundreds of years. This little girl is pretty good. Little did Feng Shi know that there was such a person as Shui Tianjue before. She was a time traveler, and the original owner didn't have much experience and knew very little. As for whether it was mentioned in the book, she didn't know, after all. She read it in a skipping manner. After Feng Shi finished her rainbow fart, she asked, Sir, what are you going to do next? How about my brother, and I help you with the mining? Good things can't be given away to those jerks of Xiantian sect. Shui Tianjue waved his hand. There are only a few high-quality spirit stones left in the shallow layer that are easy to mine. If you want to dig deeper, it will inevitably make a lot of noise, which is very inappropriate. Put it here first, and it won't be too late to take it later. Feng Shi was very satisfied. Take it in the future? Go and dream your big dream. Shui Tianjue continued. My injuries have not fully recovered yet, so I need to rest here for a while. There is a gap near the mountain on the second level of the mine. You should leave from there immediately to avoid any more trouble at night. Feng Shi looked reluctant to leave. Sir, I want to learn more from you. Why do I have to leave now? Can I not leave? Yunvin. Be careful not to overact. I really won't let you leave. Shui Tianjue laughed and said, I didn't expect that you, a little girl, are so loyal and righteous. Don't worry, we will meet again in the future. Feng Shi sighed. Okay, then how do we contact you? Also, if we encounter brothers and sisters from the demon clan, how can we gain their trust? Shui Tianjue thought for a while, then handed Feng Shi a black jade token. This is the blood demon order of our blood demon clan. Although the level is relatively low, it is enough to prove your identity. In addition, I will teach you a set of spells, and after activating them, you can communicate with me. Feng Shi took the blood demon order with both hands solemnly and put it into the storage bag. Shui Tianjue was very satisfied with her attitude. It was a pity. If this little girl was from the demon clan, he could recruit her for his own use. But was she from the human clan? She is no longer of any use. You can send her off. He told Feng Shi the secret. He took Feng Shi and Junwen to find the gap he mentioned. The rock wall here is the thinnest, only a few inches thick. You can break it with your sword and get out. Feng Shi hesitated for a moment. Sir, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it or not.
Speak.
You just said you wanted to stay here to recover from your injury, but I think the risk is too great. Think about it after we get out. The leaders of Xiantian sect will probably completely destroy this place in order to eliminate hidden dangers. Then, won't that bury you alive? Another way, even if you are not buried alive, how will you leave here in the future? No matter how weak the Xiantian sect is, it is still one of the 4 major sects and has a few tough guys. So, I think you might as well take us both hostage and escape. In this way, we can both clear ourselves and help you get out of this situation. What do you think? Shui Tianjue pondered for a while and nodded. Indeed, you are more cautious in your thinking. You are very good. Do your job well. I will promote you in the future. Feng Shi was flattered. Sir, you are too kind. It is my honor to serve you. So, we going out now? After Feng Shi finished speaking, she took the initiative to stand in front of Shui Tianjue, looking like she was ready to be slaughtered. Yunvin. You ducking hammer. Wouldn't it be better to just slip away? Must I be held hostage? If this old devil doesn't show any mercy and crushes us to death? But he couldn't go against it, so he had to follow Feng Shi's example and stand in front of Shui Tianjue. Shui Tianjue looked at him with some disdain. Your brain is far inferior to that of this girl. You should listen to her from now on and don't hold her back. Junwen. I hope you will say the same thing when you know you have been cheated. Xue Tianjue held one person hostage in one hand and broke through the stone wall. By this time, it was already midnight. Even so, there are still many people guarding here and many torches lit. If you ask why there are no spiritual tools for lighting, the answer is poverty. Xiao Baidao still stayed here, afraid of missing any useful clues. Logically speaking, Xue Tianjue could have used the time difference to escape, but he was holding two hostages' burdens, so he was discovered and stopped by Xiao Baidao. Xiao Baidao was delighted at first because he saw his two precious disciples were safe and sound. Then he was shocked. Xue Tianjue? You are not dead? Xue Tianjue laughed strangely. I want to destroy your human race with my own hands. How could I possibly die? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want them to die, then respectfully escort me out of Xiantian sect. Xiao Baidao did not reply immediately. Selfishly speaking, of course he wanted to save his apprentice. But the other party is a notorious demon. If we let him go, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountains, which would only leave troubles in the future. He was torn between two thoughts. He heard Fengshi say, "Old devil, your words are not enough. Who knows if you're going to cheat? My brother first to show your sincerity." Xiao Baidao felt a pain in his heart. Xiaoxi is such a sensible child that it makes people feel sorry for her. She wanted to sacrifice herself to save Junwen. Xue Tianjue was thinking in his heart was, this little girl is quite good at acting. She makes it seem like it's real. He hesitated for a moment, threw Junwen to Xiao Baidao, then soared into the air and flew with the devilish energy. Xiao Baidao caught Junwen, put him on the ground, and then summoned his flying sword to chase him. At this time, other high-ranking members of the Xiantian sect who heard the news also followed closely. He was almost at the mountain gate. Xue Tian had no choice but to land on the ground. Because of the pressure from the plaque at the mountain gate, he couldn't fly in the air. He landed on the ground. Fengshi suddenly broke free from his hand and shot a spiritual spell at him. It was not the fire technique that she had shown off in front of the golden-haired Swanee before, but the wood technique, the entanglement technique. Entangled were Xue Tianju's legs. In Xue Tianju's eyes, Fengshi is his own person, and a waste at that. So there is no defense at all. Although it only took a few breaths to free his legs, he was facing Xiao Baidao and his gang of big men. In addition, he has not yet recovered all his strength, so a few breaths are enough to decide the outcome of the battle. A moment, there was a radiant light, and all kinds of magic spells and sword beams attacked Xue Tianjue. But in an instant, Xue Tianjue was seriously injured and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Fengshi originally thought that this old guy was doomed, but unexpectedly, several Xue Tianjue suddenly appeared. Everyone, they found out that they were all illusions and Xue Tianjue had already escaped. Fengshi was so angry. Are you all good for nothings? I've helped you all this way, and yet you let the old devil run away. She originally wanted to cut the roots and prevent future troubles, but now the old devil must hate her to death and might come to take her life one day. If I had known this would happen, I would have let him stay in the second mine. Fengshi had her reasons for not wanting him to stay there. One was that she didn't want anyone to know about the drama she and Junwen had acted out. Although their starting point is good, it is inevitable that there are stubborn people in the sect, which is not conducive to her building of her character. On the other hand, even if the second-level mine was blown down, there was no absolute certainty of killing Xue Tianjue. It would be better to lure the snake out of the hole and kill it with one blow. Of course, there was another very important reason. She was afraid that when the second-level mine cave collapsed, the high-quality spirit stone mine would be accidentally destroyed. That would be a huge loss. They just didn't expect that the top leaders of Xiantian sect were so incompetent that they let the old devil escape. However, the most urgent task right now is not this matter. She needs to establish her own character and find an opportunity to collude with that idiot June when in giving a false testimony. Thinking of this, she fainted. She had used too much force when using the entanglement technique just now, and her nose and mouth were already bleeding. Now she fainted again, and everyone at the scene was moved. Foam Shi first sacrificed himself to save Junwen, and now he risked his dantian to attack Shui Tianjue. He can be regarded as a role model for Xiantian sect disciples. A role model for the human race. Xiao Baidao's eyes were red as he stuffed a pill into Foam Shi's mouth. This is the 9-turn resurrection pill that he has treasured for years. He originally wanted to use it to save lives, but now he can't care about that anymore. Saving his disciple is the most important thing. Was still dizzy, so she had to swallow it. As soon as the pill entered her stomach, she noticed that the 3 spiritual roots in her dantian were desperately trying to stick their heads out of her dantian. Fengxi, is this a spiritual root? This is a dog seeing a meaty bone. Most of the elixir was absorbed by the 3 spiritual roots, and the rest was absorbed by the meridians. Fengxi felt warm all over and felt indescribably comfortable. Because I felt too comfortable, I really felt dizzy. When Fengxi woke up, she was already lying on her bed. She was, "Disciple, are you awake? Are you feeling unwell?" Xiao Baidao asked with concern. Foam Shi shook his head. "Master, I'm fine." "Where's 5th brother?" Xiao Baidao snorted coldly, still dizzy. He is always so arrogant, but he turns out to be a fool. His courage is far worse than yours. By the way, was this incident caused by him? He must have taken you to the mine on a whim, which is why you were put in danger. Fengxi's conscience, who often ran away from home, happened to be at home at the moment and explained, "Master, this has nothing to do with Senior Brother 5. I was curious and forced Senior Brother 5 to take me there." Xiao Baidao didn't believe it at all. "Don't cover up for him. You are a good child, and you would never make such a request." "Master, it really is me." Xiao Baidao coaxed, Okay, it's you. Master believes it." Fengxi, 5th brother, I really tried my best." But she was thankful that Junwen was smart enough to pretend to be unconscious in order to delay time and find an opportunity to change his testimony. Little did she know that Junwen didn't want to cooperate with her, but it was hard to say. When he thought about what he had done in front of Shui Tianjue, he wanted to die. So embarrassing. The junior sister is shameless, but he is. Fengxi insisted on seeing Junwen. Xiao Baidao tried to stop her in vain. Besides, Fengxi didn't look seriously injured except for being a little weak, so Xiao Baidao agreed to her decision. Fengxi and Junwen's courtyards were very close, only 3 courtyards apart. When Fengxi entered the room, Junwen was still dizzy. Xiao Baidao snorted coldly. "Useless thing. There's nothing wrong with him, but he looks half dead. He must be frightened." Junwen's eyelashes trembled slightly, but he held back and said nothing. Foam Shi hurriedly said, "Master, you have wronged 5th brother." 5th senior brother acted very bravely. "If he hadn't sacrificed himself to save me, I would have been killed by the rocks or strangled to death by that old devil Shui Tianjue." Xiao Baidao actually loves Junwen, but he is just disappointed in him. After hearing Foam Shi say this, his expression looked better. "Disciple, please tell me what is going on." Junwen, lying dead on the bed, wished he could cover his ears, because the scenes that he had deliberately forgotten were about to be unveiled. He called the old demon Shui Tianjue Sir, saluted Shui Tianjue, and even offered to be a spy for the demon clan. Even though they are all fake, it's hard to talk about it. Then, he heard Foam Shi say, "Master, that old devil Shui Tianjue used coercion and bribery to coerce us. He really underestimated me and my 5th senior brother. I'm fine, but 5th brother has always been taught by you to fight against demons and defend the way. How could he possibly bow to the demons? The old devil wanted to torture us. 5th brother knew that I was weak, so he deliberately angered the old devil and attracted his hatred. The old devil didn't torture me, but he inflicted inhuman abuse on my 5th senior brother. I heard from the old devil that he used some kind of demonic punishment. There was no visible injury on the surface, but it was actually extremely painful. So the reason why 5th brother is still fainting now is not because of fear, but because of the previous punishment." Xiao Baidao looked at Junwen with a look of pride and heartache. Although Xiaowu is a naughty child, he is a good person by nature. Junwen, who was lying on the bed, said, The complexity of my feelings cannot be expressed in words. You were scolding me for being cowardly just a moment ago, but now you are praising me? Whether I am good or bad seems to depend entirely on what my junior sister says. Foam, she continued. The old devil saw that we would rather die than surrender, and he was eager to escape, so he took us as hostages and escaped from the second-level mine. I knew that if I let him escape, it would bring endless disasters to the human race, so I risked my dantian being shattered to sneak attack him. June, who was lying dead on the bed, had a red face and was embarrassed. Junior sister is really good at talking. I have the determination to die rather than surrender, but you don't seem to have that at all. However, Xiao Baidao believed it to be true and kept nodding his head. Both the youngest disciple and the fifth disciple lived up to his expectations and were both pillars of the human race. At this time, Foam, she lowered his voice and said, "Master, is it convenient for us to talk now?" Xiao Baidao was stunned for a moment, then said, "Don't worry, go ahead." Even though Xiao Baidao said so, Foam, she still staggered to the door, stuck his little head out to look around, and then came back with a sly look. Xiao Baidao. "Master, I guessed one thing from what that old devil said, that is, there are still spirit stones in the abandoned spirit stone mine at East Peak. It could also be a top-grade spirit stone. Because when that old devil threatened and bribed us, he took out a lot of high-quality spirit stones and said he would give us as many as we wanted. Just think about it. He has been trapped down there for hundreds of years, and the spirit stones in his hands had long been absorbed. How could he still have so many high-quality spirit stones? And you see, he is so lively and energetic. If there wasn't something attracting him in the mine, he would have escaped long ago. Master, this is a secret. Please find an excuse to dig it up. If you dig it up, everyone will be happy. If you don't dig it up, it won't matter." Xiao Baidao's first thought after hearing this was, impossible. According to the records in the sect's books, when the spirit stone mine was exhausted, they deliberately dug several feet deep and used spiritual tools to measure it to confirm that no spiritual energy was escaping. Only then did they completely give up hope. Now you tell him that there is a high-quality spirit stone mine underneath? How is this possible? But when he saw his young disciple's confident look, he regained some hope. Well then, there's no point in digging. What if you really find something? Xiao Baidao was worried about this matter, so he gave Fingxi a few instructions and left in a hurry. As he left, Junwen opened his eyes. "Junior sister, how could you lie to the master?" Foam, she glanced at him and said, "Then go tell master that we not only flattered the old demon, but also pretended to agree to be spies for the demon clan." Junwen. "Well, junior sister, I think sometimes we should tell white lies." Junwen felt a little pain on his face and started to change the subject. "Junior sister, Shui Tianjue must hate us to death. I'm easy to talk to. At least you have some means to save your life. From now on, you should stay in the sect honestly, and don't go anywhere else. Otherwise, if you encounter the old devil or his subordinates, you are dead." Foam, she looked at him with a half-smile. "You have a way to save your life? Are you sure? If it weren't for me this time, your grave would be covered with grass." Yunvin. "You talk like that, you'll lose me." Junwen tried to save face for himself. "If you want to blame someone, you should blame our Xiantian sect for being too poor. The other three major sects have a lot of ways to preserve their lives, including countless talismans, formations, and spiritual weapons, not to mention various life-saving pills. I only have a few spirit stones, and I used them all to activate the teleportation array." Foam, she smiled and said, "Fifth senior brother, we'll be rich soon. When we dig out the top-grade spiritual stone mine, we will also get some good things to save our lives." Junwen's eyes lit up. Yes, we will be rich in the future. The two of them imagined the future, and their eyes were in the shape of spirit stones. By the way, fifth brother, what is the identity of this old devil? He seems to be very powerful. Junwen immediately said, "He is the guardian elder of the Blood Demon clan, and he has killed many of our human race, and his methods are extremely cruel. 100 years ago, for unknown reasons, he penetrated deep into the heartland of our human race and was killed by the four major sects.
Who knew that he didn't die?
A cunning look flashed in Fengshi's eyes. Fifth brother, please keep an eye on this for me. I want to have a friendly exchange with the old devil. Junwen was stunned. Little junior sister, what did you say? I'm going to send a message to the old devil to explain that what happened just now was all a misunderstanding. We will still be as good subordinates in the future, and we will do our best to be the little spies of the demon clan. Yunvin. Are you crazy? In the mine. Now that you've escaped from their clutches, why do you have to perform it again? Fengshi sighed. Fifth brother, do you think I want to act? I am doing this for our Xiantian sect and for the human race. As long as we can gain the trust of the old devil, we will be able to get first-hand information about the demons in the future, which will be of great benefit to the human race. So I have to act and keep acting. Fifth brother, the fewer people who know about this, the better, so we can't tell anyone except you and me. Even the master can do that. It's not that I don't believe in master, but master will definitely stop us out of love for us. So, fifth brother, from now on, it's just the two of us fighting side by side. For the sake of Xiantian sect and the human race, we must endure the humiliation and bear the heavy burden. After Fengshi's chatter, Junwen's blood boiled. He felt that the rise and fall of the human race depended on the two of them. It took me a while to calm down. Little junior sister, our idea is good, but the key is whether the old devil can still trust us? You just cheated someone. How can they trust you? Fengshi smiled with her eyes curved. You will know after trying it. After saying that, she asked Junwen to keep watch and took out the Blood Demon Clan token that Shui Tianjue gave her. My lord, I deserve death. In order to prevent the human race from discovering the flaw, I just took the liberty of injuring you. I have full confidence in you, and know that you can definitely get away, so I staged this. This is the legendary self-torture trick. After a moment, the voice of Shui Tianjue gritting his teeth came from the token. You stupid girl, do you think I'm a fool? You dare to deceive me like this? Just wait, I will refine you into a living puppet and make you unable to live or die. Fengshi sighed. My lord, I know you are very unhappy with me, and no matter how much I say, it will be useless. But my loyalty to you is evident to all, and please don't forget that I swore a solemn oath in front of you. The Skymark secret realm will be open in more than half a month. By then, I will definitely find a way to create dissension between the four major sects as a token of my surrender. A moment later, a sinister voice came from the Blood Demon Clan's token. Okay, I'll give you another chance. I hope you won't let me down. Because Fengshi used his spiritual sense, Junwen didn't know what Shui Tianjue said. Seeing Fengshi putting away the token with a smile, he hurriedly asked, Junior sister, what did he say? Fengshi said with a smile, What else can I say? Forgive me, of course. That's right, a spy as good as me is hard to find on earth, and even harder to find in heaven. Yunvin. Can you speak some human language? Fengshi then told the whole story. Yunvin. No, are you too immersed in the play? Are you really planning to stir up discord among the four major sects? Fengshi glanced at him and said, Fifth senior brother, can you please use your brain once in a while? The four major sects always fighting each other? Do I really need to stir up trouble? Besides, Shun Jilan must hate me so much that I won't have to do anything by then. She will just hand me a knife. Yunvin. In the past, he thought he was very smart, but since he met his junior sister, he began to doubt whether he had any brains at all. The reason why Fengshi continued to deal with Shui Tianjue was not for the sake of the human race, as she said, but just to protect herself. Fengshi is a man of noble character, but not much. She can barely protect herself now. How can she have the time to worry about the future of the human race? According to Junwen, Shui Tianjue is the guardian elder of the Blood Demon Clan, which means that this old guy not only has strength himself, but also has influence. If she didn't make amends, the Blood Demon Clan might issue a kill order for her. She is so weak now and cannot make too many enemies. In the future, when she is fully grown, she can love whoever she wants. On the other side, Xiao Baidao arranged people to dig the second level of the mine. The reason is very sufficient. Shui Tianjue had been hiding in there before, so perhaps he could find some clues. The excavation process, most of it is still intact. Xiao Baidao's heart was cold, because the high-quality spirit stone that Fengxi mentioned was not found. However, under Fengxi's repeated insistence, Xiao Baidao continued to arrange people to dig. Today there was progress. While digging laterally, heavy rock was discovered. Heavy rock has a characteristic, which is that it isolates spiritual energy. As soon as I peeled off the heavy rock, I sensed a rich spiritual energy. It is indeed a top-grade spirit stone mine. Everyone in Xiantian sect was overjoyed. I heard that at the scene, 2 pairs of 4-peak masters fainted. Only Xiao Baidao looked calm and composed, without any abnormality at all. Everyone admires their own leader very much. It is our leader who has a rift in his heart but remains calm. Little did he know that Xiao Baidao couldn't believe his eyes. Is it really a top-grade spirit stone mine? Really falling from the sky? Xiantian sect had discovered a high-quality spirit stone mine also reached the ears of other sections. I heard that the leader of Hunyuan sect, Bailey Mukin, was so angry that he didn't sleep for several days. The other 2 sects were also furious. However, the high-quality spirit stone mine discovered by Xiantian sect was only a byproduct mine, and a lot of it was consumed by Shui Tianjue, so it is roughly estimated that there are only about 10,000 pieces. Converted into low-grade spirit stones, it is about 100 million. This number is not too large for the other 3 sects, especially the Hunyuan sect. So although it is sour, it is limited. Regardless of whether they are jealous or not, everyone in Xiantian sect is extremely happy. Thank God, thank the earth, and thank junior sister Fengxi. A time, Fengxi was the most famous person in Xiantian sect. Whether it was the desperate sneak attack on Shui Tianjue or the discovery of important clues to the top-grade spirit stone mine, it was enough to make Fengxi shine. If it were someone else, they would have been blown away long ago. Fengxi, however, did not change at all. He still got up early to greet Xiao Baidao and was very polite when he met his fellow disciples. Xiantian sect highly recognized Fengxi. The only flaw was her cultivation. Without the ability to practice cultivation, she was destined not to go far. In fact, you may not live for more than a few years. Xiao Baidao was very anxious about this matter and said to Fengxi in private, "My disciple, never take risks using spells again. You were lucky this time, and nothing serious happened. If your dantian shattered, you would have no chance of survival." Fengxi first agreed obediently, and then said, "Master, I don't know if it's because of the purple buckwheat fruit, but I seem to have an extra fire spirit root." Xiao Baidao. Nonsense. Spiritual roots are fixed. I have never heard of a new one growing halfway. Then he saw a small flame coming out from Fengxi's fingers. Xiao Baidao. "Master, not only did I grow an extra fire spirit root, but the injury to my dantian also seems to have healed a bit. The purple Qiao Linglong is really a good thing." In fact, when Xiao Baidao examined Fengxi's injuries before, he found that her condition had improved compared to before. But I didn't care too much. When I heard this, an idea suddenly came to my mind. "Disciple, when you were unconscious before, your master fed you a 9 revolutions resurrection pill, which is a rare, heavenly grade pill. Perhaps this pill accidentally relieved the injury to your dantian. As for the fire spiritual root, you may have had 3 spiritual roots before, but you missed it during the entrance test of Hunyuan sect. Just like Shinjilan, who had dual spiritual roots of water and wood when she first entered the sect, but later it was tested that she had a top-grade water spiritual root. Unfortunately, the 9 revolutions soul-restoring pill is hard to come by, and I only got one by chance. Otherwise, if I had taken a few more, your dantian injury might have been healed." Fengxi agreed with a few words with a smile and silently gave herself a thumbs up. With Xiao Baidao's statement, there is a convincing reason to believe that her dantian will recover in the future. She is such a clever little girl. On this day, Fengxi counted on her fingers and found that in 6 days, the Tianhen's secret realm would be open, so she had to finalize the matter of the mount. So, he strolled to the stable. The golden-haired Swan Ni's big eyes stared at her with a complicated look. It had heard a lot about her glorious deeds recently, and it praised her highly. The golden-haired Swanee felt that it was the only one in the entire Xiantian sect who was sober, and only it knew her true identity. Insidious, cunning, and shameless. Fingxi put her hands behind her back and looked up. Little golden retriever, what have you thought about? Do you want to go to the Sky Mark secret realm with me, or continue to be a loser? Golden-haired Swanee. You are the old loser. Your whole family is old loser. Fingxi yawned. I'm in a hurry to go back for a nap. Are you going to say something? You want to go, just shout a few times. If you don't want to go, just keep silent. In fact, if you think about it, it's nothing to have your cultivation level regress. After all, you are the guardian beast of Xiantian sect. Even if you really become an old waste, no one will kill you and eat your meat. But in order to maximize your surplus value, it is possible to rent you out to the female spirit beasts of the Hunyuan sect for breeding, or to pluck some hair and drain some blood. The golden-haired swan and I was so angry that he kept howling. Fengxi snapped his fingers. Since you agree, then it's settled. I'll go talk to my master, and you'll be my mount. After saying that, he ran away, faster than a rabbit. Golden-haired Swanee. I didn't agree. I'm just expressing my dissatisfaction. But then I thought, this little girl is so weird. Maybe she really has some powerful skills. It would be nice to go with her. Besides, it hasn't been out for a long time, so it's a good opportunity to take a walk. Fengxi had already met Xiao Baidao at this time. Master, I have made an agreement with the sect guardian beast. It will carry me to the Tianhen secret realm. Ahem. Ahem. Xiao Baidao almost choked to death on the tea. What did you say? As you know, the sect guardian beast and I have a good relationship. It felt that the journey to the Sky Mark secret realm was too long, and was afraid that my small body could not bear it, so it took the initiative to offer to carry me to the Sky Mark secret realm. I didn't dare to agree, so I came here to ask for your opinion. Xiao Baidao. You are talking about the living ancestor in the stable? Did it want to be your mount? Or did it ask you to do so? Why don't I believe it? So, Xiao Baidao took Fengxi to the stable. The golden-haired Swanee's eyes were a little evasive because it felt a little embarrassed. However, when faced with Xiao Baidao's question, it still gave an affirmative answer. Moreover, following Fengxi's eye hint, it also stated that it would go on a hunger strike if Fengxi didn't allow it to be its temporary mount. Just starve to death. Of course, Xiao Baidao didn't understand the roar of the golden-haired Swanee, so Elder Mu helped translate it. Mu had a stunned look on his face the whole time. He even suspected that the golden-haired Swanee had been possessed by something, such as a mangy dog. Xiao Baidao had no choice but to convene a meeting of senior executives to discuss the matter. If Fengxi had just joined the sect, everyone would definitely disagree. But Fengxi is such a good person now. He is brave, resourceful, courageous, and knowledgeable, and most importantly, he can also make money. What a good child. Last time she found out that the sect wanted to reward her with top-grade spirit stones, she refused in every possible way, but finally accepted the reward reluctantly. Such a good disciple deserves all the treatment. Even riding the sect's sacred beast when going out is not an excessive thing. Moreover, if you don't agree, the sect's guardian beast might do something bad. So just go. In fact, in their opinion, the golden-haired Swanee was used as a mount by Fengxi just for the purpose of taking it out for a stroll, and Fengxi was being used by it. If the golden-haired Swanee knew what they were thinking, he would spit in their faces. Stupid humans. You have all been deceived by Fengxi, the sixth man. No dog is as good as her. After getting a positive answer, Fengxi came to Junwen to show off. Fifth brother, the Tianhen secret realm is about to open. How are you going to get there then? Junwen curled his lips and said, How else can we go? We can go by flying sword. The other three sects will go by flying boat, but our master is stingy and will definitely not let us go. Although Xiantian sect had just dug up a high-quality spirit stone mine, the previous losses were too great, so the days of Xiantian sect had only improved a little. Don't even think about flying a boat. Fengxi sighed after hearing this. That's right, our Xiantian sect is still too poor. Fifth brother, I will ride on your flying sword when the time comes. Junwen looked embarrassed. Junior sister, my cultivation is limited. It's okay for a short distance, but the Tianhen secret realm is 3 days away from our Xiantian sect. It's a bit difficult for me to go alone, let alone take you with me. Otherwise, I'll find a few people to take turns giving you a ride. She looked at him with a look of disappointment. Fifth brother, you're still too weak. You have to practice hard. Otherwise the gap between you and me will get bigger and bigger. Junwen, can you have a clear and correct understanding of yourself? I'm already at the 3rd level of foundation building, but you're still at the chi refining stage, and you can't easily use your spiritual power. Where do you get the courage to say this? Junwen was complaining in his heart. She sighed again. Okay, I originally wanted to borrow your sword to go to the Tianhen secret realm. Since your cultivation is too weak to carry me, I will reluctantly let the golden-haired swan and I carry me. Junwen's first reaction was that she was talking nonsense. The golden-haired Swanee hated her so much that it was good enough that he didn't trample her to death. How could he let her ride on him? Besides, that living ancestor has an extraordinary status in the sect, so let alone being a mount, we should be thankful that he doesn't act like a demon. She guessed what he was thinking, put his hands behind his back and tilted his neck. Do you think I'm bragging? If you don't believe me, ask Master. Junwen asked and got a positive answer. And then he fell into confusion. It's actually true? His junior sister is obviously a newbie, so why does she always do something eye-popping? At this time, she said with a look of disdain. In fact, I don't want the little golden retriever to be my mount at all. Not only is it ugly, but it also doesn't have enough brains. It would lower my status if it were to be my mount. I had no choice. It kept begging me, and I was soft-hearted, so I had no choice but to agree. Yunbin, can you die if you don't show off? She showed off for a while, and then got down to business. Fifth brother, the secret realm is about to be opened. Why haven't the eldest brother and the others returned yet? Junwen explained, the Skymark secret realm is only open to cultivators below the middle stage of foundation building, and each person has only one chance to enter. The eldest brother and his friends have all been there before. The northern region's immortal cultivation world divides cultivation into the chi refining stage, the foundation building stage, the golden core stage, the nascent soul stage, and the spiritual transformation stage. Each stage of cultivation is divided into 9 levels. Taking the foundation building period as an example, it is divided into the 1st and 2nd foundation building levels, all the way to the 9th level. Among them, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of foundation building are the early stages of foundation building, the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels are the middle stages of foundation building, the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels are the late stages of foundation building, and the 9th level of foundation building reaches its peak and is called the Great Perfection of Foundation Building. Speaking of this, Junwen's tone was a little lonely. The qualifications of the new disciples who joined our Xiantian sect in recent years are average, and there are not many disciples who meet the requirements in the foundation establishment stage. The remaining places can only be given to disciples in the chi refining stage. I guess our Xiantian sect's performance will be at the bottom again this time. Place that our Xiantian sect participated in was the best one, and they won 3rd place. It's a pity that I didn't catch up. Shi interrupted, 5th senior brother, after all this talk, what exactly is going on with the Skymark secret realm? It is rumored that the Skymark secret realm was formed by the palm print of a certain powerful being. The spiritual energy inside is very rich, and there are many rare spiritual plants growing there. During the competition, the number and grade of spiritual plants will be converted into points for ranking. After Junwen finished speaking, Shi asked curiously, 5th senior brother, who is the great power you are talking about? In the world of cultivating immortals, some people with particularly strong powers are called powerful ones. A palm print can become a secret realm. Isn't this too awesome? Junwen shook his head. I don't know about that, but he must be a very remarkable person. Shi just asked casually, and when she saw that Junwen didn't know, she didn't continue to ask. The two chatted and talked about Hunyuan sect. She sighed. Fifth senior brother, I will definitely meet people from the Hunyuan sect when I go to the secret realm this time. If they make things difficult for me, you must help me. Junwen glared at her. Aren't you talking nonsense? You are my junior sister. If I don't help you, will I help the people of Hunyuan sect? She thought that's hard to say. After all, if the dog-licking attribute is activated, anything can be done. So, she has to take precautions. Fifth brother, Shinjilan is so beautiful. I'm afraid you will be fascinated by her. Junwen was delighted. Am I that superficial? She nodded. You are. Yunvin. Fifth senior brother, I know you are very curious about Shinjilan, so I drew her portrait for you. Take a look. Junwen said that he didn't want to look at it, but he still took the drawing that she handed over. After all, Shinjilan has been very popular recently, and everyone is curious. The drawing showed a girl in a white dress, picking her toes. Yunvin. She handed him another one. Fifth senior brother, this one looks better. Junwen took it and looked at it. The girl in white was picking her nose. Junwen suddenly felt nauseous and almost vomited. For him, who suffers from mild misophobia, it is difficult for him to feel favorable towards the girl in the painting no matter how beautiful she is. From then on, every time Junwen saw Shinjilan, he would think of either picking his toes or picking his nose. Not to mention admiring her, he would just want to vomit when he saw her. Fengxi saw that the effect was good and left with satisfaction. Haha, there is no such thing as love at first sight. It's nothing more than charm at first sight. She hummed a little tune as she walked towards her yard. When she was almost there, she saw a wooden sword on the ground. Maybe the carving craftsmanship was not very good. The edge of the wooden sword is uneven. Who is so lacking in public morality? Why is he throwing garbage everywhere? Forget it. Just take it to the kitchen and use it as firewood when you get your meal. She muttered as he picked up the wooden sword and put it into his storage ring. This storage ring was given to her by Xiao Baidao. Although its grade was not very high, it was much better than her previous storage bag. However, when she went to the kitchen the next day, she had forgotten about it. In the next few days, she began to prepare for her journey to the Tianhen secret realm and completely forgot about this matter. Soon, the day of departure arrived. Xiao Baidao felt both expectant and worried. What I'm looking forward to is being able to get something for nothing according to my precious little disciple's plan. Although I've just dug up some top-grade spirit stones, I'm still short of money. The worrying thing is that this time, we will most likely be ranked last among the 4 major sects based on our strength. For him, who cares a lot about his reputation, this is simply inhuman torture. There was another person, a beast who felt the same as him. That is the golden-haired Swanee. On the one hand, he felt it was too embarrassing to ride on a little girl, but on the other hand, he was looking forward to seeing the colorful world outside again. Fengxi was jumping around and was very happy because her cool moment is coming. Although she wanted to sit on the back of the golden-haired swan and to show off immediately, for the sake of her well-behaved and sensible personality, she took the initiative to wait until they got out of the mountain gate. After enduring for a long time, I finally reached the mountain gate. Fengxi stepped over the high threshold of the mountain gate with excitement. And then, bang, he fell down. To die before accomplishing the mission will make the hero cry for a long time. Fengxi now had a deep understanding of this sentence. Originally, she wanted to show off, but now, she fell down just after leaving the mountain gate. What's the point of showing off? If it were someone else, they would be extremely embarrassed and would wish they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But Fengxi was only confused for a moment, and then he came up with an idea. She kowtowed to the plaque on the mountain gate, and then said with a pious look, "Ancestor, your disciple Fengxi, kowtow to you. Please bless our Xiantian sect to take the lead, win the championship, take the top spot, and win the crown in the Tianhen secret realm this time. Everyone. The Grand Master will definitely not show up this time. Not to mention first place, even third place is difficult. But no matter what, Fengxi is a really good girl. Although he has only been in the sect for a short time, he has a strong sense of sect honor and is very respectful to the founder. At this time, Xiao Baidao mentioned again that Fengxi also knelt down to the founder when he first entered the sect. When everyone heard this, they were even more impressed by Fengxi's innocent heart and what a good child he is. The golden-haired Swanee listened with his eyes wide open, not even bothering to hide the contempt on his face. She obviously fell accidentally, okay? You actually believed her nonsense? What a bunch of stupid humans. At this time, Fengxi stood up and said to Junwen, "Fifth senior brother, please send me to the back of the sect guardian beast." Junwen immediately did as he was told, letting Fengxi stand on his flying sword, and then jumped onto the back of the golden-haired Swan and I. Junwen asked the golden-haired Swanee tentatively, can I go up and sit for a while? The golden-haired Swan and I sprayed spit all over him. Yunvin. I didn't say anything. At Xiao Baidao's command, everyone flew up on their swords. The lion dug the ground with its front hooves, then leaped out with a whoosh. He started running on the ground. Fengxi was not mentally prepared and was hit by a mouthful of northwest wind. Fengxi. No. Why don't you fly? The lion howled a few times. Are you blind? Do I have wings? Although Fengxi didn't understand what it said, he could guess roughly what it said. She's totally unwell. I'm going there to get some fresh air, not to blow some wind. The only thing that made her feel relieved was that the golden-haired Swanee was very fast, and in the blink of an eye it had surpassed Xiao Baidao and others who were flying in the sky. Fengxi comforted herself. Just run on the ground. At least she wouldn't have to worry about falling and dying. She asked the golden-haired Swanee to run slower, so as not to get separated from the main group. Otherwise, if they encounter danger, they will definitely be in trouble. One of them is a little loser, and the other is an old loser whose cultivation has regressed. Of course, Fengxi is just being on the safe side. Although the golden-haired Swanee's cultivation level is not as high as before, it is also at the nascent soul stage and can still withstand it in most cases. Fengxi was sitting at first, but later she just lay on the back of the golden-haired Swan and I. When she felt sleepy, she would hide herself in the long hair of the golden-haired Swan and I and fall into a deep sleep. On the way, they encountered a group of short-sighted low-level cultivators who mistook the golden-haired Swan and I for a wild-wind lion with only Chirifying cultivation level. As a result, more than half of them were injured by a few claws of the golden-haired Swan and I, and they ran away in a hurry. The golden-haired Swanee was too lazy to chase them, as they were just small bugs. If it hadn't been so proud of its status, it would have been shot to death long ago. During this period, Fengxi, who was sleeping, just stuck his head out to take a few glances, then went back to sleep. Soon rumors began to spread. Have you heard that recently a very ferocious monster appeared in our northern territory? Although it looks very similar to the wild wind lion, it has two heads. One is a lion's head, the other is a human's head. I heard they can speak human language. I've heard that too. Now everyone calls that monster a human-faced lion, and it's ranked as the most ferocious beast in the Northern Territory. Many people are planning to jointly invite the 4 major sects to go out and hunt the man-faced lion. This thing is too arrogant, showing off in broad daylight. Fengxi naturally didn't know about this. At this moment, she was giving the golden-haired Swanee an ideological education lesson. Little golden retriever, don't blame me for not reminding you. The other 3 sects, especially the Hunyuan sect, have many female spirit beasts waiting to be bred. Comes, don't let others catch you and use you as a breeding tool. Also, you are the Xiantian sect's guardian beast. What does a guardian beast mean? Naturally, it is the sect's biggest trump card and the most powerful means of self-preservation. Therefore, you are the confidence of Xiantian sect. You are the foundation of Xiantian sect. You must not be fooled. Be careful not to fall into the trap set by the beauty beast. The golden-haired Swanee was so excited by what Fengxi said. It turned out that the burden on my shoulders is quite heavy. As for the female spirit beast that Fengxi mentioned, it scoffed at it. Am I someone that those voluptuous and despicable beasts can covet? I would rather be single my whole life than let them succeed. Fengxi was still a little worried. After all, The golden-haired Swanee was a beast, and its self-control ability was very limited. Martial arts method similar to the Sunflower Manual in the Jade Slip in her consciousness? If there is one, I can give one to the golden-haired Swanee. The first page reads, if you want to practice this skill, you must first castrate yourself. The golden-haired Swanee felt a chill and looked around, but didn't sense any danger, so he continued to move forward. Of course, she didn't really want to do this, after all. She still had a little conscience. The group of petty thieves we encountered before, the journey was smooth. Encountering mountains or rivers, Junwon would take the initiative to take Fingxi to the flying sword to prevent her from suffering along with the golden-haired Swanee. At this time, the other 3 major sects had already arrived at the Tianhen secret realm. In addition to the 3 major sects, there were also many cultivators and independent practitioners from small and medium-sized sects who came to watch the fun. The open space in front of the Tianhen secret realm was bustling with people. Shin Jilan smiled sweetly and was talking to her second senior brother, Liu Xiuhan. Second senior brother, you have the highest level of cultivation in this secret realm training. Our Hunyuan sect will definitely take first place this time. Liu Xiuhan said arrogantly, of course. The Wanjian sect and the beast taming sect can only compete for the second place. As for the bunch of rubbish from the Xiantian sect, there's no need to consider them at all. Shun Jilan heard him mention Xiantian sect. The smile on her face froze slightly. Second brother, I wonder if Fingxi will come this time? If she comes, I will explain to her that everything was a misunderstanding before, so that she won't resent us and Hunyuan sect. Liu Xiuhan snorted coldly. What is there to explain between you and her? She was jealous of you, so she threw dirty water on you. Xiao Baidao was really old and confused, and he actually accepted her as his personal disciple. However, even being a direct disciple cannot change the fact that she is a waste. The sneak attack on Shui Tianjue and the discovery of a top-grade spirit stone mine were nothing but Xiao Baidao's flattery. I guess she won't come this time. After all, she is a complete waste and can't enter the secret realm even if she comes. She'd better not leave Xiantian sect for the rest of her life. Otherwise, I will have to kill her. Shin Jilan frowned slightly. Second senior brother, although Fengxi previously ruined the reputation of you, me and the Hunyuan sect at the disciple recruiting ceremony, we are all direct disciples of the 4 major sects, so let's just forget it. Shin Jilan didn't mention the disciple recruiting conference, but once she mentioned it, Liu Xiuhan hated Fengxi even more. Junior sister, don't worry about this matter. I have my own ideas. Shin Jilan's eyes flickered slightly, and she didn't mention the matter again, but started talking about other topics. As the two were talking, Xingwu from the beast taming sect came over to say Heko. Xingwu is the last disciple of Huankue, the leader of the beast taming sect. He is highly regarded and is usually very arrogant. However, he behaved very politely in front of Shinjilan, and soon the two of them started talking and laughing. Liu Xiuhan's face looked a little ugly, but he didn't know what to say, so he simply called over several other disciples who were participating in the secret realm training. Whether it was the aptitude of top-grade water spiritual roots, or the speed of cultivation that saw her cultivation level soar to the 3rd level of foundation building in less than 2 months, it was enough to make Shinjilan the focus of the crowd. Shinjilan was enjoying this kind of scene where everyone was paying homage to her until she heard a cry of surprise. The Sphinx! The Sphinx is coming! The crowd made way for a passage in panic, and a monster resembling a Gale lion stepped forward. Suddenly, the monster roared towards the sky. Some people with low cultivation were dizzy and some even fainted. Shinjilan and the others also felt their ears buzzing from the shock, and they all summoned their flying swords. Just as they were on full alert, a small head popped out from the monster's back and stood up. It turned out to be a thin little girl.
Wave.
Hey, everyone is here. Everything is fine. Let me introduce myself. I am Fingxi from Xiantian sect, and this is our sect's guardian beast, the golden-haired Swanee. For the first time empty-handed, so I gave everyone some small gifts just now. Everyone must have heard of the lion roaring at the sky, right? The cry of the Swanee has the effect of refreshing the mind. Anyone who has justice in his heart can appreciate the benefits of the Swanni's roar to the sky. Feng Shi pointed at someone casually. Big brother, do you feel it? The man hurriedly said, Felt it, felt it. I was feeling groggy before, but now my mind is clearer. This is more effective than taking a wake-up pill. Feng Shi asked a few more people, and they all gave affirmative answers and praised the Xiantian sect highly. Are you kidding? If I say I didn't feel it, wouldn't that mean I'm not a righteous person? Only a fool would say I didn't feel it. Feng Shi continued, we in Xiantian sect have always taken it as our mission to eliminate demons and defend the way, but we have done more and said less, so that people don't know much about us in Xiantian sect. For example, not long ago, I risked my Dantian shattering to launch a sneak attack on the old devil Shui Tianjua. Logically speaking, such heroic deeds should be publicized. But our Xiantian sect remains as low-key as ever and has never mentioned it outside. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. This sentence is a true portrayal of our Xiantian sect. I have no other intention in saying this. I just want everyone to know more about our Xiantian sect. If you want to join our sect, you might as well consider our Xiantian sect. After hearing Feng Shi's words, everyone remembered nothing else but her sneak attack on Shui Tianjua. Whether it was the previous misunderstanding of the human-faced lion or Feng Shi's warm-heartedness that made everyone feel the Swanni roaring at the sky, they were all very impressive. Not to mention the courage and responsibility to launch a sneak attack on Shui Tianjua. Feng Shi became famous. Even the reputation of Xiantian sect has reached a new level. Shen Jilan's gaze never left Feng Shi's face, and shock and confusion flashed in her eyes. Who was standing next to her, gritted his teeth and said, This Feng Shi is full of lies. I have never heard of the Swanni roaring at the sky. She must be talking nonsense. Junior sister, you don't feel any refreshment either, do you? Shen Jilan.
Idiot.
How should I answer your question? If I say I didn't feel it, and if there really is such a thing as the lion roaring at the sky, wouldn't I be putting myself in trouble? Her eyes flickered. Second senior brother, I just took the awakening pill, so I don't know if what she said about the Swanni roaring at the sky is true or not. After listening to this, Lu Xiuhan asked Xing Wu and others, What about you? Xing Wu and the others said almost in unison, We just took some refreshing pills. Then, they scattered like birds and beasts. This Lu Xiuhan is probably out of his mind, so it's better to stay away from him. At this time, everyone from Xiantian sect came riding on swords. Xiao Baidao felt somewhat resentful towards his young disciple, and he repeatedly warned her and the golden-haired Swanni not to run too fast. In case anything dangerous happened, they would not be able to be rescued in time. As a result, before I knew it, these two guys ran up to me. Find a chance to talk to her in detail. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard the crisp voice of the little disciple. Everyone look. Our Xiantian sect team has arrived. After Feng Shi finished speaking, he was the first to applaud. As soon as she took the lead, some people started clapping, and then more people joined in. People all tend to follow the crowd. Besides, Xiantian sect is one of the 4 major sects and deserves everyone's applause. Not to mention, he just gave everyone a gift. The lion roared to the sky. A moment, there was thunderous applause. Xiao Baidao almost fell off the flying sword. What happened when he wasn't here? However, he is an old hand after all, and after a moment of surprise, he started to act like a veteran. With just the right smile on his face, he nodded slightly at everyone. The other members of Xiantian sect quickly followed suit and saluted everyone. Junwen was so curious. Did junior sister do? The other 3 sects were not so good. They have never enjoyed such treatment, so why should the Xiantian sect, which is the weakest, enjoy it? Bailey Mukin immediately whispered a few words to Lu Zhenquan, the leader of the Wanjian sect, and Huan Kuei, the leader of the beast-taming sect. Lu Zhenquan and Huan Kuei looked at each other and nodded. Not watch a show and get some benefits? After a while, Xiao Baidao came over with small square steps. Bailey Mukin was surprised and asked, You advanced? Seeing Xiao Baidao nod, the 3 sect leaders felt even more sour, especially Lu Zhenquan and Huan Kuei. Originally, among the four, only Bailey Mukin was at the third level of the spirit transformation realm, while the other three were at the second level of the spirit transformation realm. Unexpectedly, Xiao Baidao is now at the third level of the spirit transformation realm. This old man Xiao Baidao has been too lucky recently. Not only did he discover a high-quality spirit stone mine, but he also advanced. The three of them congratulated him insincerely, and then Bailey Mukin said, "Master Xiao, when Fingxi was in trouble, you begged our Hunyuan sect's elders who were proficient in formations to rescue you. Out of moral obligation, I agreed. The condition I proposed at that time was that you give up most of the places in Tianhen's secret realm, and you agreed. Although Fengxi came out by himself later, our formation elders spent a lot of energy going there and coming back, so you should give me an explanation, right? How about this? You give up 20 places this time. How about that?" Xiao Baidao was both shocked and angry. He sent a message to Bailey Mukin right after Fengxi came out. It took less than 2 hours in total. This is also called going and coming back. Do you have the nerve to ask for 20 places? Isn't this a blatant robbery? Lu Jinquan and Huan Kuei cleared their throats and were about to support Bailey Mukin when Fengxi came over. Fengxi first saluted respectfully to the three masters and then said sincerely, "Master Bailey, I really didn't expect you to agree to send someone to rescue me at that time. It seems that I misunderstood you before. You are worthy of being the head of Hunyuan sect. You are open-minded and have a broad perspective. When you mentioned the secret realm quota before, our four major sects are of the same blood and should help each other. Especially the direct disciples. They are the treasures of the sect. If any one of them is in danger, other people in the sect will not sit idly by. Otherwise, you have to put forward conditions for everything you do. When we fight against the demons in the future, who would be willing to send their own disciples to participate? If the beast-taming sect's direct disciple were in danger, would the other three sects have to use the abacus beads to extort benefits before they would be willing to rescue him? Master who? Huan Kuei. Well, that's the reason. I was just calculating the benefits and didn't think so much about it. If the Hunyuan sect succeeds in taking advantage of the situation this time, what will happen if their disciples from the beast-taming sect get into danger in the future? The other three sects also be asking for too much. Fengxi looked at Lu Jinquan of the Wanjian sect again. "Master Lu, what do you think?" Lu Jinquan had the same idea as Huan Kuei, so he nodded. "You are right. The four major sects should help each other and should not put forward any conditions." Bailey Mukin. "That's not what you said before. A pair of fence-sitters." Since the two of them were ruining his performance, Bailey Mukin couldn't continue his performance. He could only smile and say, "Master Xiao, you are not as good as this little girl. She can see that I am joking, but you still take it seriously." Xiao Baidao knew exactly what was going on, but he didn't want to confront him, so he just made a few perfunctory remarks and jokes. On the other side, Shun Jilan walked up to Junwen and said softly, "You are brother Junwen, right? I am Shun Jilan from Hunyuan sect. I heard that you are a genius in swordsmanship, and I would like to find an opportunity to exchange swordsmanship with you. Why don't we exchange communication talismans to facilitate future contact?" She felt that Junwen would definitely agree, and agree happily. However, what she never expected was that Junwen covered his mouth and ran away. Ran away. Lu Xiuhan had been watching Shin Jilan's every move. Seeing this, he ran over and sneered, "Junior sister, why do you care about him? The so-called sword genius is just a gimmick. His cultivation is only at the third level of foundation building. I can defeat him with one hand." Shun Jilan's eyes flashed with impatience, but she smiled and explained, "Second senior brother, he is naturally not as good as you. I just want to see Xiantian's sect's swordsmanship." Lu Xiuhan immediately said, "Junior sister, this is easy. Once we enter the secret realm, we will specifically target the disciples of Xiantian sect. Then you will be able to see their swordsmanship." Shun Jilan nodded and looked towards Fengxi, not far away. At this time, Fengxi was pretending to be well-behaved in front of the four leaders. As long as no one chased her away, she could stay there with a thick face. Lu Xiuhan noticed Shinjilan's gaze and sneered. Let her hop around for a few days. I will kill her sooner or later. It's a pity that she can't enter the secret realm. Otherwise, I would be able to kill her this time. Shinjilan seemed a little absent-minded and didn't respond. On the other side, Fengxi had been following the four masters shamelessly. She is just for others to see. When others see her following the four leaders, they will definitely think she is very impressive. This is very beneficial for her to establish her personality. Besides, there is one important thing that has not been done. She gave Xiao Baidao a wink, and Xiao Baidao then remembered that he still had to beg for alms. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to open his mouth, but when he thought of the huge amounts of spirit stones, the old man went all out. Master Bailey, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found a good disciple like Xiaoxi. You don't know yet, do you? The reason why I was able to have an epiphany was thanks to what she said. This little girl is not very old, but she has a very thorough understanding of cultivation. Moreover, this girl is brave and resourceful. She is not afraid even when facing Shui Tianjua. She even dares to launch a sneak attack on him. She is truly a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. Oh, by the way, she also discovered a high-quality spirit stone mine. This kid is extremely lucky. Bailey Mukin was so jealous that he was bubbling with jealousy. With a fake smile, Feng, she is a good girl, but we cultivators still speak with our cultivation. Just like Jilan, she has already reached the 3rd level of foundation building after just over a month. Given time, her future is limitless. Xiao Baidao was not convinced. Fengshi's aptitude is not bad either. As long as the injury to his dantian heals, he will definitely soar to the sky. I forgot to tell you that she was seriously injured in the sneak attack on Shui Tianjua before. I fed her a 9 revolutions resurrection pill, and her dantian injury has begun to recover. When Xiao Baidao said this, Bailey Mukin and the other 2 were all stunned. Xiao Baidao actually has the 9-turn resurrection pill? It's hidden deep enough. The 9-turn resurrection pill is hard to come by and cannot be bought with spirit stones. Many people will never encounter it in their entire lives. Not only did he have it, but he was willing to give it to Fengxi. That little girl had just become his disciple, and he was so willing to let her go. Xiao Baidao seemed not to notice their shock and continued, "As long as my disciple's dantian recovers, he will surely become a phenomenal talent and make a big splash. Master Bailey, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're good in every way except that you're a little impatient. You just accepted Shinjilan, and you held a disciple-taking ceremony for her. Why don't you wait until she has made some achievements before doing that? I am different. Although Xiaoxi has done several earth-shaking things, I still feel that the timing is not right. It won't be too late to do it after she has made some achievements and made a name for herself." Bailey Mukin couldn't bear to listen any longer and sneered. "Don't talk so high-soundingly. I think you just don't have the money to hold a celebration." Xiao Baidao's face froze. "Who said I don't have money? I just want to wait a little longer." Bailey Mukin felt that he had touched upon Xiao Baidao's sore spot and raised his voice. "If you have money, do it. By the way, didn't you just dig up a top-grade spirit stone mine? It's perfect for holding the celebration. Come to think of it, our major sects have never taken your Xiantian sect's rice bowl." Xiao Baidao's face looked very ugly, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Hu Wankue and Lu Jinquan were watching the show with a smile on their faces. "Go ahead and pinch her. The harder you pinch, the better." At this time, Fengxi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said, "Master, since sect leader Bailey has said so, it would be unreasonable for us not to hold a disciple-taking ceremony. It's better to do it today than to wait for another day. Why don't we do it here? It just so happens that everyone is here, so we don't have to go around inviting everyone." Xiao Baidao was shocked. "My disciple, stop talking nonsense. How can we treat the disciple-taking ceremony as a joke?" Fengxi smiled. "Master, holding a celebration here is witnessed by heaven and earth, and with the blessings of fellow cultivators in the Northern Territory, how can it be considered a joke? Even if there is no banquet, I believe everyone will understand. After all, this is the suggestion of Master Bailey. Bailey Mukin. What does this mean? This is my suggestion? I asked you to hold a celebration, but I didn't ask you to do it now. Xiao Baidao pondered for a moment. Okay, let's do it. After saying this, he climbed to a high place and clasped his fists towards everyone. Everyone, I, Xiao Baidao, have recently accepted a beloved disciple named Fengxi. I had wanted to hold a disciple recruiting ceremony in Xiantian sect in the near future, but the head of Hunyuan sect, Bailey, urged me to hold the celebration now. I didn't want to let him down, so I decided to hold a disciple recruiting ceremony here on a whim. We will start preparing now, and the ceremony will officially begin in 1 hour. Bailey Mukin. What do you mean I'm pushing it hard? Xiao Baidao. Is this human language? You and your disciple are singing the same tune. It's obvious that you are trying to trick me. No matter how angry Bailey Mukin was, the people of Xiantian sect started to get busy. Except for a very few people in Xiantian sect, no one else was aware of this incident, so they were a little charmed. It was precisely because of this that everyone did not doubt Xiao Baidao's words at all. They felt that he was forced into a corner by Bailey Mukin and therefore made the impromptu decision to hold the disciple recruiting ceremony. The people from Xiantian sect cleared a piece of land, built a high platform, and hung up banners. Was designated for viewing the ceremony by guests, and a table for the gift money account was set up. Although Xiao Baidao was usually stingy, he was still a man of courtesy, so everyone felt it was not right to refuse him and gave him gifts of money and congratulatory gifts. Some people complained quietly. We could have gone to Xiantian sect for a banquet, but now we can't even get a glace of water. It's all because of Master Bailey's talkativeness, isn't it? Xiao Baidao is a man of honor. He has no choice but to do this when he bullies me. He is completely forced to do so. Fortunately, Fengxi gave us a great gift from Swanahushan before, otherwise we would have suffered a great loss. Bailey Mukin had a high level of cultivation, and even though the person spoke in a very low voice, he heard it clearly and almost vomited blood from anger. He was getting angry. His beloved second disciple Lu Xiuhan came over. Master, that little girl Fengxi is too arrogant. Why don't you find a way to let her enter the Tianhen's secret realm, and I will take care of her? Bailey Mukin was already in a bad mood, and after hearing him say that, he became even more angry and furious, and he wished he could slap him to death. Before, Fengxi was just a servant, and even though Bailey Mukin guessed what Lu Xiuhan would do, he turned a blind eye. But now it's different. Fengxi is the direct disciple of Xiantian sect. No matter how the 4 major sects fight each other on a daily basis, there is a basic bottom line, that is, they will not touch each other's disciples. Otherwise, there would probably be only a few direct disciples left from the 4 major sections. People from other sects heard what Lu Xiuhan said. Hunyuan sect would become the target of public criticism. The last disciple recruiting ceremony, and now he was even more displeased with him. It's okay to lack talent, but you can't be too stupid. He lowered his voice and gritted his teeth. Just be quiet. If you dare to act on your own, I won't let you go. Lu Xiuhan was hit so hard that his neck was slapped like a roast chicken. He stepped aside with a red face. Shin Jilan comforted him softly. Second brother, Master is in a bad mood right now, so his words were a little harsh. Don't take it to heart. Besides, Fengxi is very important to sect leader Xiao now, so you'd better not provoke her, lest you get into any big trouble. Already very annoyed when being scolded by Bailey Mukin, and after hearing what she said, he hated Fengxi even more. His eyes looked as if filled with poison as he looked at Fengxi on the stage. At this time, Fengxi was following the guidance of the Master of Ceremonies to complete the apprenticeship ceremony. With a shout of the ceremony is over, the golden-haired Swanni roared towards the sky, resounding through the heavens and the earth. I have to say the atmosphere is just right. Who was forced to become the atmosphere group, was almost angry to death. You are treating me as a firecracker from the mortal world. The first thing Xiao Baidao and Fengxi did after they stepped down was to get together and count money. The eyes of the old and the young were so happy that they turned into the shape of spirit stones. Holding a celebration is really a good business, with huge profits. No, it's a no-cost business. If they could hold 8 or 10 events a year, Xiantian sect would soon be able to get rid of the title of being poor. Other people in Xiantian sect, such as the Four Peak Masters, felt that the celebration was a bit shabby and a bit like begging for alms, but they could not resist the incense of the spirit stones. They might as well just go against their conscience and act as if they are innocent. Anyway, it was Bailey Mukin who forced us to do this. We are innocent. Bailey Mukin, who was taking the blame, was thinking about how to turn the situation around, and he soon came up with an idea. He called Xiao Baidao, Huan Kuei, and Lu Jinquan together and said, "3 of you. In the past, we only ranked the players in the Skymark secret realm without any rewards or punishments, which was a bit too bland. How about we change the rules this time? The last ranked sect will take out 1/3 of the spoils obtained in the secret realm and give them to the top 3. Then, the top 3 will divide the spoils in the ratio of 5 to 3 to 2. What do you think?" Lu Jinquan and Huan Kuei looked at each other and nodded in agreement with a smile. Anyway, they are definitely not the last ones, so they should take advantage of the free benefits. Xiao Baidao's expression didn't look so good anymore. This is obviously aimed at their Xiantian sect. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Xiantian sect was definitely the last one. But he also knew that the other 3 companies had obviously reached a consensus, and it would be useless even if he objected. He could only accept it. The good mood I had before was gone in an instant. Weak strength is a fatal flaw. Thinking of his young disciple's injury, he felt even more depressed. However, he is the head of a sect after all, so even if he is depressed, he cannot show it and can only force a smile. Fengxi didn't know all this. She was squatting in the corner chatting with Junwen. "5th brother, I have prepared some good things for you. Keep them for use in the secret realm." Junwen looked curious. "What good stuff?" Then Fengxi handed him a big bag of chili powder. Junwen. "5th brother, we are poor and cannot afford to buy talismans, so we can only use local materials. You should use it sparingly. This is all from Master's savings." Junwen. Master's teeth have such wide gaps. Fengxi continued to chatter. "5th senior brother, don't underestimate this chili powder. It might have a very good effect if used unexpectedly. You fight with others, don't be too stubborn. You should use all kinds of tricks and schemes. When you have no choice, you can also use the beauty trap. After all, you are not bad-looking." Junwen. "Thank you. 5th senior brother, our Xiantian sect is not strong enough. You must learn to use others' strength to your advantage and form alliances." Junwen interrupted her. "Junior sister, what does it mean to form alliances?" When Fengxi was about to explain to him, the Tianhen secret realm was opened ahead of schedule. Fengxi saw that time was running out, so he said hurriedly, "Hengzong means uniting the weak to attack the strong. Lianheng means using the strong to attack the weak. In short, it means making changes according to the situation, uniting the forces that can be united, and occasionally sowing discord and killing with borrowed knives." Junwen was completely confused when he heard this, with a look of clear stupidity in his eyes. Fengxi wanted to explain in detail, but the other party was urging him to do so he had to give up. Anyway, with Junwen's brain, even if I explained it clearly to him, he probably wouldn't be able to use it flexibly. Let's talk about it later. The 2 ran to the queue, and Junwen stood at the front of the Xiantian sect team. The status of a direct disciple is unshakable. Fengxi felt somewhat regretful. If her dantian was repaired, she could also go in and take a stroll. But now only the fire spiritual root has grown. The gold spiritual root and the earth spiritual root have not yet emerged, and it is still a long way for the dantian to recover. However, she has a strong ability to adjust herself psychologically, and after a moment of melancholy, she is full of energy again. She gave Junwen a few more instructions, then moved closer to Xiao Baidao. She keenly noticed that her master was in a bad mood, but she didn't think much about it. After all, Xiantian sect's results would be at the bottom, and no one would be happy about it. At this moment, spiritual power fluctuations like water ripples appeared on the stone wall in front. The Tianhen secret realm is open. Bailey Mukin and the other three each took out a piece of jade fragment and began to form seals. The fragments of the jade beads rose into the air and then combined together. Fengxi squinted her eyes and vaguely saw some complicated patterns engraved on the jade pendant. Afterwards, the jade beads emitted a dazzling light, and an entrance that was only wide enough for one person to pace through appeared on the stone wall. The four major sects entered in order according to the results of the previous competition. Hunyuan's sect entered first, followed by Wanjian's sect, Yusho sect, and finally Xiantian sect. Junwen turned around, waved to Fengxi, and stepped into the secret realm. After everyone had entered, Bailey Mukin and the other three prepared to take back the jade beads and open the entrance when the secret realm was about to close. No one expected that something unexpected would happen at this time. The light of the jade beads suddenly shone on Fengxi. Fengxi found that his legs were no longer under his control, and he walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. She turned her head and stretched her neck to shout, "Master! Master! Save me! Save me!" Xiao Baidao was forming seals with his hands and had no time to pull Fengxi. Fortunately, Master Gu Feng and others reacted quickly and rushed over. But they were all blocked by the light of the jade beads and had no way to get close to Fengxi. Fengxi walked to the entrance of the secret realm and clung to the door frame desperately, but unfortunately, he disappeared from everyone's sight in the end. At this time, the light of the jade pendant gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Xiao Baidao was so anxious that he was sweating all over, but there was nothing he could do. The secret realm is limited, and there are also requirements for one's cultivation level. Neither he nor anyone else can enter the secret realm at this point. Bailey Mukin patted his shoulder and said, "Fengxi is a little girl with great fortune and luck. She will be fine." Although what he said sounded quite true, there was a hint of gloating in his eyes. When God wants to take someone away, no one can stop it. Xiao Baidao was in no mood to play along with him. His brows were tightly furrowed. Master Gu of the East Peak consoled him. "Master, Fengxi is smart and clever and knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Besides, Junwen is still inside, so he will be fine. Besides, the secret realm would not force her to enter without reason. Perhaps this is her chance." After hearing what he said, Xiao Baidao felt a little more relaxed. For others, Fengxi is just a small episode, and everyone's focus is still on the data. Every disciple who enters the secret realm will receive a jade token. These jade tokens and the image-transmitting stone outside form a complete set of magical instruments. The image-transmitting stone can synchronously display the types and quantities of spiritual plants picked by the trial disciples. This time, a total of 7 disciples from the 4 major sects entered the secret realm, namely, Hunyuan sect, Lu Xiuhan, 6th level of foundation building; Shun Jilan, 3rd level of foundation building; Beast Taming sect, Yuan Zongheng, 4th level of foundation building; Xingwu, 3rd level of foundation building; Wanjian sect, Lu Xiaobai, 4th level of foundation building; Song Yudi, 3rd level of foundation building; Xiantian sect, you heard, the 3rd level of foundation building. By the way, there is now another Fengxi whose cultivation level can barely be considered as qi refining stage, but she does not have a jade token on her. Although they had only been inside for more than an hour, Hunyuan sect's data was already far ahead. Especially Shun Jilan, who killed a 7-star wind-splitting leopard as soon as she entered and picked a earth-grade spiritual plant, Purple Leaf Iris. There was a commotion at the scene. Although the 7-star wind-splitting leopard's strength is equivalent to that of a cultivator in the early stages of foundation building, it is well known that in a real fight, the combat power of the demon beast is much stronger than that of a cultivator. This means that Shun Jilan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level of foundation building, and she will soon advance to the 4th level, which is the middle stage of foundation building. Her cultivation speed is too amazing. She is indeed a top-grade water spirit root. Not only is his training speed incredible, his luck is also incredible. Purple Leaf Iris is a low-grade spiritual plant. Generally speaking, the guardian monster is at least in the late stage of foundation building, or even in the Great Perfection stage. I didn't expect that the monster she encountered was only in the early stage of foundation building. Bailey Mukin listened to the discussion of the crowd, with a slight smile on his face. Strength is the bottom line. In addition to Shin Jilon, Lu Xiuhan's performance was also very good. After all, his cultivation level was there. The other disciples were also quite satisfactory, but Junwen's data had always been 0. Although Xiao Baidao was worried about Fengxi now, he still cursed his fifth disciple in his heart when he saw this scene. I'm never satisfied with what I eat, and I'm not good at anything I do. Little did they know that at this moment in the secret realm, Junwen was busy looking for someone. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Fengxi appeared in front of him out of nowhere and began to give him a lesson. Fifth brother, if it's a one-on-one fight, then that's fine. The competition is nothing more than a test of personal strength and luck. But in this kind of team competition, strategy is more important. Even though our Xiantian sect is the weakest, as long as we plan properly, we can at least get third place. Junwen's eyes were still filled with foolish clarity, and he felt as if he was dreaming. First, the junior sister appeared in front of him out of nowhere, and then this long speech began. What does this have to do with anything? When Fengxi was forced to be teleported in, he was also confused and even panicked. But she found that her arms and legs were still there, and she was teleported in front of Junwen, so she was no longer panicked. Now that we're all here, we naturally have to do something. After all, she had been in Hunyuan sect before, and it would be impolite not to give them some gifts, so she would give the last one to them. Seeing that Junwen still didn't understand, Fengxi had no choice but to say, both the Wanjian sect and the beast taming sect are eager to take first place, but they cannot defeat the Hunyuan sect. So what we need to do is to unite these two sects to eliminate Hunyuan sect. As long as Hunyuan sect comes last, it doesn't matter which of the two sects takes first place. At least we can keep the third place. Do you understand this time? Junwen suddenly realized. Junior sister, if you had said so earlier, wouldn't I have understood it? Then what should we do next? Go find the disciples of the Wanjian sect and the beast taming sect to discuss cooperation. Junwen was unsure. Will they agree? I feel like it's too difficult. Fengxi stood up and said, just try it and you'll know. The Tianhen secret realm was too large, and an hour passed before they finally met Xingwu from the beast taming sect. Xingwu has never gotten along well with Junwen because they had had several minor frictions before. So, he had no intention of paying any attention to Fengxi and the others at all. Unexpectedly, Fengxi waved her enthusiastic little hand and took the lead in greeting. Brother Xingwu, I've heard my master mention you a long time ago. He said you were the most talented disciple of the beast taming sect, and he often used you to inspire my fifth brother. When Xingwu saw Junwen's constipated look, he believed Fengxi's words without a doubt. It seems that Xiao Baidao really praised him a lot. I was in a good mood and looked at Fengxi more favorably. Fengxi saw that his expression had eased and continued to chatter. Brother Xingwu, I feel that this secret realm competition is not fair. It's okay for our Xiantian sect, but after all, we are the weakest and will always be last no matter how we compete. You, the beast taming sect, clearly had a chance to take first place this time, but the Hunyuan sect is so shameless. Lu Xiuhan was supposed to have participated in the last secret realm trial, but he didn't. The reason was obvious. He wanted to stand out and win first place this time. He is at the 6th level of foundation building. None of us can match him. We can only watch them take first place.
It is so infuriating.
These words touched Xingwu's heart. He snorted coldly. There's nothing we can do about it. They are acting in a reasonable and legal manner. We can only accept it. Fengxi blinked his eyes. Brother Xingwu, I have an idea. Why don't we three sects unite to deal with Hunyuan sect and eliminate all their people first? We in Xiantian sect don't have any ambitions. We just need to get third place. As for whether the first place is your beast taming sect or the 10,000 sword sect, that is your business. I came to discuss this with you first is because my master said that among these direct disciples, you are the most strategic and courageous. If you don't dare to do this, I guess others won't dare to do it either. So, do you dare to do it? Xing Wu sneered. Do you think provoking me will work? It's true that I don't like the Hunyuan sect, but I don't want to cooperate with your Xiantian sect either. Junwen thought, see, I told you this trick wouldn't work. Junior sister, you are still too naive. Fengxi nodded. Okay, since you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything. No wonder Shen Jilan looks down on you. It turns out you are really no match for Lu Xiuhan. Xing Wu's expression darkened instantly, and anger gathered in his eyes. What do you mean by that? Fengxi shrugged his shoulders. Literally. You should also know that I was originally from the Hunyuan sect, right? Before the incident of snatching medicinal herbs, Shen Jilan and I had a pretty good relationship. She told me in person that she admired Lu Xiuhan very much, and also said that among the 4 major sects, you, Xing Wu, were the most useless one. Because you, the beast tamers, only know how to rely on beasts, and you don't have any real abilities at all. Before Fengxi could finish her words, Xing Wu slapped her with his palm. You are looking for death. Unfortunately, he didn't even touch Fengxi's hair because Junwen grabbed his arm. Xing Wu, you are really tired of living. How dare you touch my junior sister? I will kill you today. The two of them disliked each other, and were about to fight. Fengxi snorted coldly. Wu Xing, those words were said by Shen Jilan. I just repeated them. Why are you coming at me? If you don't believe it, let's go find her and ask her in person. If I lied, you can do whatever you want of me. Xing Wu was so angry at this moment. The young man Muai had a good impression of Shen Jilan but was completely disappointed by Fengxi's words. On the one hand, he was unwilling to believe that Shen Jilan would say such a thing, but on the other hand, Fengxi's words sounded so certain that she didn't seem to be lying. Xing Wu gritted his teeth. Okay, then I will ask you face to face. If it is false, I will not forgive you. If it is true, I will form an alliance with you. Fengxi nodded. Okay, it's a deal. Coincidentally, the 3 of them met Shen Jilan and Lu Xiuhan not long after they walked out. Lu Xiuhan was stunned at first, and then a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that Fengxi, this idiot, would actually enter the secret realm. You're looking for death yourself, so you can't blame me. Shen Jilan was also happy. Fengxi, this useless thing, was becoming more and more annoying. She could take this opportunity to use Lu Xiuhan to get rid of her. But why is Xing Wu with them? As she was thinking, Fengxi asked, Shen Jilan, you told me before that you admire Lu Xiuhan very much. Is that true? Lu Xiuhan was surprised and delighted at once. Junior sister, is what Fengxi said true? Shen Jilan was in a dilemma for a moment. Up to now, Lu Xiuhan was the biggest fish in her pond. If she denied it, she would probably offend Lu Xiuhan. But she didn't want Xing Wu and Junwen to misunderstand, so she said ambiguously, I did say that, but I just admire second senior brother's accomplishments and character. I didn't mean anything else. Fengxi immediately asked, what about what you said before about Xing Wu? Shen Jilan asked subconsciously, what? It's about the beast taming. It says how great his cultivation is, and how great the beast he contracted is. Well, it's just those words. Do you admit it or not? Shen Jilan vaguely felt that there was something wrong here, so she looked hesitant and did not answer immediately. When Xing Wu saw it, he realized he had misunderstood. What Fengxi said turned out to be true. Otherwise, Shen Jilan wouldn't have looked so embarrassed. Okay. All his sincerity was thrown away. He sneered, Shen Jilan, what qualifications do you have to look down on me and our beast-taming sect? Just wait, I will let you know what it means to look at people through the cracks in the door. After saying that, he turned away. Fengxi dragged the somewhat confused Junwen and followed closely behind. Shen Jilan wanted to explain, but Lu Xiuhan grabbed her. Junior sister, what can you say to this kind of people? Their beast-taming sect is not as good as our Hunyuan sect. They are just a group of grooms who raise spirit beasts. Xing Wu took Fengxi's words seriously and no longer had any doubt about them. You look down on me, don't you? This time I will make your Hunyuan sect fall to the bottom. He gritted his teeth and said to Fengxi, I agree to form an alliance with your Xiantian sect. Fengxi nodded. Then you go contact your senior brother Yuan Zhonghen and my senior brother and I will go find the people from the Wanjian sect. We will gather at the place where we met before." Xingwu agreed and left angrily. After he left, Junwen said, "Which Xing must be so angry. The most taboo thing for them in the beast-taming sect is to talk about spiritual beasts. I didn't expect Xinjilan to have such a poisonous tongue." Fengxi glanced at him and said nothing. "Yunvin. She didn't say that? So, you made it up?" Junwen looked at Fengxi in amazement. "No. How can your lies sound like the truth?" Then he remembered Fengxi's performance in front of Shui Tianjue and kept silent. It's not that Junwen was slow to react. The key point is that he has never met someone who can lie as naturally as eating and drinking. It seems that the demons are not so insidious, and have such good acting skills. The two wandered around for another hour and met Song Yudi from the Wanjian sect. Song Yudi is the younger disciple of Lu Jinquan, the leader of the Wanjian sect, and also the younger sister of the sect. She is very much loved. She got straight to the point. "Senior sister Song, I don't like Xinjilan. She is neither as smart as me nor as pretty as you. Why does she steal all the limelight? If their Hunyuan sect wins first place in this secret realm, others may praise her in a very different way. So, how about our two factions join forces to take down the Hunyuan sect?" "No, it should be 3 factions. The Beastmaster sect has agreed to form an alliance with our Tianxian sect, and now the only thing missing is your Wanjian sect." Fengxi is good at observing people's expressions and guessing their thoughts, so he knows where the breakthrough point is. Sure enough, after hearing her words, Song Yudi agreed without any hesitation. She had long disliked Xinjilan. How proud she is of herself just because she has a top-grade water spiritual root. It's as if she is the most capable person in the world. "I've eliminated you this time. What else can you be so proud of?" They found Lu Xiaobai from the Wanjian sect again. Lu Xiaobai had no ill feelings toward Xinjilan. He had long wanted to take first place. Since there is an opportunity to work together to take down the Hunyuan sect, why not do it? The beast-taming sect had the same idea, so after the 6 of them got together, they reached a consensus. Then it's about how to harvest. She said with a smile, "My fellow brothers and sisters, Lu Xiuhan is at the 6th level of foundation building, and although Xinjilan is only at the 3rd level, she must have a lot of good things on her. If we confront them head-on, we will win, but we will inevitably get hurt, which is not worth it. Especially me, I'm a little loser. It would be bad if I hold you back. We take them by surprise and capture them in one fell swoop." Lu Xiaobai was a very thoughtful person and felt that Fengxi was right. Even a small level is a gap, and there is indeed a gap between them and Lu Xiuhan. "What do you want to do?" Fengxi did not answer but asked, "Do you know why I left Hunyuan sect?" In addition to being blamed by Xinjilan, the main reason was that Lu Xiuhan wanted to kill me. As for whether it was Xinjilan who ordered it, I don't know. So, if I were to wander around him alone, he would definitely come after me. I lured him into the ambush we set up in advance, and he was determined to kill me, so that was the best time to launch a surprise attack." Fengxi gave himself a thumbs up. As long as Lu Xiuhan had murderous intentions towards her, it would be a foregone conclusion that Xinjilan had stolen her herbs and put the blame on her. In this way, she is on the moral high ground. Whenever she and Xinjilan had another dispute, she seized the initiative in public opinion. Unexpectedly, after Fengxi finished speaking, Junwen frowned and said, "No, I don't agree. This is too risky. Lu Xiuhan is at the 6th level of foundation building. He can easily take your life. 5th senior brother, Lu Xiuhan did something shameful, so he won't attack you as soon as we meet. He has to make sure that you're not by my side before he will take action. This time difference was enough for me to lure him into an ambush. Besides, you can't get a tiger cub without risking it. I'm not even afraid of Shui Tianjue, so why would I be afraid of Lu Xiuhan?" Junwen couldn't persuade her, so he had to agree. Song Yudi looked at Fengxi for a few times. "I didn't realize you were so courageous, but it's a pity that your cultivation is too poor." Her words also reflected the thoughts of the other 3 people. This Fengxi is indeed very courageous. As for the previous incident with Shui Tianjue, they thought the same as Lu Xiuhan, thinking that Xiao Baidao was just trying to flatter her. So, when you don't have the strength, there will be doubts no matter how you prove yourself. She certainly knew this, so she did not dare to slack off at all and seized every opportunity to practice. She is strong enough. All doubts will naturally disappear. After the discussion, they began to look for the traces of Xin Jilan and Lu Xiuhan. After a while, they met several panicked disciples of Xiantian sect. From them that Xin Jilan and Lu Xiuhan had just eliminated several disciples of Xiantian sect, less than 5 miles away from here. She immediately asked Junwen and the others to find a hidden place to ambush and activated the spiritual weapon that concealed their aura. Of course, a poor sect like their Xiantian sect doesn't have such good things at all, but Song Yudi and the others all have them. Fengxi was so jealous that she almost died. She will have to spare no effort to make money in the future so that she can equip herself with good things. After making all the arrangements, Fengxi ran towards Xin Jilan and the others in a panic. Soon, she saw them, was stunned at first, then turned and ran. Lu Xiuhan showed a sinister smile. Junior sister, Fengxi, that idiot, came to my door. I'll go and deal with her. Xin Jilan hesitated to speak. Second brother, why don't we just forget it? What if someone finds out? Junior sister, don't worry. I will find a deserted place to kill her, and then make it look like she was eaten by a monster, so no one will suspect us. Don't worry about it. I'll be back soon. Lu Xiuhan finished speaking. He rushed in the direction Fengxi escaped. He totally failed to notice the smug look on Xin Jilan's face behind him. Fengxi saw Lu Xiuhan chasing after him and shouted as he ran, Lu Xiuhan, do and come over here. My 5th senior brother will be here soon, and Xing will be here too. The more she said this, the more relieved Lu Xiuhan felt, because he was sure that she was bluffing and Junwen and Xingwu were definitely not nearby. However, just in case, he did not take action immediately but followed Fengxi from a distance like a cat playing with a mouse. Fengxi's voice began to tremble. What I said is true. My 5th senior brother is really nearby, and I am his direct disciple. You can't kill me. Lu Xiuhan just sneered and said nothing. Seeing that there was indeed no one around, and that he did not sense any aura other than Fengxi, he grinned and said, Fengxi, if that old fellow Xiao Baidao hadn't intervened, I would have sent you to death long ago. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking junior sister Jilan. A waste like you deserves death. As he said this, he reached out to grab Fengxi. The reason he didn't use his flying sword or spiritual skills was, on the one hand, he was too confident, and on the other hand, he didn't want to cause too much noise. He thought he would definitely catch Fengxi. After all, Fengxi had almost no cultivation. However, Fengxi avoided his hand at a strange angle and used the entanglement technique to entangle his legs. Fengxi adheres to the principle of less but better and currently only focuses on practicing 2 spells. One is the flame spell, and the other is the entanglement spell. Especially the entanglement technique, which is almost perfect if not perfect. Even Shui Tianjue would fall into the trap, not to mention Lu Xiuhan. Of course, the premise is that the other party is not on guard. Lu Xiuhan's legs were entangled, Junwen and others who were lying in ambush jumped out, and all their spiritual spells and flying swords were aimed at him. Lu Xiuhan's cultivation is higher than everyone else's, but his legs were entangled, and he was caught off guard. He immediately fell into a passive position and could only defend himself without the power to fight back. He was angry and confused. He really couldn't understand why the people from the Beast Taming sect and the 10,000 Sword sect were mixed up with the people from the Xiantian sect. Stop! Are you all crazy? No one will listen to him. Now that the action has been taken, there is no room for maneuver. Fengxi watched secretly from the side. The so-called elimination was to crush the jade token that Lu Xiuhan was wearing. Once the jade token is crushed, the person will be teleported out. If that's all, the road repair letter would be too cheap. So she had to do something. Otherwise her plan would be in vain. Fengxi started to make sarcastic remarks. Lu Xiuhan, why are you still struggling? Just crush the jade token and run away. After all, Everyone knows that you are a shameless coward. Do you know why everyone beat you up? Because everyone knows about your dirty deeds. You have caused public outrage. Lu Xiuhan, do you know what we call this? We call this beating the dog when it's down. We beat you, you scabby dog. Lu Xiuhan was so angry that his head was buzzing. He was no match for the crowd to begin with, and now he was even more charmed. Fengshi saw that the time was right and rushed forward with a cry, "Look at the magic treasure." After saying that, he threw a bag of chili noodles at Lu Xiuhan. Lu Xiuhan subconsciously used his flying sword to block it, and the chili powder flew everywhere. Not only did he suffer, but Junwen and others were not spared either. There was coughing and tears, and the scene was very chaotic for a while. Fengshi stretched her neck and yelled, "Lu Xiuhan is trying to run. Hurry up. Stop him." Junwen and the others attacked subconsciously, and flying swords and magic arts flew all over the sky. Although it was difficult to see clearly, we knew that Lu Xiuhan was within their encirclement, so the general direction was correct. Lu Xiuhan is really unlucky. First, he was blown to pieces by Lu Xiaobai's explosion technique, then he was pierced into a hedgehog by Song Yudi's thorn technique, and then Junwen's flying sword pierced a hole in his chest. By the time everyone regained their sight, Lu Xiuhan was already lying there like a dead dog, motionless. After a moment of dead silence, Lu Xiaobai stepped forward and sniffed his breath. Still alive. He breathed a sigh of relief. Others also breathed a sigh of relief. Trials are trials, but it would be bad if someone died. Fengshi said helplessly, "I just wanted to help you, but I didn't expect that I might have done more harm than good."
I'm sorry.
"But my intention was good," Song Yudi said with tears in her eyes. "Fengshi, I don't care whether your starting point is good or bad, just don't start next time." Xing Wu sneezed and said, "Achoo. Achoo. That's right, you should just stay at the back and be a good-for-nothing, and don't get involved." Junwen also felt that Fengshi's actions were unnecessary. He could not bear to see others blaming Fengshi, so he snorted coldly. "If it weren't for my junior sister's wit, Lu Xiuhan might have really gotten away. I see my junior sister threw the chili powder well. Good. Achoo." Fengshi almost laughed out loud. The biggest advantage of her fifth senior brother was that he protected his people. She said a few words of apology sincerely, then walked to Lu Xiuhan, took off his storage ring, and handed it to Junwen. "Fifth brother, can you open it?" "Yunvin." "Junior sister, although I can open it, this is not good, right?" Fengshi shrugged. "What's wrong with taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Isn't it normal for everyone to get some benefits after working so hard for so long?" Yunvin. Lu Xiaobai and others. "How can you make your crooked logic sound so righteous?" Junwen forcibly opened Lu Xiuhan's storage ring. Normally, a storage ring would have the owner's spiritual imprint on it and could not be opened by outsiders. However, if the owner is seriously injured, his spiritual connection with the storage ring will be greatly weakened, and it can be forcibly opened at this time. There is another situation. If the other party's cultivation is much higher than the master's, it can also be opened forcibly. Junwen probed his spiritual sense into Lu Xiuhan's storage ring and was blinded by what he saw. So rich. So rich. We are both direct disciples. Why is there such a huge gap between the rich and the poor? Fifth brother, pour out everything inside, and let's distribute it. Junwen was obedient and immediately poured out everything inside. Lu Xiaobai and others are much richer than poor Junwen, who can resist money. So, under Fengshi's leadership, everyone happily began to divide the spoils. Although Fengshi and Junwen got a little more, the others had no objection. After all, the idea was from Fengshi, so it's normal for her to get more. After all the things were distributed, Fengshi asked Junwen to put a pile of stones into Lu Xiuhan's storage ring and put it on his finger again. She wrote a letter of gratuitous donation, which roughly meant that Lu Xiuhan voluntarily gave the contents of the storage ring to them for free, and then took Lu Xiuhan's hand and pressed a red handprint on it. Lu Xiaobai and others. How mean. Fengshi kindly asked Junwen to crush the jade token for Lu Xiuhan. At this time, outside the secret realm, Everyone was staring at the shadow stone in confusion, because the data of the disciples above has not been moved for a long time. To be precise, except for Shun Jilan, everyone else's data remained unchanged. Junwen has always maintained a 0 score. What's going on? Didn't they encounter any monsters or spiritual plants? Or were all the spiritual plants and monsters they encountered captured by Shin Jilan first? No matter what people speculated, the smile on Bailey Mukin's face never stopped. Jilan is really competitive. Then that Fengxi. The people from Hunyuan sect were all very proud, and it was almost as if the word first place was written on their faces. Xiao Baidao was not interested in the data. He was questioning the eliminated disciples of Xiantian sect whether they had seen Fengxi. The answers I got were all negative. As for what they said about Hunyuan sect targeting Xiantian sect disciples, he had no choice but to be angry. There is no fairness for the weak. At this moment, another person was teleported out. Someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is too tragic." It looks like someone from the Hunyuan sect. He is a direct disciple. Bailey Mukin's smile froze.
虽然陆修寒已经被揍成了猪头，但他还是认出了这是他曾经心爱的二弟子。
Bailey Mukin felt that he was dazzled. Lu Xiuhan has the highest cultivation among all the trial disciples, so how did he end up in such a miserable state? Was this an attack by some high-level monster? But upon closer inspection, it was discovered that all of Lu Xiuhan's injuries were caused by spiritual techniques and the flying sword. What's going on? Hunyuan sect is not short of money and has plenty of good elixirs. After a busy period, Lu Xiuhan opened his eyes. Master, the 3 sects joined forces to deal with our Hunyuan sect, and my disciple was beaten up by them and eliminated. This matter must be the work of Feng Shi. Bailey Mukin was stunned. Xiantian sect and the other 2 sects joined forces to deal with Hunyuan sect? Are the disciples of the beast-taming sect and the 10,000 swords sect crazy? Not to mention him. Even the leaders of the 2 sects were stunned. Xiao Baidao was also stunned, and then he burst into ecstasy. What did you say? Did you see Fengxi?
How is she?
Is she injured? You didn't do anything to her, did you? Lu Xiuhan almost vomited blood. Are you blind? I'm in this state already, and you still ask me what I did to her? After Xiao Baidao confirmed again and again that Fengxi was safe and sound, his mood soared to the sky. Not only was the young apprentice fine, he even caused trouble. This time, Xiantian sect at least managed to get 3rd place, tying the best record in history. What a double happiness. There was chaos outside, but Fengxi and the others were having a great time inside the secret realm. Lu Xiuhan is usually arrogant, and Lu Xiaobai and the others had disliked him for a long time. Now I've beaten him up and divided his property.
I feel so good about it.
Fengxi blinked her eyes. My fellow brothers and sisters, now is not the time to be happy. There is still Shun Jilan. Only by eliminating her can we harvest the remaining disciples of Hunyuan sect. She is different from Lu Xiuhan. She is very vigilant. The previous method will definitely not work, so she has to find another way. How about this? Let's use the beauty trap. Senior brother Xingwu, please sacrifice yourself. Xingwu. Xingwu sneered. Didn't you say it? She looks down on me. What's the point of me going there? Fengxi smiled and said, It seems that you don't know her at all. She looks down on you in her heart. She still wants to use you. So on the surface, she is very attentive to you and even occasionally reveals a hint of admiration. If you don't believe me, you LL know after trying it. Senior brother Xingwu, I actually want to change someone, but you're the most handsome among those present, so only you can complete this task. Xingwu knew that Fengxi was just trying to flatter him, but he still felt a little flattered. Especially when I saw Jun Wen's constipated expression. Okay, I'll try it then. Fengxi felt relieved when she saw that he agreed. In the book, Xingwu was also one of Shen Jilan's bootlickers. He helped Shen Jilan a lot, but later ended up being mutilated to death. It has to be said that Shen Jilan is poisonous, and all of her bootlickers have a bad ending without exception. Feng Shi is not surrounded by the halo of a saint and wants to save Xingwu from the dire situation. She just doesn't want Xinjilan to have more helpers. Whether it was the previous alliance or the division of Lu Xiuhan's things, they were all her means to divide Lu Xiaobai and the others from the Hunyuan sect. As long as Lu Xiaobai and others continue to oppose Hunyuan sect, it will be difficult for Xinjilan to develop them into bootlickers or fangirls. After the discussion, Feng Shi and his team set up an ambush as they had done before. Xingwu went to see Xinjilan alone. Xinjilan is in a good mood now, because not long after Lu Xiuhan left, she actually picked up a monster egg. It is surrounded by golden patterns, indicating the extraordinary nature of this monster egg. She was very proud. She was indeed a person favored by heaven and could easily pick up such treasures. However, she became a little impatient when she saw that Lu Xiuhan had not returned yet. "It's just a piece of trash. Is it worth wasting so much time on it?" But she didn't plan to go over to check because she had to avoid suspicion. Even if the truth is revealed in the future, it will be that idiot Lu Xiuhan's own doing, and it has nothing to do with her. Just then, she saw Xingwu. She was delighted. Xingwu had said some inexplicable things to her before. It must be that which Feng Shi who instigated something. Now was a good time to explain it. So, she smiled sweetly and came forward. "Brother Xingwu, I just happened to want to talk to you. You said before? Did someone say something?" When Xingwu saw her like this, he felt disgusted.
"Right.
This woman looked down on me in her heart, but acted fawning on me on the surface." He suppressed his disgust and said, "It's nothing. I was in a bad mood at the time, so I said some nonsense. Where's Lu Xiuhan? Why can't I see him?" Xinjilan's heart moved. It seemed that Xingwu was jealous of Lu Xiuhan before, so he behaved like that. She just said that no man would reject her. So he said helplessly, "Senior brother Xingwu, it is true that I admire second senior brother, but I really only admire his cultivation. So after you left, I explained to him, and he left in anger." Xingwu sneered in his heart. It was obvious that Lu Xiuhan went to hunt down Feng Shi, but when he came to you, he was regarded as leaving in anger? It turns out that there is not a single truth in your mouth. I was so blind before that I thought you were a good person. He suppressed his anger and said, "It's good that it's explained clearly. You and I are both alone. Why don't we go together?" Xinjilan quickly nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, Xinjilan said, "Brother Xingwu, although it may be a little presumptuous, I still want to remind you that Feng Shi is cunning and tells lies all the time, so you should try to keep your distance from her." Xingwu agreed with a grunt and sneered in his heart. Even though Feng Shi was a bit mean, she was also a kind-hearted person, 100 times better than a woman like you, who is full of lies. Finally, they arrived at the ambush circle. Xingwu could no longer bear it and directly released his spirit beast. The unicorn hurricane wolf. "Xinjilan, don't you look down on our beast-taming sect? Today, I will let you see our beast-taming sect's methods. Unicorn, go." The spirit beast and its master are in tune with each other, so it also heard what Feng Shi said before, and now it hates Xinjilan so much. He bared his fangs and pounced towards Xinjilan. Xinjilan looked stunned. She really couldn't understand why Xingwu suddenly turned against her, but she didn't have time to think about it. She formed seals with her hands and shot several water arrows at the one-horned hurricane wolf and Xingwu. She was not really afraid of Xingwu. Although they were both at the 3rd level of foundation building, she was absolutely sure that she could defeat Xingwu. Some men are just scoundrels. It's nice to defeat him and then make him surrender. Just as she was thinking about it, several people jumped out from her surroundings, and all the spiritual magic flying swords were aimed at her. Xinjilan was completely confused.
"Stop.
There must be some misunderstanding here. Listen to me." Unfortunately, no one listened to her. Now everyone just wants to eliminate her as quickly as possible, and it would be best if they could. Divide the spoils together. Feng Shi stood aside to cheer everyone on. "Everyone, come on, who? Poke her eyes out, huh? Stab her in the stomach, huh?" Xinjilan was so angry that she almost exploded.
Feng Shi.
It must be you who did this. You and I cannot coexist. Fengshi clicked his tongue. Why don't you pretend to be a white lotus in the golden age? Just keep pretending. You stole my herbs, shattered my dantian, and put the blame on me, causing me to be demoted to a menial servant. Even so, you are still not satisfied and you instigated Lu Xiuhan to kill me. How can you be so dark-hearted? Do you think no one can see your true face? Everyone has sharp eyes, and the seniors have already seen it. Shinjilan, if you do too many immoral things, you will suffer backlash. Your retribution has come. Shinjilan gritted her teeth. Stop talking nonsense here. Everyone listen to me. Her response was an even more violent attack. Shinjilan is smarter than Lu Xiuhan. She knows that she will definitely be eliminated today. Instead of being controlled by them, it is better for her to eliminate herself on her own initiative. So she crushed the jade token herself. She hated Fengshi. She originally thought he was just a worthless piece of trash, but she didn't expect him to cause her trouble again and again. You can kill him. Don't let him live. And as for those idiots Xingwu, when they are no longer of any use, none of them can escape. They will all die. However, what is more important now is how to explain it to Bailey Mukin. Bailey Mukin saw Shinjilan being teleported out, and although he had expected this scene, his expression still looked a little ugly. Shinjilan said with a guilty look on her face, Master, I am incompetent and could not withstand the group attack of Junwan and others, but I got an opportunity in the secret realm. As she spoke, she took out the monster egg. Bailey Mukin's expression suddenly eased a little. Yes, this is a fairy beast egg. Although it is not as good as a divine beast, it is also very good. If I have good fortune in the future, I may be able to advance to become a divine beast. No matter what, Jilan is still very outstanding and is very blessed by God. The golden-haired Swanni, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the fairy beast egg in Shinjilan's hand with some fascination. The fairy beast's egg that made it greedy, and its old heart, which had been silent for tens of thousands of years, began to stir. It couldn't help but stand up, and then suddenly thought of what Fengshi had said to it. Trap. The cliff is a trap. It must be a dirty trick thought up by those slutty witches from the Hunyuan sect, who want it to be used as a breeding tool for them. Don't even think about it. So, it glared at the fairy beast egg fiercely, and lay on the ground again. In order to prevent myself from having wild thoughts, I began to silently recite the method of purifying the mind. This was taught to it by Fengshi on the way. Although it said it didn't want to listen, it couldn't resist Fengshi's constant chattering, so it listened. At this moment, a pig-slaughtering-like scream rang out. My spiritual stones. My spiritual weapons. My elixirs. Master, Fengshi and his men have looted my storage ring. You have to take care of this for me. Lu Xiuhan originally wanted to change into clean clothes, but he found that his storage ring was full of big stones. A mouthful of blood spurted out. After hearing what Lu Xiuhan said, Bailey Mukin became so angry that his face turned blue. The disciples from your three sects are really capable. It would be fine if they joined hands to deal with us disciples of Hunyuan sect, but they actually took advantage of the situation to rob us. This is really too much. If the secret realm trial is run like this, I don't think it will be open to the public again in the future. Lu Zhenquan and the other two looked at each other. It seemed like what the brats had done was a bit too much, but why did they feel so relieved? Xiao Baidao coughed and said, Fengshi and the others are all good kids. They wouldn't do such a thing. Besides, Lu Xiuhan didn't see it with his own eyes, so maybe there was some mistake in the transmission process. Master Lu, Master Hu, what do you two think? Lu Zhenquan nodded. Master Xiao is right. My two disciples are reasonable people and will not take advantage of others' misfortune. Hu Wankue said with dissatisfaction, Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Isn't this ruining the reputation of my disciples? Bailey Mukin was so angry that he almost passed out. You are just telling lies with your eyes open. He doesn't even want to show his face anymore. Let's wait until those brats come out, and then settle the score. Inside the secret realm, Lu Xiaobai and others felt very regretful. Because, before they could fleece the sheep, Shun Jilan ran away. Fengxi also felt very sorry. She wanted to leave some souvenirs for Shun Jilan, but she slipped away so quickly. She said to everyone, after the secret realm is over, sect leader Bailey will definitely ask us about the storage ring. We won't lie, so let's tell the truth. Lu Xiuhan was beaten up by us. He gave us everything in his storage ring. Next, we will start to harvest the disciples of Hunyuan sect. Don't rob their storage rings. After all, we are all well-known figures, and we can't do such immoral things. Everyone. You say this? Next, the disciples of Hunyuan sect were in bad luck. As long as they meet people who are not from their own sect, they will attack them. Within 2 hours, no one from Hunyuan sect was spared, and all were eliminated. This created the fastest elimination rate since the opening of the Tianhen secret realm. Bailey Mukin sneered at Xiao Baidao and the other two. Don't be too complacent. Now there are only 3 of you left. I want to see how you fight each other. Although what he said was unpleasant, Lu Zhenquan and Huan Kuei both frowned. They didn't take Xiantian's sect seriously. After all, Xiantian's sect would definitely be ranked 3rd. Now it depends on which of the 2 sects comes first. Within the secret realm, the alliance that Fengxi had just formed also fell apart. All former allies have become hostile. Lu Xiaobai and the other 3 reached a consensus instantly, which was to eliminate the Xiantian sect first, and then they would decide the winner. So he stared at Fengxi and Junwen, ready to take action. Fengxi chuckled. My fellow brothers and sisters, have you forgotten what our original intention was for entering the secret realm? It's not about competing for 1st or 2nd place, nor about getting something good, but about gaining experience. So, why should we waste our energy on fighting and killing? It would be better for us to concentrate on picking spiritual plants and hunting monsters and let the results speak for themselves in the end. This way, there will be no harm to the relationship and you can also gain something from it. Why not do it? Besides, I'm so weak. Do you have the nerve to attack me? Everyone, just because you are weak, you are right? However, he was an ally after all, so I really couldn't bring myself to do it. The most important thing is that Fengxi doesn't have the jade token on her, so there is no way to eliminate her. Lu Xiaobai was the first to express his opinion. Fengxi is right. We did fall into a misunderstanding before. If we want to take 1st place, we should rely on our ability and not use those insidious methods of the Hunyuan sect. Xingwu nodded. That's right. Without that troublemaker from Hunyuan sect, we will definitely gain more. In this case, let's rely on our own abilities. After saying that, he left first. Yuan Zongheng and Song Yudi also left. Wen and Fengxi were left. Junwen felt that the experience just now was very exciting. Even being chased by monsters wouldn't be this exciting. It seems like it didn't take much effort to eliminate the Hunyuan sect. Why does it feel like a dream? Just now, Junior Sister resolved the crisis of being beaten up with just a few words. Junior Sister is such a talent. He was sighing with emotion. Fengxi said, 5th senior brother, let's go and find some spiritual plants. Junwen was a little hesitant to speak, but finally made up his mind. Little Junior Sister, forget it. Spiritual plants are protected by monsters. If I can't spare the time to take care of you, what if you get hurt by the monster? Fengxi curled her lips. 5th brother, ever since I took the 9 Revolutions resurrection pill that Master gave me, the injury to my Dantian has improved a lot, and I already have some fighting ability. Have you forgotten? I used the entanglement technique to attack Lu Xiuhan before. Look, I am still alive and kicking now, right? So, even if I can't beat him, I can still run away. Besides, I just got a defensive spiritual weapon from Lu Xiuhan, which can save my life at a critical moment. Junwen still felt that the risk was too great and disagreed. Fengxi sighed. The world of cultivation is all about the survival of the fittest, and weakness is the original sin. I can't always live under the wings of my master and you. I need to become stronger slowly. This secret realm training is the best opportunity. Please help me. June heard her say this. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, but you have to listen to me. You can only deal with some low-level monsters. Fengxi agreed obediently. The two of them soon found a yellow, 12th-grade medicinal herb. The guardian monster was a saber-toothed golden-backed wolf, which was equivalent to a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining. Feng Shi asked Junwen to watch the fight from the side. She bared her little white teeth at the saber-toothed golden-backed wolf and hooked her finger. "Come here." Although the saber-toothed wolf had limited intelligence, it could tell that the human in front of it was trying to provoke it, so it roared and pounced towards Feng Shi. Junwen almost subconsciously wanted to summon his flying sword to kill the demon wolf, but he managed to hold himself back with great difficulty. He stared at Feng Shi nervously, fearing that she might be in danger. To his surprise, Feng Shi's movements were incredibly fast. The saber-toothed golden-backed wolf was busy for a long time, but didn't even touch the corner of Feng Shi's clothes. Finally, I was
exhausted.
His tongue stuck out very long, and he was breathing heavily. Yunvin. This style of play is unheard of and unseen. Feng Shi just broke out in a thin layer of sweat, and she was very satisfied with herself. In her first actual combat, she managed to paralyze a demon wolf. She is truly a talented person. After a while, Feng Shi raised his chin. "Have you rested enough? Come again." This time Feng Shi did not walk the wolf around, but fought seriously with the demon wolf. She didn't have a flying sword. All she could use were her fists and kicks infused with spiritual power, as well as the entanglement technique and the flame technique. So it was a bit difficult at first, but I soon got the hang of it. The saber-toothed golden wolf was first tied up like a dumpling, and then burned to alopecia areata. The saber-toothed golden wolf roared to the sky. "Kill me!
Kill me!"
Wolves can be killed, but not humiliated. But Feng Shi did not kill it. Instead, he let it go and waited for it to catch its breath before continuing to fight it. The saber-toothed wolf finally realized that the little human girl opposite was using it as a sparring partner. Don't insult wolves like this. It's too much of a bully for wolves. But it could do nothing but roar helplessly and was no match for Feng Shi. Only when Feng Shi felt that it was about time did he leave leisurely. Before leaving, he also taught the saber-toothed gold-back wolf a lesson. "You are too weak. You should practice hard in the future and don't waste your good time." Saber-toothed golden wolf. Next, Feng Shi found a few more monsters to practice with. Each one was higher level than the last, and Junwen had become numb. Junior sister's Dantian is damaged, and it seems that she is barely in the qi refining stage, and even in the early stage of qi refining. But now she can torture the monsters in the late qi refining stage so hard that they scream in pain. Just outrageous. It's totally off the mark. Her injuries haven't healed yet. If they had, wouldn't she be able to defeat even those in the foundation establishment stage? Junwen suddenly felt a sense of crisis. If he didn't practice well, wouldn't he become his junior sister's sparring partner in the future like these monsters? Thinking of the miserable conditions of those sparring monsters, Junwen shuddered suddenly. I must practice hard after I go back, even if I have to work hard to not let my junior sister beat me. He thought Feng Shi would always look for monsters to practice with, and as for picking spiritual plants, he had given up. Even if he tried his best, Xiantian's sect could only be the last one. It would be better for him to accompany his junior sister and improve his cultivation. Unexpectedly, after Feng Shi exhausted a flesh-winged striped tiger, he said to him, "Fifth senior brother, the Tianhen's secret realm will be closed in 2 days. Should we start picking spiritual plants? Otherwise, it will be too late to take first place." Junwen thought Feng Shi was joking at first, but when he saw Feng Shi's serious look, he became uncertain. "Junior sister, are you kidding me?" Feng Shi glanced at him. "This is about the glory of the sect. How can we take it lightly? Let's go, we will set off now." Junwen was completely confused. He really couldn't understand where Feng Shi got his confidence from. Looking at her ruthless steps, if you don't know her you'd think she's a deity. As they walked, Junwen discovered a clue. "Junior sister, you don't want to go to Mirage Garden, do you?" Feng Shi nodded. "Yes." Junwen. Mirage Garden is a special place in the Tianhen secret realm. It has many spiritual plants and no guardian monsters. But as the name suggests, Mirage Garden, taken from the meaning of mirage, is erratic and unpredictable. Although many people have seen the mirage, No one has ever entered it. As time went by, no one wanted to take over the Mirage Garden anymore. Junwen tried to hold back but couldn't. Junior sister, the Mirage Garden is just an illusory decoration. Instead of wasting your time, why not find a few more monsters to practice with? Fengxi blinked her eyes. Fifth brother, if we want to turn defeat into victory, Mirage Garden is our only chance. It would be such a pity if we don't try. We have nothing to do anyway, so why don't we go take a look? Junwen had no choice but to agree. The Mirage Garden is easy to find because there is a floating projection in the air. Half an hour later, the two arrived outside the Mirage Garden. It is lush and green inside, with various spiritual plants growing there. Because no one has ever picked them, they are all very old. Fengxi's eyes lit up. If he could get these spiritual plants, getting first place in the trial would be a piece of cake. The key was that they were valuable. Seeing her money-obsessed look, Junwen couldn't help but pour cold water on her. Junior sister, these are just flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. They can only satisfy your eyes. Before had tried various methods but to no avail and could not get in at all. Some even speculated that this Mirage Garden was a high-level illusion array, but because it was too high-level, we were unable to see through it. Fengxi asked, what methods have they tried? All kinds of explosive talismans, spiritual power attacks, earth escape techniques, various spiritual weapons for breaking formations, etc. Almost all possible methods have been used. Fengxi listened and nodded. Then, he knocked twice on the wall of the Mirage Garden. Heko, is anyone there? Open the door. Yunvin. You seem to have water in your brain. Sure enough, Mirage Garden didn't react at all. Fengxi looked at Junwen. It seems that he is not very hospitable. Yunvin. Junior sister, do you have a fever? Fengxi rolled his eyes, took out his water bag and drank 2 sips of water, then shouted to Mirage Garden. Hey, you must have some ulterior motive for bringing me in here. Stop hiding it and let me in. Still no movement. Fengxi's face suddenly darkened. Don't be so shameless. I didn't want to come in, but you forced me in. Do you want me to go back empty-handed? There is no such thing as a cheap deal. If you don't let me in after I get out, I will sow discord among the 4 major sects and make them close the Tianhen secret realm, and no one will be able to come in anymore. If no one comes in to help you harvest the monsters and spiritual plants, the spiritual energy here won't last too long, right? TSK. Tell me, will this place become the first secret realm to collapse due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy? Junwen was confused. What nonsense was the junior sister talking about? The secret realm connects heaven and earth. How could its spiritual energy be exhausted? Fengxi is just talking nonsense. She was a time traveler. The original owner was young and had limited experience, so she had very little knowledge about the world of cultivation. But that didn't stop her from being very fierce and speaking as if it were true. It's all just a matter of luck. Maybe a blind cat will catch a dead mouse. Just when Junwen thought that his junior sister had gone insane, a black door appeared on the wall of Mirage Garden and slowly opened. Junwen. Dead rat so soon, and coughed. Fifth brother, are you waiting for me outside, or are you coming in with me? Junwen was still in a state of semi-confusion. He immediately said, I'll go in with you. He has to protect his junior sister at all times. Ahem, and by the way, broaden my horizons. Junwen was afraid of any danger, so he walked in front with a vigilant look on his face and let Fengxi follow behind him. Although Fengxi felt that they had already entered someone else's territory and it was useless to be on guard, Junwen's intentions were good, so she didn't say anything. The two had only been in for a dozen breaths when the scenery before them changed drastically. The originally lush spiritual plants have all changed their appearance. The vast majority turned black and a few turned gray. There is a faint air of death. Junwen's expression suddenly changed. Demon plants. Junior sister, these are all demon plants. Demonic plants are plants that grow in the demonic realm. Normally, they cannot survive in the world of immortal cultivation. Junwen was speaking. He also summoned a flying sword to protect Fengxi behind him. Turning around, the black door had disappeared. Finished. Fell into a pit. Fengxi looked calm. Fifth brother, please be patient. I haven't seen any magic plants yet. Do you know any? Please introduce them to me one by one. Yunvin. Why are you so careless? But he was very nervous now, and he wanted to do something to distract himself, so he said, Junior sister, do you see that demonic plant covered with thorns? This is a blood-sucking thorn that loves to eat blood. Once your skin is pierced by it, it will suck the blood dry and turn you into a mummy. Whether it is humans, demons, monsters, or demon beasts, they are all within its hunting range. Next to the bloodthirsty thorn is the poison pod grass. When the poison pod explodes, it will produce poisonous gas, which can make people unconscious instantly. Fengxi interrupted. Is there nothing edible in here? Yunvin. Eat shoot. This is a demon plant. You want to be a demon? Fengxi suddenly said excitedly. Fifth senior brother. Magic plants are rarely seen in the world of immortal cultivation. As the saying goes, rare things are valuable. We can get more and exchange them for money. There are so many magical plants here. They can definitely be sold for a lot of money. We made a fortune this time. Yunvin. Why is your brain circuit different from that of normal people? A demonic plant has strangely appeared here. Shouldn't your first thought be how to escape? Fifth brother, which one should we dig first? I think the blood-sucking thorn is pretty good. Even if it can't be sold, it can be used to make dried chicken, dried duck, etc., and the dried chicken will definitely not have any bloody smell. Yunvin. Just when he was confused, he saw Fengxi blinking at him. I have to say, after several collaborations, Junwen's acting skills have improved. He immediately said, Junior sister, you are still smart. These magic plants can definitely be sold for a good price. When we have money, we can buy some good equipment and experience the arrogance of a direct disciple. Junwen initially just wanted to cooperate with Fengxi, but he became more and more excited as he talked, and even felt that Fengxi's proposal seemed really feasible. The two were discussing heatedly. A sinister voice sounded. You ignorant child. You want to dig up the magic plant. Have you asked me, your master, for my opinion? Junwen quickly protected Fengxi behind him, with a wary look on his face. But the voice came from all directions, and he had no way of locking onto the location of the person who was speaking. Fengxi curled her lips. You brought me into the secret realm. Did you ask for my opinion? You are not a decent person at all. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be mysterious.
Get out of here right now.
Junwen was about to cry. Junior sister, aren't you deliberately provoking him? You don't want to live, but I still want to live. Fengxi was certainly not seeking death. Since this so-called master let her and Junwen enter the Mirage Garden, it meant that he had some ulterior motives, and it was impossible for him to kill her and Junwen so easily. Sure enough, after the furious roar, the voice simply created some black wind blades with little killing power to punish Junwen and Fengxi. Junwen easily resolved the black wind blades, but still did not dare to relax at all. Fengxi was now more certain of his guess, and became more fearless. Okay, stop doing this. It's all a waste of time. The secret realm will be closed in less than 2 days. If you don't tell me now, it will be too late. After Fengxi finished speaking, she took out 2 spiritual fruits from her storage ring, handed one to Junwen, and then started to chew them. These 2 spiritual fruits were looted from Lu Xiuhan. They are so sweet. Junwen didn't know what to say except to sigh at his junior sister's carelessness. At this moment, a cloud of black and white fog suddenly appeared in front. I am the spirit of chaos. It is your great fortune that you can see me. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow? Fengxi burst out laughing. Kneel down? I'm still lying down. No wonder you are called the spirit of chaos. You have no brains at all. Do you think that even at this point, I still can't guess that you have something to ask of me? You should ask for help in a proper manner. Kneel down and I will consider it. The fog was so angry that it was throbbing. Even the white mist turned black. How dare you? You are so outrageous. Do you believe I will kill you right now? I don't believe it. Mist. Junwen watched his junior sister trying to kill herself in all kinds of ways, and his heart was in his throat. fearing that the fog would suddenly attack. However, to his surprise, the tone of the mist softened. I was just testing you to see if you have the guts. You are worthy of being the person I chose. You have great courage. I won't beat around the bush. I'll just get straight to the point. Chaos first began. There was no spiritual energy or demonic energy, only chaotic energy. Later, the chaotic energy split into spiritual energy and demonic energy, and as the spirit of chaos, I had to absorb spiritual energy and demonic energy in order to practice. I have been practicing here for tens of thousands of years. My spiritual energy has become saturated, and I am now in urgent need of absorbing demonic energy. So, I want you to take me to the demon world to absorb the demonic energy. Don't worry, I won't use you for nothing. I will give you huge benefits. Whether it's cultivation resources or opportunities, I can satisfy whatever you want. How about it? Do you agree? She rolled his eyes. Just taking you to the demon world, is that simple? No strings attached? There is one thing, that is you have to draw the demonic energy into your body, but don't worry, I have the means to help you cover it up and outsiders won't be able to see it. She sneered. We will never agree to let the evil spirit enter our bodies. Well, I think it's pitiful that you're trapped here. The mist interrupted her words. I'm not trapped, I just don't want to get out. Fengxi turned and left. Mist, well, go on, just pretend I didn't say anything just now. I'm not a coward, I just follow my heart. Fengxi rolled his eyes and continued, I can take you to the demon world, but I won't talk about your so-called demonic energy entering your body. Negotiate with me anymore, because no matter in the past or in the future, I am the only one who can bring in the demonic items that you can hide. The reason you brought me in was because I brought a blood demon token, wasn't it? Fengxi had some guesses when he saw those demonic plants before, and he became more certain after hearing what Wuchi said. Mist was a little charmed. You, how did you know? Fengxi ignored it. The fog suddenly surged, engulfing Fengxi and Junwen. The speed was so fast that Junwen didn't even have time to react. In a moment, the mist turned into a small black ball with a pair of small horns on its head. Sneer. Fight with me? As long as I can see through your inner demons, I will find a way to make you surrender. As it spoke, it saw Junwen's inner demon. The sect uniform with mud spots, the flying sword stained with a little blood, the bed sheet with a little dust. Little black ball. What kind of demon is this? Forget it. This guy is just a companion, useless, just a waste. Still look at that stinky girl. So, it went to see Fengxi's inner demon. I saw Fengxi holding something similar to a cup with a straw stuck in it, and drinking leisurely. As if she sensed something, she raised her head. Hey, is this the illusion you created for me? It's quite interesting. Hold on for a while longer, so I can finish this cup of milk tea. The little black ball fainted from anger. Fengxi and Junwen also woke up. Fengxi felt quite regretful as she still had half a cup of milk tea left. Seeing the fainted black ball, Fengxi kicked it away and it got hung directly on the thorns of the bloodthirsty thorn. Junwen even heard the puff, puff, puff sound of air leaking. So miserable. At this time, the little black ball also woke up and said a lot of words in anger that Fengxi and Junwen could not understand. However, both of them knew that it must be a very dirty curse. Fengxi lost his patience and said impatiently, I don't have time to waste with you. If you want to go out and want me to take you to the demon world, you should sign a master pet contract with me and work for me from now on. If you don't agree, you can just die here. The little black ball's voice suddenly rose. You want me to sign a contract with you? Don't you have a mirror at home? Why are you so arrogant? Fengxi sneered. I'll ask you one last time, do you agree or not? If you don't agree, I will destroy the Blood Demon Clan token right now and completely end your hope. Fengxi said this and took out the Blood Demon Clan token. I'll count to 3. 1, 2. The little black ball panicked. I'll sign it. Is it not okay for me to sign it? Fengxi curled her lips. Why don't you just agree to it earlier? Why do you want to sign it? Do I have to break your horns off? Black ball. Listen to yourself. Is this what you say, human language? You don't want to sign a contract with me. You want to cut me into pieces. Black Ball gnashed his teeth and said, "Wait for me to form the seal of the contract, and then you can just drop your blood on it." After saying that, small black lightning appeared between its two small horns, gradually forming a pattern with intricate patterns. Fengxi felt that this pattern looked familiar, and it seemed to be the same as the pattern on the jade pendant that opened the Tianhen's secret realm. Fengxi thought about it while closing her eyes and cutting her finger. Why close your eyes? Because I can't do it with my eyes open. This is my own meat. She has always been cruel to others, but very kind and soft-hearted to herself. Seeing blood oozing from her fingers, she walked to the black ball, but without shedding any blood, she suddenly said, "Is this really the master pet contract I mentioned? I'm the master and you're the pet? Are you kidding me?" The little black ball's eyes flickered, and she kicked it away. Lie to me? I am the ancestor of liars. The little black ball was angry and annoyed. I was born at the beginning of the world. You are not qualified to sign a master pet contract with me. Even if I am willing, the way of heaven will not allow our contract to be established. That's why I want to sign an equal contract with you. Is there anything wrong with that? Besides, there is not much difference between the master pet contract and the equal contract. The only difference is that if you die, I will not die with you, but my spiritual consciousness will also suffer serious damage. So, you don't have to worry that I will abandon you because of this. If you want to sign, then sign. If you don't want to sign, forget it. At worst, I won't go to the demon world. She stared at it. Since there is nothing shameful, why didn't you say it just now? You must have some ulterior motive. The little black ball remained silent. It just wanted to annoy Fengxi off after the contract was concluded and show off that it had deceived Fengxi. In the end, it didn't work. Fengxi asked Junwen, "Fifth senior brother, is this what the equality contract says?" Junwen said in a daze, "It's like this. Except that the pet won't die if the master dies. It's no different from a normal pet contract. You can also punish it with your divine sense." He thought to himself if it were him, he would have signed it directly and would not be as alert as his junior sister. It seems that he'll have to learn well from his junior sister in the future. Fengxi got a positive answer and then signed an equal contract with the little black ball. At the moment the contract was signed, dark clouds gathered outside the secret realm and 3 bolts of lightning struck the Tianhen's secret realm. Xiao Baidao and others were shocked. In the secret realm that needs to survive? Or is there any secret treasure that has appeared in the world? Bailey Mukin was so jealous that he almost died. If any treasure really appeared in the world, there would be no share for their Hunyuan sect, because there is not a single disciple of Hunyuan sect in the secret realm. Xin Jilan didn't feel any pain when her nails dug into her palms. She was unwilling to accept this. If it weren't for Fengxi, this opportunity would definitely be hers. Her eyes flickered, and she said to Bailey Mukin, "Master, I'll go see second senior brother." Bailey Mukin agreed absent-mindedly. Inside the secret realm, Fengxi, who was hated by Xin Jilan, was naming the little black ball. "You were born in chaos and are still a ball, so you should be called Chaos Ball, Little Black Ball. You are the jerk and all the people in your sect are jerks." It said it would never obey and must change its name. So Fengxi listed a dozen names for it to choose from. Erguzi, Senluzi, Idiot, Little Fool, Little Idiot. In the end, the little black ball miraculously felt that Wenqiu was a pretty good name and accepted his fate. Acehole. People out there are evil. I'm afraid you'll be cheated, so give me all the treasures you've collected. I'll keep them for you. Little black ball. The most sinister person is you. Apart from the spiritual plants and monsters in the secret realm, I don't have any other treasures. You can see that I am just a ball of mist. There is no place to hide anything. Although Fengxi expressed doubt about this, he didn't want to press the issue too much as the contract had just been signed. She let the little black ball possess the blood demon token. You are a shameful thing, so just stay in the blood demon token. If I don't call you, you will be dead. Little black ball. If time could go back, I would rather die of old age in the secret place. Well, good people don't live long, but evil people live for 1,000 years. It's better to follow such a mean and immoral master than to follow a master who is a pushover. Before leaving the Mirage Garden, the little black ball looked up at the sky, and a flash of pain appeared in its little eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. When they got outside the Mirage Garden, She said to the little black ball, "Pack up all the high-level spiritual plants in the secret realm for me, so that you won't miss them after you leave." Little black ball, "Am I the one who cares about you or you?" It stared with its eyes and said, "The most I can do is control the guardian monsters so they don't attack you, but you have to dig the spiritual plants yourself. In addition, the secret realm needs to maintain balance, and we cannot collect too many high-level spiritual plants at once." Fengxi squinted and stared at it. "This doesn't work. That doesn't work. Then what use do I have for you? It would be better to contract a pig than to contract you. You can fatten it up and kill it for meat." The little black ball was irritated. "I'm useless? Did you know that this secret realm itself is a space artifact? Once I have absorbed enough demonic energy, not only me, but you as well will be able to enter and exit the Tianhen secret realm at any time, and you can use the monsters and spiritual plants in it as you like. Can you find a more useful partner than me in this world?" Even if he had signed a contract with Fengxi, the little black ball would never admit that he was her spirit pet. The two of them were at most in a cooperative relationship. "Fengxi, space artifact? Spiritual plants and monsters can be used at any time? I made a lot of money this time. My dear little ball, I was just joking with you. What is useful or useless? Since we have signed the contract, you are my sweetheart, my little baby. From now on, we are the closest. Even my fifth brother will have to stand aside." Little black ball, "Yunvin, you change your attitude faster than turning the pages of a book." The little black ball instantly became proud. "It's good that you know it. If you can make a contract with me, your family's ancestral graves will be filled with smoke." She said with a smile. "It's not just smoke coming out, it's almost like it was struck by lightning." "Little ball, besides the secret realm, what other abilities do you have? Tell me so I can learn more." The little black ball was already floating in the air at this time, and its two little horns revealed an aura of dominance. "I have so many abilities. Because I can absorb both spiritual energy and demonic energy, after you make a contract with me, I can disguise you as a demon at any time, and no one will be able to detect the flaw. That's not all, because I am made up of chaotic energy, so when the situation becomes imperative, I can release some spiritual energy and demonic energy to you. For example, when you arrive at some place without spiritual energy, others cannot use spiritual power. But with me, you don't have to worry about this problem. How about it? Shocked, right? Have accumulated a lot of merit for 8 lifetimes to be able to meet me." After it finished boasting, Fengxi asked, "Apart from these, are there any other methods? For example, attack methods or something?" The little black ball is even more proud now. "See my horns? I can generate lightning. This is the lightning from the beginning of the world. It is 10,000 times stronger than the current thunderbolt. If he is struck by my lightning, he will be turned into ashes in an instant." Fengxi nodded. "Anything else?" The little black ball said with a proud look on his face. "Not for now, but as my cultivation level improves, I will have more abilities, and every one of them will scare you to death. So, be sensible. Don't think that just because I signed a contract with you, you can boss me around. If you make me angry, I will electrocute you with my horns." She asked casually, "Can you use these abilities at any time? Or are there any restrictions?" The little black ball's eyes flickered a little. "It is a little limited because I haven't absorbed enough magic energy, so I can't use it too often, and the effect is also a little weakened." She sneered after hearing this. "Then you are so arrogant. All this talk is just empty talk. Including your so-called space artifact, I don't know when I will be able to enter and exit freely. So, you have to put yourself in the right place. You are my spiritual pet, so you must respectfully call me master from now on, otherwise I will be rude to you." As Fengxi spoke, his consciousness moved slightly, and the little black ball screamed immediately. It then realized belatedly that the little girl had done it on purpose. Originally, it wanted to keep it secret and had no intention of saying it out loud. But the little girl was too insidious. She held it in high esteem on purpose, causing it to blurt out all the family wealth without knowing it. Despicable. Shameless. Shameless. At this time, Fengxi said again. Also, you need to have a clear understanding of yourself. What the heck is this chaos spirit? You are just a weakling now and no one except me will sign a contract with you out of pity, so you have to be loyal to me. Understand? After Fengxi's chattering, the little black ball, which originally had a domineering aura, wilted. Even the little horns are drooping. Yes, no matter how glorious it was, that was a thing of the past. Now I can only follow this stinky girl. The poor little black ball doesn't even know that there is a word called pua in this world. Fengxi used a series of combined punches and grasped it clearly. Although she had signed a contract with the little black ball, the origin of this thing was unknown, and it definitely wanted to do more than just use her to absorb evil spirits, so she had to be on guard. Obediently on the side, already had an expression of astonishment written all over his face. If it were him, he would definitely worship the little black ball as his ancestor. After all, this guy has a great background and is very capable. But when it came to Junior Sister, the little black ball was beaten like a turtle. Next, the little black ball took Junwen and Fengxi to collect high-level spiritual plants. It knew the situation in the secret realm very well, so it chose an area densely populated with high-level spiritual plants. Those guardian monsters sensed the existence of the small black ball and crawled on the ground, trembling. The little black ball's self-confidence was instantly restored a lot, and its little horn stood up again. Fengxi glanced at it and said, "Come here. Use your horns to dig up the spiritual plants." Little black ball. Is this human language? My noble horns used to dig spiritual plants. It was about to refuse. It felt a sharp pain in its consciousness and almost cried out of anger. It has fallen into the hands of my stepmother. If I had known this would happen, I would never let you get me. Finally, the little black ball summoned a group of soul-eating rats. This small monster likes to eat spiritual plants and also has the habit of storing them. Therefore, they're very good at digging up spiritual plants without damaging the roots of the plants. With these soul-eating rats, Fengxi and Junwen have some free time. Just wait where you are. Fengxi suddenly felt a little hungry, especially when she saw the spiritual plants brought by the spirit-eating rats. Why does it look so delicious? She swallowed and asked, "How about trying it?" She has always believed in a simple truth. What you crave is what your body lacks. Fengxi hesitated for a moment and then chose a spiritual plant that looked like a carrot. He took a bite, and when he saw that he didn't feel any discomfort, he started eating it with a crunch. Junwen saw this. He let out a cry and snatched the spiritual plant that she had eaten half of. "Junior sister, are you crazy? This is Baiyao Huanga. Eating it will kill you. Quick. Spit it out." As he said that, he was about to dig Fengxi's throat. "I can't care about so many things now." Fengxi jumped aside. "Fifth brother, calm down, I'm fine. I'm really fine. Look, I'm full of life. Besides, even if I was really poisoned, the jerk is here, and he will definitely find a way to save me." Fengxi is not stupid, and of course he won't joke about his own life. If this Bai Yao Huanga really wanted to take her life, the little black ball would have stopped her long ago. Junwen was a little confused for a moment. Bai Yao Huanga is extremely poisonous, and one bite is enough to kill a person. But it seems like Junior Sister is really fine? Could it be that he had made a mistake? Wasn't this Bai Yao Huanga? But it is obviously so. He was confused. Fengxi took the half piece of Bai Yao Huangke from his hand and continued to chew it with a crunching sound. After she finished eating the Bai Yao Huanga, she picked another fiery red spiritual plant, plucked a handful of leaves, and stuffed them into her mouth. Junwen was horrified. "Junior sister, this is also highly poisonous. You can't eat it." Fengxi gave him a reassuring look and continued eating. After finishing this one, he picked up another spiritual plant that looked like a dogtail grace and started eating it. Junwen was nervous at first, but later he became numb. Because Fengxi was fine, her little face even looked a little more rosy. She looked really good. He also discovered one thing. The spiritual plants that Fengxi ate were all water, wood, and fire spiritual plants. He did not touch any of the gold and earth spiritual plants. What's going on? Fengxi already knew the reason, because the 3 spiritual roots in the dantian had all stretched out of the dantian at this time, greedily absorbing the corresponding elements in the spiritual plants. In addition, some black elements were also absorbed by them. Fengxi guessed that those black elements should be toxins. Although her 3 spiritual roots are very strange, they at least have one advantage. She should be immune to all poisons in the future. Xiao Heiqiu signed a contract with Fengxi and naturally discovered this scene. It is a little confused. What is going on? This spiritual root has become a spirit, right? Fengxi ate dozens of high-level spiritual plants and stopped eating now. She said to Junwen while burping, "Fifth brother, the spiritual plants you picked will be displayed on the transmission stone outside, so you just need to collect enough to get the first place. I'll keep the rest, and we'll split it between us after we sell it." Junwen hurriedly said, "Junior sister, just keep it. You don't have to give it to me." It was all thanks to the junior sister that these spiritual plants were found. How could he have the face to share them equally with her? Fengxi was very satisfied. Don't be greedy and be sensible. Only in this way can we have long-term cooperation. Of course, she has always been very generous to her own people, so Junwen would naturally not be left out of the benefits. While they were happily harvesting spiritual herbs, there was an uproar outside. Because of the Shadow Stone, Junwen's battle results soared. They are all high-level spiritual plants. The number is even more astonishing. How did he do it? Did this poke the nest of high-level spiritual plants? Xiao Baidao tried his best to remain reserved, but the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably.
Get rich.
Make a fortune. And it's the first place.
Ha ha ha.
He, Xiao Baidao, is worthy of being the most outstanding leader of Xiantian sect besides the founder. In his leadership, Xiantian sect will surely flourish and reach the peak. Of Xiantian sect, and others were also smiling happily. The best result in previous years was only 3rd place, but now they are going to get 1st place? This is really cause for celebration. Come to think of it, ever since Fengxi joined the sect, good things have happened one after another for Xiantian sect. She is the auspicious sign for Xiantian sect. Some were happy, and some were sad. Bailey Mukin was so angry that he pulled out several strands of his beard. Especially when I thought that the last person would have to pay 1/3 of the spoils as a fine, I felt like dying. The other 2 sects were also sour and said a few sarcastic words. Xiao Baidao just thought they were singing praises for him, and he smiled so brightly. Oh, when I'm in a good mood, even the curse words sound nice. Came for the Tianhen secret realm to close. The 4 sect leaders open the exit of the secret realm. In fact, the people inside can crush the jade token to get out. This entrance to the secret realm is just in case, for example, someone loses the jade token. Most people crushed the jade token and came out, and only those who were closer to the exit chose to walk out. Of course, Fengxi had no choice but to walk out. Junwen naturally had to accompany her. The moment the 2 came out, Fengxi first waved to everyone, then ran to Xiao Baidao. "Master, I have fulfilled my mission and brought you 1st place." When Xiao Baidao heard this, his nose felt sore and tears almost fell. He felt that his tear ducts had become shallower and shallower since he accepted the little apprentice. Good disciple. Master will be thankful that you have returned safely. Seeing Junwen, who was eager to be praised behind Fengxi, he coughed. Xiao Wu, you did well this time. You are worthy of being my disciple. Junwen's handsome eyebrows instantly blossomed like flowers. The master seldom praised him. He has an eccentric personality, and although he is considered a genius in swordsmanship, his skills are not outstanding, so his master is usually very strict with him. At this time, Bailey Mukin and the other 2 masters came over. Lu Xiaobai and others also came over out of curiosity, envy, and jealousy. Fengxi, Junwen, 3 thunderbolts fell outside before. Do you have any great opportunities in the secret realm? Fengxi and Junwen had already thought of an excuse in the secret realm, so Fengxi immediately said, "There was a gap in the Mirage Garden, and my fifth brother and I crawled in. It was full of high-level medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, we can only enter the outer perimeter, where there is another barrier. Hee, but we also got a great bargain. We plucked out all the spiritual plants on the periphery. Not a single one is left. What I mean is, forget it, we've taken all of it." Bailey Mukin and others really didn't suspect anything. Because they all believed that the Mirage Garden was full of high-level spiritual plants, it was normal for it to be divided into two layers, inner and outer layers. Moreover, it is reasonable that the gap in the Mirage Garden attracted the thunder from the sky. One can only sigh that Fengxi and Junwen are lucky and have bad luck. After sighing for a while, Bailey Mukin said with a gloomy face, "Fengxi, you and Junwen and others beat up my disciple Lu Xiuhan. Is this true?" Fengxi nodded. "That's true. He's not dead, is he? As long as he's not dead, it shouldn't violate the rules of the trial, right?" Bailey Mukin was so angry that his face turned blue. "But you shouldn't have robbed him of his belongings. Hand them over immediately." Fengxi looked innocent. "Robbery? How did you get that?" "Lu Xiuhan gave it to us on his own initiative." Lu Xiaobai and the others nodded. "Yes, he took the initiative to send it, we can all testify to that." Fengxi took out the gift certificate that Lu Xiuhan had stamped on it and said, "You see, he was afraid that you might misunderstand, so he gave us a written certificate." Bailey Mukin took it and looked at it, and almost fainted from anger. Although he knew that it was Fengxi and others who forged it, he could do nothing about it and could only suffer in silence. Just as he was gritting his teeth, a cry of surprise was heard. "Look! Shin Jilan seems to be having an epiphany. Oh my god, it's true. A genius is a genius. She actually encountered something as rare as enlightenment." Bailey Mukin turned his anger into joy and hurriedly walked towards Shin Jilan. Fengxi thought about it, and it seemed that there was no such plot as enlightenment in the book. However, once she traveled through time, the plot would naturally change, which is normal. She thought to herself, the heroine is the heroine. Even though she was kicked out of the secret realm early, she still had an epiphany. She is really lucky. After the epiphany, Shin Jilan's cultivation level directly rose to the 4th level of foundation building. It took less than 2 months to build the foundation and advance 4 levels. This is almost unprecedented. Bailey Mukin shook off his previous dejection and became as excited as an old fighting cock. The opportunity within the secret realm is certainly important, but for cultivators, opportunity is more important. Master Xiao, don't you agree? Xiao Baidao agreed perfunctorily, then thought of his little disciple's injury, and his previous good mood was instantly dampened. Seeing Xiao Baidao being humiliated, Bailey Mukin felt better. At this time, someone came to report, "Master, Lu Xiuhan's injury has suddenly worsened. Please go over and take a look." Bailey Mukin couldn't help but frown. Lu Xiuhan was indeed seriously injured, but he would be able to recover as long as he rested for a few months. How could his condition suddenly worsen? After checking, they found that Lu Xiuhan was actually bitten by a blind centipede. Everyone was stunned. It is true that there are blind centipedes here, but normally, there are so many monks here that blind centipedes would try to avoid them. How could they come out and bite people? Isn't this too unlucky? That was supposed to require only a few months of recuperation, now requires at least a year. After hearing this, Fengxi complained to Lu Xiaobai and the others. "See? Anyone who gets close to Shin Jilan will have a bad ending. She herself has good luck, but others are unlucky. So, stay away from her from now on." Lu Xiaobai and others felt that Fengxi's words were a bit exaggerated, and even suspected of slander. They did feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts, so they decided to stay away from Shin Jilan. Fengxi continued to chatter. "It is better to practice step by step. It is like building a house. If the foundation is unstable, the higher you build it, the faster it will collapse. If you advance too quickly and your mind is unstable, problems will arise sooner or later. I didn't say Shin Jilan. Please don't misunderstand me. Everyone. Did we misunderstand? Or did you make it too obvious? Shun Jilan originally thought that after her epiphany, she would be greeted with envious looks or even admiration from Liu Xiaobai and others. As a result, after she finished regulating her breathing, she found that Liu Xiaobai and others were avoiding her and even looked down on her. Shun Jilan. At this moment, Fengxi stared straight up at the sky, and then he suddenly realized. Everyone was shocked. Didn't Fengxi's dantian suffer serious damage? How could she have an epiphany? She won't kill herself, will she? After a long while, Fengxi finished his enlightenment. Although the light on his body was so bright that it blinded people's eyes, he still looked like he was in the initial stage of qi refining. Xiao Baidao was extremely delighted because he found that after this sudden realization, the injury to his little disciple's dantian had improved a lot. Disciple, what did you realize just now? Fengxi's face was full of deep emotion. The clouds in the sky are so white. Xiao Baidao. Everyone. In fact, Fengxi just saw the white clouds in the sky and found that one of them looked a bit like a horse. For some reason, he thought of the phrase time flies by in the blink of an eye. In a blink of an eye, she has been here for more than a month. Time is a good thing. At first, she often thought about her past life, but now she has completely adapted to life in this world. Time can create everything, but it can also erase everything. Regardless of what Fengxi's sudden realization was, many people began to discuss it. I think Fengxi is luckier than Shun Jilan. She was just a servant in Hunyuan sect before, but she suddenly became a direct disciple of Xiantian sect. Not only did he escape unscathed from the old devil Shui Tianjua, but he also discovered a top-grade spirit stone mine. This is incredible luck. Also this time, she had no intention of entering the secret realm but was forced in, and then entered the Mirage Garden. Isn't this just giving her a spiritual plant? I had an epiphany just by looking at the clouds, and the injury to my dantian has improved significantly. Maybe one day I will have another epiphany, and the injury to my dantian will be completely healed. Fengxi was delighted to hear this and said to Liu Xiaobai and others, in the future, you should get closer to me. Maybe you can take advantage of my good luck and have an epiphany. The level of cultivation just kept rising rapidly, rising by several levels at once. It's better to practice quickly, as we have to seize every moment. Liu Xiaobai and others. That's not what you said when you talked about Shun Jilan just now. Well-known double standards. However, they did benefit from following Fengxi, as they had a good harvest this time, not to mention that they had also divided up Liu Xiuhan's property before. Shun Jilan looked at Fengxi, who had stolen her limelight, and was chatting and laughing with Liu Xiaobai and the others, and the expression on her face couldn't help but become a little ferocious. Is a long way to go. Fengxi, just wait for me. After dividing the fine of Hunyuan sect, everyone said goodbye and left. After bidding farewell to each other reluctantly, Fengxi, Liu Xiaobai and others sat on the back of the golden-haired Swanee. Suddenly remembering that he had not yet advertised the purple buckwheat linglong fruit, he took out a purple buckwheat linglong fruit from his storage ring. He took a small bite, squinted his eyes in satisfaction, and had an intoxicated expression. There were many people present who knew the value of the fruit and recognized it as the purple buckwheat linglong fruit. Then I started imagining. Fengxi was clearly a useless person with a damaged dantian, but now he is alive and kicking, and even had an epiphany. Could it be related to the purple buckwheat fruit? I heard that Xiao Baidao gave her 10 at once. There is a strong possibility that they are related. I heard that the older the purple buckwheat linglong fruit tree is, the higher the quality of the fruit it produces. So this year's batch of purple buckwheat linglong fruit is incredible. I heard that the sale is limited. Each person can only buy one, and they won't sell more than that.
Who told you that?
My second uncle's neighbor's eldest nephew's sister-in-law said that they are real relatives and they can't lie to me. Even Bailey Mukin and the others were moved. Fengxi's performance really surprised them. Perhaps it was really related to the purple Qiao linglong fruit. Someone asked Xiao Baidao to buy the purple buckwheat fruit. Xiao Baidao said according to the lines designed by Fengxi, I'm really sorry, our Xiantian sect has not yet decided whether to sell this batch of purple buckwheat exquisite fruits or not. Once we have the definite information, we will announce it to the public. He said this. People began to speculate more, and many people started to play the emotional card, begging Xiao Baidao to help reserve some spots if the tickets were put on sale. Xiao Baidao didn't give a definite answer, but just agreed vaguely. He thought to himself, this was basically exactly what his young apprentice had expected. The young apprentice was really a money-making rake. Fengxi felt that it was about time, so he set off. She first took a nap on the back of the golden-haired swan and after waking up, she sighed and said to the golden-haired swan Little golden retriever, I only beat Lu Xiuhan severely this time, shared some of his goodies, and helped our Xiantian sect win first place. I suddenly had an epiphany, but it seems that I didn't gain anything. I am so ashamed of my performance. I am so useless. Golden-haired Swanee, you will die if you don't act cool, right? She was very calm for a while, then asked the golden-haired swan I heard that Xinjilan picked up a fairy beast egg. You didn't have any improper thoughts about it, did you? The golden-haired Swanee roared angrily, feeling guilty. She wondered, I'm afraid you'll want to steal the egg. Do you have to be so excited? You wouldn't have any dirty thoughts about an egg, would you? If that's the case, you're such a piece of shoot. Golden-haired Swanee. If it hadn't been thinking about the martial arts she promised it would have slapped her to death, with one claw. After Fengxi beat the golden-haired Swanee, he began to review the trial in the Tianhen secret realm. She was not very happy with herself, because this time all the gains were obtained through wisdom and did not demonstrate her martial arts prowess. Still weak. She will practice hard after she returns, so that she can stand out from the crowd without having to use her brain next time. So, I started to practice meditation. Then he was stunned. The 3 spiritual roots in her dantian were more than twice as thick as before, and even her meridians had widened a lot. Could it be because of the high-level spiritual plants she ate? It turns out that not a single bite of food is eaten in vain. Either you gain weight or you gain more abilities. She was eager to try, so she asked the golden-haired Swanee to increase its speed, leaving behind the people from Xiantian sect and reaching an open space. She jumped off the back of the golden-haired Swanee and began to perform the fire technique. 1, 2, 3. The blink of an eye, several small flames fell to the ground. The golden-haired Swanee's eyes almost popped out. Reprint in an instant. She could actually reprint it in an instant. Isn't this a skill that only the Jindan stage possesses? She had no idea what instant reprint was. She just thought that the faster and more spells she threw out when fighting the enemy, the better. If you can dodge 1, 2, can you dodge 100? So when she was making the seal, she divided her consciousness into several parts and made the seal at the same time. I didn't expect it to work on the first try. She began to try the entanglement technique again, and several small vines of spiritual power flew out from her fingertips, entwined around the previous small flame, and extinguished it. She was having a lot of fun here, and the golden-haired Swanee was watching with his eyes wide open and his mouth open like a fool. Not only can she reprint instantly, she can also accurately control every spiritual power spell. Even those in the Jindan stage may not be as precise as her. Of course, the spiritual power attack she releases now is relatively weak and cannot be compared with the attacks of the Jindan period. But it is enough to kill a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. Even those in the middle stage of foundation building have the strength to fight. So, awesome. Now the golden-haired Swanee firmly believed what Fengxi said before. She must have a method to save it from its decline in cultivation. She is its savior. So when Fengxi was finishing her move, she saw the golden-haired Swanee shaking its head and tail, and even trying to rub its big head against her. Fengxi, get lost. Do you think you are a dog? She didn't think she was that awesome at first, but after seeing the ugly look of the golden-haired Swanee, she had some idea of what was going on. She was so happy. I am just an ordinary little genius. After a while, Xiao Baidao and others caught up. Before Xiao Baidao could start preaching, Fengxi said, Master, the golden-haired Swanee is too unreliable. He suddenly went crazy and ran as fast as he could. No matter how I persuade it, it won't work. When we return to the sect, we must teach it a lesson. Golden-haired Swanee, you still call me a dog? You are the real dog. The dog among dogs. Xiao Baidao didn't doubt Feng Shi's words at all. After all, the reputation of the golden-haired swan and I was really not that good. For the rest of the journey, Feng Shi practiced almost all the time and would only sleep for 2 hours when he was really too sleepy. The golden-haired Swanee had to admit that although Feng Shi had suffered a little loss, he had indeed worked very hard. If it also works so hard, would its cultivation level degrade more slowly? After returning, it should practice well. That morning, everyone arrived at Xiantian sect. Outside the mountain gate, everyone got off their flying swords. Feng Shi felt that she needed to show off her skills. After all, she was no longer the same as before. So, she struck a pose that she thought was very ethereal and jumped off the back of the golden-haired Swanee.
Then,
he lay on the ground. I am in awe. 360 degrees of gift. Xiao Baidao and others saw this, and sighed that Feng Shi was really respectful to the ancestor. Not only did he kneel down to pay his respects when he left, he did the same when he came back. He is truly a role model for Xiantian sect disciples. It's just that this kid is a little fierce. Why don't you let the golden-haired lion lie down before you jump? Someone who failed to show off, in order to maintain his image, had to pretend and say, Grandmaster, I, the disciple Feng Shi, have fulfilled my mission and led my disciples to win the first place in the Tianhen Secret Realm trial. I will continue to work hard to become the light of Xiantian sect, spread the name of the founder, and show the glory of the sect. Maybe she spoke too passionately. Xiao Baidao and others also knelt down and asked for the master's protection. Feng Shi, if I tell you now that I just slipped, would you want to strangle me to death? Everyone stood up, entered the mountain gate, and flew up on their swords again. This time, Feng Shi took advantage of Jun Wen's Shunfeng sword and threw the golden-haired Swanee away. Golden-haired Swanee, you are not going to default on your debt, are you? Because Xiao Baidao had official business to attend to, Feng Shi and the others returned to the yard first. After landing on the ground, Feng Shi curled his lips and said, Fifth senior brother, our sect has no sense of ceremony. Junwen wondered, what is a sense of ritual? For example, we won first place in the Tianhen Secret Realm trial this time. Shouldn't the people from the sect who are guarding at home hang a big red banner for us, beat gongs and drums, and present flowers to welcome us back with honor? Now, no one comes to pick us up, and we feel like we have lost the battle. Junwen scratched his head. We in Xiantian sect keep everything simple and have never held such a ceremony, because it wastes manpower and material resources. Feng Shi disagreed and said, This is not a waste of manpower and resources. This is called sect culture. It is an important means to enhance the cohesion of the sect. Only when everyone is united can the sect prosper. Have time, I will suggest to my master that we should organize more rituals like this in the future. How about we hold a commendation meeting first? Commend the disciples who performed outstandingly in the Tianhen Secret Realm this time. Junwen, you went around in circles for a long time, just to let the master hold a sect meeting to commend you? Oh, and me too. When he thought about his share, Junwen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, yes. Junior sister, you are absolutely right. Our Xiantian sect is not so poor now, we should have some sense of ritual. I totally agree with your idea. The two chatted for a while, and then went back to the yard. Feng Shi first checked the little black ball. After leaving the Tianhen Secret Realm, this thing said it wanted to take a nap, but it hasn't woken up yet. Seeing that it was still sleeping, Feng Shi ignored it and started writing a short composition for the old devil Shui Tianjua. Sir, after my unremitting efforts, the trip to the Sky Mark Secret Realm has yielded fruitful results. I won over Liu Shaobai and Song Yudi from the Wanjian sect, and Yuan Zongheng and Xingwu from the Beast Taming sect. I used my eloquence to convince them to join me in severely injuring Liu Xiuhan, a disciple of Hunyuan sect. I also aroused their dissatisfaction with Shun Jilan. Shen Jilan was a person of the highest grade water spirit root and was the most promising disciple of the 4 great sections. Therefore, she must be destroyed, lest she becomes a claw for the human race. In addition, Hunyuan sect is dissatisfied with its 4th place this time and will sooner or later cause trouble for Xiantian sect. Then we will see them fight each other. Because what he wanted to say was too long, this guy had to divide the essay into 10 parts before he could send it all. After about a quarter of an hour, Shui Tianjue replied, "What you have done is not enough to gain my trust. I want to see how you perform next." His tone was much softer than last time, showing that he had eliminated most of his suspicions. Fengxi curled her lips, and the old loach finally took the bait. "My lord, don't worry. I will continue to work hard in the future and serve you and the demon clan with all my heart until my death. By the way, sir, I have specially hidden 2 high-level spiritual plants from the secret realm. I will personally present them to you when we have the chance to meet." Shui Tianjue's tone of reply was a little more gentle this time. "I have no use for these. Keep them for yourself." She flattered a lot again before putting away the Blood Demon Clan token. The little black ball was sleeping in a daze and vaguely heard the conversation between Fengxi and Shui Tianjue. It's confused, because it couldn't tell Fengxi's identity for a moment. Could it be that the demons are spies among the human race? If that's the case, then why doesn't she want to allow the evil spirit to enter her body? But if she is not a spy, what is she doing now? But soon I felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep again. She simply washed up and began to count the things in her storage ring. The most valuable things are the high-level spiritual plants brought out from the secret realm. According to the rules of Xiantian sect, all spoils obtained from the secret realm belong to the individual because it is a personal opportunity. But after all, it takes up a place in the sect, so a part of the fixed fee must be paid. Fengxi also wanted to pay the fee, but was rejected by Xiao Baidao. Because she did not occupy a place in the sect, she was sucked into the secret realm. She did not insist. After all, the cost was not that much. She would just find a chance to give some high-level spiritual plants to Xiao Baidao. Early the next morning, Fengxi still got up early to pay her respects to Xiao Baidao. Junwen also came over to pay his respects to Xiao Baidao. Xiao Baidao looked very pleased. Ever since he accepted a young disciple, even his unreliable 5th disciple had become sensible. The 3 masters and apprentices chatted for a while, and Fengxi stealthily took out dozens of high-level spiritual plants, all of which were earth-level spiritual plants. "Master, these are your gift to you." Xiao Baidao was shocked. The reason why their Xiantian sect was able to take first place was mainly due to the 10 earth-grade spiritual plants. Now the young disciple gave him dozens of plants at once? Being surprised, he said seriously, "Master doesn't need these, you keep them for yourself. Remember not to show off your wealth. Don't show off to others, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself." Then he turned to look at Junwen. "Xiaoxi, I feel at ease, but it's mainly because of your bad mouth. If you dare to go out and talk nonsense, I will break your dog legs." "Yunvin, why am I always the one who gets hurt?" She said with a smile. "Master, we know what is going on, and we won't say anything nonsense. You can keep it, I still have quite a lot." Xiao Baidao really couldn't refuse, so he accepted it. The old man felt very happy. The value of the spiritual plant was secondary. The key was the filial piety of his disciple. The best decision he made in his life was to accept Fengxi as his apprentice. A moment of affection between master and disciple, Xiao Baidao said, "Xiaoxi, your Dantian injury has improved a lot now. As long as you don't use too much spiritual power, there will be no problem. So, starting today, go to the Dharma Hall to attend classes. After you have mastered the basic courses, I will teach you personally." At this point, he glared at Junwen and said, "You're going too, you're such a stubborn person." "Junwen, I shouldn't have come today." After leaving the yard, Junwen said with a bitter face, "Junior sister, those elders in the Dharma Hall are the best at torturing people. We are in trouble now." Fengxi was very excited. She was a time traveler and had only a vague understanding of many things. It was great for her to receive a systematic education, said a few words perfunctorily, and didn't take it to heart. Junwon looked at her heartless appearance and lit a candle for her. The two of them soon arrived at the Dharma Hall of Zhongfeng. Not only the disciples of Zhongfeng but all the inner disciples of Shantian sect can come here to attend classes. Except for a few mandatory ones that must come every day, most people arrange their own time. Fengxi and Junwen belonged to the minority. This was Xiao Baidao's specific instruction. Xiao Baidao originally didn't have much expectations for Fengxi. As long as she was alive and well, that was more important than anything else. But the trip to the Tianhen secret realm gave him hope. So he wanted to give her a push. First, lay a solid foundation. And once Dantian is completely healed, your cultivation will be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Junwen and Feng, she first came to report to Master Luo of the Dharma Hall, and then arrived at the Dharma Square. Although they arrived early, there were already many inner disciples waiting for class in the square. When they saw Fengxi and Junwen, they all stood up and greeted them. You have heard that I am used to doing things my own way, so I just nod at most. Fengxi was different. She greeted and chatted with everyone with a smile, and was not at all arrogant. Originally, Fengxi had been very famous in Shantian sect recently, and now he had won the favor of many inner disciples. Today arrived, Fengxi had already become familiar with most of the people present. Yes, it's that fast. Junwen was stunned. Although he didn't think there was any point in making friends with these inner disciples, he had to admit that his junior sister's social skills were extraordinary. Yes, if she didn't have this ability, she wouldn't be able to convince Xing Wu and others to cooperate with her. Junwen whispered to Fengxi, "Junior sister, this elder Duanmu is famous for being old-fashioned. He dislikes disciples like us who have cheerful personalities. You must be careful." He was beeping. Elder Duanmu shouted angrily, "Junwen, go stand in the corner." Yunvin. I forgot that Elder Duanmu has extremely sharp ears. He had no choice but to walk to the north corner and stand there as punishment. Duanmu glanced at Fengxi. He actually liked Fengxi a little bit. After all, Fengxi's personality was so good. However, Elder Duanmu always felt that Fengxi's personality was a little eccentric. Since the head of the sect sent her to the Dharma Hall, she had to be kept in check. So, after dealing with Junwen, he let Fengxi stand up. "Fengxi, although you have made great contributions to the sect recently, there are only elders and disciples in the Dharma Hall, and no so-called meritorious officials. Therefore, you must remember the rules of the Dharma Hall. If you violate them, you will be severely punished. Do you understand?" Fengxi said obediently, "I understand." Duanmu was very satisfied. This girl was much better than that young and inexperienced Junwen. Duanmu asked her to sit down. There were cushions on the ground, and everyone sat on them. Today's class is mainly about Reiki. When the world was first created, there was spiritual energy and demonic energy. The spiritual energy rises, the evil energy sinks, and then the heaven and earth come into being. Fengxi frowned slightly. This is different from what Xia Hikyu said. However, she had no intention of questioning it. One is that he has no evidence and cannot win people's trust, and the other is questioning Elder Duanmu in public. Isn't this embarrassing? But Junwen, that idiot, brought it up. "Elder Duanmu, I heard people say that when the world was first created, there was only chaotic energy, and it was later divided into spiritual energy and demonic energy. Are you mistaken?" Fengxi. Duanmu had always disliked Junwen's careless attitude and thought he was making trouble again, so he said angrily, "Junwen, you really are a stubborn person. If you keep talking nonsense, I will lock you up in the 10,000 Swords Cave." Junwen was full of dissatisfaction and indignation. "You are wrong, and you don't allow me to point it out? Aren't you misleading the students?" Duanmu was so furious. "You have openly disrupted the order of the class, so I punish you to go to Wanjian Cave for 3 days. Get out of here immediately." Junwen snorted coldly and turned away. Fengxi was stunned. However, she quickly realized that Junwen probably did it on purpose. He didn't want to come to the Dharma Hall to attend classes, but he couldn't disobey Xiao Baidao's orders, So he did this. When he comes out of the Wanjian cave, he probably won't come to class. The reasons are all ready, and I don't want to make the elders angry again. Fengxi didn't know whether to praise Junwen for being smart or stupid, and continued to listen to the class attentively. Even if what Elder Duanmu said is wrong, it is not his personal wrong opinion, but the current common opinion. It is beneficial to listen to it, so as to avoid revealing any flaws when chatting with others in the future. Duanmu calmed down and continued to explain spiritual energy. Soon he talked about the spiritual power formula. The power of the spiritual power formula depends largely on the speed at which the cultivator forms the seals. If the seal forming speed is fast enough, even the most common fire formula can exert great power. Duanmu kept talking for a long time, and suddenly said, Fengxi, come forward. I will use you as an example to explain the seal to everyone. The reason why he chose Fengxi was mainly because he believed that Fengxi's speed in forming seals must be very slow, making him a good counterexample. Fengxi ran up to Elder Duanmu obediently and bowed. Duanmu's impression of her improved a little bit, and he thought, such a well-behaved and sensible disciple must not be led astray by Junwen. The class is over. While thinking, he said, Fengxi, start to form the seal of the flame art now, let everyone see it. Fengxi nodded obediently, and when he was about to form a seal, the 3 spiritual roots in his dantian started fighting for some unknown reason. Duanmu saw that Fengxi was still not moving, so he could not help but urge her. Fengxi, quickly seal the seal. Fengxi was feeling irritated at this time and was thinking about finishing the seal quickly and returning to his seat to meditate and regulate his breathing, so he started to make the seal immediately. However, just as she began to form seals, the spiritual power in her tendons and veins suddenly surged.
Boom!
A huge ball of flame burst out and hit Elder Duanmu's face directly. Logically speaking, Elder Duanmu should have been able to dodge it, but he was caught off guard and was very close to Fengxi. Although he avoided the attack with his head, his beard was burned. The flames went out. Elder Duanmu's originally 2-foot beard was less than an inch left. Everyone in Xiantian sect knew that Elder Duanmu cared most about his beard. He would take good care of it every day, and even collect every fallen beard in a jade box. Fengxi is in big trouble this time. But Fengxi was about to be blown away by his spiritual power and couldn't spare much attention to deal with this matter. He just said hastily that he didn't mean it. Duanmu was so angry that his hair stood up.
Good.
Very good. You two really are close brothers and sisters. One disrupted the class in public, and the other burned my beard. You also go to Wanjian Cave and reflect on your mistakes for 3 days. Fengxi had a splitting headache. The spiritual energy in his meridians was running back and forth, and he became more and more anxious. To the Wanjian Cave and release the excess spiritual power in your body, and maybe you'll feel better. Therefore, without waiting for the urging of the disciples of the Dharma Hall who were in charge of escorting her, she took the initiative to get on the flying sword of one of them. However, the inner disciples who were attending the class felt sorry for her and pleaded for her. Elder Duanmu, junior sister Fengxi, definitely didn't do it on purpose. She just didn't have a very accurate grasp of her spiritual power, so she caused such a disaster. Please forgive her this time. Yes, Elder Duanmu. Junior sister Fengxi's dantian injury has not healed yet. It would be terrible if she was injured by the sword. I beg you to show mercy and give me a lenient sentence. Duanmu didn't expect so many people to plead for Fengxi, but regardless of whether Fengxi did it on purpose or not, he had to be punished, otherwise where would the prestige of the elders of the Dharma Hall be? After thinking for a while, he said to the disciples escorting Fengxi, send her to the auxiliary cave, Wanjian Cave, which is used to punish new disciples with low cultivation. There is almost no risk. Fengxi forced herself to thank Elder Duanmu and the inner disciples who had pleaded for her, and followed the escorted disciples to the auxiliary cave of Wanjian Cave. As Fengxi entered the auxiliary cave, a phantom of a flying sword stabbed toward her. Under normal circumstances, Fengxi would definitely avoid it and then release spiritual vines to entangle it. But Fengxi was now extremely anxious, and the abundant spiritual power in her body made her feel that the flying sword shadow was not only very slow, but also very weak. It's not even worthy of being called a flying sword, it's just like chopsticks. So, she poured her spiritual power into her right hand, directly grabbed the phantom of the flying sword, and then squeezed it hard. The shadow of the flying sword was actually crushed by her. Fengxi felt that his body felt more comfortable as his spiritual power was released. So, he began to look for the flying sword's phantom all over the cave. There weren't many flying sword shadows in the auxiliary cave, so she had nothing to play with in less than a quarter of an hour. Fengxi was a little speechless. Shouldn't this thing be endless? How come she finished it in just one round? The flying sword phantom was indeed endless, but Fengxi's fighting style was tantamount to a crushing victory in terms of strength. The weak remaining will on the flying sword phantom collapsed directly. When the will collapses, the sword power will no longer exist. In other words, Fengxi destroyed all the sword forces in the auxiliary cave. However, she was not aware of these and only felt that this so-called auxiliary hole was too weak. She began to use the entanglement technique continuously, and the whole cave was filled with spiritual vines. She had no specific target of attack, so the spiritual vines were all playing on their own, like a riot of demons. I don't know which vine triggered what mechanism, but an entrance appeared on the north wall. Fengxi's eyes lit up and he went in. Then he saw Junwen, who looked confused. Little junior sister? Junwen felt like he had probably seen a ghost. He pinched himself and grimaced in pain. Only then did he confirm that it was not an illusion. Fengxi was disappointed. Fifth senior brother, have you also destroyed the flying sword phantom here? Junwen was a little confused. Junior sister, are you referring to those sword moves? Every hour, and this round of attack has just passed half an hour. Fengxi frowned. Then wait a while. She was in a much better condition now than before, not as anxious, and feeling hungry. So, he took out 2 meat buns from the storage ring and started eating. I have to say that the economic situation of Xiantian sect has improved a lot, and now everyone can eat meat buns. Of course, all of them are made from the meat of low-level monsters. But as long as it's meat, Fengxi is not picky. Junwen saw how delicious she was eating and swallowed his saliva. Junior sister, can you give me one? Fengxi was quite generous and gave him 5 meat buns directly. After eating and drinking, Junwen asked, Junior sister, did you get in from the auxiliary cave? Were you also punished by Elder Duanmu? What did you do? Fengxi said calmly, I didn't do anything, I just burned his beard. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Junwen almost choked to death on his own saliva. Junior sister is so awesome. Duanmu treasures his beard the most. She is courting death. You burned his beard, but he only punished you by sending you to the auxiliary cave. He really showed some leniency. Fengxi explained, he originally punished me to come to Wanjian Cave, but many senior brothers and sisters pleaded for me, so he punished me to go to Fudong. At this point, she sighed. Actually, I don't want anyone to plead for me. After all, I have never been to Wanjian Cave. I just came here to have some fun. But those senior brothers and sisters cried and begged for mercy for me. Alas, being too popular is also a burden. Yunvin, you keep talking like this? Those inner disciples. You and junior sister haven't even spoken a few words to each other, yet you dare to risk offending Elder Duanmu and plead for her? Should we say that they are too stupid or that the little junior sister is too charming? Junwen pointed to the entrances of the auxiliary cave and the Wanjian cave and asked Fengxi, how did you open them? I didn't know that the auxiliary cave and the Wanjian cave were connected. Fengxi briefly recounted what had happened. Yunvin. Nonsense. You crushed the flying sword shadow with bare hands? You're kidding. Not to mention you. Even our master can't do it. If the sword force could be easily dispersed, the 10,000 Swords Cave would have ceased to exist long ago. However, Junwen did not expose it. Since the junior sister had already been punished, there was no need to rub salt into her wounds. He estimated that the next round of sword attacks would arrive soon and told Fengxi, Junior sister, a new round of attacks is about to begin. I estimate that you can only withstand it for a few hundred breaths at most. If you can't bear it anymore, you should hide in the auxiliary cave, understand?
Fengxi nodded. Okay.
After a while, 3 flying sword shadows shot towards the two of them. Fengxi squinted his eyes and watched. These flying sword phantoms were much stronger than the ones in the auxiliary cave, but that was all. Junwen obviously didn't believe her words just now, so now, let him see with his own eyes the power of wielding a sword with bare hands. Then, a feeling of fatigue came over me, and the previous feeling of fullness in my meridians disappeared instantly. Fengxi at %%. I was trying to show off, you disappeared? Fengxi hurriedly released a vine of spiritual power to entangle the phantom of the flying sword, but it was instantly shattered by the phantom of the flying sword. The shadow of the flying sword trembled twice. Fengxi inexplicably felt that it was mocking her. Fengxi sneered, quickly formed seals, and instantly released dozens of spiritual vines, wrapping the flying sword's shadow into a dumpling. After a few breaths, the spiritual vines were shattered again. Fengxi continued to entangle him, but even dozens of them were not enough. I would entangle him with hundreds of them. Let's see who can outlast the other. Junwen looked at the flying sword phantom that looked like a cocoon. Little junior sister can actually reprint in an instant. I don't know either. Will it get better only when you reach the Jindan stage? At this time, 5 more flying sword shadows shot out from the sky. Junwen didn't have time to think about anything else and rushed to fight. Fengxi finally dissipated the flying sword phantom and joined the battle. She soon discovered that even if she could release a large number of spiritual vines at the same time, she could only deal with 2 sword forces at most. In comparison, Junwen is much more powerful. He did not use brute force, but fought in a methodical manner, ending the battle with minimal loss of spiritual energy. A kendo genius, worthy of his reputation. By the time this round of sword attack ended, Junwen had some bruises on his left shoulder, but they were only superficial injuries. Fengxi has been under Junwen's protection and is unharmed. Junwen didn't have time to apply medicine to the wound and asked Fengxi, "Junior sister, how can you reprint in an instant?"
Who taught you?
Fengxi was confused. What is instant reprint?
Yunbin.
When he found out that Fengxi had figured it out on his own, he was stunned. However, thinking about how I had just displayed my prowess, my confidence returned. Junior sister, although you are very strong, you are still far behind in swordsmanship. If you want to repel the sword force, you must first know what sword force you are facing, and then crack it according to its characteristics. For example, the sword forces that came over just now were all swift. The advantage is that they are as fast as lightning, but the disadvantage is also very obvious, that is, they have many flaws. Its speed is to hide its flaws. So, we can't be impatient. Once we find its weakness, we should strike it right away. Do you understand? Junwen talked eloquently, and not only did his self-confidence surge again, but he also felt that he finally had the demeanor of a senior brother. After a long pause, he said, "Little junior sister, it's a pity that I don't have any extra swords, otherwise I could teach you a thing or two." Fengxi suddenly remembered that there was a wooden sword in the storage ring, so he took it out. "Fifth brother, please teach me." Junwen looked at the wooden sword in her hand. "Junior sister, where did you find this junk? Even if you can't contract a flying sword, you have to get a similar sword. This thing can't even kill a chicken, right?" Fengxi smiled and said, "I just picked it up. I wanted to send it to the big kitchen to use as firewood, but I forgot about it because I had so much to do. No matter what, this is also a sword. Teach me how to use it." Junwen nodded. "Okay, then I will teach you the Xiantian sword technique of our Xiantian sect. Of course, this is not something you can learn overnight. The main purpose is to let you experience it. I will practice it first, and then teach you step by step." Junwen said this, and started practicing sword. Junwen is usually a bit sloppy, but when he practices sword, his whole aura changes a lot, and I have to say, he is still quite charming. After finishing the practice, he said, "Junior sister, now I will teach you the first move, Golden Peng's spreading wings." His words came to an abrupt end because Fengxi had already started practicing. Although there is a little sluggishness, each movement is in place, just the fluency is slightly lacking. After Fengxi finished practicing the entire set of sword techniques, he asked Junwen, "Fifth brother, am I practicing correctly? You were practicing too fast just now, and I didn't see it clearly. I just copied you. Don't laugh at me." Junwen. Suddenly, I don't want to talk. By the time the next wave of sword attacks came, Fengxi was already able to use the Xiantian sword technique quite well. It's just that her wooden sword is too lagging. Although it can barely be infused with spiritual power, it can't be retracted and released freely like Junwen's flying sword, and it can't attack in the air. Fengxi always held the hilt of the wooden sword tightly, trying to sense the sword force that Junwen mentioned. As a result, nothing was gained. He also suffered some minor skin injuries because he was not quick enough to dodge. Junwen comforted her, "Little junior sister, don't be too anxious. It's not easy to comprehend the power of the sword. Take our Xiantian sect, for example. There are only a few hundred people who can comprehend the sword power, and the number of people who can comprehend the two sword powers can be counted on a pair of hands. I am the only one who is so young and can comprehend the two sword styles. This is normal, after all. Not everyone is as talented in swordsmanship as I am." Fengxi, are you comforting me or bragging about yourself? Fengxi certainly wouldn't give up. She continued to gain insights from the battles, but still gained nothing. She stared at the wooden sword in her hand. "Fifth brother, I don't think it's because I don't have the comprehension ability, but this broken sword is no good. After we get out, I will try the 10,000 sword wall again. Maybe I can get the flying sword this time." Junwen said against his conscience. "Well, I also think you can successfully get the flying sword this time. Forget it. Don't pour cold water on junior sister at this time. Let's go out and talk about it first." For some reason, Junwen suddenly felt a little cold. Immediately afterwards, his flying sword began to buzz continuously, which was very harsh. Then, countless flying sword phantoms shot towards the two of them. Junwen almost fainted from fright. Don't say that he is a kendo genius. Even if he is the ancestor of kendo, he will die if he encounters this scene. Fengxi reacted quickly and pulled Junwen to hide in the auxiliary cave. Those flying sword phantoms were flying around in the Wanjian cave like headless flies, and finally, for some unknown reason, a melee broke out. Even though the sword force was weakened, Fengxi and Junwen still felt the murderousness and bloodiness. 2 full hours, the shadows of the flying swords disappeared one after another. Junwen heaved a sigh of relief. It's okay. I was scared to death. This time I really saved my life." But soon he started crying. After waiting for several hours without any sword attack, he suddenly realized that the sword energy had completely dissipated. He realized belatedly at this moment that there had been no sword attacks from inside the auxiliary cave. In other words, the sword power of both the auxiliary cave and the Wanjian cave was completely wiped out. Junwen looked at Fengxi, his voice trembling. "Junior sister, we are both dead. Wanjian cave in Xiantian sect is second only to Wanjian wall. Although it is nominally a place to punish disciples, it is actually a venue for disciples to comprehend the power of swords. Since the founding of the sect, countless disciples have grown up in Wanjian cave. Now, he and Fengxi had lost all the sword power in it without knowing it. They are the sinners of the sect, cannot atone for one's sins even if one dies 1,000 times." Fengxi didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at first. After hearing what Junwen said, she was dumbfounded. "Fifth senior brother, it was indeed me who destroyed the sword power in the auxiliary cave, but the ones in the 10,000 swords cave were killed in a fight among themselves. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with us." Junwen, do you think anyone would believe this if you told them? Fengxi, no one believed it. Anyone who heard this would think they were talking nonsense and shirking responsibility. After a long silence, Fengxi suddenly said, "Fifth brother, I learned a lesson from this incident. That is, to carry the photo stone with you at all times and record any slight movement. Yunvin, you still have time to think about these things?" Think about how to explain to your master and the sect first. After a while, Junwen gritted his teeth and said, Junior sister, when we go out, you can push everything onto me, and I will take the responsibility. Anyway, I have lived enough, so I don't care even if I am executed. After I am gone, you must be filial to master, and don't let him feel sad for me. She rolled his eyes. Fifth brother, when you encounter a problem, find a way to solve it, and stop talking nonsense. I ask you, where does the sword power of Wanjian Cave come from? Was deeply moved, said with a choked voice, I have seen relevant records in the classics of our sect. It is necessary to gather several sword masters to sense the sword energy in the 10,000 sword wall and guide them to separate a part of the sword energy and introduce it into the 10,000 sword cave. At present, there are no more than 5 people in our Xiantian sect who are qualified to be great sword masters, but the historical records record that 3,000 people were gathered that day. So, little junior sister, just give up on this idea. You should use my method. If I don't go to heck, then who will? As long as you are well, I will die with no regrets. She curled her lips and said, Fifth senior brother, if you get out alive, you might be exposed when master and the others interrogate you. It's better for you to commit suicide now. I'll take your body out, and there won't be any loopholes. Yunvin. Suddenly, I don't want to die anymore. Seeing that he was no longer being so stubborn, Fengxi asked, Fifth brother, those sword forces couldn't have killed each other for no reason. Let's recall the situation at that time, and perhaps we can find some clues. Junwen recalled and said, You said you were going to the wall of 10,000 swords to get your flying sword, and I said you could definitely do it. Then I noticed my flying sword started to hum, and then the sword energy went berserk. Little junior sister, do you think it's because you're so useless that those swordsmen got so angry when they heard you were going to get the sword that they committed suicide? Fengxi. If you can't speak, don't speak. She pondered for a while. Her eyes fell on the wooden sword she had thrown aside. Fifth brother, do you think it's possible that this wooden sword is to blame? After all, I scolded it before. Junwen felt that his junior sister must have gone mad with anxiety. Even good enough to be used as firewood, let alone causing such a big fuss. Fengxi also felt that his idea was a bit ridiculous, but now he could only try his best. She bit her finger and dripped water on the wooden sword, but there was no movement. More times, but still to no avail, so I gave up. At this moment, the voice of the little black ball sounded in Fengxi's consciousness. Tiesiska, can such a small matter make you so troubled? Beg me. Ask me, and I will tell you the solution. Snort. You little witch, you still want to control me? Look, isn't the opportunity right here? This time, I must make her beg me. As a result, Fengxi sneered after hearing what it said. Immediately afterwards, the little black ball screamed in pain, and the little flame of resistance was extinguished in an instant. Master, I was just kidding you. Don't you just want to separate the sword energy on the 10,000 sword wall? I can do it. To put it bluntly, sword power is just the remnant of will. The so-called master of swordsmanship is just able to make them feel close. And I am the spirit of chaos, the father of all things. The residual will on those sword forces is naturally very close to me. So as long as I take action, I can easily separate the sword force. Fengxi is no longer in the energy to complain about the father of all things. Being able to separate the sword force is better than anything else. So, he started praising the little black ball against his conscience. The little black ball is about to expand into a big black ball. But no one expected that the sword power in the Wanjian cave suddenly recovered, and was even slightly stronger than before. Even the sword power in the auxiliary cave was restored. Junwen and Fengxi were both dumbfounded. The little black ball's eyes rolled around. Which turtle jerk is trying to steal the credit for my work? Finally, his eyes fell on the wooden sword. Because Fengxi had shed blood before, the sword was stained with a few red lines. The little black ball inexplicably felt that the wooden sword was a little unpleasant to the eyes. Humph. Sooner or later I will instigate that stinky girl to burn it. No matter what it was thinking, Fengxi and Junwen were extremely happy. The two even speculated that the previous sword energy had not dissipated, but had just rested for a longer time. However, the two of them did not dare to fight with the sword energy in the Wanjian cave anymore, for fear of causing trouble. The two of them stayed in the auxiliary cave, and just perfunctorily countered a few sword moves. Fengxi was so bored that he started painting on the wall of the cave. Draw a row of little turtles. This guy even said confidently, "Whenever a junior fellow student comes in to watch these to relieve his boredom, I am really willing to help others." Junwen. Soon, at the end of 3 days, the two were released. As soon as they came out, the two noticed that the patrolling disciple's expressions were not right. What happened? The disciple gnashed his teeth and said, "I don't know which daring person drew a line of little turtles on the 10,000 swords wall, and it can't be erased no matter what method is used. Our leader must be furious. This is an insult and provocation to our Xiantian sect. The leader is now investigating this matter seriously. If we find out who did it, we will make sure he is killed without a complete body, his soul will be scattered, and he will never be able to reincarnate." Junwen. Fengxi. The two looked at each other, then trotted to the Wanjian wall in front of them, and then saw the row of little turtles. Lifelike, lively, and cute. Fengxi is about to cry. How come this is exactly the same as what she drew on the cave wall? Suddenly, she ran back. After seeing the patrolling disciple, he said, "Brother, I left something in the auxiliary cave. Can I go in and get it?" The patrolling disciple said with some embarrassment, "Junior Sister Fengxi, without the order from the Dharma Transmission Hall or the Law Enforcement Hall, we cannot let anyone in privately. How about this? You tell me what you left behind, and I'll go get it for you." Of course Feng, she didn't dare let him go in to get it. She pretended to be careless and found the thing in the storage ring and left in a hurry. After walking a distance, she looked at Junwen seriously. "Fifth brother, what's the quickest way for you to break the sect rules and be locked up in the 10,000 Swords cave?" Junwen certainly knew what she was planning. She wanted to wipe the little turtle off the wall of the cave. He scratched his head and mentioned several ideas, but Fengxi felt that they were not acceptable because they would damage her image. Her eyes suddenly lit up. "Fifth brother, how about I go and burn the rest of Elder Duanmu's beard?" Yunvin. Fengxi was just talking. If he really burned the remaining beard of Elder Duanmu, the old man would probably be furious. She rolled her eyes and had an idea. He trotted all the way to see Xiao Baidao. Xiao Baidao was in a state of panic at the moment. The news that the little turtle was painted on the 10,000 Swords wall of Xiantian sect had spread almost throughout the Northern Territory's immortal cultivation world. He was completely humiliated. What made him even more headache was that the other party was able to draw the little turtle on the wall of 10,000 Swords without anyone noticing. If he wanted to do something else in Xiantian sect, wouldn't it be easy for him? But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find any clues. However, when he saw Fengxi coming in, he still asked with concern, "You didn't get hurt in the auxiliary cave, did you? You are such a naughty kid. How come you burned Elder Duanmu's beard? It must be Xiaowu who instigated this, right?" Yunbin. "I was imprisoned in the Wanjian cave at that time, so how can this blame be put on me? Master is too biased." Little did he know that Xiao Baidao loved him deeply and was very strict in his criticism. Junwen has the highest talent among his disciples, but due to his careless personality and lack of effort, his cultivation level has never improved. Fengxi hurriedly helped Junwen clear his grievances and then said, "Master, I know what you are worried about. It's the painting on the wall of 10,000 Swords, right? Leave this matter to me, and I promise to check it thoroughly for you." Xiao Baidao actually agreed. One is that he was desperate and tried every possible means, and the other is that the suggestions Fengxi gave him after he joined the company were all very effective. So Fengxi took the leader's token and swaggered into the auxiliary cave. To destroy the evidence. Junwen. I am convinced. After Fengxi wiped out all the little turtles on the cave wall, he asked Junwen to go out and find out the news. Sure enough, all the little turtles on the wall of 10,000 Swords were gone. Fengxi's eyes flickered, and he wrote 8 large characters on the cave wall with his left hand. Eliminate demons and defend the way, and Xuanwu will bless you. Junwen came back quickly to deliver the letter. Junior sister, the Wanjian wall only shows the words Xuanwu blessing. The words exorcist and defender of the way are not shown. Fengxi didn't care, so she covered the writing with crushed stone powder until there was no flaw left, and then she and Junwen left the auxiliary cave. At this time, the Xiantian sect was in an uproar. The original little turtle was a naked insult. The blessing from Xuanwu now is a blessing from heaven. It turns out they are narrow-minded. The one before was not some little turtle, but the mythical beast Xuanwu. It's not that the people of Xiantian sect are so easy to fool, but mainly because there are thousands of sword forces and several sealed spiritual swords on the wall of 10,000 swords, and ordinary people can't get close to it at all. So, if this isn't a miracle, then what is? Fengxi had already prepared a story, but it was never used. Xiao Baidao touched her little head and said, "My disciple has a very auspicious appearance." The 4 peak masters and the elders all had the same idea. Fengxi is a truly amazing kid. Just by taking a walk around the Wanjian cave and the auxiliary cave, the miracle was fully revealed. Even Elder Duanmu felt that his beard being burned off was a worthy death. Maybe it was because Fengxi entered the auxiliary cave that the miracle happened. I have to say, he got the truth in a sense. At this time, thousands of miles away from Xiantian sect, a flying boat was changing direction. Inside the cabin, the 3 sect leaders all looked unhappy. They were originally planning to go to Xiantian sect in a group to watch the joke. As a result, the little turtle turned into a black tortoise. The joke turned into a miracle. Just outrageous. I had no choice but to turn back halfway. The beast-taming sect sighed. Since Xiantian sect accepted Fengxi, its luck has been overwhelming. If I had known this, I would have recruited her into the beast-taming sect that day. The Wanjian sect nodded and said, "Yes, if I had known that this little girl was smart and lucky, I would have snatched her away at all costs." The head of Hunyuan sect, Bailey Mukin, inexplicably felt that the 2 of them were hinting at him and sneered. The so-called good luck is nothing more than Xiao Baidao flattering Fengxi. If she had been lucky, her dantian wouldn't have almost shattered. Besides, in our cultivation world, strength is respected. Fengxi is just a small waste in the qi refining stage and is not worth mentioning. Lu Jinquan and Huan Kue looked at each other and thought, "Your second disciple has a high level of cultivation. He has reached the 6th level of foundation building, but he was still seriously injured by Fengxi's scheme." However, they did not continue to poke Bailey Mukin in the chest and change the subject. Achoo. Achoo. Fengxi sneezed twice in succession and thought, "Darn it, who is scolding me?" She successfully resolved the incident with the little turtle. The doubts in her heart grew bigger and bigger. Because she specifically asked Junwen to write a few words on the stone wall of the auxiliary cave, but they did not appear on the 10,000 swords wall. So, only her handwriting and paintings are acceptable. Why is that? I really can't figure it out. At this moment, the little black ball said in a sly voice, "You still have the mind to think about these things? I think your life is probably over." Having said that, it will stop here and wait for the little girl to beg it. Fengxi said impatiently, "If you have something to say it now. If you keep keeping me in suspense, I will block your consciousness. You can only amuse yourself." The little black ball's rebellious heart was ruthlessly suppressed again, and he said dejectedly, "Do I need to tell you this? Why did you go crazy before? Wasn't it because the 3 spiritual roots in your dantian were fighting? This time I'm going to make you crazy. Next time I might turn you into a lunatic. Me Fengxi anymore, just call me Fengxi." Fengxi. Fengxi certainly didn't forget about going crazy. Although her spiritual power soared when she went crazy, what the little black ball said was right. If this continued, she might really become a lunatic. Therefore, we must find a solution as soon as possible. As she was thinking, the little black ball said proudly, "Do you know why those 3 spiritual roots are fighting? Because they are fighting for territory. Therefore, if you want to completely solve this problem, there is only one way, and that is to cultivate 2 more spiritual roots as soon as possible. The 5 spiritual roots gathered together, they had nothing to fight for and naturally calmed down. If only you had met me earlier, I would never let you practice this bad technique. It has no benefits, but a lot of disadvantages. You were fooled by that book. She was stunned. Book? You said the jade slip in my sea of consciousness is a book?
Yes.
Don't you know? Oh my goodness. I thought you knew everything. There are so many things you don't know. Fengxi. I don't know who this jerk learned this from, but his mouth is getting worse and worse. The little black ball boasted for a long time before saying, those jade slips are all pages of the same book, otherwise they wouldn't have entered your sea of consciousness at the same time. I just don't know why they fell apart. Fengxi saw that the little black ball knew very little, so he put the matter aside for the time being. Right now, cultivation was the most important thing. In the next few days, Fengxi went to the Dharma hall to listen to classes during the day and came back to practice at night. Sleep no more than 2 hours a day. Even the little black ball had to admit that this little girl was really working hard. That day, Fengxi came to class happily and was surprised to find that there were only a few people there besides her and Junwen, the 2 holdouts. 5th senior brother, why are there so few people attending the class today? Is there something going on in the sect?
Junwen yawned.
He had been practicing at night these days, so he was not very energetic during the day. Junior sister, the reason why so few people come to listen is because today's class is about alchemy. Fengxi understood as soon as she heard it. Swordsmanship, alchemy, beast taming, weapon refining, formation, and talisman making are collectively known as the 6 arts of cultivation. Among Xiao Baidao's 5 direct disciples, only the 2nd disciple Pei Zhou is a talisman maker, and the other 4 all practice swordsmanship. Unlike the other 3 sects, the disciples taught directly will master at least 3 of the 6 arts of cultivation. This is also one of the reasons why Xiantian sect always ranks last in every competition among the 4 sections. In simple terms, these direct disciples of Xiantian sect have serious academic imbalances. Well, now there is another Fengxi whose dantian is damaged and he has failed the exam. Not only the direct disciples, but 99% of the inner and outer disciples of Xiantian sect also specialize in swordsmanship. In fact, it's not that the disciples of Xiantian sect are not interested in alchemy, but that it is too expensive. For example, if an alchemist wants to achieve something, he has to practice countless times. Even the poor Xiantian sect cannot provide free herbs for disciples to practice. There are also talisman paper and talisman ink for talisman makers, various materials for weapon refiners, and array discs for array masters. Over time, no one chose those 5 things anymore, and everyone focused on practicing kendo. That's why few people come to the class. While Fengxi was thinking about it, Elder Ji, who taught alchemy, arrived. Ji was obviously used to the deserted scene of listening to lectures. He didn't say any opening remarks and directly began to teach the method of refining hemostatic pills. Junwen felt drowsy after hearing this and fell asleep in a short while. Fengxi wasn't interested either. Her top priority now was to quickly cultivate 2 more spiritual roots. She had no energy to devote to alchemy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Elder Ji sighed. It seems that none of you have any interest in alchemy, so there is no need to waste our time. Just practice on your own. Alas, if our Xiantian sect had a few more alchemists, especially earth-level alchemists, why would we worry about spirit stones? By opening a few furnaces every month, we can earn a lot of spirit stones, and the sect would have become wealthy long ago. Forget it, there is no point in saying more. Fengxi, why is it useless? It is very useful. She lacks now is money. The spiritual consciousness said weakly, you are still wicked. Fengxi didn't have time to pay attention to it. After Elder Ji turned around and left, she followed him happily. Elder Ji, I am very interested in alchemy, very interested. I dream of refining elixirs every day. Can I learn alchemy from you in the future? Ji had a very good impression of Fengxi. To be exact, everyone in Xiantian's sect liked Fengxi very much. Hearing her words, he said with a smile, Xiaoxi, it's a good thing that you want to make an elixir, but you have to wait until your Dantian injury is healed. In fact, this is just an excuse. He doesn't think highly of Fengxi. The best alchemist is one with fire spiritual roots, followed by dual fire and wood spiritual roots. People like Fengxi, who have 3 spiritual roots of water, wood and fire, especially the water and fire spiritual roots are opposite, are not suitable to be alchemists. Not to mention, she also had an injury to her Dantian. Fengxi certainly didn't give up, but unfortunately Elder Ji refused to give in. Finally, Fengxi walked away with a depressed look. Ji thought she had given up, but the next morning when he arrived at the alchemy room, he saw Fengxi. Elder Ji, the Dharma Hall is closed today, so I came to see you. Ji certainly knew that her real intention was not to drink, but he did not chase her away. Instead, he began to teach his disciples how to make pills. These disciples are all alchemists of Xiantian sect, but their talents are average, and the highest is only a second-grade Xian-level alchemist. Alchemists are divided into 4 major levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, and each level is divided into 9 grades. Ji is a 5th-grade Earth-level alchemist, and can be considered one of the top-notch masters in the northern continent. Elder Ji is explaining today is the Qingling pill, which involves more than 30 kinds of herbs, and the refining steps are also very complicated. There are as many as 5 types of Danin. Those disciples frowned. Obviously, they had not learned it. Ji repeated it several times, and then asked the disciples to refine it. Fengxi asked curiously, Elder Ji, are you only going to teach me the Qingling pill today? Nothing else?
Ji.
It would take them a month or even several months to digest the Qingling pill, and they may not be able to learn it yet. Fengxi said, oh, and nothing else. She chatted with Elder Ji for a while, then ran away in a hurry. This girl is still young, and she acts as she pleases. Fengxi comes to see Junwen. 5th senior brother. Where can I get an alchemy furnace? I want to start making alchemy. Yunvin. You've just been quiet for a few days. Why are you talking nonsense again? Are you going to start making elixirs?
Can you?
Besides, refining the elixir will continuously consume your spiritual consciousness and spiritual power.
Can you bear it?
But no matter how he persuaded, Fengxi still insisted on refining the elixir. Junwen thought about it and said, well, if you want to practice, then practice. Once you taste the bitterness, you won't practice anymore. So, he said, there is a small market in the North Peak where disciples can sell some unused items. I will go with you to see if anyone has an unused alchemy furnace for sale. The 2 of them immediately arrived at the North Peak, and surprisingly, they actually bought an alchemy furnace, but it had a broken leg. Fengxi thought it didn't matter, just put something underneath. Anyway, it's used for training, so it's useless if it's too good. In addition, she also bought a lot of auxiliary herbs for refining Qingling pills. She had several main medicinal herbs in her storage ring, which saved her a lot of spirit stones. Then, he returned excitedly to his yard. Junwen was worried, so he followed. Fengxi followed Elder Ji's instructions and began to refine the elixir. You know what? It looks quite realistic. Even the seal was successful. Junwen was about to praise her. Black smoke billowed out of the alchemy furnace and rose straight into the sky.
Cough, cough, cough.
Junwen almost choked to death. Not only Junwen, but also several nearby courtyards were filled with violent coughing sounds. Fengxi hurriedly began to destroy the body, but was caught by Xiao Baidao. Xiao Wu, it must be you who caused this trouble again. I knew you would never stop. Junwen, who was choked into a red-eyed rabbit. Master, have you forgotten that I have a golden spiritual root? I want to make an elixir, but do I have the conditions? Fengxi laughed dryly twice. Master, you wronged 5th brother, it was my fault. I heard from Elder Ji that alchemists can make money, so I wanted to give it a try. What if I really become an alchemist? I can also help the sect solve its problems, right? I just didn't expect that I would fail for a moment and end up like this. Any beating or punishment you want, but please don't be angry, or you'll get sick from it. When Xiao Baidao heard this, he looked very relieved. Xiaoxi, you are such a sensible child. Junwen, if what I did was causing trouble, Then what junior sister did was being sensible. You think this is appropriate? People always talk about stepfather and stepmother. I am a stepmaster. Finally, Xiao Baidao said a few words to Feng Shi in a light-hearted manner, roughly meaning that although your heart is good, you should not practice it in the future. After he left, Junwen said sourly, "Junior sister, Master is too partial." Feng Shi chuckled, "Master, that's because he loves you so much and is very strict with you. He has high hopes for you. I am different. My master thinks I am a little loser, so he naturally pampers me." Junwen was immediately shocked. It turns out that I am the master's favorite. He was feeling happy. He heard Feng Shi say, "Fifth senior brother, please accompany me to the back mountain. I will refine the elixir there, so it shouldn't affect others." Yunvin. Junior sister, forget it. Others have to spend money to make pills, but my junior sister has to spend her life to make pills. Unfortunately, he couldn't persuade Feng Shi and followed her to the back mountain. Feng Shi learned some experience this time and released the little black ball before refining. If there's any black smoke, you'll have to suck it all up. Little black ball. You talking human language? Could I, the chaos spirit, do such a thing?
It didn't want to, but
it couldn't resist, so it had to give in. Feng Shi refined dozens of furnaces in a row, but all ended in failure. The little black balls have turned into little smoke balls. Whenever he spoke, smoke came out. Even Junwen felt that the little black ball was a bit pitiful. However, he was more puzzled by one question. How could the little apprentice sister have such abundant spiritual power? Even Elder Ji couldn't refine so many furnaces at once. But then he changed his mind and thought that maybe the junior sister's refining method was wrong, so she consumed less spiritual power. Feng Shi was a little annoyed. Every step was correct, so how could it fail? What was the problem? The little black ball couldn't stand it any longer. The problem is that you don't have the talent for alchemy.
Stop it.
When my cultivation level improves, you can sell the spiritual plants in the secret realm, and you won't have to worry about money anymore. Feng Shi didn't want to give up just like that. If you rely on mountains, they will fall. If you rely on people, they will fall. Only yourself is the most reliable. After thinking about it, Feng Shi finally knew where the problem was. She has 3 spiritual roots of water, fire, and wood, which makes her unsuitable to be an alchemist, not to mention that the 3 spiritual roots in her dantian are not compatible. She was using her fire spiritual root to refine the elixir. Her wood spiritual root and water spiritual root not only did not contribute but also caused trouble. It would be a miracle if the elixir could be refined. Feng Shi asked the little black ball, "If I don't have dantian, do you have any magic skills suitable for me to practice?" "Yes. Of course there are. There are several. They are all stronger than your bad technique." Feng Shi nodded. "Fifth senior brother, lend me a dagger. I want to cut open my own abdomen and take out my dantian to step on." Yunvin. However, when he saw Feng Shi winking at him, he tremblingly took out a dagger and handed it to Feng Shi. Feng Shi gestured at her dantian area, then asked Junwen to move away. She lifted up her clothes and made a cut, and her abdomen was instantly dyed red with blood. The little black ball was so scared. It thought Feng Shi was just trying to scare the 3 jerks in dantian, but it turned out she was serious. The 3 spiritual roots were also frightened and knelt in the dantian. Feng Shi vaguely sensed that they were begging for mercy and sneered, "I'll give you one last chance. If you dare to do anything tricky again, I'll give you this dantian." The 3 spiritual roots nodded desperately. Feng Shi then took out the hemostatic powder and sprinkled it on the wound, and then swallowed a hemostatic pill. If you want to put on a show, you have to spend a lot of money. If you can't even fool yourself, how can you fool others? The little black ball shrank its almost non-existent neck. It was so scary. It's so scary. When this little witch goes crazy, she's even more like a demon than the other demons. I have to be more careful next time. Otherwise, if I make her angry, she might do anything. Feng Shi treated the wound and then let Junwen turn around. Junwen saw the blood on the dagger. His face turned pale with fright. "Junior sister, you. Feng Shi smiled and said, "Fifth senior brother, There are some things I can't tell you, but don't worry, I won't do anything stupid, nor will I do anything that would harm you or our master. Junwen inexplicably felt that his junior sister was a little sad. For the first time, he felt as if his mouth was borrowed and he didn't know what to say to comfort his junior sister. Finally, he performed a show for Fengxi, a monkey climbing a tree. Fengxi was amused by him. She was an orphan in modern times, and although she later had a few small goals in her bank account, she had never felt what love was. So she donated to many poor students. If she can't feel the love, then let others feel it. But since she transmigrated into the book, both Xiao Baidao and Junwen made her feel cared for. Perhaps this was her greatest gain from transmigrating into the book. After Fengxi wrote a short essay in his mind, he began to make the elixir. Junwen originally wanted to stop it, but when he saw Little Black Ball winking at him, he had to shut up. The Little Black Ball thought to himself, "You're such an idiot. The female devil is in a bad mood now. If you make her unhappy, she might take it out on me." The humble Little Black Ball now has only one wish, which is to help Fengxi succeed in refining the elixir as soon as possible. I don't know if its wish came true, but this furnace of elixirs did not emit any black smoke, and there was even a faint medicinal fragrance. Fengxi took a deep breath and opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. A strange medicinal fragrance wafted to my face. There were 10 plump pills lying in the alchemy furnace, each with a circle of golden patterns on it. Fengxi frowned. "Fifth brother, it seems that what I refined this time is still wrong. The pills refined by Elder Ji do not have these strange patterns on them." Junwen's eyes almost popped out. "Junior sister, this is a top-grade medicine." Fengxi only listened to one class given by Elder Ji and observed another class, so he knew very little about alchemy. She only knew that the quality of elixirs was divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. From what Junwen meant, there are top-grade elixirs. The Little Black Ball glared at Junwen. "Look at you, you have never seen the world. My master is extremely talented and intelligent. Isn't it normal for him to refine top-grade elixirs?" "Yunbin, were you blinded by the black smoke? Otherwise, why would he suddenly become so fawning?" The Little Black Ball shed tears silently in his heart. "I don't want this to happen either. But the female devil is so scary. If I don't say something nice, I'm really afraid that she will harm me one day." After Fengxi confirmed that the elixir he had refined was of top quality, he looked very happy. "Fifth brother, I didn't hold out much hope. Who knew I would succeed just by practicing like this? He also refined a top-grade elixir. I really am a genius. Fifth brother, so far I haven't found any shortcomings in myself. Have you found any?"
Yunbin, no.
If bragging isn't considered a shortcoming. Fengxi was in a good mood, and even found the Little Black Ball pleasing to the eye. He stroked it twice like a cat, and praised it a few words. The Little Black Ball snorted in his heart, so annoyed. Then, he took the initiative to rub Fengxi's palm. Fengxi looked at Junwen and said, "Fifth senior brother, should I tell others that I am a genius in alchemy? In other words, do I brag openly, or do I secretly work hard to become a big star in the future?" Junwen scratched his head. "Junior sister, my brain is not as good as yours, so you should make the decision." Fengxi pondered for a while and said, "The 4 factions competition will be held in a few months. If I shout about it now, others will be on guard. So, I'll just work hard secretly." Junwen asked her, "You didn't even tell the master?" "Well, I'll give him a surprise then." As Fengxi spoke, he took out the top-grade Qingling pills from the alchemy furnace and handed 5 of them to Junwen. "Fifth brother, this is for you." Junwen scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed to accept it. Although Qingling pill is not a very expensive pill, it is a top-grade pill. The net worth can at least increase tenfold. Fengxi glared at him, and then he accepted it. Fengxi put the remaining 5 into a small porcelain bottle and continued refining. Junwen was reading this. He suddenly thought of a problem that had been overlooked. Just now, junior sister gave him 5 and kept 5 for herself, so doesn't that make 10 in total? It's a 100% success rate? And they are all top-grade elixirs? Even Elder G can't do it. No, even a heavenly-level alchemist might not be able to do it. Junwen was extremely shocked. Feng Shi refined another batch of Qingling pills, still with a 100% success rate. However, this time only one of them was a top-grade pill, and the rest were high-grade pills. Junwen thinks this is normal. With a 100% success rate in making pills, one of the pills is considered top-grade, and this is normal? Has he drifted to this extent now? It's all Junior Sister's fault. She single-handedly changed his standards of judgment. Feng Shi was a little dissatisfied. He frowned and recalled the alchemy process just now. It was obviously the same, so why was the quality of this furnace so poor? I thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Plus, I was tired and sleepy at the moment, so I had to give up temporarily. Before Junwen left, he said to Feng Shi, "Junior Sister, I think you don't need to be too obsessed with the quality. It is definitely good enough for now. You should practice more on other recipes. I'll accompany you to the library to look for recipes tomorrow." Feng Shi nodded. "Fifth brother, what you said makes sense. Then I will win by quantity first and put quality aside for now." The next day, they went to the library. Elder Hai from the library was very happy to see Feng Shi and chatted with her for a while before letting her into the library. As for Junwen, who was standing next to Feng Shi, he seemed not to see him at all. "Junwen, ever since I had my junior sister, my status in the sect has been getting worse day by day." Junwen quickly found several pill recipes. Feng Shi flipped through it and asked in confusion, "Fifth senior brother, why are there only yellow-grade and black-grade pill recipes in here?" Junwen smiled bitterly. "Junior sister, the earth-level pill formula is in the hands of some alchemists and is not easily passed on. As for the heaven-grade elixir, it is a secret that is not passed on, so forget about it." Feng Shi nodded. "So that's how it is. Would practice these yellow-grade and black-grade pill recipes first, and then try to get the earth-grade and heaven-grade pill recipes later. Bought a lot of cheap herbs at the market in Beifeng. As for the expensive herbs, they were in her storage ring." In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Feng Shi deliberately made several noises of alchemy. Thick smoke was commonplace, and once it even caught Junwen's hair on fire. Junwen is about to cry. "Junior sister, I have made a huge sacrifice for your career of playing the pig and eating the tiger. Not only that, the Xiantian Sect's cafeteria has recently added a new dish. Smoked meat, smoked chicken, smoked duck, smoked goose, smoked rabbit." Many people ate while observing a moment of silence for the low-level monsters raised in the back mountain. Ever since the junior sister started refining pills, they haven't had a single day of peace. Then, sad tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. Soon, the ridiculous story of Feng Shi's alchemy spread. The head of Hunyuan sect, Bailey Mukin, snorted coldly. "I have long anticipated that she is a troublemaker. Only Xiao Baidao treats her like a treasure and flatters her." The other two sects treated this matter as a joke. Feng Shi was a good girl in every way except that she had a somewhat eccentric personality and acted on impulse. Xiao Baidao was the same. He didn't do anything and just let her do whatever she wanted. In fact, Xiao Baidao did take care of it, but he could not resist Feng Shi's nagging, so he lifted her up high and then put her down gently every time, indulging her. Even other people in Xiantian sect were particularly tolerant of Feng Shi. If she wants to practice, let her practice. I'll stop practicing when I've had enough. Apart from anything else, since Feng Shi started making elixirs, their food standards have improved visibly. The monster in the back mountain. "You are noble, right? Do we deserve to be choked to death so that you can eat our meat?" When Feng Shi's alchemy business was in full swing, a piece of news came. The demons began to frequently make small moves near the boundary. The four major sects felt that this was not a good sign and that the demons were likely to cause trouble. After discussion, they decided to recruit disciples from the four sects near the boundary to provide reinforcements in order to strengthen patrol capabilities. In addition, each sect must send an elder and 2 disciples to the realm to stabilize the morale of the troops. After receiving the news, Xiao Baidao immediately sent messages to his 4 disciples who were outside, but none of them replied to him. Xiao Baidao gritted his teeth. What an unfilial bunch. They are far worse than Xiaoxi and Xiaowu. You must be very happy to hear this. I am indeed the treasure in the master's heart. Although he was ranked behind junior sister, he was still far ahead of the other four beasts. He was very happy, but Xiao Baidao was very embarrassed. The other four disciples could not be contacted, so the only candidates left were Junwen and Fengxi. Junwen is fine. He has thick skin and tough flesh, so it's no big deal if he gets injured. But Xiaoxi's Dantian injury has not healed yet, and he has no ability to protect himself. It is too dangerous to go to the realm. Fengxi took the initiative to find Xiao Baidao. Master, the realm is dangerous, but I won't charge into battle, so it's not too dangerous. Besides, isn't there an elder following him? It will definitely be okay. Just let me go without worrying about it. Xiao Baidao shook his head. No, it's too risky. Master, ever since I met you, my luck has been very good. It's almost not a good omen. As the saying goes, good luck comes to those who are lucky. Not only will nothing happen to me this time, I might even be able to accomplish something great. I know you are reluctant, but I am your direct disciple. If I retreat in fear at this time, how will others see you? How will they see our Xiantian sect? So whether it's for you or for the sect, I will go this time. Besides, I also want to go out and explore the world. Flowers that have not experienced wind and rain are destined to not bloom in the sun. Please let me go. Xiao Baidao felt that Fengxi said so much just because he didn't want to embarrass him, and he felt that his little disciple was so sensible that it made him feel distressed. Finally, I had to agree. In fact, what Fengxi said was only part of the reason. Another reason was that the little black ball needed to absorb evil energy, and this was the best opportunity. In order to ensure Fengxi's safety, Xiao Baidao spent a huge amount of money. He took out a set of armor from the empty Xiantian sect's treasury. Xiaoxi, this set of dragon-scale armor is enough for you to withstand a blow from a mid-stage spirit transformation. Junwen's eyes widened. The sect has such a good treasure. The master hit it very well. Little did he know that both the 9-turn resurrection pill and this set of dragon-scale armor were Xiao Baidao's means of survival, so that when the sect was in trouble, he would have more capital to preserve the sect. But for the sake of his little apprentice, he took them all out. Although Fengxi didn't know all this, she knew that Xiao Baidao was very kind to her. She tried her best to refuse, but she couldn't persuade Xiao Baidao, so she had to wear it under her clothes. She silently made up her mind that she must protect her master's peace for the rest of his life, no matter what the cost. After Xiao Baidao discussed with the sect's top leaders, they decided to send Elder Duanmu to take Junwen and Fengxi to the realm. Firstly, Elder Duanmu was at the second level of the spirit transformation realm, and his cultivation was second only to Xiao Baidao. Secondly, Elder Duanmu is cautious and reliable in his work. Another important point is that Elder Duanmu can intimidate Junwen and prevent him from doing anything evil. Yunvin, have you misunderstood me too deeply? Let's forget about what happened before. The recent incidents are clearly Junior Sister's fault. At this time, the candidates for the other 3 sects were also announced. The Hunyuan sect's members are Bailey Mukin as senior disciples Mu Zihuai and Xin Jilan, and their leader is Elder Lu. The Wanjian sect's members were Lu Jingquan's senior disciples Ling Qianting and Lu Xiaobai, and their leader was Elder Han. The beast taming sect is led by Huan Kuei's eldest disciples Qin Shifeng and Xing Wu, and is led by Elder Feng. The intention of combining these 3 sects is very obvious, allowing the eldest disciple to lead his younger brothers and sisters to explore the world. Upon seeing this, Xiao Baidao scolded his eldest disciple Jiangji again. But there was nothing he could do but to remind his little apprentice repeatedly to be careful. When you encounter demons, stay as far away from them as possible and put aside all your demon-slaying and defense efforts. Junwen, who was standing aside. Isn't that what you taught me? You said that eliminating demons and defending the way is our vocation as monks. Our heads can be cut off and our blood can be shed, but we must not lose our faith. The day before departure, Fengxi belatedly remembered something. She can't wield a sword. It would take more than 10 days to travel to the realm this time. If Elder Duanmu and Junwen took turns to lead her, it would not be impossible, but it would be too tiring. I wonder if it's too late to learn how to fly a sword now? If you don't have a magic sword, an ordinary sword will do. You can fly. So, she found Junwen. Fifth brother, can you help me get a sword? I want to learn how to fly a sword. Junwen was about to say that the time was too short for him to learn, but when he thought of Feng Shi's previous achievements, especially his talent in alchemy, he swallowed his words. The weapon refining hall has swords made of ordinary materials. You can exchange them for your sect points. I'll go with you to pick one. Feng Shi has made several great contributions to the Xiantian sect, and the points on his Identity Jade card are simply dazzling. Feng Shi was about to nod when a strange consciousness suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Feng Shi then discovered that a rusty sword had appeared in his sea of consciousness at some point in time. Before Feng Shi could react, the little black ball yelled, "It had to be that wooden sword." I knew there was something fishy about it. You see, its main body is clearly like this, but what we see is a wooden sword. As the saying goes, good things never come to those who have done them wrong. If good things come to those who have done them wrong, then it is not a good thing. Feng Shi. Why are you so excited? Little black ball. Well, I am also thinking about your safety, master. If you think I am talking too much nonsense, then I won't say anything more. Well, shut up then. Little black ball. Why doesn't the strategy of retreating to advance work on that little girl? Feng Shi carefully sensed the spiritual power of the wooden sword and found that it only had a very weak response. Combined with the rusty sword body, it should have suffered severe damage. No matter how you look at it, this thing can be considered a spiritual sword. It should be able to fly, right? So, she said to Junwen, "Fifth brother, don't rush to the weapon refining hall. Let me try this wooden sword first." As he said this, he took out the wooden sword. Yunvin. As long as you are happy. Junior sister, if you want to fly the sword, you must first try to control the flying sword with your spiritual sense, and then try to stand on it after you can control it freely. Now, I will teach you the formula to control the flying sword. Junwen only said it once, and Feng Shi said that he had learned it, and then began to try to control the wooden sword. The wooden sword lay motionless, as if dead. The little black ball was gloating. What did I say? This thing has ulterior motives and is not a good thing. It finished speaking. The wooden sword flew up, but it was a little crooked. Junwen, who was confused, taught Feng Shi some specific control methods, such as making the flying sword a little bigger so that he could sit on it. After all, the journey is long, and it is impossible to stand there forever. Of course, the size won't be too big, and it will only be enough for 2 people to sit on it. Feng Shi has learned everything in theory, but is still a little unskilled in the practical operation. Every time she stood on the wooden sword, Junwen was nervous, afraid that she would fall. Junior sister, why don't we just forget it? We're leaving tomorrow. It's too late. Feng Shi rolled his eyes. It's okay. I have a good plan. You will know tomorrow. Seeing that she looked confident, Junwen did not ask any more questions. Anyway, if it really doesn't work, he and Elder Duanmu can give her a ride. Before Feng Shi left, he said to Junwen, "Fifth senior brother, I prepared some medicinal pills for you. Keep them." Then a large wash basin was brought out, which was full of pills. Junwen, is this a little bit? Now he finally believed what Feng Shi had said before. Victory lies in quantity. If she continues like this, she can run a medicine shop by herself. Junwen could recover from his shock. Feng Shi handed him a small porcelain bottle in a mysterious manner. "Fifth senior brother, this contains the violent spirit pill. Taking one can instantly increase your strength by 2 to 3 times. If you meet a strong enemy, show off one. Remember, you can only show off one at most per day. Otherwise, your tendons and veins will not be able to withstand the surging spiritual power, and you will be in danger. Besides, the effect of the violent spirit pill can only last for half a quarter of an hour." Junwen's eyes lit up instantly. This is a good thing to save your life. However, he seemed to have never heard of any violent spirit pill. There was a similar earth-grade pill, but it was not called this name. Then I heard Feng Shi say, I developed this violent spirit pill myself. Don't worry, I tested it on the windblade rabbits from the back mountain. They're still alive and kicking. There will definitely be no problem with safety. Junwen. I'd rather not use it if I can. The next morning, Xiao Baidao personally saw off Elder Duanmu and the other two. Approaching the mountain gate, Fengxi began to slow down. She felt that the gate of Xiantian sect was a little weird, and she had knelt down several times. This time, I won't kneel no matter what. But just as he stepped over the threshold, his legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Fengxi, Yuan at percent. For the sake of her character, Feng she had to say against her will, Ancestor, Your Excellency, your disciple Fengxi is about to go to the realm to fight against the demons. Although the journey is difficult and full of hardships, I will never bring shame to Xiantian sect and your reputation. I will go all out and return with honor. She finished speaking. Elder Duanmu knelt down behind her and said similar words. Yunbin. He had no choice but to kneel down and say a few words following suit. He thought, maybe the junior sister has a good reputation in the sect. Look at their etiquette, so thoughtful. I feel ashamed of myself. After the three of them got up, Xiao Baidao gave Fengxi a few more worried instructions before letting them set off. Duanmu summoned his flying sword and was about to call Fengxi when he saw the little girl take out a broken wooden sword from her storage ring and fly up crookedly. Everyone was stunned. One of them didn't know where Fengxi got such a sword, and the other was that Fengxi was standing on it shakily, as if he would fall down at any time. Xiao Baidao was about to speak when he saw Fengxi take out a rope from the storage ring and tie himself to the wooden sword. He waved to the crowd. Master, fellow disciples, wait for the good news of my triumphant return. After saying that, the wooden sword flew out with a whoosh, accompanied by Fengxi's scream. Xiao Baidao. Xiantian sex people. Junwen. Junior sister, is this the brilliant plan you mentioned? Pretty bad idea. He didn't have time to complain and quickly flew after him on his sword. Duanmu was able to keep his composure. After bowing to everyone, he flew up on a sword. Xiao Baidao stretched his neck to look, but unfortunately Fengxi flew too fast and had already turned into a small black. May God bless me, may our ancestors bless me, and may my two disciples return safely. Little did he know that his beloved little disciple was having a great time at this moment. So exciting! So fun! She especially enjoyed the feeling of flying on a sword, with mountains and rivers rushing past under her feet, as if the whole world was at her disposal. However, after the novelty wore off, it wasn't that great anymore. Because you have to keep supplying spiritual energy, and you can't be distracted. She was shameless enough to directly touch Junwen's sword. He even said in a fake tone, "Fifth senior brother, I will rub your flying sword first. When you are tired, I will use my wooden sword to carry you flying." Yunbin. No need. I'm afraid of falling to death. Fengxi walked for a while and then ran to rub Elder Duanmu's sword. It's almost done, so I'll just fly on the wooden sword for a while. Well, the kind with seat belts. That day, the three of them finally arrived near the boundary. The realm is the border between the world of immortal cultivation and the world of demons, with humans and demons each occupying half. There is an endless sea in the middle. Since flying is prohibited near the boundary, the three can only walk there. They were going to Anding City, which was also the only city in the realm. It was originally called the Demon Subduing City, but later it was changed to Anding City to take into account the feelings of its neighbors. At this time, the reception room of the city lord's mansion in Anding City was full of guests. Lu of Hunyuan sect said with a smile, Xiantian sect is quite interesting. They actually sent Fengxi here this time. She is a small useless girl who can't carry anything, so what can she do here? It's totally to share the credit. Xiao Baidao really took great pains for this little disciple. The Wanjian sect and Elder Feng from the beast taming sect smiled but said nothing. It is true that Fengxi's cultivation is low, but as an elder of Hunyuan sect, it is really beneath your dignity to call him a little waste. Of course, they also felt that Fengxi came here just to take advantage of the situation and share the credit. Could they really count on her to fight against the demons? Don't joke, if she gets caught by the demons, they will have to rescue her. Lu continued, I think we should divide the patrol areas and clarify the credits and responsibilities. What do you think? The Wanjian sect and Elder Feng of the beast-taming sect looked at each other and asked, how do we divide it? Lu pointed to the defense map of the boundary and said, divide the patrol area into 4 parts, and each sect will be responsible for one area. As he spoke, he took a pen and marked 4 areas on it, A, B, C, and D. Since Xiantian sect hasn't arrived yet, let's choose among the 3 sects first. We, the Hunyuan sect, will choose Area A. Elder Han from the Wanjian sect followed closely behind. We, the Wanjian sect, will choose District B. The beast-taming sect chose Area C. In the end, only District D was left, and Xiantian sect had no choice but to choose this one. The eyes of City Lord Hu of Anding City flickered slightly. District D is the most difficult place to defend in the entire realm because the wind and waves in the endless sea there are relatively calm, and most demons will land here. However, he didn't say anything. He has neither the qualifications nor the ability to get involved in the open and secret struggles among the 4 major sections. Xin Jilan had a faint smile on her lips. The idea of dividing the patrol areas was proposed by her and Elder Lu. Fengxi, don't you want to be in the spotlight? This time I'll let you have enough. It would be better if you died at the hands of the demons, so that I wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. At this moment, Fengxi was listening to the little black ball bragging. What a fragrant, devilish scent. That's the taste. I can't wait to have the feast. When we get there, throw me into the endless ocean and I'll swim 100 laps in it. The little black ball feels very good about itself now. When it reaches the boundary, it has reached its own territory. The little girl wants to gain merit. She must say something nice, otherwise humph. Is what it thinks and says, Little Hu from Xiaofeng, as family, I know you must be worried right now, afraid of being captured by the demons, but don't worry, as long as I'm here, everything will be safe. But I like to hear good things, so please tell me a few words. Fengxi snorted lightly, and then the screams of the little black ball were heard in his consciousness. Sometimes she really admires this jerk. He has suffered countless losses at her hands, but he still extends his little Geo to test her from time to time. Could this be the legendary jerk? After the little black ball was dealt with, his expression changed. My beautiful, intelligent, and kind master, as your spiritual pet, I should protect you. Don't worry, I will make sure that you will be remembered for eternity during this trip to the realm. Fengxi, are you trying to send me away? An hour later, Fengxi and the other 2 arrived at Anding City. Received the message, was already waiting at the city gate. After exchanging pleasantries, City Lord Hu said, Elder Duanmu, the elders of the other 3 sects are waiting in the City Lord's mansion. Please follow me. Duanmu didn't like chatting with people, so he stopped talking after a few brief sentences. Fengxi came over. City Lord Hu, I have always admired you. You have worked hard to guard Anding City for more than 20 years. Your noble character deserves respect and learning from everyone. To be honest, besides fighting against the demons, I also have a little personal wish this time. I plan to have a good chat with you, and after returning, I will compile a book about your deeds and let everyone know about your great achievements and noble character. So, if you are free someday, please send someone to call me, and I will be there whenever you call. City Lord Hu was stunned. What? Write a book or biography for me? Is this something I dare to think about? Aren't the 2 things that people pursue in their lives, fame and fortune? He was very moved, he said, Ms. Fengxi, you flatter me too much. My contribution is not worth mentioning. However, if you're interested in Anding City, we can have a good chat when we have time. Fengxi nodded. Okay, I'll come find you after I'm settled here. The more they talked, the more they got along. After a short while, Fengxi was calling him Uncle Master, Hu all the time, and we had no idea where she got the idea from. They were almost at the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Hu hesitated for a moment and said to Elder Duanmu, Elder Lu of Hunyuan sect divided the defense area into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. They have chosen the 3 sects, leaving Area D for your Xiantian sect. Let me add that District D is the most difficult place to defend in the entire realm because the winds and waves in the endless sea there are relatively calm, and the demons land here most of the time. You have an idea of that. Duanmu nodded. Thank you. In fact, he was actually a little unhappy when Fengxi and City Lord who were arguing just now. Why does Fengxi talk so much nonsense? What a mess. Write a book or a biography. Master, who? Does he have the qualifications? Only now did he understand Fengxi's intention. If she hadn't been trying to get close to City Lord who would definitely not have said anything. Knowing the drawbacks of District D, he will be able to bargain with the other three factions after he enters. The three of them entered the reception room of the City Lord's mansion. Elder Liu and the others stood up to greet them. No matter what you think in your heart, you still have to save your face. After everyone sat down again, Elder Liu of Hunyuan sect said with a half-smile, Elder Duanmu, did you come here on a flying sword? This journey is long and must be tiring. It's a pity that we are not on our way, otherwise we would let you take our flying boat. Duanmu knew that he was implicitly mocking the poverty of Xiantian sect. He was too disdainful to engage in such a verbal dispute and just responded perfunctorily. Logically, Elder Liu should have stopped, but he didn't. Elder Duanmu, forgive me for saying something I shouldn't have said, but you, the Xiantian sect, are too frugal. You have to have a good chat with sect leader Xiao when you go back. You don't know that many people laugh at your Xiantian sect for being stingy behind your back. He was talking. He heard Fengxi say to Junwen in a crisp voice, Fifth brother, if someone knows that some things should not be said, why would he say them? Did he eat too much salt? Lu. Duanmu coughed slightly. Xiaoxi, how can you talk like that? Don't interrupt your elders when they are talking, or else people will think you are talking too much. Fengxi nodded. Elder Duanmu, I've made note of this. I will definitely control my mouth in the future, so as not to be annoying. Lu. You two, old and young, are working together to slander me? I remember that Duanmu Yen was a man of few words. How come he has become so sarcastic now? He slapped the coffee table. Duanmu Yen, what do you mean? The Wanjian sect and Elder Feng from the beast-taming sect were afraid of a quarrel, so they quickly tried to smooth things over. You two, please stop talking. Let's get down to business. Duanmu, in order to save time, we divided the defense areas before you came, and the areas are almost the same. Duanmu looked at the defense map and said coldly, Although I am not very familiar with the realm, I still know a thing or two. Assigned to us is the most difficult place to defend in the entire realm. What you are doing is a bit unfair. Either draw lots again, or mix the disciples of the four major sects together. Liu of Hunyuan sect snorted coldly. Everything has its beginning and end. Who made you the last one? If you don't agree, just take your Xiantian sect's people and leave. Duanmu immediately stood up and said to Junwen and Fengxi, Let's go. The Wanjian sect and Elder Feng from the beast-taming sect had no choice but to come over to stop them, and City Lord who also came over to persuade them. Finally, Elder Duanmu said, You can let us guard the Ding district. You also know that we are short of elixirs in Xiantian sect. Please support us with some elixirs, especially the hemostatic pill and the devil-transforming pill. Yunvin. From them? I have it. My junior sister gave me a big wash basin. She must have more of her own. Please change the conditions. Fortunately, the other three sects all refused because elixirs are the most precious during wartime, and there is nowhere to buy them. Finally, after some bargaining, each sect compensated Xiantian sect with 100,000 spirit stones. Lu said with a gloomy face, Duanmu Yen, let's be frank. Now that we have divided the defense areas, we should each take care of our own areas. Don't come begging for help when the time comes. Duanmu sneered. Of course. I hope you can remember this sentence too. Elder Feng and Elder Han remained silent, which was considered as their agreement. City Lord who quickly ordered a banquet to welcome everyone. Although fasting is possible after the Jindan stage, the food prepared by City Lord who are all spiritual energy-containing foods, which are beneficial to spiritual practice. Duanmu and his companions sat at one table, and Fengxi and his 8 direct disciples sat at another table. Fengxi, Xingwu, and Liu Xiaobai had cooperated before in the Tianhen secret realm, so they soon became chatting animatedly. Shen Jilan secretly hated him in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. She smiled and talked to Qin Shifeng, the eldest disciple of the beast-taming sect, who was sitting on her right. Although his junior brother Xingwu often said bad things about Shen Jilan in front of Qin Shifeng did not take it to heart. His junior brother has a reckless personality and believes everything he hears. Maybe he has misunderstood. He was originally curious about Shen Jilan, the talented girl. After chatting with her for a few sentences, he felt more and more that Xing was talking nonsense. Junior sister Jilan is not only talented, but also quite insightful. On the other hand, Fengxi, whom Xingwu had always praised, was really unlikable. Not only did she have a low level of cultivation, but she was also very ostentatious. Whenever possible, he would advise his fellow apprentices to stay away from her. Seeing Shen Jilan and Qin Shifeng talking happily, Mu Zihuai frowned slightly. "Jilan, don't just talk. The food will get cold soon." Shen Jilan blushed slightly. "Big brother, I understand.
You still care about me."
The unhappiness in Mu Zihuai's heart disappeared instantly, and he smiled and picked up a piece of meat for Shen Jilan. Fengxi saw this scene out of the corner of her eye and thought, Shen Jilan never forgets to develop backup men and bootlickers. After dinner, Elder Duanmu took Junwen, Fengxi, and the disciples of Xiantian sect to District D. The same is true for the other 3 factions. Although they fight among themselves, they are still decisive when doing things. Duanmu and his men took over District D. The original patrol personnel withdrew to Anding City for rest. Duanmu divided everyone into 3 shifts and took turns patrolling. Fengxi stared at the endless sea with curiosity. The water was as dark as ink, with huge waves rising from time to time. It seems that the so-called calm is only relative. The sea water here is not calm either. In addition to the huge waves, there are countless whirlpools surging in the distance. Junwen reminded, "Junior sister, try to stay away from the endless sea. I heard that sea beasts often come here to look for food. Among them, there is a monster called the 8-armed demonic seal that is extremely ferocious, and many defenders die in its mouth every year." 5th senior brother, do you mean there are living things in this endless sea? Since there are sea beasts, there must be fish and shrimp, right? How does it taste? Yunvin, is your focus off track? Even if there is, it's as if you can catch it. It's edible, and it contains a lot of spiritual energy. But, little junior sister, just give up on this idea. Although you have the 3 spiritual roots of water, wood and fire, the endless sea is complicated, and the sea water will erode your spiritual power. If you jump in and are not careful, you will lose your life. Fengxi asked him with a smile. What if the fish, shrimp, or sea beasts in there jump up and let me eat them? Yunvin, it's not dark yet. Then, I saw a very fat fish jump onto the shore by itself. He could even exclaim, another one jumped up, and then another one after another. Not only fish, but also crayfish as long as arms. Finally, what jumped up was the tentacle of an 8-armed seal. Judging from the freshness of the broken end, it must have been freshly broken. Not to mention Junwen, even the disciples of Xiantian sect were dumbfounded. Some of them have been in the realm for quite a long time, and they have never heard of or seen such a wonder before. Fengxi called them over and said with a smile, Come, let's grill some fish. At first, the disciples were still a little hesitant, but when they saw Fengxi and Junwen had already started building the bonfire, they all started to move. Duanmu frowned slightly but said nothing. Because these disciples were not on duty. It must be said that the seafood in the endless sea is really fat. It will sizzle with oil when roasted over fire, and then sprinkle some chili powder on it. It is so delicious. Especially the tentacles of the 8-armed seal, which are so delicious that they make people drool. Fengxi gave a portion to Elder Duanmu, and then invited everyone to eat together. Those disciples were a little reserved at first, but later they relaxed. It smells so good. And it's very nutritious. Especially for these poor disciples, they have never eaten such delicious food in their lives. When they were almost done eating, Fengxi started chatting with those Xiantian sect disciples. On the surface, he was just chatting, but in reality, he was telling all his great achievements without showing any emotion. Those Xiantian sect disciples didn't really take Fengxi seriously at first. After all, the information in the vicinity of the realm was isolated, and they didn't know many things. Especially since Fengxi is not only young, but also has only reached the qi refining stage, it is difficult for him to convince others. But after listening to what Fengxi said, the way they looked at Fengxi all changed. This is the light of Xiantian sect, and it is the auspicious sign of Xiantian sect. Yes, if she didn't have the auspicious aura, how could she make the fish and shrimp jump onto the shore by themselves? If conditions permit, they would even like to pay their respects, just in case they can get some auspicious energy. Yunvin. He was so impressed by his junior sister's ability to brag that he thought he would never be able to learn it in his next life, let alone the next. Fengxi kept talking for a long time and finally felt a little tired. She crawled into the tent that the Xiantian sect disciples had built for her. As soon as she lay down, she heard the boastful voice of the little black ball in her consciousness. Master, how is it? Are you satisfied with the seafood dinner I sent you? I'm not bragging. As long as it's not a particularly high-level sea beast, I can get it ashore for you. If that 8-armed demon seal hadn't run fast, I would have chopped off all 8 of its arms and legs long ago. Fengxi waited until it had finished showing off, then said, Okay, stop showing off. Keep an eye on the sea at all times. If you spot any demons, tell me immediately. If you miss the chance to fight, I will punish you. After Fengxi warned the little black ball, he began to send messages to Shui Tianjue. My lord, I have arrived at the boundary and am responsible for the defense of Zone D, which is the relatively flat area of the Endless Sea. You have any plans to launch a surprise attack on Anding City? If there is, I will make it easy for you, and I guarantee that you will land smoothly, without any effort. Fengxi admires herself. She has such a strong professional ethics as a spy. Always remember to report work to your superiors and provide effective suggestions. Of course, she didn't really want Shui Tianjue to bring his men to land from District D. Because of Shui Tianjue's suspicious nature, it is impossible for him to completely trust her now, and he'll not take the risk at all. She said this to show her loyalty. Sure enough, Shui Tianjue replied, It's good that you have this intention, but the time is not right now. Let's talk about it later. Fengxi smiled and said, Sir, do you have any mortal enemy? If you instigate him to land in District D, I will help you kill him. This way no one will suspect you, and I can also make some contributions, which will help me gain a foothold in the human race. Shui Tianjue did not reply immediately this time. After a long while, he said, Wait for my news. Fengxi almost laughed out loud. The old devil is tempted. This will most likely work. This was not just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, but she had done some analysis beforehand. Shui Tianjue has been hiding in the Xiantian sect for more than 100 years, and some of his connections and power in the demon clan must have been taken away. The old devil be willing to accept this. Of course, I'm not willing to accept that. But as a fellow demon, he couldn't do anything openly. Now that she offered to be his knife, of course, he couldn't wait to have her. Fengxi felt that he had played this move brilliantly. I manually gave myself a 360-degree like. She was about to fall asleep. She suddenly thought of a question. Since there are sea beasts in the Endless Sea, and even high-level sea beasts, how did the demons swim over? Aren't they afraid of sea beasts? The next morning, Fengxi asked Junwen, Junior sister, you don't know that it is said that the source of the Endless Sea is in the demon realm. Therefore, the sea beasts in the Endless Sea rarely attack the demons. As long as the demons do not actively provoke them, they will turn a blind eye. It is precisely because of this reason, coupled with the fact that the water of the Endless Sea erodes spiritual power, that we humans can only defend our territory and have no intention of conquering the demons. Fengxi suddenly realized something, and a flash of inspiration came to his mind, but it disappeared before he could grasp it. She doesn't dwell on it and will talk about it when she remembers it. At this time, a disciple invited Fengxi and others to drink seafood porridge. Because a lot of seafood jumped up early in the morning, they made seafood porridge. Fengxi took 2 sips and thought that it was necessary to share the good stuff with good friends, so he asked 2 disciples to give a can of seafood porridge to Liu Xiaobai and Xingwu respectively. As a result, in the evening, Xingwu and Liu Xiaobai came. Said carelessly, "Fengxi, the seafood porridge you sent me this morning was so delicious that it made my eyebrows drop. I heard you guys are having grilled fish tonight. Do you mind if I join you for a meal?" Liu Xiaobai also smiled and said, "I'll join in the fun, too." Fengxi certainly didn't mind. She took the initiative to deliver seafood porridge just to get closer to the 2 of them and consolidate their friendship, which had not yet taken shape. Besides, as long as there are little black balls, you can have as much seafood as you want. Returning to the sect, she also planned to purchase a large quantity of goods, so that the sect could use them and also sell them for profit. The little black ball learned of her thoughts. "You're trying to tire me to death." The bonfire lit up, and amid the aroma of grilled fish, the 4 of them had a great conversation. Xingwu ate while muttering, "My senior brother is such a fool. I don't know what kind of magic potion Xinjilan gave him. He keeps praising her." Fengxi's eyes flickered. "Brother Xingwu, you have to be careful. You also know that Xinjilan will not do anything without profit, so she definitely has no good intentions. And those who get close to her don't have a good ending. I am the best example. I was close to her at first, but ended up being cheated and becoming like this. And there's Liu Xiaohan. His injuries weren't serious, but he was unlucky enough to be bitten by a blind centipede. Don't you think it's weird? I even suspect that she is the reincarnation of a jinx." Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Xingwu and the others were almost choked to death by their saliva. The reincarnation of a jinx? You have such a mean mouth. Fengxi certainly didn't do this just to vent her anger. She just wanted to keep repeating that Xinjilan was a jinx so that Xingwu and Liu Xiaobai would stay away from her. Was enjoying the meal and patted his chest and said, "Fengxi, you have a heavy defense mission in District D. If you need me, just give me a call and I'll come over." What he said, Liu Xiaobai also said, "As long as I'm fine, I'll be there whenever you call me." Fengxi was so moved that she even shed a few tears. People always sympathize with the weak. At this moment, in the eyes of Xingwu and Liu Xiaobai, Fengxi was just a delicate little white flower who needed them to protect her from the wind and rain. June went on the side. "Sooner or later, you will realize how wrong you are." Xingwu and Liu Xiaobai were leaving. Fengxi brought them some grilled fish and asked them to share it with Elder Han and others. Duanmu, under Fengxi's suggestion, asked them to take good care of Elder Han and Elder Feng. Duanmu actually felt that this was unnecessary, but Fengxi's eyes were about to cramp, so he had no choice but to go along with it. Fengxi sighed and found an opportunity to talk to Elder Duanmu. The central idea is that more friends mean more paths. Now the 4 major sects are here to defend the boundary. If the demons attack, it will be okay if there are only a few people, but if there are many people, we will have to find helpers. The Hunyuan sect certainly cannot be relied upon, but the Wanjian sect and the beast-taming sect have relatively neutral attitudes, and if we try to win them over a little, they might be of use at a critical moment. Of course, Fengxi's words were more tactful, which not only expressed her meaning but also did not offend Elder Duanmu. In fact, Elder Duanmu understood this principle, but he was just too embarrassed to do it. After hearing Fengxi's words, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He was not as good as a little girl. Now that we are facing a powerful enemy, how much is face worth? So the next day, he took the initiative to have someone send seafood porridge to Elder Han and the others. Elder Han and Elder Feng probably felt bad for the decision, so they gave back some spiritual food that contained spiritual energy. In addition, with the mediation of Xingwu and Liu Xiaobai, the relationship between the 3 factions became much more harmonious. On this day, a piece of news came. Shun Jilan actually risked her life to sneak into the Endless Sea and captured a demon spy. As soon as the news came out, Shun Jilan once again became the focus of people's discussion. Xingwu pouted and said to Fengxi, "My senior brother can't stop talking about Shun Jilan now. He said that she is indeed a top-grade water spirit root, and only she dares to dive into the endless sea. TSK. Isn't it just catching a demon in the sea? Look how proud she is. If you don't know her, you would think she has wiped out the demons." Fengxi listened with a smile, and when Xingwu finished complaining, she said, "Brother Xingwu, there is a saying that the fat first is not considered fat, and there is also a saying that the best show is yet to come. We have plenty of opportunities to show off, so let her, this broken brick, show off first." Xingwu sighed. "I think it's a bit difficult. We don't have the ability to jump into the sea, and it's probably not our turn to attack the demons that come to the shore." Fengxi narrowed his eyes. "That may not be the case. We may be able to make something big soon." Xingwu thought she was just saying it casually and didn't take it to heart. After Xingwu left, Fengxi squinted his eyes and pondered for a while. She used her spiritual sense to say to the little black ball, "If you have nothing else to do, chase some sea beasts to Area A, especially the more ferocious ones. It would be best if you could find the 8-armed ghost seal with a broken arm and tell it that its arm was eaten by a cultivator with a top-grade water spirit root." The little black ball quickly understood Fengxi's intention and said flatteringly, "Master, you are so mean. The evil one smokes. The fart turns. But I like it, because I am the same. We are all black sesame-filled black-hearted little babies." Fengxi. This jerk style is getting more and more off track. The little black ball's words are off color. He is still very reliable in doing things. That evening, Xingwu brought good news. He bared his teeth and smiled from ear to ear. "I said that Xinjilan would have a bad ending because of her poor and arrogant attitude. Now she got her comeuppance." In the afternoon, when she and Mu Zihui were chatting on the shore, they were attacked by several sea beasts. There is an 8-armed ghost seal with one of its arms and legs broken off. It is so ferocious. Xinjilan was almost dragged into the sea. I heard that Xinjilan was so scared that she cried yesterday, but today your true colors are revealed. It's so refreshing and satisfying. It's a pity that I wasn't there and didn't see such a wonderful scene." Fengxi listened with a smile. She didn't think Xinjilan would be so timid. She probably did it for Mu Zihui to see, wanting to arouse his pity and desire to protect her. Wow, even at this time he still remembers to raise fish. He is really dedicated. After Xingwu left, Junwen secretly asked Fengxi, "Could that 8-armed demon seal be the one whose arms and legs we ate? We ate the tentacles. Why did it run over to take revenge on Xinjilan?" Fengxi smiled and said, "Who knows? Maybe she is just unlucky." Junwen vaguely felt that things were not that simple, but he couldn't figure out why. "I was about to fall asleep at night. A sudden idea flashed in my mind. Could it be that my junior sister asked the little black ball to do something? If this is true, then junior sister's move is really a witch." Fengxi didn't take this matter too seriously. This kind of minor fight could not hurt Xinjilan's bones at all. It was more important to improve her own strength. So, after dinner, she began to meditate and practice. She could clearly feel that her strength had improved recently, but because she had no actual combat experience, she didn't know which level of foundation building it was at. By the way, she now also has a flying sword. Should I practice sword fighting? Thinking of this, she hurried to find Junwen. "Fifth brother, please practice sword skills with me." "Yunvin, with your broken wooden sword, what difference does it make whether you practice or not?" However, he and Fengxi still went to an open space to practice swordplay. Fengxi knows all the sword moves, but when used with a wooden sword, the look is horrific. When it's time to pick, he can't lift the tip of the sword for a long time. When it's time to stab, it's as slow as a turtle. Junwen couldn't bear to watch it. "I tried to hold it in, but I couldn't hold it in any longer. Junior sister, your wooden sword is really useless. There is no way to unleash the power of our Xiantian sword technique. We can't even use the normal moves, let alone the ultimate moves. In addition, after we advance to the golden elixir stage, we can unleash the sword's radiance. Only spiritual swords have sword radiance, so when we return to the sect, I will accompany you to the wall of 10,000 swords. Maybe you can successfully obtain the spiritual sword this time, then you can throw away this broken wooden sword. Junwon was beeping. The originally slow wooden sword suddenly became extremely fast. Junwon was unable to dodge in time, and the bun on his head was cut off. Feng Shi cried out. Fifth senior brother, I said I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? Junwon, with disheveled hair. In fact, Feng Shi really didn't mean it. The wooden sword was always moving slowly, so when she changed her moves, she thought Junwon would definitely be able to react. Who knew the wooden sword would suddenly become faster? Junwon attaches great importance to appearance, and this is only Feng Shi. Otherwise, he would fight to the death with the other person. He forced a smile that was uglier than crying. I believe it. Feng Shi felt very sorry and said a lot of nice things to Junwon. She even helped Junwon research a new hairstyle, which finally made Junwon feel better. Feng Shi continued to practice swordplay. The wooden sword had just been revived for a moment, and now it became slow again. Even so, Feng Shi practiced over and over again. She also said confidently, Fifth brother, I heard that ordinary people in the secular world would tie sandbags on their legs to practice Qigong. When they have practiced well, they will take off the sandbags and become as light as a swallow. If I can train this slow wooden sword well, when it emerges from its cocoon and becomes a butterfly, I will be able to kill everyone in my way. I also believe that this wooden sword is just a dormant dragon in the abyss. When it returns as a king in the future, thousands of stars will not be able to match its brilliance. When Feng Shi was talking, she seemed to see a flash of white light from the tip of the sword, but because it was only for a moment, she was not sure. She asked Junwon, Fifth brother, did you see the white light on the tip of the sword just now? Junwon's lips were about to turn into a spoon. Junior sister, I told you that only the golden core stage can activate the sword light. Besides, your wooden sword, well, it's unlikely anyway. He actually wanted to say something unpleasant, but because he had his hair cut before, he had some psychological trauma, so he swallowed it back. After hearing what he said, Feng Shi thought that he might be dazzled, so he said nothing more and continued practicing sword. At this moment, the endless sea suddenly boiled like a pot. The water kept rolling, and then a huge sea monster's head popped out of the water. Two fierce rays of light shot out from the big golden eyeballs. Junwon screamed, golden-eyed blood walrus. A sea beast in the middle stage of the nascent soul. How could there be such a high-level sea beast in the shallow sea area? He finished speaking. The blood walrus with golden eyes dived into the water and disappeared. Many people saw this scene and talked about it. High-level sea beasts generally live in deep sea areas and rarely appear in shallow sea areas. Some even deliberately avoid this area of the boundary sea because they hate humans and demons. How come this golden-eyed blood walrus suddenly appeared here? In the water, the blood walrus with golden eyes was cursing silently. Sea beasts also have territories, and this sea area is their territory. Recently, many sea beasts have come to it to complain, saying that they don't know what's going on. Fish and shrimps keep jumping onto the shore, forcing them to risk going to other sea beasts' territories to hunt. The golden-eyed blood walrus didn't want to care at first, but they were his subordinates after all, so he could only swim from the deep sea area to the shallow sea area with reluctance. I still haven't figured out what's going on, and I don't know which evil person is plotting against it. A big hole was shot at the base of the tail. That's because it has thick skin and flesh, otherwise it would have been in so much pain that it would have died. Its first reaction was that it was done by humans. But when I stuck my head out and took a look, I saw that although there were quite a few people on the shore, they were all weaklings and didn't have this ability. It originally wanted to demonstrate, but when it sensed the presence of a divine transformation cultivator nearby, it shrieked and retreated back into the sea. The little black ball hiding in a clump of seaweed breathed a sigh of relief when it saw the thing swimming away. A tiger in dire straits is bullied by a dog. Back then, a cough of its could scare this thing to death, but now it has to hide. Humph, once I have absorbed enough demonic energy, I will get my revenge back. At this time, Fengshi used his spiritual consciousness to contact it. What happened to that golden-eyed blood walrus? Why didn't you report it to me? The little black ball said shamelessly. Is it worth my report? I just hummed twice and it went away. Unfortunately, it didn't know that Fengshi was the ancestor of liars, and it knew it was bragging as soon as it heard it. Tell the truth. If you keep talking nonsense, I will punish you. The little black ball had to tell the truth. That thing was so fast. I just noticed it, and before I could report it, it had already poked its head out of the water. Then why did it suddenly go away? I don't know either, but I vaguely smelled blood. Maybe he was injured. The water in the endless sea is black, so even though the golden-eyed blood walrus bled a lot, people on the shore couldn't notice it. Fengshi tapped the small black ball a few more times before continuing to practice swordplay. Then, she noticed that the wooden sword was moving slower. She didn't care and continued practicing. She said before was all from the heart. She believed that this wooden sword was just like her. It was just temporarily covered with dust, but sooner or later it would shine with a light that belonged only to them. Just as he was practicing vigorously, the Blood Demon Clan token in the storage ring began to vibrate. Fengshi probed his spiritual sense inside and heard Shui Tianjua's voice. I just received news that the Shadow Demon Clan has sent people into the Endless Sea, and they will probably reach your place tomorrow night. There are about 2,000 of them, and most of them should land in your area. Find a way to destroy them. Fengshi immediately burst into smile. She knew that this old devil would definitely follow the path she drew. TSK, I don't even know who is the spy between us. She adjusted her motions, and then replied in a fearless tone. Sir, don't worry. I will kill them even if it means risking my own life. Wait for my good news. Xue Tian was absolutely satisfied with Fengshi's reply and praised her a few words. Fengshi flattered her a few more times before putting away the token. Fengshi narrowed his eyes and thought, although the demons have been restless in the past 6 months, they will not send a large group of people to land, only a few hundred people at most. Because the demons don't want to declare open war on the human race for the time being, they just want to make some small moves. If the human race's top leaders negotiate with them, they will say that it was all their subordinates who acted on their own and completely deny the responsibility. Unexpectedly, they sent 2,000 people this time, probably to give the 4 major sects a warning. If there are 2,000 people in total, it is estimated that at least 1,500 will land in District D, but Xiantian sect has only 800 people, which is obviously not enough. Although we can ask the 10,000 Sword sect and the Beast Taming sect for support, if there is any movement over there, they probably won't be able to get here in time. So, she had to go and meet her amiable and respectable Uncle Hu. So she went into the city. She went to the city lord's mansion and talked a lot. When the atmosphere was almost right, she said, Uncle Hu, have you heard about the strange things that happened today? City lord Hu raised his eyebrows. Are you talking about the bloody walrus with golden pupils? Fengshi nodded. Yes. Uncle Hu, don't you think this is very strange? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. There must be something fishy going on here. The blood walrus with golden eyes even poked its head out to take a look. The more it looked like it was scouting something. Are you planning to do something at night when it's dark and windy? If it were just a sea beast, it would be fine, but I'm afraid there might be some demons in here, so we have to be on guard. So, I came here this time to ask you to reinforce some of our manpower. Don't worry, as long as there is nothing unusual within 3 days, you can withdraw the people. City Lord, who felt that Fengshi was making a big deal out of nothing. Fengshi had been sending seafood to the City Lord's mansion quite a lot recently, and he was really embarrassed to refuse. Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. Send someone over to take a look. At worst, they can withdraw in 3 days. So I nodded in agreement. How about this? I'll allocate 2,000 people to support you. Is that enough? Fengshi chuckled. Can I have more? City Lord Hu. Then it's 2,005, no more. Fengshi immediately thanked him profusely, and before leaving, he said, Uncle Hu, to prevent alerting the enemy, let the soldiers go there at night. City Lord Hu also needed time to mobilize manpower, so he nodded in agreement. Fengshi returned to District D humming a little tune. 2005 plus 800 disciples of Xiantian sect are enough to deal with the 2,000 people of the demon clan. Just wait until night to close the door and beat the dog. Fengxi was a little nervous. Although he had participated in the Tianhen's secret realm trial before, this was different from a real battlefield. This would be fatal. However, since she has embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, her hands will be stained with blood sooner or later, and she is mentally prepared for this. Of course, it's better to stay away from it if possible. At this time, the little black ball said to her, "Although there is demonic energy in the endless sea, it is too weak. Even after inhaling it for so many days, it is still not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. It would be best if I could find an opportunity today to absorb some of the demonic energy released by the demons so that I can improve my cultivation quickly." Fengxi was puzzled and asked, "You're asked to absorb the demonic energy released by the demons? How do you absorb it?" "When the demons cast spells, demonic energy will escape. As long as it's within 3 feet, I can absorb it." Fengxi: "You mean I help you resist the demons' attacks, and you absorb the dissipated demonic energy? You know my cultivation level. How many demons can I deal with?" The little black ball sighed. "That's right. Let's not look down on each other. We are both noobs now." Fengxi: she narrowed her eyes. It would not work if she forced it, but she could find a workaround. For example, when others were fighting demons, she ran over to help. Isn't this a successful way to get the devil's energy? The more Fengxi thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. Not only could he get some demonic energy, but he could also establish himself as someone who bravely and fearlessly kills the enemy. It was really a great way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The little black ball suddenly stood up. "Master, you are really amazing, because only you can come up with such a bad idea." Although Fengxi scolded the little black ball, he was very much looking forward to the fight in the evening. As a result, after waiting for a long time, the demons still did not arrive until midnight. Fengxi thought, could it be that this old fellow Shui Tianjua was lying about military intelligence? The hour of Cho was almost approaching. The little black ball suddenly said, "I just ventured a little further ahead and found a lot of low-level sea beasts swimming over from the east. Do you think the demons are planning to land from other areas?" Fengxi felt that Xiao Heiqiu's guess was not unreasonable. The Shadow Demon clan may have deliberately released false information to mislead Shui Tianjua. Another possibility is that the demons had spies among the human race, who found out about the additional manpower sent to District D, so they temporarily changed their plans. So which area will the Shadow Demons choose to land? She thought that it would most likely be Area A, which was defended by Hunyuan sect. Because Area A is the farthest from Area D, and because of the strong winds and waves, the chance of the demons landing there is very small, and the Hunyuan sect will definitely be careless in guarding against it. While Fengxi was thinking, he received a message from Xingwu. "Fengxi, the demons have launched a surprise attack on Hunyuan sect's territory." Lu asked our Elder Feng for help. Elder Feng is now hesitant, fearing that the demons are trying to make a feint to the east and attack in the west. What if he sends people to help Hunyuan sect, and there is a fire in the backyard? Give me some advice. Fengxi, you come to ask me about your beast taming sect? At this time, Elder Duanmu said solemnly, "Xiaoxi, Area A has been attacked. Let the reinforcements from today go over to help. Even if you're not on good terms with the Hunyuan sect, you cannot just sit back and do nothing at this time. Elder Duanmu, don't send all of them. Leave 1,000 behind to prevent the demons from making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Besides, you can't go there. You have to see patients in District D, Senior Brother 5, and I will take the people there." Duanmu flatly refused. "Junwen can go, but you are not allowed to go. The headmaster specifically told me not to let you out of my sight." Fengxi said sincerely, "Elder Duanmu, I am not here to waste my time. I am here for a trial. Besides, the 10,000 Sword sect and the Beast Taming sect will send some reinforcements, so we should have the advantage in numbers. As long as I'm careful, nothing will happen. Besides, I'm wearing armor. Just let me go." Duanmu still disagreed, and Fengxi suddenly said, "Elder, Look at what's on the sea. Duanmu hurriedly looked over, stared for a long time, and then scanned the area with his spiritual sense, but still found no clues. By the time he realized he had been tricked, Fengxi had already disappeared. The main reason why Fengxi is so active is that he wants the little black ball to absorb some evil spirits and establish his character at the same time. She rushed to Area A while replying to Xing Wu's message. I will take 15,000 soldiers with me. It is up to you to go, or not. Xing Wu was confused. Where did Fengxi get the palace soldiers? With these 1,500 soldiers, they from the beast-taming sect only need to send fewer people over. When Fengxi passed by Area C, Qin Shifeng and Xing Wu happened to bring people to join in. Xing Wu snorted coldly. Elder Lu said shamelessly that he was responsible for his own defense area. Why is he asking for help now? You are really slapping yourself in the face. We are the only ones who have chivalrous hearts, otherwise who would care about his trivial matters. Fengxi said somewhat disapprovingly. Senior brother Xing Wu, I have to talk about you here. Whether it is the Hunyuan sect or our 3 sects, we are all human beings. No matter how we fight among ourselves, we must stick together when the demons attack. Take me for example. Shen Jilan and I have an irreconcilable feud, but I won't consider these things at all now. I will only consider the overall situation. Xing Wu blushed and muttered, I'm just saying that. If I really didn't want to help, I wouldn't have come with you. Qin Shifeng looked at Fengxi in surprise. He didn't expect that Fengxi had such a broad view of the overall situation. He had underestimated her before. Junwen silently watched his junior sister's performance. It was true that she had a sense of the overall situation and that she would reinforce Hunyuan sect, but it was definitely not such a cheap thing. He had a hunch that after this was over, junior sister would definitely have a trick up her sleeve. When Fengxi and his companions arrived at Area A, the human race had already fallen into a complete disadvantage. This was under the premise that the Wanjian sect in the neighboring area be sent 300 people to support them, otherwise the army would have been defeated long ago. After all, the Hunyuan sect was too careless in its defense and was caught off guard by the demons. Fengxi roared, Everyone relax. I, Fengxi, have brought people to support you. Kill them. Fengxi shouted slogans loudly and decisively and plunged headfirst into the melee crowd. Junwen was scared to death. If anything happened to his junior sister, how would he explain to the master? He followed closely, but could not catch up with Fengxi's loach-like figure. Was seen running around the field with a broken wooden sword, stabbing here and there. Good man, he kept her busy enough but didn't even hurt a single demon. Shinjilan was fighting with a demon. Seeing Fengxi busying around not far away, a calculation flashed in her eyes, and she intended to lead the demon towards Fengxi. Before she could get close, Fengxi had already run away to help somewhere else with a wooden sword in hand. Shinjilan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. However, a red-haired demon noticed Fengxi. This time they came here for the direct disciples. If they could capture one alive, it would be a great achievement. Originally, he wanted to capture Shinjilan, but she had so many treasures on her body, one after another, that he never succeeded. This Fengxi is also a direct disciple, and she is only at the qi refining stage, without any real ability. It would be better to capture her. The red-haired girl stopped Fengxi. Fengxi blinked his eyes. What is your cultivation level? I am only at the initial stage of qi refining. If your cultivation level is too high, find someone else to fight. Red hair. Is this a battlefield? Is it appropriate for you to discuss this with me? He was distracted. Fengxi's left hand had already started to form seals behind his back. Several spiritual vines instantly wrapped around the red-haired man's ankles. At the same time, the wooden sword in Fengxi's hand shot towards his throat. The red-haired man was caught off guard, and even though the wooden sword was very slow, he only avoided his throat and was stabbed in the right shoulder. Just as he dodged it, Fengxi's flame technique came again. Not just one, but dozens. The red-haired man never dreamed that Fengxi, who seemed to be only in the qi refining stage, could reprint instantly. What a bad luck. The red hair was completely burned into a red candle. He burned himself and lit up others. Finally, He plunged into the endless sea. Seeing that he won easily, Fengxi was filled with confidence and worked even harder. This time she's serious. She either used spiritual vines to tie the legs of the demons, or used small flames to burn their hair. In the end, many demons were so angry that they abandoned their original opponents and went after her. Was looking for Fengxi all over the place, saw his cute little junior sister running towards him with a group of demons. Junwen. He could react. Fengxi turned around and brought everyone to Shinjilan. Shinjilan, my good sister. I'm here to help you. Shinjilan's nose was almost crooked from anger. Are you here to help me? You are afraid that I won't die fast enough. Fengxi didn't care what she thought. He came in front of her and yelled, Hey sisters, here I come. When sisters are united, they can accomplish anything. Side by side. Eliminate demons and defend the way. Then, he released a small flame towards Shinjilan's original opponent. The small flame was so weak, just like a candle wick. Shinjilan was so angry that she was going crazy. But the enemies brought over by Fengxi didn't care about this. They thought Shinjilan was the helper Fengxi had found. And seeing that she was also wearing the clothes of a direct disciple, they started to use all kinds of spells on her. Shinjilan. Do you demons have no brains? Can't you see that Fengxi is trying to divert trouble away? Unloaded several demons from Shinjilan, he continued to run with the remaining demons. She ran towards Hunyuan sect's chief disciple Mu Zihui, shouting at the top of her lungs, Brother Mu, hurry. Senior sister Jilan is about to die. Go save her. Then, several more demons were successfully unloaded. Fengxi saw that there were only 3 demons left behind her, and their cultivation was average, so she stopped running. She pointed her wooden sword at the 3 demons in a very arrogant manner. What? Do you think I ran away because I was afraid of you?
Wrong.
I just want you to live a little longer. Since you are looking for death, I won't be polite to you. Do and fight one-on-one. Come on. All together. 3 demons. Who the heck wants to fight you one-on-one? This person named Fengxi lacks great virtue. His cultivation level is not high, but he runs very fast, and he almost makes them out of breath. They became enraged and humiliated, and the 3 of them used their demonic magic. The skills of the demons are somewhat different from those of humans. They use spells to transform demonic energy into weapons or the shape of ferocious beasts to attack. The 3 demons in front of him. One transformed the demonic energy into a poisonous snake, one transformed it into a magic sword, and one transformed it into a vicious wolf. Fengxi quickly formed seals with his hands, and countless vines of spiritual energy surged out from his palms, tightly entangling the snakes, swords, and wolves transformed by the evil spirit. The 3 demons were all stunned. She actually knows how to instantly reprint in the Jindan stage. How is this possible? Regardless of whether it is possible or not, Fengxi is already releasing the flame technique. Countless spiritual flames swept towards the 3 of them. They scrambled to avoid the spiritual flames and reached a consensus in an instant. This Fengxi has hidden his cultivation. She must be a cultivator in the Jindan stage. After realizing this, the 3 demons turned around and ran away. Fengxi quits. Holding a wooden sword, he chased after me. Stop. Stop right there. I'm not going to eat you. Why are you running? Who managed to kill him said. What happened during the short period of time when he was entangled by the demons? Fengxi saw his eyes light up. 5th brother, stop them. They are all my spoils of war. 3 demons. The spoils? We are so unlucky. If I had known this would happen, I would have dealt with the disciple directly taught by Hunyuan sect. At least that person is a decent person, unlike this guy who shamelessly hides his cultivation. Junwen's flying sword shot towards the 3 people, and Fengxi, who arrived later, also joined the battle. The 3 demons were no match for the 2 of them, and were all killed by Junwen with 1 sword. Fengxi was stunned for a moment, then continued to yell and went to help others. And change the laws of survival. You can only change yourself. As time went on, the demons fell into a disadvantage. Feng Shi saw the beast-taming sect's senior disciples Qin Shifeng and Xing Wu nearby, and came over. You two should take the people to guard the shore, so that no fish can slip through the net. Xing Wu said quickly. Okay. Qin Shifeng. Have you forgotten that you are a disciple of the beast-taming sect? Do you listen to whatever she says? But we have to admit that Feng Shi is right. The human race has completely gained the upper hand on the situation now. The demons will soon flee in panic, and their retreat route must be blocked. So, the two of them took some people and retreated to the seaside, waiting for the opportunity. As expected, some demons soon ran towards the beach and were caught red-handed. Half an hour later, the battle was completely over. After counting the corpses and prisoners, it was discovered that one demon was missing. According to the captured leader, the person who escaped was called Ing Feilong, and he was also a noble disciple of the Shadow Demon clan. The most striking feature is the red hair. Feng Shi, whose huge candle I lit. By the way, he jumped into the sea to put out the fire on his body. Unexpectedly, I became a fish that slipped through the net. Is truly the chosen one. After counting the number of people, Feng Shi smiled and said to Elder Lu of Hunyuan sect, I remember you said that day that everyone should take care of their own territory, but what was the result? I won't say anything more because it's too hurtful. But we humans eat what the horses feed us. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Lu's face turned blue, red, and white, almost catching up with a rainbow. He really didn't expect that the demons would choose to land from Area A, so he was caught off guard. Back then, the more painful my face is now. But he didn't expect Feng Shi to be so shameless as to ask for benefits. No normal person can do this, okay? Feng Shi continued. Elder Lu, please don't get me wrong. The four major sects are of the same mind, and we all help each other. Even if what you did before was a bit excessive, we will still help you for free. This is a moral obligation and also our responsibility. What I mean is I brought 1,500 soldiers with me, some were injured, some were disabled, and some even lost their lives. It is reasonable for the Hunyuan sect to compensate them. When Feng Shi said this, the soldiers were so moved that their eyes were filled with tears. They can't be compared with the disciples of the four major sections. If there is any way out, who would come to the boundary to make a living? Before, in addition to envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Feng Shi, they also looked down on him a bit. But just now during the battle, Feng Shi's bravery left a deep impression on them. This Elder Lu from the Hunyuan sect is not as brave as this little girl. Now she is helping them fight for compensation. She is such a good person that is hard to find even with a lantern. A very good person. None of the direct disciples of the four major sects can compare to Feng Shi. Only she is worthy of the 8 words of chivalrous and righteous, and helping the weak and suppressing the strong. Lu is placed on a high moral platform by Feng Shi, so he had to hold his nose and express his willingness to take out 200,000 spirit stones to reward the palace soldiers. Originally, he wanted to say 100,000, but Feng Shi kept emphasizing that only 1,500 palace soldiers had arrived. He had no choice but to say 200,000. Feng Shi said with a smile, Elder Lu is worthy of being an elder of Hunyuan sect. He is generous and has the style of a sect. In addition, let's hand these captives over to City Lord Hu for interrogation. After all, we still have to guard against the counterattack of the demons, and we don't have the energy for that. Elder Lu had no objection to this. So Feng Shi led the palace soldiers to escort the demon captives back to District D, and then escorted them back to Anding City after dawn. Even the corpses of the demons were brought back to Area D. On the way, Xing Wu asked Feng Shi curiously, I haven't had time to ask, where did the soldiers come from? Feng Shi said immediately, didn't a blood-red walrus with golden pupils appear on the sea surface during the day? I felt that something was wrong, so I went to find City Lord Hu. Otherwise, how could he be the city lord? He was very far-sighted and thought something might happen, so he sent the palace soldiers to support him. She said this in a loud voice, and the palace soldiers heard it clearly. Their reverence for their city lord has reached an unprecedented level. Some close confidants immediately sent a message to City Lord who, on the one hand, to report the situation here, and on the other hand, to express their admiration. When City Lord who received the news, he finally felt relieved. He didn't dare to leave Anding City to provide reinforcements, not because he was afraid of death, but because he was afraid that the demons would take the opportunity to cause chaos in the city. City Lord who's favorability towards Feng Shi is now simply overwhelming. If it weren't for her suggestion, something big would have happened today. What he didn't expect was that Feng Shi actually put the halo of credit on his head. Feng Shi is a good kid. When Feng Shi returned to District D, he saw Elder Duanmu looking around from a distance. Although he had received the news that the human race had won a great victory and Feng Shi was safe, he was still a little worried because he didn't see anyone. Now that I see Feng Shi and Junwen returning safe and sound, I am finally relieved. Feng Shi simply told Elder Duanmu what had happened, and then sent people to take the storage magic rings from the demon captives and corpses. Junwen. He thought that the reason why Feng Shi did not escort the people directly back to Anding City was due to safety considerations, and he never thought that she wanted to make a small fortune. Duanmu felt that this was not appropriate, and Feng Shi chuckled. This is our prisoner. What's wrong with the spoils belonging to us? If the Hunyuan sect has the nerve to ask for it, I will give it to them. Duanmu remained silent, because he felt that if Elder Lu had any shame, he would not come to ask for it. After collecting the storage magic rings, Feng Shi said to Elder Duanmu, "You take a rest first. I will go and interrogate the prisoners." Duanmu would of course not agree, and followed him to the so-called lobby. Feng Shi first asked someone to bring over the leader of the demon clan, Shi Wuhan. Feng Shi laughed twice before she spoke, and Shi Wuhan felt a little cold for some reason. "Are you upset about being caught by us? I am a kind-hearted person, and I don't want to see any injustice. How about this? I'll give you a chance to get your revenge. Duanmu, please block part of his cultivation so that I can fight him." Although Elder Duanmu thought she was just fooling around, Feng Shi's performance today was so outstanding that he just let her go. Anyway, with him by her side, Shi Wuhan CA and hurt Feng Shi. He blocked 70% of Shi Wuhan's cultivation and then untied the soul-binding rope on Shi Wuhan's body. In Shi Wuhan's eyes, even if he couldn't survive this time, he would drag that stinky girl down with him. He gritted his teeth and released a tiger transformed from demonic energy towards Feng Shi. The tiger opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi just dodged lightly and did not fight back. And then,
keep dodging.
Shi Wuhan was gritting his teeth at first, but eventually he started gasping for breath. He was injured and 70% of his cultivation was blocked. How could he withstand such a torture? Feng Shi looked dissatisfied. "You can't fight anymore after just a while? I just don't understand. Why did the demons choose a useless person like you to lead the team? No wonder your demon tribe was almost wiped out. As the saying goes, a bad soldier brings a bad general. You are such a coward." Shi Wuhan spat out a mouthful of blood. He finally understood the little girl's intention. She was humiliating him. She was making fun of him. How could such a scum appear in the human race? No, she is not a person. Feng Shi said to Elder Duanmu, "Please unlock a little more of his cultivation." Duanmu did as he was told. He felt that Feng Shi was just fooling around, and it was no wonder, since she was young, and it was normal for her to be a little playful. Part of Shi Wuhan's cultivation was unsealed. He recovered his strength and fought with Feng Shi again. Unfortunately, he didn't even touch Feng Shi's hair, because Feng Shi ran faster than a rabbit. Shi Wuhan really couldn't understand. This little girl seemed to be only at the qi refining stage. How could her physical and spiritual power be so abundant? "You've been running for such a long time, but you don't feel tired at all?" Soon, he collapsed from exhaustion again, and Feng Shi asked Elder Duanmu to unlock part of his cultivation. After this happened several times, Shi Wuhan collapsed to the ground. "Ask whatever you want, just don't humiliate me like that." Feng Shi, "I just wanted to help the little black ball absorb more demonic energy and practice my body movements at the same time. How could that be considered humiliating to you?" But since you are so eager to say so, I won't refuse. So Fengxi asked, every time you demons harassed humans before, you only sent a few hundred people.
Why did you send so many people this time?
Shi Wuhan said weakly, since the 4 major sects of the human race have come to support us, we want to teach you a lesson. It would be even better if we could capture one of your disciples and bring him back. Fengxi nodded. Then why did you choose to land in Area A instead of Area D? Shi Wuhan gritted his teeth and said, we originally wanted to land in District D, but we encountered a blood walrus with golden pupils halfway, and it attacked us violently. We had no choice but to give up the idea of landing in Area D and chose Area A, preparing for a surprise victory. Fengxi, I never expected this to be the reason. She continued to ask, do you have any subsequent sneak attack plans? Shi Wuhan shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Fengxi thought it was normal for a small commander like him not to know, so he changed the subject. I love to hear gossip, so tell me something new about your demon clan. It doesn't matter whether you are from the Shadow Demon Clan or other demon clans. If you speak well, I can help you plead with City Lord Hu and save your life. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you will never worry about lack of firewood. Maybe one day you will have the opportunity to escape back to the demon clan. Duanmu. He originally wanted to stop her, but when he saw that the 2 small tufts of hair on Fengxi's head had scattered and her face was covered in blood, his heart softened and he swallowed his words back. Shi Wuhan felt that Fengxi was a little lunatic. He still racked his brains to share some gossip he knew with Fengxi. Fengxi listened with her eyes wide open, and when it came to something that interested her, she would discuss it with Shi Wuhan. There was gossip in the eyes of both the man and the demon. Junwen. Duanmu. Fengxi not only listened with great interest, but also recorded all the content on a recording stone. Only when Shi Wuhan had nothing more to say did Fengxi have him taken away. Then continue to interrogate other people. The routines are almost the same. First drain the opponent's magic energy, then ask for gossip. Duanmu stopped listening later because he really couldn't bear it anymore. What's more, the young master of the Mangmo clan is a person with poor sense of direction, and the wife of the master of the Yingma clan was once Shui Tianjue's first love. It's all such a mess. He simply closed his eyes and meditated, trying not to listen. Anyway, with Junwen around, Fengxi won't be in any danger. When Fengxi was having a great time, someone reported that City Lord Hu had arrived. City Lord Hu first went to Area A, where the Hunyuan sect was stationed, and then went through Area B and Area C before arriving at Area D. City Lord Hu felt more fond of Fengxi than his own daughter, calling her Xiao Shi all the time, which made Elder Duanmu feel a little sad. Fengxi handed over the demon captives and corpses to City Lord Hu, and also specifically mentioned this to City Lord Hu. Uncle Hu, Shi Wuhan may be useful in the future, so don't kill him. City Lord Hu agreed readily. Demon captives, the first type, those with high status, are reserved for negotiating terms with the demons. The second type, those who are useful, are sent to do some hard labor. Although it is hard work, they will not lose their lives. The third type, those who are of little use, will be sent to do extremely dangerous or labor-intensive work, and few can survive more than 3 months. Shi Wuhan was originally supposed to be the third type, but after Fengxi's plea, he became the second type. Fengxi gave the 200,000 spirit stones obtained from Hunyuan sect to City Lord Hu, and let him decide on the distribution plan on his own. City Lord Hu was increasingly impressed by the efficient handling of the matter by this young girl Fengxi. As for the storage magic rings that disappeared from the demon captives, he chose to ignore them. After City Lord Hu returned to Anding City, he quickly wrote a battle report. Last night, the demons launched a surprise attack on the A zone of the realm guarded by the Hunyuan sect. The battle was very fierce, and our human race was in a passive situation for a while. At the critical moment, Fengxi, a disciple of Xiantian sect who was responsible for guarding District D, led the palace troops to reinforce, and Wanjian sect and Yusho sect also provided timely reinforcements. In the end, our human race won a great victory. Except for one demon who escaped, all other demons were captured or annihilated. In this battle, Fengxi, a disciple of Xiantian sect, performed extremely well. Not only did he lead the palace soldiers to provide timely reinforcements, but he also behaved very bravely in the battle. Wherever there are demons, you can see her figure, marching forward bravely and fearlessly, a role model for the human race. In addition, Xiantian sect's direct disciple Junwen, Wanjian sect's direct disciples Ling Qianting and Lu Shaobai, and Yusho sect's direct disciples Qin Shifeng and Xing Wu all performed very well. Our race to have such a pillar of our race. It was only at the end of the letter that City Lord Hu mentioned why he sent more soldiers to the Ding district, and he stated his foresight in a low-key and restrained manner. This battle report soon reached the hands of the leaders of the 4 major sects. Xiao Baidao's first reaction when he saw the battle report was not happiness, but heartache. Xiaoxi must be working so hard just to bring honor to Xiantian sect and his master. My poor disciple. A young age. Then, I felt proud. Extremely proud. As expected of me, Xiao Baidao's disciple, you are brave, resourceful, courageous, and strategic. It is not an exaggeration at all to say in the battle report that you are a role model of the human race. Wanjian sect and Yusho sect felt a little jealous. They were relieved to see that their disciples were also mentioned in the battle report. Only Bailey Mukin searched for a long time and only found the word wait in the battle report. Bailey Mukin. Could it be that my 2 precious disciples' names are not even worthy of being listed there? However, it was difficult for him to get angry. After all, strictly speaking, Elder Liu and his men were negligent in their duties. Not mentioning this in the battle report was already giving face to the Hunyuan sect. According to convention, after the 4 masters' approval, the battle report will be announced to the entire Northern Territory. As battle reports were posted all over the streets, Fengxi's name became famous throughout the northern continent. Brave, resourceful, affectionate, and righteous. A model for disciples and a role model for the human race. Shun Jilan saw the battle report. Her lips were bitten until they bled. She came to the realm this time on her own initiative, hoping to take the opportunity to become famous. Whether it is her genius aptitude of top-grade water spiritual roots or her heroic performance in killing the enemies, it is enough to make her famous in the world of immortal cultivation in the Northern Territory. As a result, her name wasn't even on the battle report. Fengxi, this waste, is praised so much. Move forward bravely and fearlessly? She's just pretending. She is so shameless as to shift the blame to someone else. Is she worthy of being called a role model for the human race? Shen Jilan's expression gradually became ferocious, but when she saw Mu Zihuai coming from a distance, she immediately turned into a self-pitying look. Big brother, do you think I am useless? Mu Zihuai glanced at the battle report in her hand and sneered. Fengxi just had bad luck. It just so happened that City Lord who had sent additional soldiers to the Ding district, which was a good thing for her. Junior sister, there is no need for you to compete with her. You are a genius with top-grade water spirit roots, and she is destined to only look up to you. Shun Jilan shook her head. Big brother, I'm not competing with her. I just think I can do better. Please accompany me to practice sword fighting. I have a few moves that I cannot comprehend, so it is a good opportunity for you to help me solve my puzzles. Okay, as long as you want to do something, I will accompany you. Mu Zihuai said with a smile, affection flowing in his eyes. Shen Jilan pretended not to see it and turned to talk about sword practice. The next few days were calm and peaceful, and the demons did not make any moves, but the human race did not dare to relax at all. Fengxi spent most of her time practicing and training with the sword. Seeing how hard she worked, Junwen forced himself to be more diligent. Duanmu was very pleased and would occasionally take time out to give them some guidance. On this day, Fengxi was practicing sword skills with Junwen when he suddenly started bleeding from all 7 orifices and fainted with a choking sound. Junwen was almost scared to death. I swear to God, his flying sword didn't even touch the little junior sister's hair. Isn't this a scam? Fortunately, Fengxi woke up in the blink of an eye. She looked very happy. Fifth brother, I haven't felt this kind of charming feeling for a long time. Junwon. No wonder those demons called you a pervert. You really are a pervert. This is the first time I heard someone use the word charming to describe someone who bleeds from all 7 orifices. How could he know that what Fengxi found fascinating was not the bleeding from all 7 orifices, but a jade slip that lit up in his sea of consciousness? Fengxi was overjoyed when he saw the contents of the jade slip. The jade slip contains information related to alchemy. The first part is an introduction to alchemy materials, including not only materials from the human cultivation world, but also materials from the demon world. It is more like an encyclopedia than a material for alchemy. The second part is the pill recipe, but Fengxi can only see part of it at present, and the rest is very blurry. It is estimated that she can only see it after her strength improves. It was precisely because the amount of information was too huge that her consciousness could not bear it, and she fainted with bleeding from all 7 orifices. She couldn't tell Junwon about the jade slip. She just said that she was fine, and then began to digest the content she had just received. Although the contents of the jade slip were directly transmitted into her sea of consciousness, she still had to understand and comprehend it. She started by looking at the materials for alchemy, and as she looked, she was stunned. The unicorn stone snake is an earth-level demon beast. The cultivation level of an adult is similar to that of a human at the golden core stage. It likes to eat carrion. Capturing the prey, they inject the toxin into the prey's body and then eat it after a few days of death. The toxicity of this insect is quite special, and detoxifying pills take a long time to take effect, so it may create the illusion that the detoxification was not successful. In fact, as long as you take detoxifying pills, the remaining toxins in the body will slowly be dissolved. 2 hours, everything will be back to normal. The entire body of the unicorn can be used as medicine, especially its horn and venom gland. In the book, her senior brother Jiangji, whom she had not yet met, accidentally entered the secret realm of Guibei Mountain and was injured by an extremely rare poisonous insect. Happened to enter the secret realm. She said that this poison could only be cured by the blood of the best water spirit root, so she cut her finger and used her blood to cure the poison for Jiangji. Jiangji was very grateful to Shinjilan, and this gratitude gradually turned into admiration, and he was willing to be a senior bootlicker by her side. What's the result? Shinjilan sacrificed Jiangji to the demon goblin in the abyss. Jiangji's soul was torn apart, and he will never be reborn. And that poisonous insect was the unicorn snake. She showed a sarcastic smile. Bullshit. Only the blood of the best water spirit root can solve it. Shinjilan just wanted Jiangji to be grateful to her. And then she used it. Shinjilan could do such a thing. She even suspected that it was Shinjilan who was responsible for Jiangji's poisoning. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that in such a large secret realm, she just happened to meet the poisoned Jiangji? Fortunately, this jade slip appeared in time. Otherwise, when the Turtleback Mountain secret realm was opened, she would really have no way to detoxify Jiangji. Coincidentally, a few days later, news came that a secret place was discovered in Guibei Mountain of Hangling Mountains. Meet the bone age requirements, have a cultivation level below the nascent soul stage, and are predestined can enter. Because it is a secret place discovered in Guibei Mountain, it is called Guibei Mountain Secret Place. The 4 major sects felt that this was an excellent opportunity for training, so they reached a consensus and asked the 8 disciples stationed in the realm to go to Guibei Mountain to participate in the secret realm trial. As for the realm, each sect will send 1 more elder to supplement the rank. After receiving the news, Xingwu immediately came to find Fengxi. Fengxi, shall we go together tomorrow morning? Then you and Junwon won't have to fly on swords anymore, just take our flying boat. The reason why we chose to set off the next morning was because the door to the secret realm had not yet been fully opened, so there was more than enough time. Another thing is that this is a boundary after all, and it is not safe to set out at night. After hearing what Xingwu said, Fengxi smiled and said, "If you don't tell me, I'd like to go find you too." Fifth brother feels embarrassed to bother you, but I think friends don't need to be so polite. If you need help, just ask openly. Xingwu nodded. That's right, that's right. Junwen is just petty. Junwen. I didn't say anything at all, okay? However, he was already used to taking the blame for his junior sister, so he was too lazy to defend himself. After Xingwu left, Fengxi began to urge Xiao Heiqiu to go fishing. She had to bring some back for Xiao Baidao and the elders to try, and she also had to give gifts. Apart from anything else, she had borrowed the beast-taming sect's flying boat, and it would be unreasonable not to express her gratitude at all. In addition, the seafood in the Endless Sea is rich in spiritual energy, and selling it back can also bring in a lot of income. The little black ball felt so miserable. Other people's pets follow their owners to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks, but this one is different. It's fishing here in the middle of the night. By the little black ball, all kinds of seafood jumped onto the shore one after another, hopping around. Fengxi put her hands behind her back. Fifth brother, do you know why these seafood are jumping onto the shore? It's all because of my beauty. From now on, the Northern Territory will have a new word to describe beauty, and that's flying fish and falling shrimp. Yunbin. You're happy. When everyone was busy here, an angry roar was heard in the distance. Appeared on the dark sea surface, with a pair of golden eyes flashing fiercely. It was the golden-eyed blood walrus. That was fishing was almost scared into a black pancake. He quickly flew back to Fengxi in shame. Because everyone's attention was on the golden-eyed blood walrus, and the small black ball itself was a ball of mist. No one noticed it. Fengxi cursed with his spiritual consciousness. Look at what you have accomplished. You have completely disgraced me, the role model of the human race. The little black ball was not convinced. That's a sea beast in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Isn't it normal for me to be afraid? Aren't you afraid? Fengxi snorted coldly, then used his spiritual power to shout at the golden-eyed blood walrus. What are you yelling about in the middle of the night? Do you have any self-awareness? You are a useless thing in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and you still have the nerve to shout here? Come on, if you have the ability, grow wings and fly up now. Let's fight for 300 rounds. Golden-eyed blood walrus. If I could grow wings, I would just change my name to Golden Eagle. Fengxi continued. Don't say you don't have wings. Even if you do, I will break them off and use them as a fan for you.
Why are you staring at me?
If you glare at me again, I will dig out your dead fish eyeballs and use them as bubbles to step on. The golden-eyed blood walrus was almost mad with anger. But it did not dare to get close to the shore because it could feel the breath of the divine transformation monk. So it could only flap its tail in anger, causing huge waves. Fengxi curled her lips and said, even if you keep filming till the end of time, you can never dry up the seawater. What's the point of filming? I just picked up some seafood, but you are so stingy. What? You want to offer yourself to me to eat? TSK, I really don't want it because you are too ugly. I can't eat it. Fengxi cursed for half an hour, and the golden-eyed blood walrus became so angry that its eyes turned pale and floated on the sea. Everyone. He scolded a sea beast in the nascent soul stage until it fainted? This a mouth. This is more powerful than a flying sword. Killing without being seen. The golden-eyed blood walrus was actually mostly tired because it had been slapping the sea surface angrily. In addition, it used too much force and accidentally tore the wound at the base of its tail that had just healed with great difficulty. Coupled with being angry, he fainted. However, it woke up in the blink of an eye. It learned its lesson and just roared without slapping the sea surface. As a result, Fengxi didn't say a word this time and just let it cry on its own. The golden-eyed blood walrus felt like a big fool. When it stopped barking, Fengxi said slowly, okay, don't be angry, I did say something a bit too much just now. But I'm also angry at you. Don't you think we are neighbors? Distant relatives and close neighbors. Is it too much for me to catch some small fish and shrimp? If I don't fish, you should give me some. Golden-eyed blood walrus. How can you be so shameless? Fengxi continued. Okay, let's stop talking about these irrelevant things. Let's talk about something serious. Last time you helped us drive away the demons, I prepared a little thank you gift for you. I was worrying about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to come here on your own initiative. There's nothing too good here, just some hemostatic and detoxifying pills, some from the human race, and some from the demon race. I don't know which one is best for you, so I prepared some for you. After she finished speaking, he took out a large gourd from his storage ring and threw it into the sea. The golden-eyed blood walrus was stunned. Pills that can stop bleeding and detoxify? It wanted? Of course. Although there are medicinal herbs in the sea, the varieties are much fewer than those on land. Besides, medicinal herbs are not as effective as elixirs. But is this little girl so kind? Could it be poison? She continued. I will be leaving tomorrow morning. I hope we can meet again next time if we are lucky enough. By the way, if you still want elixirs, you can exchange them with demons. The more pills you can get. Not only you, but all sea beasts can use demons to exchange elixirs with us. Dead or alive is fine. Not just hemostatic and detoxifying pills. Other pills are also fine. Okay, I'm tired of talking for so long. You can leave now. Golden-eyed blood walrus. Its big eyes flashed, and then it asked a low-level sea beast to take the big gourd to it. Then it dived into the seabed and disappeared. Duanmu was stunned. The old man's cognition was greatly shocked. Humans and sea beasts could actually communicate? Can we still negotiate terms and make a deal? But the facts are before us. If the golden-eyed blood walrus had not been tempted, it would not have let its men take the big gourd over. If it really exchanges the captured demons for elixirs, as Fengxi said, then the balance between sea beasts and demons will be broken. The realm will be stable for a long time. Duanmu's initial shock gradually turned into ecstasy. Xiaoxi, if this can be accomplished, I will definitely take credit for it for you. She smiled and said, Elder Duanmu, it doesn't matter whether I have made any contribution or not. I just want to make some contribution to the human race. Duanmu looked at her with even higher regard upon seeing this. Fengxi is a really good kid. No wonder the master fell in love with her at first sight. She is truly a rare talent. Fengxi talked to Elder Duanmu for a while and continued to let the little black ball fish. The little black ball was very nervous at first, fearing that the golden-eyed blood walrus would come to settle the score, but later, when he saw that there was no movement at all, he felt relieved. She said proudly, How is it? Are you convinced? Do you know what it means to have both wisdom and beauty? But it's no wonder. You're just a ball of fog. You don't have any brains at all, so naturally there's no wisdom to speak of. The little black ball tried to hold back, but couldn't help it. Don't think too highly of yourself. If you can offer conditions, the demons can also offer conditions. You can still come here if you pay a bribe. I'll see what you'll do then. She said with a smile. Can I think of what you think of? After my 5 spiritual roots are gathered and my strength is improved, I will come to the realm again. You help me disguise myself as a demon and I'll go to the endless sea and do some bad things, and then put the blame on the demons. I guarantee that the demons will be unable to explain themselves even if they have a lot of mouths full of them. When Juanwen told her that the sea beasts turned a blind eye to the demons, she had a flash of inspiration. She didn't catch it at the time, but she thought of it later. The idea. Disguised as a demon, he stirred up discord between sea beasts and demons. Of course, she is not strong enough now, and it will take some time. Hearing what she said, Little Black Ball only wanted to say 2 words. How mean? Is this an idea that a normal person could come up with? No wonder you have cracks in your dantian, because you are a bad person. It was not until dawn that Fengxi stopped the little black ball from fishing. Now it's time to set off. Duanmu originally did not have any deep feelings for Fengxi, but after this period of contact, he already regarded Fengxi as his own junior. Therefore, she was repeatedly warned and told to be careful. When passing by Anding City, City Lord, who was already waiting there. Although he seemed to treat them equally, he was obviously more reluctant to part with Fengxi. After saying goodbye to City Lord everyone continued on their journey. Leaving the no-fly area, they each summoned their flying boats and sped towards Turtleback Mountain. It was Fengxi's first time to ride on a flying boat, but for her who had seen airplanes before, it was nothing too strange. It's just that the way the power is provided is different. Qin Shifeng's impression of Feng Shi had changed. He was not very enthusiastic. After saying Heko, he went to meditate and practice. Although Junwen and Xingwu don't get along, with Feng Shi mediating between them, they can still get along. The journey was very smooth, and the flying boat arrived at Guibei Mountain that day. Before getting off the flying boat, Feng Shi gave the specially separated seafood to Xingwu, asking him to pass it on to the sect leader, Huan Kuei, when he returned to the sect. Xingwu didn't hesitate and accepted it. There are many cultivators gathered in Guibei Mountain, including people from various sects and many independent cultivators. Many independent cultivators are still forming temporary teams to avoid being killed and robbed of their treasures. Feng Shi and Junwen also found the Xiantian sect's team. Junwen began to complain, "Little junior sister, look, almost all the direct disciples from the 3 sects are here. Look at us. There are only 2 of us in Xiantian sect, and I don't know where the eldest brother and the others have gone to." Feng Shi took a look and found it to be true. So far, there were no nascent soul cultivators among the direct disciples of the 4 major sects, so they all met the conditions to enter the secret realm this time. Except for Lu Xiuhan from Hunyuan sect, everyone else is present. Feng Shi skipped through the book, and several of Xiantian sect's direct disciples were just bootlickers in the book, and the descriptions of them were not very detailed. So she only knew that her senior brother Jiang Ji had mistakenly entered the secret realm of Guibei Mountain. As for where the other 3 brothers had gone, she had no idea. Feng Shi smiled and said, "Aren't only those who are destined to enter? Maybe they are not destined to enter, and only the 2 of us can enter." Junwen's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I think so too. After waiting for a long time, the entrance to the secret realm was finally opened. The queues were set up in advance at the scene, not based on first come first served, but on the strength of the people. The 4 major sects are at the front, followed by the medium-sized sects, small sects, and finally the individual cultivators. The 4 major sects is based on the ranking of the previous 4 sects competition, with Hunyuan sect first, Wanjian sect second, Yusho sect third, and Xiantian sect fourth. Mu Zihuai ranked first among everyone. He took a deep breath and walked towards the entrance, his figure disappearing in an instant. The people of Hunyuan sect cheered. Soon after, Bailey Mukin's 3rd disciple Mo Shuyuan, 4th disciple Wan Qiji, and 5th disciple Zhu Yizhou also entered smoothly. It was Shun Jilan's turn. The moment she stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, everyone vaguely heard a clanging sound. The scene immediately went viral. The clanging sound, according to historical records, is the sound of a phoenix calling. Oh my god, doesn't this mean that Shinjilan is the Lord of the Phoenix? Could it be that she will contract a phoenix in the secret realm? Last time in the Tianhen secret realm, she contracted a fairy beast egg. If she contracts a phoenix again, isn't that too lucky? Who let me have the best water spirit root? I am a favored by heaven. Join when's lips were about to turn into a spoon. Junior sister, don't listen to their nonsense. Even if there is a phoenix, it is yours. If nothing else, just your last name. Your last name is Feng, and Feng Huang's last name is also Feng. You 2 are from the same family. Feng Shi. So, I am a bird? Shin Jilan went in. None of the remaining disciples of Hunyuan sect succeeded in entering. Next from the Wanjian sect and the beast taming sect were also direct disciples. Feng Shi frowned, feeling that there was something fishy going on. Junwen didn't really care. Of course the secret realm has to select people with good qualifications to enter. If there is a legacy, who would pass it on to a loser? He said as he walked towards the entrance to the secret realm, only to be bounced back. Yunvin. Feng Shi walked forward while holding back her laughter, and then
she was also bounced back.
The useless duo looked at each other in silence. In the end, Xiantian sect gained nothing. There were a few independent cultivators who went in, failed to get an all-side, but there was nothing they could do. Feng Shi was a little anxious. She had no interest in treasure hunting, but she had to go in and save Jiang Ji. Although she could also wait for Jiang Ji to come out and explain the truth to him, She was afraid that he would have a preconceived idea and would have a good impression of Shinjilan. As long as Shinjilan said that she was misled by the records in the classics, Jiang Ji would probably believe it. That would be troublesome. But what if I can't get in? Etc. The book records that the eldest senior brother Jiang Ji entered the secret realm of Guibei Mountain by mistake, which means that there must be other entrances besides the door to the secret realm. She immediately said to Junwen, "Fifth brother, come with me." Junwen didn't understand what was going on, so he followed her and started running all over Guibei Mountain, running out of breath. Little junior sister, I know you can't get in, and it's frustrating for you not to be able to enter the secret realm, but don't take it out on me. She glared at him. I'm looking for other entrances to the secret realm. Junwen. Junior sister is starting to talk nonsense again. There has always been only one entrance to the secret realm, and I have never heard of any other entrances. Just then, Fengxi stopped running. Because the little black ball discovered that the spiritual power fluctuations here were abnormal. This is a small stream that meanders down. Fifth brother, where is the source of this stream? Junwen panted and said, There's a spring on the top of Guibei Mountain. The water flows down from there. Fengxi's eyes lit up. Let's go. Let's fly to the top of the mountain. As he spoke, he summoned a wooden sword, flew into the air, and did not forget to fasten his seatbelt. Yunvin. He hurriedly summoned his flying sword and chased after him. The wooden sword is unstable, but it flies really fast. Although Junwen tried his best to catch up, he still fell behind for a while before reaching the top of the mountain. There is a deep pool formed by a spring on the top of the mountain. The spring water flowing down is very clear, but the pool is dark and bottomless. It can be seen that the water is very deep. Fengxi threw the little black ball into the pond and let it explore the way. The little black ball felt so miserable. They do dirty, tiring, and dangerous work and never get a single good word in return. Just as I was thinking about it, Fengxi's voice came from my sea of consciousness. Zaiqiu, you are the only one I can trust and rely on. And I also believe that as long as you want to do it, no difficulty can stop you. After all, you are the only chaos spirit in this world. The little black ball expanded instantly. The little horns exude a kingly aura. Be brave and don't be afraid of difficulties. Charge. After the little black ball dived to the bottom of the pool, it soon discovered a clue. There is actually a teleportation array here. Fengxi immediately took Junwen and jumped into the pool. For monks, as long as they have spiritual power, there is no problem staying underwater for a while. Especially those with water spirit roots, they can even stay in it for half a day or even longer. Junwen said in surprise, Junior sister, why does this teleportation array look a bit like the one in the mine? Fengxi took a look and found that it was true. This meant that this teleportation array was very old, perhaps tens of thousands of years old. She took out the recording stone and recorded the teleportation array, then found the groove for the spirit stone on the array disk. After painfully stuffing more than 1,000 spirit stones into it, the teleportation array was activated. Junwen kept pulling at Fengxi's sleeve, fearing that they would be separated during the transmission process. A moment, he couldn't tell whether he wanted to protect Fengxi or he was unsure about leaving Fengxi. Finally, the blinding white light disappeared and vision returned. Junwen almost fainted when he saw the situation. This is a bird's nest built on a cliff, a huge bird's nest. Even if he and Fengxi lay down inside, there was still plenty of space. He subconsciously wanted to escape on his sword, but found that he couldn't summon the flying sword at all. There is only one possibility for this situation, and that is that monks are prohibited from flying here. He was about to ask Fengxi what to do. A huge golden bird flew over from the distance. Its wings were more than 3 meters wide, covering the sky and the sun. Junior sister, it's a golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle. It's at least equivalent to the middle stage of the golden elixir. We are dead. Fengxi narrowed his eyes and said, Open your mouth and say, ah. Yunvin? Before he had time to think, the golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle had arrived, holding a monster that looked like a deer in its mouth. Fengxi opened her mouth first. Junwen closed his eyes, stretched his neck, and opened his mouth. The golden-winged iron-feathered eagle seemed confused for a moment, then began to tear the monster apart with its sharp beak, and picked up a small piece of tender meat and put it into Fengshi's mouth. Then he picked up a large piece of hairy meat and threw it at Junwen's face. Yunbin. Junwen was so angry that he almost died. Differently by humans is fine, but now even birds are discriminating against him. Could it be that with just a single the little junior sister's cry was more beautiful than his? The golden-winged iron-feathered eagle fed Fengshi a few more pieces of tender meat. Seeing that she didn't want to eat anymore, it patiently used its beak to comb her hair. When she had almost finished combing her hair, she turned around and randomly combed Junwen's hair a few times, pulling out several clumps of hair. Junwen grimaced in pain, but dared not make a sound. The golden-winged iron-feathered eagle finished taking care of the two little bird cubs and ate the remaining monster meat. It then protected Fengshi and Junwen under its wings and fell asleep. Junwen didn't dare to move. He just hoped that the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle would wake up and leave quickly. Finally, the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle woke up. It called out a few times, and Fengshi nodded quickly. Junwen also nodded stupidly. The golden-winged iron-feathered eagle looked at Junwen with disdain and flew away. After the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle disappeared, Junwen finally let out a long sigh. Finally, he left. I was scared to death. Little junior sister, how do you know that if we say, it will think we are its young birds? Fengshi said. Aren't most young birds like this? Junwen. The key is that we don't look like birds. Fifth brother. Look, there are a lot of small pieces of egg shells in the cracks of the bird's nest. I guess a baby bird hatched not long ago, but died for some reason. Some magical birds or beasts will transfer their maternal love to the young of other species. So, I came up with this idea. In fact, there is another very important reason why Fengshi's method was successful, and that is the little black ball. It is the spirit of chaos, and it makes all living beings feel at home. Because Fengshi has signed a contract with it, people or monsters will feel a sense of familiarity with her to some extent. This is also the reason why the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle likes her more than Junwen. Jun was filled with admiration. If he had fallen into the bird's nest himself, he would probably be in the belly of the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle now. Junior sister, what should we do next? We can't just keep pretending to be a witch here, right? The cliff is very steep, almost vertical to the ground, and climbing down is obviously not realistic. Fengshi took out a large piece of cloth from her storage ring, which she got from Lu Xiuhan. She simply processed the fabric and made it into the shape of a parachute. Then he said to the little black ball, turn into mist and hold up the umbrella and try to make it fall slower, understand? Little black ball knew that this was not the time to take action. If he delayed for too long, it would be bad if the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle came back. So, I agreed readily. After everything was ready, Fengshi and Junwen grabbed the rope under the parachute and jumped off the bird's nest. Before jumping down, Fengshi picked up a few golden-winged iron-feathered eagle feathers and put them into his storage ring. Junwen thought it would be a good idea to learn from her, so he picked up a few and put them in his storage ring. The little black ball was very steady in its actions. Although it fell a little too fast, it still landed safely on the ground in the end. The first thing Fengshi and Junwen did after landing on the ground was to use the cleansing technique. Fengshi wanted to remove the scent mark left on them by the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle, while Junwen did it purely out of mysophobia. After the two of them finished cleaning up, Junwen asked Fengshi, little sister, which way are we going? Fengshi didn't know where Jiangji was, so she just pointed in a direction, this way. She finished speaking, the little black ball jumped out. Jumping up and down, it seems like he's in a very happy mood. It thinks it's so awesome. You little witch always says I'm useless. Now you should admit your mistake, right? If it weren't for me, would you be able to find the teleportation array in the pool? If it weren't for me, would you have been able to land safely on the ground? If I weren't in this world, the sky would fall. Fengshi called it several times, asking it to return to the Blood Demon Clan token, but it pretended not to hear. Then there was a sharp pain in the consciousness. Feng, she said coldly. Come back. The little black ball stopped showing off this time and returned the jade token dejectedly. Junwen felt that the little black ball's droopy look was a bit pitiful, but although he felt sympathy for it, he also knew that a guy like the little black ball who is so arrogant should not be indulged. That means he met his junior sister. If it was someone else, he would have been bullied to death. After walking for about half an hour, a cry for help was heard in the distance. Fengxi had a good memory, and she could tell that the person calling for help was a casual cultivator who had just come in. Fifth brother, let's go over and take a look. Junwen nodded in agreement without even asking. He's not smart as long as he listens. Junior sister asks him to do, and he will definitely not make any mistakes. When they got closer, they saw that the wanderer named Tianqing was being besieged by 3 black-striped jackals. Junwen and Fengxi immediately joined the battle. A quarter of an hour later, all 3 black-striped jackals were killed. Tianqing thanked Fengxi and the others while swallowing the bleeding pill. To be honest, he had always felt that the direct disciples of the 4 major sects were very arrogant. One could even describe them as cold and heartless. That these 2 direct disciples of Shantian's sect would actually help. Fengxi said with a smile, my fellow Taoist, the cultivators in the Northern Territory are all one family. There is no need to be so polite. I see you are seriously injured. Why don't you sit down and meditate while we protect you? Tianqing was even more moved, and his eyes became red. Junwen looked up at the sky. His experience told him that his junior sister was likely to cause trouble again. Tianqing meditated for half an hour, then stood up and thanked again. Fairy Fengxi, young Master Jun, I am no longer seriously injured, so I will not delay your business. I am grateful for your kindness. I, Tianqing, will repay you in the future. Fengxi smiled and said, you don't have to wait until later, just report it now. Tianqing. Fengxi chuckled. I'm just kidding you. I just want to ask you if you have met Shen Jilan from Hunyuan sect? Fengxi felt that since Shen Jilan would definitely meet Jiang Ji, she might as well look for Shen Jilan first. As long as she followed her, she would be able to find Jiang Ji. What's more, Tianqing actually met Shen Jilan 2 hours ago. She had already met up with several direct disciples of Hunyuan sect. Tianqing was sighing in his heart at that time. The locations to enter the secret realm were all random. He didn't expect that the 4 people from Hunyuan sect would gather together so quickly. Their luck was really good. After Fengxi found out the location, he said, fellow Taoist Tian, these 3 black-striped jackal corpses are now yours. Of course Tianqing wouldn't want it, and after much persuasion, Fengxi only kept the black-striped jackal. Tianqing increasingly felt that Fengxi's character was noble and he truly deserved the title of human role model. After the 2 parties separated, Fengxi took Junwen to find Shen Jilan. Junwen couldn't help it this time. Junior sister, why are we going to look for Shen Jilan? She's lucky. Let's go pick up some more.
Yunbin.
You seem to have always said that she was a jinx. He then asked, why are you so polite to that casual cultivator? Fengxi looked mysterious. Guess.
Yunbin.
Fengxi certainly has her considerations, even though the independent cultivators seem to be a group of scattered sand and useless. But if they can be brought together, they will be a very powerful force. The strong are respected in the world of cultivation, but sometimes they are also controlled by other forces. Therefore, if you want to completely control your own destiny, you must take a multi-pronged approach. She never puts all her eggs in one basket. Her previous dealings with Xue Tianjueshu, or her friendship with Lord Hu of Anding City, or even her intentional favor to the casual cultivator Tianqing, these were all traps she had set up. Fengxi and Junwen went to the place Tianqing mentioned, but found nothing there. This was normal since 2 hours had already passed. When Fengxi was guessing which direction Shen Jilan and the others would go, flames rose into the sky in the distance. Fengxi's eyes lit up. 5th brother, Shen Jilan, and the others must have gone there. Saved Jiang Ji in the secret realm of Guibei Mountain, but also contracted a little phoenix. And the others arrived. The flames were still burning fiercely, and even the surrounding ground was rolling with heat waves. People kept rushing over. After all, the flames were a very conspicuous target. The Wanjian sect and the beast-taming sect have also gathered. But I didn't see the figures of those wandering cultivators. Xing Wu saw Feng Shi winking at her, but she didn't come over. The reason is simple. Now everyone wants to get that little phoenix, and they're all competitors. The little black ball used his spiritual sense to speak to Feng Shi. I'm telling you, Phoenix is just a little weakling who can't do anything except breathe fire. And if you want it to advance, you have to find fire marrow for it, which is really troublesome. Feng Shi said slowly, You don't have to say so much. Don't you just want me to accept another pet? Don't worry, as long as you don't act like a demon, I will only have you as my pet. All my love is only for you. The little black ball said awkwardly. Humph, that's not what I meant. Who cares about your endless love and favor? After saying this, the body attached to the Blood Demon clan's token turned pink. The question is, it's dyed by the token. Although Feng Shi's words contained some misleading content, she really had no interest in the little phoenix, because Xiao Heiqiu was right, raising a phoenix was too troublesome. However, she was willing to get involved, and it would be best if she could ruin Shun Jilan's contract with the phoenix. As time went by, the flames gradually weakened, and everyone's gazes became more and more intense. Finally, the flames were completely extinguished, revealing a phoenix egg with flame patterns. Crack, crack, cracks appeared on the phoenix egg. Feng Shi looked at the phoenix egg and thought of his own Dantian. It's almost the same, if not exactly the same. Time seemed to take a very long time, and finally, a bird's head poked out of the egg's heck. It looked around vigilantly, and then crawled out of the egg's heck. Everyone's eyes were red. No one dared to move because the little phoenix was surrounded by a circle of golden phoenix flames. Even if you are in the nascent soul stage, you can't bear it. The little phoenix ate the egg's heck slowly, and then continued to look around. Xing Wu couldn't help but say, Little Phoenix, I am a disciple of the beast-taming sect. Our sect has special techniques and elixirs for spiritual beasts to cultivate. Come with me. Others also started to recommend themselves. In the end, only Junwen, Feng Shi, and Shun Jilan were left silent. Junwen had no interest in this thing at all. He didn't want to raise a pet that was more flashy than himself. Feng Shi squinted his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Shun Jilan smiled and said, Little Phoenix, I have a top-grade water spirit root. If you make a contract with me, I will be able to help you find the fire marrow and allow you to advance quickly. The little phoenix was obviously moved, and it walked towards Shun Jilan. Mu Zihuai had a proud smile on his face. Only junior sister Jilan was worthy of becoming the master of the phoenix. Feng Shi called out twice, but the little phoenix ignored her. You cheer refining stage trash are not worthy of talking to me. Feng Shi suddenly had an idea and took out a feather of a golden-winged iron-feathered eagle from her storage ring. This thing is not only big but also sparkling with gold, and it really attracted the little phoenix's attention. Little Phoenix, I don't want to sign a contract with you. I just want to give you some advice. You are a fire spirit beast. How can you sign a contract with someone with water spirit roots? You heard of the phrase fire and water cannot coexist? I think you should choose Xingwu from the beast-taming sect. He has a fire spirit root and likes to interact with spirit beasts.
It is perfect for you to form a contract with him.
Xingwu nodded quickly. Yes, yes. We are the best match. You should sign a contract with me. Shin Jilan gritted her teeth in anger. Little Phoenix, don't listen to Feng Shi's nonsense. The fact that I am a top-grade water spirit root and you are a fire-type monster does not conflict with each other. If you make a contract with me, I can feed you 100-year-old fire marrow right now. Little Phoenix's eyes lit up.
Eat.
Everyone couldn't help but marvel. It was indeed a divine beast. Even its cubs could speak human language. Shin Jilan hesitated for a moment. Her original intention was to make a contract with the little phoenix and then feed it the fire marrow. But after Feng Shi's interference, the little phoenix became hesitant. It would be better to feed it the fire marrow first. Once it tasted the sweetness, it would naturally sign a contract with itself. Then, he took out a jade box made of special materials from the storage ring, which contained 100-year-old fire marrow. Shun Jilan was afraid of being burned by the little phoenix's flames, so she put the jade box on the ground and took a few steps back. The little phoenix couldn't wait to step forward and swallow the 100-year-old fire marrow. After swallowing it, everyone found that it was a little bigger than before. It seems that this little phoenix really relies on the fire marrow to advance. Shun Jilan smiled and said, "Little phoenix, can you sign a contract with me now?" The little phoenix glanced at her, then ran to Fengxi. "Mother." This earth-shattering mother stunned everyone present. Fengxi was even more stunned. Okay. She's having love with a bird. First, she pretended to be a cub for the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle, and now she's acting as a mother to the little phoenix? She and little phoenix stared at each other, and she even saw admiration in little phoenix's eyes. Fengxi. It's so ducking outrageous. In the book, isn't this Shun Jilan's pet? She just wanted to mess up the Huang incident, but she didn't want to adopt a child. What she didn't know was that for birds, after hatching from the egg, they will regard the first living thing they see as their mother. The little phoenix's situation was special. When it broke out of its shell just now, it scanned all the people at the scene, so there was no problem of recognizing its mother. But Fengxi took out the feather of the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle, and when Shun Jilan mentioned Fengxi's name, the little phoenix started to imagine. Her last name is Foam, and she has golden feathers. She must be my mother. As for why Fengxi is in human form, it's because his cultivation is too high that he is transformed into a human form. Shun Jilan suppressed her anger and said, "Little phoenix, do you know that there is only one phoenix in the world, and it will be reborn after nirvana? How could Fengxi be your mother?" The little phoenix was instantly confused. Yes, that's what its inheritance said. It is the one and only phoenix in the world. So, how could it have a mother? But it felt Fengxi was very kind, like its mother. I don't know if it was because its consciousness was unstable after just hatching, but flames rose from the little phoenix's body again, and then it turned back into a phoenix egg, and then disappeared into the ground. No one expected this to be the result. The little black ball breathed a sigh of relief. It was scared to death. Although the stinky girl is not very good, it doesn't want to share with others. Shun Jilan's eyes turned red with anger. Fengxi, did you do this on purpose? Fengxi nodded. Yes, I did it on purpose. You almost caused my dantian to shatter, and you also confused right and wrong and had me demoted to a menial job, not to mention that you repeatedly instigated Lu Xiuhan to kill me. I'm targeting you. Is there a problem? Shun Jilan gritted her teeth. You are talking nonsense. Fengxi sneered. I can swear an oath, do you dare? If you dare, I will find you the little phoenix even if I have to go underground. Shun Jilan choked. Fengxi, I won't argue with you. I will remember today's grudge. Just wait and see. After saying that, he left angrily. Mu Zihuai gave Fengxi a cold look, then took Mo Shuyuan and Wan Qizhi to chase Shun Jilan. Fengxi knew that if there hadn't been people from the other two sects at the scene, Shun Jilan would definitely have instigated Mu Zihuai to kill her. Therefore, she can never slack off at any time and must seize the time to practice in the future, because only strength is the hard truth. As soon as the people from Hunyuan sect left, everyone else also prepared to leave. Fengxi smiled and said to Xingwu, "Did you gain anything after coming in?" Xingwu curled his lips. "I only found some Xian-level herbs, which are not worth much." Fengxi hesitated for a moment and said, "I heard that Shun Jilan and her friends found a lot of valuable herbs. Do you think they have any special spiritual tools? How about we follow them and see? Maybe there will be a great opportunity." Xingwu was still hesitating. His senior brother Qin Shifeng said, "What Fengxi said makes sense. Let's go over and take a look." Fengxi was secretly happy in her heart. What she said did not stand up to scrutiny, but there were fools willing to take the bait. Qin Shifeng has a good impression of Shun Jilan and is eager to find a reason to get close to her. She just handed him the ladder. In this way, she can use the beast taming gate as a talisman and follow Shin Jilan to find her senior brother Jiangji. After everyone left, the phoenix egg poked its head out stealthily, then burrowed back into the ground. The people from Hunyuan sect soon discovered that people from the beast taming sect and Xiantian sect were following behind them. Shin Jilan was so angry that she almost died. She felt that Fengxi was just trying to annoy her. But with the people from the beast taming sect around, she had no way of instigating Mu Zihui to kill Fengxi. Her eyes flickered, and she changed her original direction. 2 hours later, everyone entered a cave. This cave is very peculiar, with many holes on the walls, leading to all directions. You can also faintly smell a faint herbal aroma. Shin Jilan chose a hole and crawled in, followed closely by the other people from Hunyuan sect. Originally she wanted to continue following, but unexpectedly Mu Zihui was guarding the entrance of the cave with a gloomy face. Fengxi and his friends had no choice but to choose another hole. Fengxi guessed that this should be the cave of the unicorn snake. As for why Shin Jilan came here, she couldn't figure it out for the time being. It may be to search for treasure, or it may be to use the unicorn snake to get rid of itself. However, Fengxi was quite happy because she had a feeling that she would be able to find her senior brother Jiangji soon. She followed Qin Shifeng and others and walked inside along a hole. The deeper they went, the darker it became. Later, they could only rely on spiritual tools for lighting. A quarter of an hour, the front suddenly opened up to a spacious stone chamber. Just seeing the scene in front of them, everyone felt a little uncomfortable. There were many rotten monster corpses and animal bones on the ground. What surprised everyone was that there was no strange smell in the cave, but instead a faint medicinal fragrance. Fengxi knew the reason. The unicorn is the companion monster of the red fragrant fungus, and the red fragrant fungus can transform the smell of decay into the fragrance of medicine. When Fengxi was searching for Qixia Xiangji, Shin Jilan suddenly ran in. Following behind her were several evil insects covered with poisonous thorns, which were the unicorn snakes. Shin Jilan ran straight towards Fengxi and the others. She sneered in her heart. She was the only one who knew the special nature of the poison of the unicorn fish. When they were all poisoned, she said that only the blood of the top-grade water spirit root could detoxify. In this way, there is no need to worry about Qin Shifeng and the others being completely devoted to her. Find another opportunity to get rid of this, which Fengxi. Qin Shifeng and others were horrified when they saw the unicorn stone dragonfly. Although they did not recognize this monster insect, they could tell that the cultivation level of this monster insect should be equivalent to the Jindan stage of a cultivator. Although Qin Shifeng is also in the Jindan stage, he cannot stop so many evil insects. Fengxi made a quick analysis and thought that since Shin Jilan dared to lure the unicorn millipede over, it meant that she was fearless and must have a way to deal with it. So she winked at Junwen and Xingwu. It must be said that although these two people are not very smart, no one can match them in understanding Fengxi's intentions. The two of them attacked almost at the same time and stopped Shin Jilan. Fengxi used spiritual vines to wrap around Shin Jilan's legs. As a result of this delay, all the unicorn fish came closer. Shin Jilan gritted her teeth and took out the fairy beast egg that had not yet hatched. The evil insects trembled instantly and retreated through the hole in panic. Fengxi clicked his tongue. "Oh, if you have such a good idea, why did you lure the monster insects here? Do you want to kill us all? We have a grudge against each other, so it's fine if you kill me, but the people from the beast taming sect have no grudge against you, so you actually want to kill them all? You have such a vicious heart." Xingwu had a hot temper and was about to fight with Shin Jilan. Several other disciples of the beast taming sect also glared at her. Only Qin Shifeng looked relatively calm. Shin Jilan looked at him with tears in her eyes. "Brother Qin, I only thought of the fairy beast egg when my life was at stake just now. It's not like what Fengxi said. Do you believe me?" Qin Shifeng looked at her pitiful appearance and believed it. "Fengxi, it turns out that lickers have no brains." Just then, someone stumbled in from one of the holes. His face was dark blue, and it was obvious that he had been poisoned. Junwen cried out, Big brother? Jiangji was stunned when he saw Junwen. Then he quickly said, I've been poisoned by a monster insect, about 10 feet long, with compound eyes and covered in poisonous stings. He said this. His expression became more painful, and black blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Shun Jilan's eyes flickered, and she said with a desperate look, You must have been bitten by a unicorn. Its poison is extremely strong and can only be cured by the blood of a top-grade single spiritual root. Jiangji, drink my blood. As he said this, he took out a dagger and prepared to cut his finger. No one knew the special nature of the toxicity of the unicorn millipede, and she had already swallowed an antidote pill before coming here. As long as Jiangji drank her blood, the effect would slowly take effect. By then, he will be completely devoted to me. Originally, this move was prepared for Qin Shifeng and others, but unexpectedly it was ruined by the witch Feng Shi. But it's okay. If Jiangji is subdued, it will be safer and more convenient to use him to deal with Feng Shi. She was feeling proud. She heard a loud bang. Feng Shi placed a large basin of blood in front of Jiangji. Big brother, drink mine. My dose is large and effective.
Yummy.
He had been cut off from the outside world for some time. When he saw Feng Shi wearing the attire of a direct disciple of Xiantian sect, he knew that this should be his junior sister. He asked in surprise, Junior sister, you also have a top-grade single spiritual root? Feng Shi nodded shamelessly. Well, I have a top-grade fire spirit root, and this basin is filled with the blood I just released. The effect is really good. Just drink it. Jiangji looked at the large basin of blood in front of him, then looked at Feng Shi's small body. I am poisoned. I am not a fool. Xin Jilan said coldly. Feng Shi, I know you are hostile to me, but now human lives are at stake. I hope you won't be so selfish. Qin Shifeng nodded. Yes, Feng Shi, now is not the time to fool around. Let junior sister Jilan help Jiangji detoxify. Xing Wu and others looked at Feng Shi with some disapproval. Even if you have a personal grudge against Xin Jilan, you can't joke with Jiangji's life. Only Junwen glanced at Feng Shi, then picked up the large basin and said to Jiangji, Brother, hurry up and drink it. If it gets cold, it might not be effective.
Yummy.
What happened during the time I was away from the sect? Fifth junior brother was just a bit erratic before, but now he seems to have turned into a fool. Feng Shi took out an antidote pill and asked Junwen to feed it to Jiangji. Jiangji smiled bitterly. I just took one, but it didn't help. Junwen pretended not to hear it and stuffed it into his throat. Jiangji almost vomited.
Yummy.
Feng Shi then said slowly, Big brother, I didn't know this poisonous insect before, but when Xin Jilan mentioned the name of the unicorn snake, I remembered it. I have read related records in an ancient book. The toxicity of the unicorn millipede is quite special, and the detoxification pills take a long time to take effect. It will take about 2 hours to completely detoxify it. Therefore, the idea that only the blood of a top-grade single spiritual root can detoxify was all made up by Xin Jilan, who was just trying to blackmail her into repaying her kindness. Xin Jilan sneered. Feng Shi, it's hard for you to make up such a bunch of nonsense. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Jiangji, if you delay any further, even my blood won't be able to completely remove the toxins from your body. By then, your cultivation may stagnate or even regress, and you will never be able to advance again. It's up to you to decide whether to drink my blood or not. Feng Shi really admires Xin Jilan because she can always hit the nail on the head. For a cultivator, sometimes it is terrible to die without any cultivation and unable to advance. In Jiangji's eyes kept changing. Should he believe what his junior sister said or what Xin Jilan said? Junwen was afraid that he might be confused, so he kept talking. Big brother, what little junior sister said must be right. Just listen to her. We are brothers and sisters. How can we harm you? Even if I want to be the top disciple, if I kill you, there are still 3 left. Jiangji. Finally, he said to Xin Jilan, Thank you for your kindness, but I will still listen to my junior sister. If I really die here, I will accept it. He didn't believe Feng Shi, nor did he believe Junwen, but he believed Xiao Baidao. The disciple accepted by the master may not be a genius, but he must be a good person and will not risk his life for revenge. In addition, although he did not sense that the poison was decreasing, it was at least not getting worse. This also indirectly shows that what Feng Shi said might be right. Xin Jilan was so angry that she almost died. But he said calmly, "If that's the case, then I have nothing more to say. I hope what Feng Shi said is true. After all, the classics are vast, so it is normal to have different records occasionally." Feng Shi is the kind of person who would never sacrifice himself for others, so he immediately started to sabotage Xin Jilan. "Xin Jilan, are you leaving yourself a way out? When my senior brother is safe and sound, you can say that the records you saw may be wrong and deny it completely. We are all smart people. Will your acting be of any use? You must know that the poison of a unicorn snake can be cured by ordinary detoxification pills, but why do you insist that only your blood can cure it? Very simple. You want my senior brother to owe you a favor, and you want to repay the favor. I can even speculate irresponsibly that you lured that group of unicorn snakes here just now, just to let the brothers and sisters of the beast-taming sect be poisoned by them. Then, you use this rhetoric to win people's hearts. Yes, I survived by drinking your blood. How can I not be devoted to you? This is a really clever trick of yours. Feng Shi, am ashamed of myself." Xing Wu was the first to explode, and he slapped Xin Jilan. "I knew you were up to no good. Still want me to drink your blood? I would rather drink horse urine than your blood, because I am afraid of getting dirty." Qin Shifeng took the blow for Xin Jilan. "Wu Xing, things haven't been figured out yet. Don't be impulsive." Xing Wu was almost angry to death. Look at Jiang Ji from Xiantian sect, who chose to believe Feng Shi when his life was at stake. Then look at this stupid donkey from their beast-taming sect. He is a fool. If he wasn't his senior brother, he would have strangled him to death. Shen Jilan looked at Qin Shifeng gratefully. "Brother Qin, thank you for your trust in me. I don't want to explain too much. Those who are innocent will be innocent. I have never intended to harm you." This feeble explanation. Because he felt that Shen Jilan was a top-grade water spiritual root and was the beloved disciple of Bailey Mukin of Hunyuan sect, there was no need for her to do anything to repay the favor. Must be overthinking it. Shen Jilan smiled at Qin Shifeng and said, "Brother Qin, I still have to go meet up with my senior brother and the others. We'll talk after we get out of the secret realm." Qin Shifeng's heart skipped a beat, and his voice trembled slightly. "Okay." Shen Jilan felt proud, thinking that as long as she spent more time, Qin Shifeng would definitely be devoted to her. She was about to leave. Feng Shi said coldly, "Fifth senior brother Xingwu, stop her." Junwen and Xingwu were really obedient and stopped Shen Jilan. Shen Jilan frowned. "Feng Shi, what do you mean?" Feng Shi sneered. "What do you mean? Mu Zihuai and the others should go to find the companion spiritual plant of the unicorn snake, right? Once they succeed, the unicorn snake will definitely go crazy. How can we get out without your amulet? If you want to make peace with Mu Zihuai and the others, you can send us out first, then you can come in." Shen Jilan's face, and then she became angry and said, "Feng Shi, these are all your speculations. Don't go too far." Snap. Snap. Feng Shi went up and slapped her twice. Then he hid behind Junwen and poked his head out. This is really going too far. Because she moved too quickly and Xin Jilan was caught off guard, the two slaps were so hard. My face swelled up instantly. Xin Jilan was almost going crazy. "Feng Shi, I'm going to kill you." Feng Shi bared his teeth and said, "If you don't shut up, I will scratch your face." Xin Jilan really didn't dare to speak. Because among the people present, only Qin Shifeng spoke to her. But he is a member of the beast-taming sect after all, and he may not stand on her side at the critical moment. With a gloomy face, she followed Feng Shi and the others out of the cave. As soon as they came out, Mu Zihuai and others ran out in panic, and a rustling sound came from behind. Feng Shi's face changed. It must be the unicorn millipede that caught up with them. She asked Junwen to carry Jiang Ji on his back, and they ran away. Xingwu and others also realized this and ran away quickly. Qin Shi Feng was shaken for a moment. Could what Feng she said be true?
No.
Junior sister Jilan is not that kind of person. They had not run far when a large group of unicorn snakes chased after them, twisting their bodies wildly. Although they are evil insects, they are very fast. Feng she felt that even if Shun Jilan took out the fairy beast eggs now, it would probably be useless, because those unicorn snakes had gone berserk because the spiritual plants they were guarding had been stolen. Junwen was carrying Jiangji on his back, so his speed was naturally slower than the others. Feng she had to accommodate him, so they were soon left behind by the crowd. Jiangji said to Junwen, "Fifth junior brother, put me down, you, and junior sister. Leave quickly." Junwen gritted his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Feng she felt that this was not a solution, and said to the little black ball, "You raise your troops for 1,000 days and deploy them for a moment. Now is your glorious moment of martyrdom. You go and lead them away." Little black ball. Listen to yourself. Is this human language? Of course Fengxi would not give up the little black ball. She was just talking. She said to Junwen, "Fifth brother, I will lead them away. You and the eldest brother will wait for me at the place where we met Tianqing before." She chose that place because it was easier to find and not too far away. She thought Junwen would definitely try to refuse, for example, asking her to carry Jiangji on his back while he led the unicorn millipede away. Junwen agreed without hesitation. Okay. Then he ran away. Fengxi, don't you even pretend? Little did he know that Junwen now trusted her blindly and felt that his junior sister seemed to be omnipotent. Since she had said it, she must have a way to get out of it safely. Instead of wasting time dawdling, it is better to run faster. Feng she shouted at the group of unicorn snakes, "I have what you want. Come and chase me." The group of unicorn fish were now furious and all pounced towards Fengxi. Then Fengxi took them and started a marathon run. She practices is special, and she can replenish her spiritual power from the outside at any time, which is inexhaustible. As for physical strength, she has a pot of tonic pills. She refined were extremely effective. After eating it, I no longer felt dizzy, my legs were no longer weak, and I could run 20 miles in one breath. The group of unicorn snakes were screaming wildly at first, but then they became quiet. I can hardly move anymore. What's the point of shouting? Fengxi suddenly stopped running, because she suddenly realized a problem. The unicorn centipede has a simple means of attack, which is to rely on its poisonous stingers.
But she
is immune to all poisons. As long as you protect the vital parts, you can have fun. After realizing this, she stopped running. The group of unicorn snakes also stopped. I swear to God, the amount of exercise they did today is equal to the total amount they did in half their lifetime. This human race can really run. Then, there was a tremendous rage. One of the unicorn snakes pounced towards Fengxi, and the poisonous stinger on its body emitted a faint blue light. It thought that as long as it could stab this human, it would not eat any rotten food this time, and would just swallow her directly. Because she is so hateful. Not only did they steal the Qixia Xiangji, but they also tired them out. But it didn't expect that Fengxi was not only fast running, but also very agile. It chased Fengxi for half a day, but not only did it not touch Fengxi, but it got itself into a dead end. It's such a shame. Fengxi didn't expect this thing to be so stupid. Yes, these unicorn snakes rely on their poisonous stingers, so they probably don't have to use their brains when hunting. Over time, their brains won't be so smart. At this time, the remaining unicorn snakes all pounced over. No matter how agile Fengxi is, he can't avoid so many unicorn snakes. Inevitably, I was stabbed many times, but still full of life. Even more lively than before. Those unicorn millipedes were stunned. What the heck is this thing? Why aren't you afraid of its sting? They were already very tired, and now that their stingers were ineffective, they began to consider retreating. Fengxi was unwilling to let them run away, so he used flames, spiritual vines, and even chili powder, and finally killed 2 of them. The main reason is that the unicorn snakes are strong, and Fengxi can only attack their vulnerable parts, which is greatly restricted. Fengxi shouted at the fleeing unicorns, "I didn't steal the Qixia Xiangji. It was the people in purple clothes who did it. If you want to take back what belongs to you, if you want revenge, go find them." She didn't want to take the blame for Xin Jilan and the others. Maybe these unicorn centipedes can really meet people from Hunyuan sect. After the unicorn millipedes disappeared, Fengxi collapsed on the ground. Although she had taken a tonic pill, she was still very tired after all this ordeal. Fengxi was very thankful that only these unicorn-shaped stone centipedes had a single means of attack. If it were any other Jindan stage monster, even one of them would be enough to give her a hard time. From this she came to the conclusion that it is always good to have many skills. She has to learn more when she goes back. Fengxi didn't dare to delay too long, because it was too dangerous to be alone in the secret realm. She collected the bodies of the 2 unicorn snakes and rushed towards the place where she had agreed to meet with Junwen. Before arriving at the place, I ran into Junwen and Jiangji. Jiangji's face was still a little pale. Although the poison had not been completely eliminated, he had recovered some of his physical and spiritual strength. He was worried about Fengxi and insisted on coming to find Fengxi, so Junwen had no choice but to agree. In fact, Junwen was also worried about Fengxi. He had even thought about it. If his junior sister really died, he would find an opportunity to kill Xinjilan and then commit suicide. Of course, it would be best if the junior sister could still be alive. Even if I'm missing limbs or even disfigured, it's fine. As long as I can save my life. If Fengxi knew what he was thinking, she would definitely thank him very much. Seeing Fengxi coming back alive and well, Junwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangji finally let go of his worries. Fengxi was really good at pretending to be cool. After seeing them, he released the 2 corpses of unicorn snakes, holding one in each hand. He walked towards them with a ruthless step. Jiangji. Junwen. Fengxi walked up to them and threw the 2 dead bodies of the unicorn snakes to the ground. "Big brother, 5th brother, are you hungry? I brought you 2 big bugs. You can fry them, stir-fry them, or deep-fry them." Jiangji and Junwen. Jiangji has a very calm personality, but he can't keep his composure anymore. "Junior sister, what's going on?" Fengxi said slowly. "Nothing, I just took them for a few laps." Most of these unicorn snakes don't exercise much on a normal day, and in the end they couldn't run anymore. I killed 2 and brought them back. In fact, if I wanted to, the remaining ones would not survive, but I am a kind-hearted person, so I did not kill them all. Jiangji and Junwen thought she was talking nonsense. The 2 examined the body of the unicorn snake and found that the wounds were all at the eyes and the 3rd joint of the abdomen. Most of them were caused by using fire spiritual power techniques. Slow cooking over low heat. From this point of view, it was really Fengxi who killed him. It's just outrageous. Junwen was more accepting. After all, he had been with Fengxi for such a long time and knew that she had some unique methods. Jiangji suffered a huge mental shock. He just discovered that although Junwen had not yet advanced, his cultivation was much stronger than before. Apart from anything else, the speed of escape is much faster than before. The junior sister is even more amazing. Although he was at the qi refining stage and his dantian was injured, he was able to escape unscathed from the siege of several unicorn snakes and even killed 2 of them. It makes him seem like a waste as he is in the middle stage of Jindan. Seeing that his face was still very pale, Fengxi found a sheltered place for him to meditate and regulate his breathing. He also stuffed him with a plate of pills to replenish his physical and spiritual strength. There was no other way. She didn't have that many small porcelain bottles, so she could only use what was available in the big kitchen. He also said, "Big brother, don't think it's too little. I'll give you another one when we get back to the sect." Jiangji's face was full of confusion and shock. "No? Isn't our Xiantian sect famous for being a poor sect? I would love to split a fasting pill into 8 pieces and eat them. Are pills served in plates and basins now? I've only been out here gaining experience for half a year. Isn't it thousands of years?" Junwon looked at his inexperienced look and curled his lips. If you knew that these pills were made by junior sister and that she could make top-grade pills, wouldn't you be scared to death? Jiangji was meditating and regulating his breathing on the side, while Fengxi and Junwon took turns to be on guard. At this time, several miles away, Shen Jilan and others saw that the unicorn snake had not caught up with them, so they stopped running. Shen Jilan thought, with Jiangji as a burden, Fengxi and the others might have been eaten by the unicorn millipede. This is the best way, so she doesn't have to go through the trouble again. She asked Mu Zihuai, "Big brother, did you get the Qixia Shangji?" Mu Zihuai smiled and said, "Well, I picked 6 in total. Considering the rarity of this spiritual plant, I think it can be sold for a good price. Junior sister, you have made great contributions this time, so you can take 3 of the 6 flowers and the rest will be divided equally among the rest of us." As he said this, he took out the red shiitake mushroom he had picked. Shen Jilan smiled and said, "Big brother, you are too polite. Let's share it equally." She said this. Both Mu Zihuai and the others were very happy. Third senior brother Mo Shuyuan kept praising Shen Jilan for her good luck, saying that everyone who followed her would benefit from it. Several others also echoed. Just then, a rustling sound was heard, and the group of unicornfish surrounded them. It was a coincidence that when Fengxi was walking these unicorn centipedes, he happened to come across the vicinity of Shen Jilan and the others. Fengxi really didn't mean it. She was so focused on walking the bug that she didn't even look at the direction. Originally, these unicorn snakes wanted to return to the cave, but they smelled the fragrance of red agave ginseng and followed the scent to come here. When he saw that the clothes Shen Jilan and the others were wearing were the same as what Fengxi said, he immediately became furious. Even though Shen Jilan took out the fairy beast egg, she was unable to make the unicorn snake retreat. From Hunyuan sect are in bad luck. Except for Shen Jilan, who was not seriously injured, everyone else was injured. In the end, Mu Zihuai had no choice but to return the 6 red fragrant Ganoderma to the unicorn snake, and only then was he able to escape in embarrassment. Mo Shuyuan and others felt pain on their faces as they ran. For a moment they even thought that what Fengxi said might be right, and that they would be in big trouble if they got close to Shen Jilan. Isn't this a ready-made example? After all the hard work, I got nothing and ended up with injuries. I had known this would happen, I would have gone to collect other spiritual plants in peace. Why would I have to provoke the unicorn snake? Shen Jilan guessed something from their expressions and felt very annoyed. Fengxi, it's all Fengxi's fault. If it weren't for her, she would have made a contract with the little phoenix long ago and would have been able to obtain the red cloud fragrance Ganoderma smoothly. Maybe she could even make Jiangji and Qin Shifeng grateful to her. Fengxi, I will kill you sooner or later. At this time, a gray, fat little bird appeared from the place where the phoenix was originally reborn. It looked around with a sly look, and after making sure that there was no one around, it flapped its little wings and flew forward. It figured it out. Fengxi is definitely not her biological mother.
She is its
godmother. This does not conflict with its inheritance. So, now it's going to find its mother. In order to prevent the woman with water spiritual roots from asking it for its fire marrow, it changed its fur. It's such a clever little ghost. The little fat bird flew and flew, but didn't find Fengxi, but met Shen Jilan. The little fat bird stared at his little green eyes and thought, is this destiny or a bad fate from a previous life? I'll do the opposite. I won't choose you. I weigh 1.5 kilograms and I lost 2 kilograms. Shen Jilan actually saw a fat little bird squatting on the tree, but she didn't take it seriously at all, thinking it was just a low-level fire-breathing crow. As Fengxi, the little fat bird stared with its little green eyes as Shen Jilan and the others walked away, then it set out again on the journey to find its mother. On the other side, Fengxi waited for Jiangji to meditate and adjust his breathing before asking, Big brother, how did you get into this secret place? Jiangji said, 2 months ago, I went to the rock wasteland to capture inkstone rats. These monsters are more valuable alive, so I didn't kill them, I just knocked them unconscious and put them in a cage. Now that I have caught enough, I am ready to return to the sect. Unexpectedly, I accidentally entered a large formation. I knew very little about formations, and I couldn't break out after trying several times. Later, I had an idea and released those stone rats. Unexpectedly, they actually dug a tunnel. I finally followed them out of the formation. Before I had time to be happy, I was teleported here and was injured by the poisonous sting of the unicorn snake. At this point, Jiang Ji sighed. What a pity. All those inkstone rats ran away. At least 100,000 spirit stones were lost. I wanted to help Master make up for the shortfall, but ended up returning empty-handed. Foam, she said with a smile. Big brother, a mere 100,000 spirit stones is nothing. As long as you come back safely, that's better than anything else. Jiang Ji. Just 100,000? It seems that Master's new junior sister is ignorant of the sufferings of the world. But at least I care about him, and that's enough. Fengxi is so smart. You can tell what he is thinking by looking at his expression, so he glanced at Junwen. You will understand it immediately. Let me blow it for you. Big brother, you just came back and you don't know about our little sister's great achievements. Fengxi was very satisfied. He can take the blame and brag about others. Fifth senior brother is a good person. However, her mind was not on this, but on something else. The rock wasteland is thousands of miles away from Turtleback Mountain. How could Jiang Ji be teleported here? And what about the teleportation array at the bottom of the pond? She inexplicably felt that there was an indescribable weirdness to this secret place in Guibei Mountain. But in the book, Shun Jilan did not encounter any danger and got out safely. Is she overthinking? As she was thinking about this, Junwen was almost foaming at the mouth. He was bragging about Fengxi. He did not forget to praise himself. Jiang Ji's expression of astonishment was almost welded to his face. Junior sister, you are truly a genius. As for the fifth junior brother, just make do with him. Just at this moment, Xingwu ran over shouting. Fengxi, I'm so glad you're all okay. I was so worried. I wanted to go back and save you, but my senior brother. Cough, cough. Qin Shifeng coughed twice, and Xingwu swallowed the rest of his words. He was telling the truth. After he ran for a distance, he found that Fengxi and the others had not caught up with him, so he wanted to go back to help. Finally, he was stopped by Qin Shifeng. It's already this late. You're lucky enough to be able to take care of your fellow disciples. You still want to save others?
Go now.
Besides, Fengxi is full of tricks. Does she really need you to save her? You will be a burden if you go there. I have to say that as long as Xinjilan is not present, Qin Shifeng's IQ is still online. Xingwu ran after Qin Shifeng and the others, looking back every few steps. However, after running for a distance, he still felt uncomfortable and insisted on going back. Qin Shifeng reluctantly agreed. As a result, they did not find Fengxi and the others after they returned, but they did not expect to meet them here. Xingwu felt somewhat embarrassed and looked away. Fengxi didn't take it to heart. It was true that she and Xingwu were friends, but it wasn't to the point where she would risk her life to save him. She smiled and said, They are just a bunch of little bugs. They can't do anything to us. You came at the right time. Does your beast taming sect collect insects? See how much these two are worth. She said that. She threw the bodies of the two unicorn snakes in front of them. Xingwu and the others almost popped their eyes out. Not to mention that Jiang Ji was poisoned. Even if he wasn't poisoned, the three people from Xiantian sect couldn't do it. After they checked the fatal wound, their expressions became more complicated. These two unicorn snakes suffered a lot before they died. The wounds were all roasted. When they learned from Junwen that Fengxi had killed both unicorn snakes alone, they became even more shocked. Fengxi, how did she do it? Fengxi said arrogantly, I fought them for 300 rounds, until the sky was dark, the sun and moon were dim, and sand and rocks were flying. Xingwu and others. We suddenly don't want to listen to the process anymore. Fengxi muttered for a while, then said with a smile, After all this talk, are you guys going to accept this thing or not? Qin Shifeng thought for a moment and said, Of course I want to buy it, but what's the price? Fengxi stretched out his hand and said, 50,000 per fish should be enough. Qin Shifeng frowned. 500,000 for one? Too expensive. If it's 500,000 for two, I can apply to the sect. The unicorn millipede is a strange insect that has never been recorded in any ancient books, and 500,000 for two of them is not expensive. Fengxi, is this broken bug so valuable? I should have killed a few more. However, Fengxi only sold one to Qin Shifeng and kept the other one for himself. After the beast-taming sect spreads the news, she will raise the price and sell it. Qin Shifeng didn't have that much money, so he paid a deposit of 10,000 spirit stones first.
Yummy.
Suddenly, I don't want to talk. I worked hard for 2 months to catch mice in the rocky wilderness, but in the end I got nothing. Now the junior sister easily earned 250,000. No wonder people say it's only 100,000 yuan. They have the confidence. Fengxi was in a good mood because he made money, so he treated everyone to seafood porridge. Before she came back from the realm, she had someone cook a lot of seafood porridge and put it in the storage ring. Now it was gradually getting dark, and everyone was indeed hungry. Jiangji took a sip and almost cried with happiness. It turns out there is such delicious porridge in the world. Junwen curled his lips and said, "Look at you, you look so ignorant. I'm tired of drinking." So, from now on, he will follow his junior sister closely. Junior sister goes, he goes. He is junior sister's shadow. He had completely forgotten how he disliked Fengxi in the first place. The beast-taming sect were a little reserved at first, or even felt guilty. After all, they had not helped Fengxi and the others before. But Fengxi is very good at adjusting the atmosphere, and what he says makes people feel comfortable. They then relaxed and had a better impression of Fengxi. Even Qin Shifeng sincerely felt that Fengxi's character was impeccable. As they were chatting, Xingwu said, "Why haven't the people from Wanjianmen made any movement? I don't know where they went." Junwen had always been at odds with him, so he immediately curled his lips and said, "The secret realm is so big. Isn't it normal that we can't encounter them? Maybe they have made a fortune." Xingwu knew that what he said was right. He still started to argue with him, and the two of them quarreled fiercely. Jiangji and Qin Shifeng both saw the same old father's worry and helplessness on each other's faces. Fengxi was watching the fun with his chin in his hand when he heard a bird chirping. Chirp, chirp. Fengxi looked up and saw a fat little gray bird squatting on a tree not far away. Junwen also saw it and wondered, where did this stupid bird come from? Silly little phoenix bird. You are the stupid one. You whole family are idiots. The little fat bird flapped its wings and flew forward for a while, then turned back and looked at Fengxi. Chirp, chirp. The voice of the little black ball came from Fengxi's consciousness. If someone shows kindness to you without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. He definitely has no good intentions. Don't go. Fengxi was still a little hesitant, but after hearing what the little black ball said, she decided to go and take a look. Because the little black ball's tone was not ordinary. Sour. In addition, Fengxi feels that although this little fat bird is very different from the little phoenix, their eyes are very similar. She couldn't help but think about it. Fengxi stood up and said to Jiangji, "Big brother, I'll go over there and take a look." Jiangji didn't think much about it and just told her to be more careful. Junwen felt sour in his heart. Before, junior sister told him everything, but now that senior brother was back, he had to stand aside. Could it be that he has done something wrong recently and junior sister is picking on him? Junwen was reflecting here. Fengxi had already followed the little fat bird into the woods not far away. The little fat bird jumped to the ground and said in a soft voice, "Mom." A pair of small green eyes are full of admiration. Fengxi. She couldn't help but hold her forehead. "I'm not your mother. You got the wrong person. No, you got the wrong bird." The little fat bird chirped out 2 words. "Duck, mother." Fengxi. The little black ball jumped out. "Godmother? Godmother is not okay either.
Get out.
Get out now." The little fat bird glanced at the little black ball with its green eyes and hugged Fengxi's ankle with its little fat wings. "Mom, no, go. When Fingxi was hesitating, the little fat bird chirped, "Mom, make the elixir fire." Fingxi understood what the little fat bird meant after a little thought. Its phoenix fire could help her make the elixir. If that's the case, I can accept it. The little black ball was so angry. Didn't you say that you only give me one of your thousands of favors? Didn't you say that you only take one scoop from the 3,000 rivers? You ungrateful woman. You scumbag. I want to end all ties with you. Fengxi said slowly with his spiritual sense. You are my only pet now, and you do all the dirty work, so I am thinking of getting another one to help you. Besides, you are the spirit of chaos, but you don't even have a helper to command. It's a bit unfair to you. This little fat bird anyway. Before she finished her words, the little black ball interrupted her. My clever, wise, and kind master, I was just joking with you. Even though this little fat bird is a bit stupid, it is a phoenix after all, and maybe it can be a help to you, its owner. You better take it. Very good. As long as you accept this silly bird, all the dirty work will be done by it from now on. Normally, I can still act cool and show off my power as a boss. It's so delicious. A smile flashed across Fengxi's eyes, and he said to the little fat bird, I can take you in, but you don't have to call me mother anymore. Call me master, okay? The little fat bird nodded and chirped, Master. Forget it, as long as mom is happy. It doesn't matter what you call it. Anyway, once a mother, always a mother. Fengxi had no idea what was going on in its little head, so she signed a contract with it immediately. At this time, a bolt of lightning descended from outside Guibei Mountain. This caused a commotion among the crowd watching outside. It must be Xinjilan who has contracted the phoenix. Her luck is too strong. She has a top-grade water spirit root, so of course Phoenix will choose her. I used to think that Fengxi of Xiantian sect had good luck, but now it seems that she is still not as lucky as Xinjilan. Apart from anything else, Fengxi hasn't even entered the secret realm, let alone contracted a phoenix. Yeah, I didn't expect that no one from Xiantian sect went in. After Fengxi and the little fat bird signed the contract, they could communicate with each other through their spiritual consciousness. The little fat bird said, Master, we can finally be together. I am so happy. It is worth my journey to find you. Fengxi, let's not talk about anything else for now. This secret realm is only a few hundred miles wide at most. How did you get tens of thousands of miles? Fengxi was just about to ask about alchemy when Jun Wen's scream was heard in the distance. Fengxi's face changed, and he quickly returned to his original place with the wooden sword. But no one was missing. All that was left was a still burning bonfire. What she worried about finally happened. There is indeed something wrong with this secret realm. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. After a while, he asked the little fat bird, Is there anything special in this secret realm? When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough. The little fat bird said cautiously, I just hatched, and I'm not very familiar with this place. The little fat bird was very scared. It was afraid that Fengxi would be angry with it. After all, it was it that led Fengxi away. Fengxi saw through its thoughts and said, Don't worry, I don't blame you. Only incompetent people will take their anger out on others. Besides, if you hadn't called me away, I might have been arrested too. The little fat bird was so moved that he cried. Mom is so nice, right, that it didn't choose that top-notch woman. Female cultivators with top-grade water spiritual roots are simply called top-grade women. There is nothing wrong with that. The little black ball glanced at the little fat bird and was about to say something sarcastic, but swallowed it back. The little girl is in a bad mood now, so don't let her get into trouble. Fengxi decided to go find the unicorn snake to ask. They're local residents and might know some clues. There is no other way. She doesn't have any acquaintances here, so she can only look for someone she knows. She found the cave of the unicorn snake, stood at the entrance and shouted, Anyone here to breathe? Come out for a moment. Otherwise, I'll choke you to death with smoke. The unicorn snakes who were rescuing the red rosy lily in the cave. Oh my God! That pervert who can run faster than their 100+ legs is chasing them. Feng Shi continued to shout, "Come out. I just want to ask you something, and then I'll leave." The unicorn snake struggled for a while but finally crawled out. Although they are not afraid of smoke, that female devil might have other bad intentions, so let's come out and take a look. Feng Shi got straight to the point. Just now, my people disappeared in an instant. Do you know who or what might have done it? Feng Shi saw that their compound eyes were filled with clear stupidity, so he had to change the question. Is there anything special about this place? For example, is the spiritual energy particularly dense or thin? Or is there any demonic energy? A long silence. A unicorn snake finally hissed twice. Feng Shi was delighted. Take me there. Unicornfish, why? Feng Shi released the little fat bird. You have convinced it with reason and evidence. The little fat bird spit fire at the unicorn snake. In an instant, more than 100 legs of the unicorn snake took steps forward at the same time, running as fast as the wind. The little fat bird is just a phoenix cub. Insects are naturally afraid of birds. This is a blood suppression. Feng Shi followed closely behind. An hour later, Feng Shi was led by the unicorn millipede to a very desolate place. There are broken walls and overgrown weeds. The most eye-catching thing is a collapsed mountain gate with 3 ancient characters on it. Others may not be able to recognize it, but Feng Shi has already learned the ancient characters through the jade slips in his sea of consciousness.
What is written on it is Yunshao sect.
Feng Shi was stunned. She actually knew about this Yunshao sect, because Elder Duanmu mentioned in class that there was a super sect in the northern continent, which was the Yunshao sect. The 4 major sects can only be regarded as younger brothers in front of others. But overnight, the entire Yunshao sect mysteriously disappeared without leaving any trace. I didn't expect to see it in the secret realm of Guibei Mountain. While Feng Shi was stunned, the unicorn millipede ran away as if there was a ghost chasing it. Feng Shi ignored it, bowed respectfully towards the gate of Yunshao sect, and then walked in. As she walked and looked, she could infer from the ruins how glorious the Yunshao sect was in the past. Unfortunately, it has become a thing of the past. As I said, time can create everything, but it can also destroy everything. Before her made her understand this sentence more deeply. Then she had an epiphany. The dark and damp underground palace, Jun-1 and others were trapped in cages. Let's say we are all direct disciples, but we were caught and locked in a dog cage. Feng Shi's safe and sound. She also had an epiphany? It's totally off the mark. Shinjilan's eyes were filled with hatred. She couldn't understand why this happened. She is so lucky. Why has she been having bad luck recently? Now I've been caught here by those ghost things again. Feng Shi. It's all Feng Shi's fault. Kill her. She must be killed. There were many people locked in the cage at this time. All the people who entered the secret realm this time were here, except Feng Shi. There were more than 20 people standing outside the cage. Actually, it's not quite accurate to call them people, as their feet were suspended and their bodies were translucent. They were also watching Feng Shi through something like a projection stone. An old man in the lead said, "This little girl is quite polite and knows to pay respects to the gate of our Yunshao sect. Quite interesting. Ignore her for now and look at these little things." After saying that, all those people floated closer to the cage. The old man smiled, and there was even a hint of kindness on his face. "Don't be afraid, kids, it will be fine in a moment. You will live in this world in another form, immortal and indestructible." Xingwu immediately started cursing. "Bullshit. Don't you just want us to become monsters like you? Don't even think about it. I will never surrender, even if I die." Junwen looked at him silently. "Idiot. You're still resisting at this time. Are you afraid that you won't die fast enough?" Of course, he would have done the same thing in the past. But now it's different. He has become a smart man who has been influenced by his junior sister. Sure enough, the old man just waved his hand lightly, and Xingwu screamed in pain, curled up on the ground, and twitched continuously. Qin Shifeng and several other disciples of the beast-taming sect were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Their spiritual power was restricted, so they couldn't use their storage rings, and thus couldn't take out medicine to relieve Xingwu's pain. The old man still had a smile on his face, but this smile looked particularly cruel. I just like how you kids are full of life and energy, unlike us who have been worn away by time. Only one person can be processed at a time, and you choose the order yourself. If you don't choose, then I will have to appoint someone. Shun Jilan saw that the old man was looking at her vaguely, her heart skipped a beat, and she said to Mu Zihuai, "Big brother, let the independent cultivators go first." Mu Zihuai was stunned for a moment, then nodded, picked up a casual cultivator, and pushed him to the front. Although everyone's cultivation was restricted, he was at the golden core stage, and his body was much stronger than those casual cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. The casual cultivator had no way to break free. The old man smiled and had the wandering cultivator carried out. Then, everyone heard the man's screams, which were extremely shrill. Next, Mu Zihuai pushed out another casual cultivator. The casual cultivator Tian Qing hid in the corner of the cage trembling. He knew that it would soon be his turn. He looked at Fengxi on the shadow stone with a last glimmer of hope in his heart. But he changed his mind in an instant. It's better not to let Fengxi in. She is no match for these ghosts alone. She'd better run away quickly. Jiangji had the same idea. He just wanted his junior sister to leave here quickly because she had no chance of winning. Why risk her life?
Junwen was not like that.
He kept praying to God in his heart, hoping that his junior sister would find this place quickly. He now had blind faith in Fengxi. If he hadn't considered the way of heaven, he would have wanted to shout, "Believe in Fengxi and gain eternal life." Most likely, Fengxi heard his inner voice and came to an epiphany. Fengxi was a little annoyed. She came here to save people, so how could she suddenly have an epiphany?
Well,
this person's good understanding is also a burden. She frowned. There must be a formation here, but she knew nothing about formations. To find Junwen and the others quickly. She raised her hands and said crisply, "Hey, is someone here to arrest me? I promise not to resist at all. I just want to die with my senior brothers. There's a risk if you keep me alive, right? Just take me away with you." The fat little bird perched on her shoulder also weakly raised its wings. Chirp, chirp. Fengxi doesn't have a spirit beast bag now, so the little fat bird can only squat on her shoulder. Everyone in the dungeon. The old man sneered. "Bring her down. I wanted her to live a little longer, but I didn't expect her to die." Soon, two people appeared in front of Fengxi. Said with a smile, "Coming? Mr. Apia, I have been waiting for you for a long time. What do you want me to do? Should I strangle myself to death?" Those two people. God, Mr. Piao. Besides, your cooperation makes us a little nervous. The two ghosts imprisoned Fengxi's spiritual power. They didn't do anything to the little fat bird. It was too weak. One finger can kill him. Then, he disappeared from the spot with Fengxi. Fengxi was very surprised to see that these ghosts could actually teleport her. It is estimated that they used this ability to take Junwen and others away instantly. Be awesome if I could learn this skill of teleportation. Little black ball. You be thinking about how to save your life at this moment? Still have the time to think about these things? Soon, Fengxi was brought into the underground palace. Fengxi saw the remaining ghosts and Junwen and others who were locked in cages. In addition, she also saw the magical weapon that was similar to the Shadow Stone. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she didn't release the little black ball just now, otherwise it would have been discovered. The little fat bird sensed her thoughts. He thought, "It turns out that donkey dung eggs cannot be seen in the light." Snort. "See how I will annoy you off later." If little black ball knew that little fat bird had given it a unique nickname, it would be so annoyed off that it would die without little fat bird having to say anything else. However, it is now more concerned about what the unscrupulous owner will do next. She first waved at the person in the cage. "What a coincidence you are here too? What a darn fate. Everyone. It's really darn fate. We are all going to die together." She greeted them and walked up to the old man and bowed. "You are the senior of Yinshao sect, right?" "I, Fengxi of Xiantian sect, greet you." The old man stroked his translucent beard and nodded. It must be said that Fengxi was much stronger than those in the cage. At least he could speak human language. Look at those people. They are either calling him an old monster or an old jerk, while Feng Shi is the only one who is polite. Senior, what is your name? This old man is Feng Xiaotian. So it's Senior Feng. I'd like to ask, what do you want to do by inviting these people in the cages? Everyone in the cage. Are you sure we were invited here? Feng Xiaotian smiled. They are all gifted children of heaven. I cannot bear to see them practicing in vain, so I plan to transform them into beings like us, immortal and indestructible. Feng Shi was touched after hearing this. Senior Feng, you are such a good person. There are not many people as kind as you in this world. Feng Xiaotian. You said makes me feel a little guilty. Inside the cage, Shun Jilan showed a look of contempt. She thought Feng Shi had some ability, but it turned out that she was just trying to flatter others in order to survive. This time, she must trample this which Feng Shi under her feet. Junwen looked at him with shining eyes. Junior sister is going to use her ultimate move. Xue Tianjue was so unlucky last time. At this time, Feng Shi continued, Senior Feng, since there is such a good thing, please let me try it first. I have poor aptitude. My dantian is almost ruined, and there is no hope for me to practice. Becoming an immortal like you is a great blessing for me. Do you think where should I start? Do I have to drain the blood first, then skin it and remove the meat as well? Feng Xiaotian. Those people also said that I was a pervert. This is what a pervert is. But it is understandable. Her dantian is damaged and there is no hope for advancement, so she naturally wants to seize this opportunity. He nodded. Okay, then you go first. Feng Shi was full of gratitude. Thank you very much, Senior Feng, for your help. I have no way to repay you, so I will kowtow to you. Feng Shi was about to kneel down as she spoke. Feng Xiaotian felt a little amused. Those people in the cages were trying to avoid them, but this little girl came to him on her own initiative. He was thinking about it. He never expected that Feng Shi suddenly formed seals with both hands at the same time, using spiritual vines to wrap around the old man's ankles and spiritual flames to attack Feng Xiaotian's vital parts. At the same time, the little fat bird also sprayed a ball of phoenix fire at Feng Xiaotian. The old man screamed instantly, and his body began to become visibly blurred. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. The bet was right. She has been analyzing nonstop since she entered the underground palace. The secret realm is so big, these people would not hide in the underground palace for no reason, and they would specifically choose to catch people at night. There should be only one reason. They are afraid of the light. Since they are afraid of light, they are probably also afraid of fire. This can be seen from the lighting in the underground palace, where only magical instruments were used and no torches were used. Even if you are not afraid of ordinary fire, the little fat bird's phoenix fire will definitely be useful. That's why she acted like this. As it turned out, she made the right bet. Feng Shi took out the soul-binding rope and tied up Feng Xiaotian in 2 or 3 strokes. Since the spiritual vines are effective, it means that this thing also absorbs spiritual energy for cultivation, and the spirit-binding rope must be useful. Feng Shi held the old man hostage. The flames in his hand kept jumping, and he said to the remaining ghosts, Everyone, stand back, or I'll burn him to death. I don't believe in immortality. Even if he can't die, let him suffer. Those ghosts glared at Feng Shi, but still retreated. Feng Xiaotian smiled bitterly. I have been hunting geese for many years, but today I was blinded by a little swallow. Little girl, you are very capable. I admit defeat. How about this? I'll let you out and we'll just treat this as a misunderstanding. How about that? Feng Shi chuckled. Feng Xiaotian was frightened by her smile. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? As soon as I let you go, you will catch us back again. After all, in this secret place, it's your world at night. Let's wait until dawn. We will leave at dawn, and then we can keep to ourselves. How about that? Feng Xiaotian nodded. Okay. Feng Shi pouted at the ghosts and said, Release our people. Those ghosts stared at her intently, and one of them said, If we let them all go, what if you do something bad to Elder Feng? Feng Shi said, This is easy. You keep Shinjilan, who has the best water spirit root, in a cage as a hostage and release the others. She has the best qualifications, and we will definitely not abandon her. Shinjilan. Fengxi. This witch must have done it on purpose. Regardless of what she thought, those ghosts agreed. At this time, Mu Zihuai and Qin Shifeng both took the initiative to step forward and serve as hostages instead of Shinjilan. Fengxi couldn't help but sigh. The courage of this dog licker is unmatched. However, those ghosts did not agree and insisted on making Shinjilan a hostage. Soon, everyone except Shinjilan was released. Junwen hurried to Fengxi and said loudly, "Junior sister, I knew you would come to save me." Jiangji didn't say anything. His eyes were full of gratitude and admiration when he looked at Fengxi. "Junior sister, you are truly a genius." Others came over to express their gratitude. Even Mu Zihuai and the others came over awkwardly. They originally saw Fengxi saying nice things to Feng Xiaotian and thought that Fengxi was just afraid of death, but they didn't expect that she was plotting something. They are narrow-minded. Shinjilan in the cage looked at Fengxi, who was surrounded by the crowd. She bit her lips so hard that her nails dug into the flesh of her palms. She was not afraid of being a hostage, nor was she afraid of being transformed by those ghosts, because she has a way to escape. Originally, she wanted to wait until all those wandering cultivators died before taking Mu Zihuai and the others away, and then have them be grateful to her. But all this was ruined by Fengxi. "Fengxi, you witch! Darn it!" Shinjilan quickly calmed down because she felt that those ghosts would not give up so easily. Fengxi and the others will definitely be arrested again. Comes, she can take action again and make Qin Shifeng and others grateful to her, and get rid of Fengxi at the same time. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on her lips. "Fengxi, even if you keep jumping around in front of me, you're just a clown." As she was thinking, she heard Fengxi say to Feng Xiaotian, "Senior Feng, I have no choice but to do this. I hope you can understand. Since you have nothing to do anyway, why don't you tell me about Yun Shao sect?" Feng Xiaotian snorted coldly, obviously not wanting to pay attention to her. If it were someone else, they would definitely be too embarrassed to say anything at this point. But Fengxi acted as if nothing had happened and said with a smile, "You should have seen me realize something just now, right? Do you know what I realized?" Feng Xiaotian was indeed very curious and asked, "What did you realize?" Fengxi bared his white teeth. "Guess." Feng Xiaotian. "If I had known this girl was such a good-for-nothing, I should have stuffed her into a cage when she came in." "Senior Feng, I was just joking with you. Are you really angry? I have to say something about you. You must have been quite old when you died, and you have lived in this secret realm for so many years. Your ability to concentrate your mind and nourish your energy is really poor." Feng Xiaotian. Survive? This girl is either uneducated, or she is deliberately making fun of him. Fengxi continued to chatter. "When I saw the ruins of Yun Shao sect, I felt an inexplicable sadness in my heart. In a trance, I seemed to see the glory of the Yun Shao sect in the past, as if I was one of them, full of vigor and glory. Then it dawned on me. Tell me what I have realized?" "I can't say it either. But you didn't realize anything, did you?" "I just had an epiphany." "You think it's infuriating?" Feng Xiaotian. Everyone who was listening attentively. Originally, they wanted to learn from it. Perhaps they could gain some enlightenment after their minds were opened. That's the result? Fengxi held his chin with a look of yearning. "Senior Feng, when I was comprehending, I saw that our Yunshao sect covers an area of 10 acres and has a total of 100 disciples. It's really amazing." Feng Xiaotian almost died of anger. Even a small sect has more than just this territory and these few people. He sneered. "You really underestimated my Yunshao sect. Our Yunshao sect covers an area of 1 million acres and has 1 million disciples. A glorious and glorious time it was. However, it collapsed and sank into the ground overnight, with corpses scattered all over the ground and blood flowing like a river." Feng Xiaotian said this. His eyes turned red, and he looked like a madman. If Jiangji and Qin Shifeng hadn't restrained him together, He might have even broken free from the soul-binding rope. The other ghosts were not as crazy as him. They also had red eyes and ferocious and painful expressions on their faces. Jiang Ji and the others didn't dare to say anything, for fear of upsetting them. Half a quarter of an hour later, Feng Xiaotian and the others calmed down. Then, Feng Shi smashed a table with one palm. That's too much. So inhumane. He is so ducking inhuman. If I knew who did this, I would peel off his skin, pull out his tendons, drink his blood, and even bleed every eyeless rat in his house. Everyone. No? Why are you so excited?
You are not from the Yunshao sect.
Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Feng Shi took a deep breath. I just can't stand this kind of injustice. Aren't we monks supposed to help when we see injustice? The Yunshao sect was brutally exterminated for no reason. Shouldn't we be filled with righteous indignation? As soon as Feng Shi finished speaking, Junwen said, Junior sister, you are right. I am so angry that I can't even speak. Jiang Ji, yeah, me too. Everyone. You two are really supportive. I don't know if Feng Shi's words worked, but Feng Xiaoyan's expression eased a lot. He sighed. Little girl, you are trying so hard just to know our origins, right? Well, I'll tell you. Heaven is unfair. My Yunshao sect has never done anything wrong, but it has been destroyed. We are not convinced. We are unwilling to accept. We resent. By chance, we became evil spirits. Neither birth nor death, eternal and indestructible. Upon hearing this, the faces of Mu Zihuai and others changed. They had heard of the vengeful demon, but there were very few relevant records in the classics, and they were basically consistent with what Feng Xiaotian said. Feng Shi was puzzled when he heard this. Since you are immortal, why did you accept my threat just now? Feng Xiaotian said in a complicated tone, just like you said, although I can't die, I am also afraid of suffering. The burning of flames is extremely painful to us, the resentful demons. Feng Shi looked hypocritically apologetic. I'm so sorry. Please continue. Feng Xiaotian. We have lived in this dark underground palace for 10,000 years, until a few days ago, when we finally waited for the opportunity to be reborn like a phoenix. We plan to use the secret realm to open and look for a destined person. As long as he promises to help us investigate the reason why the Yunshao sect was destroyed overnight, we will offer all the treasures of the Yunshao sect. Before was just a test for you. If you don't believe me, you can go out and take a look. The people who were brought out before just fainted. Everyone was stunned. I never dreamed that things would turn out like this. Someone immediately went out to check and saw the fainted cultivators. However, everyone was still skeptical about Feng Xiaotian's words. Feng Xiaotian smiled bitterly. Whether you believe it or not, what I said is true. Resentment will never die, but we have lived enough. If we want to die, there is only one way, and that is to eliminate the resentment. Therefore, only by finding out the truth about the extermination of the Yunshao sect can we be freed. If that were not the case, why would I lock you in a cage and just kill you directly? He asked one of the evil spirits to release Shen Jilan. Everyone believe it. Feng Xiaotian asked again. Are any of you willing to be the destined person? Everyone was moved. Even Shen Jilan is no exception. The Yunshao sect is a super sect, and the treasures left behind are even more than the total of the 4 major sects combined. Feng Shi blinked his eyes and said, I regard money as dirt. I am not interested. I abstain. Are you kidding me? Such a big sect collapsed overnight. How strong must the enemy be? It was so awesome back then, and now tens of thousands of years have passed. It must be even more awesome. Still going to find someone to find out the truth? Going to die. Besides, it is a crime to possess a treasure. If the news of obtaining the Yunshao sect's treasure spreads, not to mention the Northern Territory, even people from the Southern Territory will have to carry their flying boats and rush over to grab it overnight. She is still young and cannot do such stupid things that will bring disaster. Feng Xiaotian smiled and said, Then you can withdraw. I will give the remaining people a question. The first person to give the correct answer will be the destined one. Feng Xiaotian pondered for a moment before saying, My Yunshao sect was famous for making talismans, so this question is related to talismans. The old man asked someone to take out a talisman. If anyone among you can call out the name of this talisman, then you are the destined person. Among the crowd, but they all looked confused. Because I don't know him at all. Feng Xiaotian couldn't help but show disappointment on his face. Although this kind of talisman may have been lost, as a qualified talisman maker, I can guess its approximate purpose from the basic talisman patterns.
Well,
it seems that there is no one among you who is the destined person we are looking for. At this moment, Shun Jilan's eyes lit up. Senior, is that a teleportation talisman you're holding? Feng Xiaotian was surprised and delighted. Yes. It is the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. It is much higher in quality than the regular ones. Are you a talisman maker? Shun Jilan nodded. I have only studied for a month, and I am still very superficial. Feng Xiaotian nodded continuously. You have already gained such comprehension after only studying for a month. You are indeed a genius, with top-grade water spiritual roots. Are you willing to help us find the truth about the Yunshao sex massacre? Shun Jilan nodded. Junior is willing. Feng Xiaotian smiled with relief. The other evil spirits also showed joy on their faces. After daybreak, I will give you half of the treasures of the Yunshao sect, and the remaining half will be given to you after you find the truth. However, just in case, you have to swear a demon oath. Shin Jilan agreed readily and swore a vow on the spot. After dawn, Feng Xiaotian kept his word and not only sent everyone out of the underground palace, he also gave Shin Jilan an ancient storage ring. Shin Jilan probed with her spiritual sense. A look of surprise appeared on her face. It can be seen that the cultivation resources inside are extremely rich. Many people were so jealous that they were bubbling with jealousy. Especially Junwen and Xingwu, they are about to soak themselves into sauerkraut. Fengxi looked calm and composed. Money is easy to get, but life is hard to buy. She cherishes her life. They were about to leave the ruins. Feng Xiaotian's voice rang out in the void. Fengxi, you succeeded in enlightenment yesterday in the ruins of my sect, which can be regarded as a favor from my Yunshao sect. Please take the plaque of my sect's mountain gate out of the secret realm, so that my Yunshao sect can see the light of day again. Then we can find a beautiful place with clear water and mountains and build it there. Fengxi felt that this request was not excessive, so he readily agreed. She first bowed respectfully, then carefully took off the Yunshao sect's plaque that was about to break into pieces and put it into the storage ring. After everyone walked a distance away, Feng Xiaotian's voice came from behind again. Because our resentful spirit leaked out, it was not tolerated by the laws of nature. The exit of the secret realm has shifted to the top of Tianjian Peak and will be closed in an hour. You are on your own. Everyone. Xingwu was so angry that he started cursing. You old jerk. Why didn't you say it earlier? You can't fly a sword here, and it will only take an hour to reach the foot of Tianjian Peak. How can you have time to climb up? The others were also very angry, but being angry was useless. The most important thing was to find a solution quickly. Shun Jilan's eyes. Fengxi, are you worthy enough to compete with me in luck? Not only did I obtain the treasure of the Yunshao sect, but now I also have the opportunity to win people's hearts. She whispered, before I went to the realm, my master gave me a magic treasure that can be used as a temporary teleportation array in the secret realm to directly teleport people back to the outside world. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't expect that Shun Jilan actually had a magical treasure, and it was, she whispered, before I went to the realm, my master gave me a magic treasure that can be used as a temporary teleportation array in the secret realm to directly teleport people back to the outside world. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't expect that Shun Jilan actually had a magical treasure, and it was a teleportation. How do we allocate the quota? Everyone was stunned. Now, in the secret realm, there are 5 people from Hunyuan sect, 6 people from Wanjian sect, 6 people from Yusho sect, 3 people from Xiantian sect, and 5 independent cultivators. Needless to say, the people from Hunyuan sect will definitely take up the quota. The remaining 13 places? The 5 wandering cultivators gave a bitter smile. Without even a second thought, they definitely wouldn't get a share. Instead of waiting here, it is better to try and see if you can reach the top of Tianjian Peak. So, they bowed to everyone and rushed towards Tianjian Peak. At this time, there were 20 people left. Mu Zihuai said to Shen Jilan, "Junior sister, time is running out. Since the spiritual treasure is yours, you can just decide the candidate." Shen Jilan nodded, then looked at Fengxi meaningfully. "In this case, Fengxi, Junwen, you two should figure out a solution." Fengxi was not surprised at all. Junwen also said so. "I thought, why not take me with you? I don't even want to sit on your darn magic treasure. As long as junior sister is here, she will definitely find a way to get me out. Maybe there will be other gains. What's more, you're a jinx. Maybe your magic treasure will break down halfway and make everyone become idiots." Jiang Ji frowned. "Give my place to Feng Shi. I will stay." Shen Jilan said calmly, "We can't change people." Jiang Ji glanced at her and said, "Then I'll stay." After all these events that happened one after another, he has realized that Shen Jilan is not only narrow-minded, but also extremely vicious. He was very grateful that when he was poisoned before, his junior sister was the first to tell him the way to detoxify. Otherwise, if Shen Jilan really detoxified him, he might be used by her out of gratitude to do something that would let down the sect and his junior sister. Shen Jilan looked at the remaining people. "Is there anyone who doesn't want to leave?" Xing Wu was a little hesitant. He had been a deserter before in the matter of the unicorn millipede. Should he leave or stay this time? Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll stay. Darn it. At worst, I'll just stay here and become a vengeful spirit. Anyway, Junwen is here, so even if he is a resentful demon, there will be people to quarrel with him." Qin Shifeng was so angry that he almost died. "Xingwu, don't be confused. I won't stop you from dying if you wanna, but you have to go back to the sect before you die." Xingwu stiffened his neck and said, "I won't leave. Beat me to death if you can." Qin Shifeng came up and slapped him, knocking him unconscious. "Everyone." Shen Jilan immediately took out the teleportation magic treasure, and after opening it, everyone stood on it and disappeared on the spot. Junwen looked at Feng Shi eagerly. "Junior sister, what should we do?" Feng Shi held up 3 fingers. "The first way is to go find old man Feng. The question he asked just now is about the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. That thing can probably teleport us out. This old guy is playing tricks on me." The second method is that we came in through the teleportation array at the bottom of the pool. There must be a corresponding teleportation array in the secret realm. After finding it, we can get out. The third method you forgot. We still have a mother who can fly. Yunvin. A mother who can fly? That silly one? Jiang Ji had only been together with Feng Shi and the others for a short time. Junwen had already told him all about Feng Shi's great achievements before, so he had a general idea of what was going on. "Junior sister, which of these 3 methods do you plan to choose?" Feng Shi thought about it for a while and said, "Old man Feng is an easy woman. I don't want to have anything to do with him anymore, so let's eliminate him first. Second method, the teleportation array is definitely not that easy to find, so keep this as a backup and try this method if it really doesn't work. Let's choose the third option. It's only half an hour's walk from here to the cliff where the bird's nest is located. There's definitely enough time."
Walk.
Feng Shi took out a golden-winged iron-feathered eagle feather from his storage ring, put it on his back, and ran away. Because the wind was blowing in my favor, and with the help of the feathers, I felt like I was floating in the air. Junwen's eyes lit up, and he followed suit, wanting to become an immortal together.
Jiang Ye.
Apart from anything else, how come these two can run so fast? He is only in the middle stage of the Golden Core. If he were in the Foundation Establishment stage, he would definitely not be able to catch up with these two. Junwen asked as he ran, "Junior sister, what if that silly eagle is not at home?" Feng Shi said indifferently, "It's okay. It's best if you're at home. If you're not at home, we can go back and look for old man Feng." Junwen asked again, "Junior sister, we escaped secretly. It's lucky that the silly eagle didn't punish us. Can you help us?" "I think so. After all, mother's love is selfless and great."
Yunvin.
You addicted to being a bird cub? At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the fat little bird flapping its wings. Junior sister, have you contracted this fire-breathing crow? This thing is a piece of junk. What's the point of contracting it? If you like magical birds, I'll take you to catch a powerful one someday. He finished speaking. He heard the little fat bird chirp. Are you blind? Junwen was so frightened that he staggered. Can you speak human language? How could a fire-breathing crow speak human language? Although the little fat bird also spit out a ball of phoenix fire when Feng Shi ambushed Feng Xiaotian yesterday, it was still a young bird, and the fire it spewed out was not much different from that of the fire-breathing crow. Therefore, whether it was Junwen or other people, no one noticed anything unusual and thought that the little fat bird was just a fire-breathing crow. Jiangji reacted quickly and said in surprise, Junior sister, is this the little phoenix? Feng Shi nodded. Yes, it came over last night and insisted on signing a contract with me. I actually don't want to do that at all. After all, raising this thing consumes too much energy and marrow. But I am a soft-hearted person, and seeing it was pitiful, I agreed. Jiangji, if anyone else hears this, you'll get beaten. This is a phoenix. Why are you still looking disgusted? You are a typical example of someone who takes advantage of others and still acts ungratefully. However, looking at the appearance of the little fat bird, no one would have thought that it was a phoenix. Just then, a big bird flew over from a distance. It was the golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle. It smelled a familiar scent. Could it not be familiar? Feng Shi and Junwen were carrying its feathers, which could be carried far away by the wind. The golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle first saw its 2 feathers, and then saw its 2 cubs. Then I saw the little fat bird. The little fat bird is really showing off, and deliberately exudes the unique aura of the phoenix. The golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle almost fell from the sky. Phoenix, the king of birds. A glimmer of greed flashed in the eyes of the golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle. If one devours the flesh and blood of a divine beast, his cultivation level will soar. But it quickly gave up the idea because the phoenix was prickly in its mouth. Before dying, he will drag someone down with him and burn his opponent to death with the fire of nirvana. The phoenix can be reborn from the ashes, but it can't. At this time, Feng Shi waved at the golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle, signaling it to land. The golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle hesitated for a moment, but still landed in front of Feng Shi and the others. Feng Shi said with a smile, when my senior brother and I first entered the secret realm, you took care of us. There is nothing much to thank you for. This worm is for you. Feng Shi took out the remaining unicorn snake. Her heart is bleeding. This is 250,000 spirit stones. But nothing is more important than your life. The golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle's eyes lit up when it saw the unicorn snake. Although its cultivation level is higher than that of the unicorn snake, the stinger of this creature is very troublesome, and it lives in groups, so it is impossible to find it. Feng Shi said again. In addition to thanking you, we would also like to trouble you to do us a favor and take us to the top of Tianjian Peak, okay? The golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle agreed readily. One reason was that Feng Shi was very generous, and the other was that it was eager for Feng Shi to take the little fat bird away. This thing is left here. I can see it but can't eat it. It's so annoying. Over time, it is easy to develop inner demons, which will affect one's cultivation. Feng Shi and the other 2 climbed onto the back of the golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle and soared into the air. Junwen was better off. After all, he had been with Feng Shi for such a long time and had done many outrageous things. Jiangji was shocked again. Junior sister, you really don't follow the beaten path. We're almost at Tianjian Peak. Feng Shi saw the 5 wandering cultivators. She let the golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle land on the ground. 5 Taoist friends, come up quickly. The eyes of those 5 wandering cultivators almost popped out of their heads. Even felt like I was hallucinating. This is a golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle in the middle stage of the golden elixir. How did Feng Shi and the others do it? But there was no time to think about it now, and he climbed tremblingly onto the back of the golden-winged, iron-feathered eagle. A moment later, they were sent to the top of Tianjian Peak by the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle. The golden-winged iron-feathered eagle chirped twice and then flew away. The little black ball said to the little fat bird, "Silly bird, your grandma passed away. Why didn't you go and see her off?" The little fat bird said nothing. The little black ball thought that the cat didn't dare to talk back to him, and he felt very happy. At this time, the casual cultivator Tian Qing said in surprise, "Oh my God, these stones are actually all golden stones. This is a top-quality material for refining weapons. One stone can be sold for at least a few thousand spirit stones." Who was feeling pain at the loss of 250,000 spirit stones. The top of the mountain was full of the golden stones that Tian Qing had mentioned, the kind that couldn't even be filled in a sack. They didn't have time to talk about anything else, so they just had to get ready while there was still time. Even the little fat bird secretly put a lot of things into his storage space. "Sell them to buy my mother flowers in the future." She saw that the time was almost up and said to the 5 casual cultivators, "The teleportation array is about to close. Let's leave quickly." "Before I leave, I have one more thing to say. The underground palace, Shunjilan, and Muzihui pushed several of you out to die, which has somewhat damaged their reputation. Maybe they will murder you and silence you after you get out." The 5 wandering cultivators were immediately frightened to death. The Hunyuan sect is so powerful that they have no way to escape. What should I do? Tian Qing was more flexible and immediately knelt down before Shi. "Fairy Shi, please show us a way." Several other wandering cultivators also knelt down. After they all knelt down, Shi pretended to say, "What are you doing?"
Get up.
Yunvin.
Jiangye.
You only speak after they have already knelt down? You've been doing so far? At this time, Shi said, "There's a way. It depends on whether you dare to do it." Tian Qing said hurriedly, "Our lives are at stake. There is nothing we dare not do. Just tell us." She curled her lips. "After you go out, spread the news that Xinjilan has obtained the Yunshao sect's inheritance. The more exaggerated, the better. By then, all her energy will be focused on dealing with this matter, and she won't have time to cause trouble for you. In addition, you can also recruit more independent cultivators to form some kind of independent cultivator alliance. After all, if there are too many people, if someone really wants to attack you, they will be hesitant. If she still causes trouble for you, then fight to the death, make the matter known, and then come to Xiantian sect to find me, and I will give you justice." After hearing this, Tian Qing and others were so moved that their eyes filled with tears. They are all direct disciples, but Shunjilan and Muzihui used them as scapegoats, while Shi gave them advice and protected them from the wind and rain. No wonder Shi is called the role model of the human race. If she is not a role model, who is? Jiangji looked at the scene in front of him. He is much more thoughtful than Junwen. Junwen might just be there to watch the fun, but he was thinking about more. "Junior sister, this move is too clever. Once these casual cultivators start making a fuss, the news that Xinjilan has obtained the Yunshao sect's treasure will spread quickly, and she won't even have time to prepare. Money can be a temptation, and even if she is a direct disciple of Hunyuan sect, she will still be in big trouble." However, he didn't quite understand Shi's intention of instigating these people to form an alliance of loose cultivators, just to let more casual cultivators know what Xinjilan and Muzihui did. He could never have dreamed that Shi wanted to pick peaches in the future. Once the cultivation alliance takes shape, it will be time for her to take over. Jiangji didn't have time to think deeply and urged everyone to enter the teleportation array quickly. He handed Shi a spirit beast bag and asked her to put the little fat bird in it so that it would not get lost during the transmission. The 5 casual cultivators entered. Junwen grabbed Jiangji's sleeve with his left hand and Shi's sleeve with his right hand, and then stepped into the teleportation array.
Jiangye.
Why is Xiaowu so timid now? However, he soon felt that Junwen had foresight, because they were not teleported to Turtleback Mountain, but to an ice field. Junwen shuddered. Big brother, little sister, where is this?" Jiangji frowned. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the polar ice field." Junwen sat down on the ground. "It's over. I'm dead. Even a cultivator in the early stage of the spiritual transformation stage would be in danger of death upon reaching the polar ice field, let alone these three newbies. Well, actually Jiangji is still okay in the middle stage of the golden core stage. He and his junior sister are complete noobs. Fengxi looked around but did not see any trace of the 5 wandering cultivators. Are they the only ones teleported here? At this moment, she noticed something vibrating inside the storage ring. After probing with her spiritual sense, she discovered that the Yunxiao sex plaque had cracked. A black jade plate and a jade slip fell out. Fengxi. She had a bad feeling. But he still took out the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. Spiritual consciousness, and his first sentence almost sent Fengxi away. Fengxi, you are the one we chose. Fengxi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She knew that old man Feng was up to no good. She shouldn't have been so soft-hearted as to agree to get the Yunxiao sex plaque for him. However, even if she didn't agree, the old man would probably think of other ways. Feng Xiaotian continued, Shenjilan is hypocritical and vicious. How could we possibly choose someone like her to fulfill our wishes? She is just a cover to attract your enemy's attention. Do you know why we chose you? It's not because you are smart or clever, but because you are responsible. You could have escaped on your own, but you chose to take the risk to save your fellow disciples, so you will definitely do your best to help us fulfill our wish. Of course, we know you don't want to take on this difficult task, but people have to take on responsibilities in order to grow, don't they? Fengxi was so angry that she wanted to curse. I give chicken soup to others every day, and now I'm being taught a lesson by an old ghost. What we gave Shinjilan were just some personal possessions. The important thing was this jade token. This is the order from the leader of our Yunxiao sect. On that day, when our Yunxiao sect collapsed, the sect master and the other great elders worked together to open up 4 teleportation arrays and teleported some of the sect's elite out. However, we never saw them again. Perhaps they abandoned the sect, or perhaps they have been trying to find us. If you are lucky enough to meet them in the future, you can choose the right time, because you are the orthodox one. Fengxi almost cried out of anger. Am I orthodox? Just based on this bad sign? They are determined to chop me into pieces. She gritted her teeth and continued to listen. This leader's token is not only a symbol of the leader, but also a divine weapon, the mountain and river universe brush. When used to make talismans, it can not only increase the success rate, but also improve the quality of the talismans. With this pen, you can draw the sun and the moon, the mountains and rivers, and the universe. Fengxi, you are even better at making empty promises than I am. Old people are cunning and slippery, and the old ghosts are black-hearted. Feng Xiaotian's voice suddenly became solemn, with a hint of sadness in his old age. The elder of the Yunxiao sect, Dharma Hall, Feng Xiaotian, kowtows to Sect Master Feng and begs Sect Master Feng to reorganize the remnants of our Yunxiao sect, find out the truth about the extermination of our Yunxiao sect, kill our enemies with blood, and comfort the millions of lives that died tragically in our Yunxiao sect. Fengxi cursed inwardly first, then sighed. She was still moved by Feng Xiaotian's loyalty to the Yunxiao sect. Although she was touched, she would not do anything rashly before she had the ability. She took out the leader's token. Strangely enough, it was clearly a token, but when she held it in her hand, it turned into a talisman pen. Ordinary, looking for the ordinary. Then she found that Jiangji and June were looking at her in amazement. Fengxi suddenly discovered that there were 2 icicles on her face. My tears froze into ice. June trembled as he took out 2 sets of sect uniforms. Junior sister, you are crying from the cold.
Put it on.
Jiangji also took out 2 sets of sect uniforms and handed them to Fengxi. Monks are basically immune to cold and heat, so there are only a few sets of clothes for changing in their storage rings. But no matter how immune to cold and heat, it is useless in the polar ice field. Jiangji and Junwen's faces were frozen purple. This is the result of constantly calling upon spiritual energy, otherwise he would have frozen to death long ago. Fengxi felt warm in her heart and said with a smile, Big brother, 5th brother, you guys put on your clothes. I'm not cold, I'm wearing the dragon scale armor that my master gave me. I'm only crying because it's so windy here. Junwen then realized that his biased master had given the dragon scale armor to Fengxi. The dragon scale armor is much warmer than this bad sect uniform. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and put on his clothes quickly. Jiangji and Junwen were curious about the jade slip and talisman pen that Fengxi had just taken out. They knew what to do when they saw that Fengxi didn't seem to want to say anything. Fengxi didn't want to hide it, but the affairs of the Yunxiao sect could not be explained in just a few words. And sometimes the fact that they know less actually protects them. Besides, the most urgent thing now is to keep warm and then make plans for the next step. Better to start a fire. But there is a lot of food in her storage ring, but very few daily necessities, not to mention firewood. After returning this time, she would have to put all kinds of things into her storage ring. Maybe she would need some of them. She looked around and saw that there was not even a blade of grace in the vast ice field, let alone firewood. The little phoenix can spit fire, but the fire it spits out is one time only, and even if it works itself to death, it can only spit out a few balls. Just when she was frowning, she saw a white shadow swaying in the distance. She could speak. Junwen said in horror, "Yes, it's the Icefield Earthshaker. A demon beast in the late Jindan stage. S all over. You're dead." Then he saw Fengxi's eyes sparkling as he said, "Fifth brother, that thing's long fur is very warm, right? Can we collect some to make a vest?" Junwen, you must be dreaming. Jiangji also felt that Fengxi was talking nonsense. But they couldn't care less about that, because the Icefield Earthshaker bear was already charging towards them. Don't be fooled by its bulky size. It is very fast. Jiangji gritted his teeth. You guys hurry up and leave. I'll delay you for a while. He is in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Although he is definitely no match for the Icefield Earthshaker bear, he can delay it for a while. By taking advantage of this time difference, the younger brothers and sisters might be able to escape. Fengxi was somewhat speechless. Big brother, could you please stop sacrificing yourself all the time? It would be fine if you were as capable as me, but how can a mere Jindan like you have the courage to say such things? Jiangji.
Me?
Little golden pill? For you, a chi refining stage person, to say this? As a result of their delay, the Icefield Earthshaker bear was already more than 10 feet away from them. Jiangji was about to take action. Fengxi took out a big fish from his storage ring and threw it over. Mr. Xiong, this is for you. Icefield Earthshaker. This is red bonito from the endless sea of the realm. It is rich in spiritual energy, plump, sweet, and tastes delicious. We have no other intentions, we just want to use it to find another way to make a living. You eat whatever you want, right?
Please try it.
If it doesn't taste good, you can come back to us. The Icefield Earthshaker tried to hold back, but couldn't help it, so he sniffed and took a small bite. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he started eating. Fragrant. So delicious. It smells so good. After it finished eating, Fengxi threw another one over. The Icefield Earthshaker ate 5 red bonito in a row, burped, looked at Fengxi and the others lazily, turned around, and wanted to leave. When you are full, you lose interest in hunting. Fengxi waved. Mr. Xiong, wait a moment. Jiangji and Junwen almost cried. It's finally leaving. Why are you calling it? Fengxi not only called out to the Icefield Earthshaker, but also took a few steps forward. Master Xiong, I still have a lot of fish and shrimp here, enough for you to eat for at least a year or so. But it's too cold here. We're almost freezing to death. Can you let us go to your nest to warm up? The Icefield Earthshaker bear rolled its eyes. This little human girl seems to be a little stupid. To my place? Isn't that just delivering it to my door? So I agreed. Fengxi said pitifully. Your nest is far from here, right? So can you carry us there? The Icefield Earthshaker felt a little uncomfortable about letting a human ride on him. He agreed when he thought that these were 3 reserved food items and also seafood. So, Fengxi took the trembling Junwen and Jiangji and sat on the back of the Icefield Earthshaker bear. Fengxi buried himself directly in the long hair of the Icefield Earthshaker bear. Junwen made up his mind and did the same. This guy was so comfortable that he almost hummed.
Warm.
It's so warm. Darn it. Even if I get eaten by the ice-field earthshaker soon, it's worth it. At least I'll be able to keep myself warm. Jiangji looked at the two heartless guys and sighed silently. He was on high alert, fearing that the ice-field earthshaker bear would turn against him. Fengxi was not worried at all. Even stray cats understood the principle of having a full meal every time, let alone this ice-field earthshaker. At least for the time being, they were safe. So she fell asleep heartlessly. She woke up. She had already arrived at the ice-field earthshaker's den. In fact, it is just an ice cave with some scattered fur and bones of monsters in it. Fengxi's eyes lit up, and she asked Jiangji and Junwen to sew the monster furs into fur vests. As for why she didn't do it, it was because she wanted to tell Icefield Earthshaker new things to promote their relationship. My goodness, her chattering made the Icefield Earthshaker bear fascinated, and the bear's eyes were full of gossip. By the time Jiangji and Junwen finished making the waistcoats, Fengxi was already combing the Icefield Earthshaker's hair. Pulling at the same time, Jiangji and Junwen were almost scared to death. Junior sister's courage is bigger than a millstone when dried in the sun. The Icefield Earthshaker's skin and flesh were so thick that I didn't feel anything at all, and it even felt quite comfortable. This little human girl is pretty good. If she can continue to provide seafood, we can keep her for a while. As for the remaining two, it depends on your mood. Eating seafood one day, try these to change your taste. Fengxi pulled out a bag of long, furry hair, and then jumped off the back of the Icefield Earthshaker. Master Xiong, are you sleepy? Just go to sleep peacefully. We three little shrimps don't have the courage to do anything to you. The Icefield Earthshaker looked at her with contempt and said, You wouldn't dare. Closed my eyes and fell asleep. Fengxi took out the seafood porridge and shared it with Jiangji and Junwen. Eating something would help them warm up. Jiangji was so worried that he had no appetite, but Junwen was drinking with great relish. Anyway, I have my junior sister here. What am I afraid of? Junior sister can do anything. Believe in Fengxi and gain eternal life. As they were happily drinking porridge, a crack appeared in the air hundreds of miles away from the bear's den, and a group of people fell down like dumplings. Many people landed face first. Screams rang out one after another. Flying is prohibited here. Even a monk would be knocked unconscious. Xingwu was originally unconscious, but was woken up by the fall. He shivered with cold, his brain frozen for a moment. Where am I? What am I doing? At this time, Ling Qianting, the eldest brother of Wanjian sect, said in shock, This looks like a polar ice field. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was in a commotion. Although I don't want to believe it, all signs indicate that this is indeed a polar ice field. Many people showed panic on their faces. Even a god would be in danger of death if he came here, let alone them. Shin Jilan looked remorseful. This is all my fault. If I hadn't let you take my magic treasure out of the secret realm, you wouldn't have been teleported here. Mu Zihuai hurriedly said, Junior sister, what are you talking about? You have good intentions, otherwise we would still be trapped in the secret realm. Qin Shifeng also comforted her. Yes, junior sister Jilan, we can't thank you enough. How could we possibly blame you? Others also offered words of comfort. Xingwu sneered. Who are you pretending to be for? Aren't you saying this because you're afraid that people will blame you? How hypocritical. Mu Zihuai said with a gloomy face. Xingwu, my junior sister saved you with good intentions. You are so heartless to say this. The others also showed disapproval. Xingwu shrugged. Yes, I just have no conscience. You have a conscience. Don't you have any regrets in your heart? Fengxi must have a way to leave the secret realm. If Shen Jilan hadn't come out to pretend to be a big shot, Fengxi would have brought us out of the secret realm safely. Also, you all think you are very noble, right? Then why haven't you ever thought about who risked his life to save you when you were locked in the cage? It's Fengxi. They were retreating. Everyone was licking Shen Jilan's spiritual treasure. So why didn't anyone speak up for Fengxi? Why is there no one willing to stay and help Fengxi through this difficult time? You are all hypocrites after all. You are worse than a villain like me. Xingwu also risked his life. You're going to die anyway, so you might as well eat your fill. These people appear to be decent people on weekdays, but in fact they are heartless and ruthless people. Many people felt hot on their faces after hearing what Xingwu said. Although Xingwu's words were a bit extreme, they did make sense. At that time, they were only concerned about escaping for their lives, and no one spoke up for Feng Shi, not even a single word of meaningless help. Although saying it would not change Shen Jilan's decision, it at least showed her attitude. After all, he was afraid of offending Shen Jilan and being abandoned by her. Xingwu originally wanted to say something unpleasant, but he kept his mouth shut. Because it's so darn cold.
Talking.
Frozen teeth. Shen Jilan's eyes, and she sighed. Brother Xingwu is actually right. Even though I meant well, I have caused trouble for everyone. There is no point in engaging in verbal arguments now, so it is better to think of practical solutions. I have some fire starters here. Let's warm ourselves up first. Shen Jilan spoke. She took out some wood from her storage ring, all of which were relatively valuable species. Everyone guessed that it should be the treasure of Yunshao sect. However, at this time, no matter how precious the wood is, it is not as practical as firewood. After the bonfire was lit, everyone finally felt a little warmer and their emotions calmed down a lot. But as the sun set, a shadow fell over everyone's hearts again. The temperature at night in the polar ice field is lower than that during the day, and many ice-type monsters choose to come out at night to forage for food. I wonder if they can survive this night? Although they could release the flying boat as a shelter, it was too big a target, and as soon as it was taken out, it would probably attract ice monsters. Moreover, the flying boat is mainly used for flying and transportation, and its defense is very poor. Not only will it fail to provide protection, but it will become a cage that binds them. Discussion. Everyone decided to dig an ice cave, which would not only block the cold wind, but also help keep everyone warm when gathered together. Then send people to take turns guarding the cave entrance to avoid being attacked by ice-type monsters. Middle of the night, Qin Shifeng, who was on guard, saw charmers of faint blue light approaching this side and was suddenly startled. Wolf pack. Polar bloodthirsty wolf. He quickly woke everyone up, and they gathered in a circle, ready for battle. What followed was a fierce fight. The polar bloodthirsty wolf is an ice-type monster in the early stage of the golden elixir. Logically speaking, the cultivators Qin Shifeng, Mu Zihuai, and Ling Qianting are all in the middle stage of the golden elixir, so they should have the upper hand. But the situation of the polar ice sheet is too special. Under extreme cold, cultivation will be affected, and a person in the middle stage of the golden core can only perform at the level of an early stage of the golden core at best. Coupled with the large number of wolves, the fight was particularly brutal. Although no one lost their lives, everyone except Shen Jilan was injured, and some were even seriously injured. Among them was Xingwu. Originally, he was a beast tamer, which gave him an advantage in fighting against monsters, and he wouldn't get hurt too badly. But he was attacked from behind by a wolf. The wolf was lured here by Shen Jilan. She deliberately left a flaw, allowing the wolf to take the opportunity to bite Xingwu's back. If it weren't for the timely intervention of Meng Huainan, the second disciple of the beast-taming sect, Xingwu would probably have died. Even so, a large piece of flesh was torn off from the back, and blood was dripping. Xingwu had no eyes on his back, so he naturally didn't know that Shen Jilan had plotted against him, and he just thought it was his bad luck. Finally, dawn came. Shen Jilan felt that if she stayed any longer, she might be implicated and killed by these people, so she had to leave. So, he made up his mind and took out the fairy beast egg that had not yet hatched. She dripped blood on it to catalyze it. Although the catalyzed spirit beast will have congenital deficiencies, we can't care about that now. An 8-tailed snow fox broke out of its shack, grew against the wind, and instantly grew to the size of 2 cows. The 8-tailed snow fox is different from the phoenix. As soon as it breaks out of its shack, it will have the cultivation level of the golden core stage. Moreover, the 8-tailed snow fox is an ice-type fairy beast and is not afraid of the harsh environment of the polar ice field. Everyone was surprised and happy, and looked at Shen Jilan expectantly. Shen Jilan really enjoyed this kind of gaze. She was born to be the center of attention and to stand at the top of everyone. She said seriously, "Everyone, we have no way of getting out of the polar ice sheet by our own ability, so I plan to take some people back to get help. In addition to the 5 people from our Hanyuan sect, there should be room for 2 more people. Who do you think are suitable candidates?" After these words were spoken, many people's eyes dimmed. What's the point of calling for help? Those who stay behind are just abandoned and waiting to die. Xingwu curled his lips. "You try the same trick again. Stop pretending. If you want someone to leave, just say so directly." Shen Jilan suppressed her anger and said with a wry smile, "Xingwu, I don't know why you have such a big opinion about me. Since you said so, I will just appoint the candidate directly. Out to report the news is also full of dangers, so I have to choose someone with high cultivation level. Qin, senior brother Ling, the 2 of you follow me." Qin Shifeng was touched, but still shook his head. "Junior sister Jilan, thank you for your kindness, but I have to stay. He is the eldest senior brother of the beast-taming sect. How could he abandon his fellow disciples and leave alone?" Ling Qianting also politely declined. The other disciples also remained silent. These disciples may have their own problems, but they all value their fellow disciples and would never run away alone. In addition, what Xingwu said had some influence on them. Could Xin Jilan really be a jinx? Maybe if I follow her, I'll encounter even worse misfortunes. Xin Jilan was so angry that she almost died. A bunch of ungrateful people. If these idiots weren't somewhat useful, she wouldn't bother with them at all. She reluctantly said a few polite words and left with the people from Hanyuan sect. Soon, the figure of the 8-tailed snow fox disappeared from everyone's sight. Qin Shifeng and Ling Qianning discussed it, chose a direction, and led everyone forward. On the ice field today, and everyone was having a hard time moving forward. In addition, they have to support or carry seriously injured people, which slows down the process even more. Xingwu lay on Qin Shifeng's back and groaned, "Junior sister Fingxi, I'm about to die. Come and save me. Although we are not brothers and sisters, in my heart, you are 10,000 times closer to me than my senior brother. Heaven and earth, please help junior sister Fingxi to show her spirit." Qin Shifeng was so angry that he was shaking with anger and wished he could just throw him to the ground and leave him there. Fingxi is trapped in the secret realm and can't even take care of herself, so how could she possibly come here to save you? After walking for a whole day, they had only covered a dozen miles. They continued to rest in the ice cave at night and were attacked by wolves again in the middle of the night. It was obvious that the wolves were targeting them. Qin Shifeng and Ling Qianting used their life-saving magic treasures and finally drove away the wolves. Both of them saw despair in each other's eyes. This time they are probably really going to die in the polar ice field. The next morning, everyone continued on their journey. Today's storm is bigger than yesterday's. Looking at the vast ice field, many people are filled with despair. At this time, someone said in horror, That's the ice field earthshaker, right?" When everyone saw this, their hearts sank completely. It really is the ice field earthshaker, a demon beast in the late Jinan stage. It's over. At this time, Xingwu narrowed his eyes and said, "Huh? Why does that icefield earthshaker bear have a bear cub with him?" Everyone looked closely and saw a small furry head on the back of the icefield earthshaker. Wasn't it a bear cub? If that's the case, perhaps they still have a chance of winning, because bear cubs are the icefield earthshaker's weakness. Just as I was thinking about it, the little bear cub stood up and then was blown back onto the bear's back by the storm. A certain she who wanted to show off. This is not important. She tried to sit up straight and waved to everyone. What a coincidence. We meet here again. What a darn fate. Everyone was stunned and could hardly believe their eyes.
Fengxi.
It turned out to be Fingxi. She was wearing a small furry hat on her head. No wonder they had mistaken her for a bear cub. Xingwu screamed and jumped out. It's incredible that he had trouble even walking before, but now he has recovered on his own without any medicine. It's a medical miracle. Junior sister Fingxi. Is it really you? Am I dreaming? I knew you would come to rescue me. You are truly my dear junior sister. Everyone. You are so shameless. You are in front of Shenjilan, and how servile you are in front of Fengxi. However, Fengxi is now a god in their eyes. Not to mention dog legs, even a dog tail will do. Xingwu was about to reach Fengxi, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. One was the injury on his back, and the other was the fright he got from seeing the bloody mouth of the Icefield Earthshaker. Fengxi said with a smile, Mr. Bear, please hold back your arrogance, or they will be frightened out of their wits and their meat will become bitter and unpalatable. Everyone. Is Fengxi sure he is here to rescue us? Not here to help the Icefield Earthshaker hunt? No one knew what Fengxi said while lying next to the Icefield Earthshaker's ear. The Icefield Earthshaker rolled its eyes and snorted. Fengxi asked the injured people to sit on the bear's back, while the uninjured people could only walk and follow. However, with the Icefield Earthshaker in front to resist the storm, the situation is much better than before. And when they saw Fengxi, for some reason, hope arose in their hearts, and even their legs and feet felt better than before. Finally, he crawled to the bear's den. Junwen saw them. He was stunned for a moment, then he said, Didn't you all follow Shinjilan? How did you end up on the polar ice sheet? Although he didn't say anything excessive, Qin Shifeng and others felt hot on their faces. Especially Liu Xiaobai. His relationship with Fengxi is closer than that with others, but when he left the secret realm before, he did not speak up for Fengxi. Face flushed as he said to Fengxi, Fengxi, I was sorry for you before. I won't say anything more. Let's meet in the future. His lead, Qin Shifeng, and others also expressed their apologies. Fengxi said with a smile, What a small matter. Is it worth it for you to do this? It was Shenjilan who repaid kindness with enmity, not you. There's no need to take the blame for her. However, I still have to remind everyone that Shenjilan likes to use this kind of tactics the most, throwing out baits to make everyone fight for it and divide people's hearts. Maybe she enjoys the pleasure of playing with people's hearts, or maybe she just wants to slowly wear down everyone's edge and conscience. As all be more careful in the future. Of course, you also know that she and I don't get along well, so you can decide for yourself whether to believe it or not. Fengxi understands human nature too well. The more open-minded she appears at this time, the more guilty they will feel. And he would subconsciously vent his guilt on Shenjilan. Many people looked thoughtful after hearing Fengxi's words. People's hearts are complicated. Shenjilan for bringing them out of the secret realm. Even if they fell into the polar ice field, they just thought it was bad luck and did not blame Shenjilan. However, Fengxi's words made them more suspicious of Shenjilan. Yeah, why does she always have to ask for a quota every time she saves someone? Is it due to limited ability or is it intentional? Xingwu didn't have so many thoughts. He liked something if he liked it and didn't like it if he didn't like it. Carelessly, yes. Shenjilan is just like that. Maybe the teleporting magic treasure can carry more people, so she just said less on purpose. I don't care about others. I will stay away from this jinx in the future, so that she won't bring bad luck to me. Qin Shifeng subconsciously wanted to say a few words to defend Shenjilan, but was interrupted by the roar of the Icefield Earthshaker bear. The Icefield Earthshaker was a little impatient. They were just a bunch of people storing food. Why were they chatting so enthusiastically? Everyone suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Only Fengxi, wearing a furry little hat, came over and whispered to the Icefield Earthshaker. Everyone can hear. Mr. Xiong, these are your food reserves. Eat them when you get tired of seafood. Especially the one with the wound on the back. White and tender, the most delicious. Xingwu. My heart. Broken into 8 pieces. However, when junior sister Fengxi said that I am fair and tender, was she praising me for being handsome and dashing in disguise? Thinking of this, he looked at Junwen provocatively. Although you are junior sister Fengxi's senior brother, you are not as good-looking as me. Junwen felt that he seemed to be sick. Otherwise, how could it look like a peacock spreading its tail? Fengxi told stories and sang lullabies and finally coaxed the Icefield Earthshaker bear to sleep. Everyone. Every day spent with Fengxi is a day to refresh my outlook on life. Fengxi came close to Qin Shifeng and handed him a note. Brother Qin, do you have a way to force a contract with this ice-field Earthshaker bear? Qin Shifeng. Just kill me. I am an ice-type monster in the middle stage of the Jindan period and contracted to the late stage of the Jindan period? Are you afraid that I won't die fast enough? Junior sister Fengxi, I'm sorry I can't do anything. We in the beast taming sect can only forcefully contract with monsters with lower cultivation than ourselves, and it is better if the difference is larger. Otherwise, there will be a risk of spiritual backlash. Fengxi blinked his eyes. Then can you teach me the beast taming formula of your beast taming sect? I will try it. Qin Shifeng thought she was crazy. No one in their beast taming sect dared to try it. So how could she, who had never learned the art of taming beasts, want to try it? He flatly refused.
No.
Regardless of whether you can learn it or not, the key is that your cultivation is too low. Even if you manage to reach the contract, you will be attacked by it, causing damage to your sea of consciousness or even collapse. Besides, your Dantian is injured. You're just asking for death. Fengxi smiled and said, Are we just going to wait here to die? Qin Shifeng was silent. Yes, if they can't contract the Icefield Earthshaker bear, the Icefield Earthshaker bear will eat them sooner or later. Want rescue? Stop dreaming. Even if Shun Jilan and the others could successfully leave the polar ice field, they would not be able to wait for the moment when reinforcements arrived. Qin Shifeng made up his mind. Then I will try to contract it. Even if his attempt failed, Fengxi could calm the Icefield Earthshaker, and only he would have to be sacrificed. I have to say that when Qin Shifeng is not acting like a bootlicker, he is still a very responsible person. Fengxi shook his head. Let me do it. It has no defense against me, so I am most likely to succeed. Qin Shifeng still felt something was wrong. At this time, everyone else also saw the note. The vast majority disagree. The only two who agreed were Junwen and Xingwu. These two guys are now blindly worshipping Fengxi. Let's put it this way, their level of trust in Fengxi is almost heaven-like. Finally, everyone agreed. If you try, you will die. If you don't try, you will die too. You might as well take a chance. If Fengxi fails, they will die with him. Qin Shifeng began to teach Fengxi beast taming sect's unique beast taming techniques. Although there are other beast taming techniques in the northern continent, they cannot be compared with the beast taming sects. At this time, no one cares about sectarianism or whatnot. The information cannot be spread outside. Life is the most important thing. Of course, Qin Shifeng couldn't teach Fengxi openly, so he could only give her the jade slip and let her learn by herself. If there was something she really didn't understand, he would explain it to her. Qin Shifeng was feeling very nervous. It took him a month to learn the beast taming technique, making him the fastest learner in the history of the beast taming sect. Fengxi wants to learn it in 2 or 3 days. Is it possible? Before the Icefield Earthshaker woke up from his sleep, Fengxi said that he had learned it. Qin Shifeng. It fun to tease me? However, there is no way to verify it now, so he can only choose to believe it. The next morning, when Fengxi fed Red Bonito to the Icefield Earthshaker, he put different poisons in the stomachs of several fish. If you only eat one, or only eat 2 or 3 of them, there will be no problem, but if you swallow them all, you'll become dazed. The Icefield Earthshaker is no longer on guard against Fengxi. After all, in its eyes, Fengxi is just a small ant. She even helped it get a bunch of reserve food, which showed that it had no intention of resisting at all. So Baji ate all the fish. After eating, I felt a little dizzy. Did I not sleep well last night? Then, it saw Fengxi, wearing a furry little hat, making seals with his hands. As Fengxi formed the seal, a beast-controlling seal appeared out of thin air. The beast-taming seal split into 2. One half hung above the Icefield Earthshaker bear's head, and the other half hung above Fengxi's head. The Icefield Earthshaker bear was delighted. Could it be that this little ant wants to contract with me? Is she a fool? A little useless guy in the Qi refining stage contracts a contract with my ice-type monster in the late Jindan stage? Are you thinking about? Or is this just a new trick she came up with to amuse me? However, it soon stopped laughing because the beast-taming seal floating above Fengxi's head was slowly moving towards it. Once the two seals become one, it will be contracted by her. The ice field earthshaker bear suddenly roared angrily and wanted to attack Fingxi. Qin Shifeng and others let it succeed. They attacked almost at the same time, using spiritual techniques, spiritual weapons, flying swords, and everything they could. Junwen even grabbed the ice field earthshaker bear's tail.
He had thought it all out.
If things really didn't work out, he wouldn't care about his mysophobia. He would just use his flying sword to poke the ice field earthshaker bear's back. At least enough for it to drink a pot. Even the seriously injured people risk their lives to buy time for Fingxi. Everyone is working towards the same goal. At this time, there is no distinction between sex or between strong and weak. Just give it your all. Fengxi didn't care about these things, and her sea of consciousness was aching. In other words, she had been ravaged by those elder scrolls. Otherwise, she would have burst long ago. She gritted her teeth and pushed the beast seal towards the ice field earthshaker bear. What is the late Jindan stage? I can even make a contract with the phoenix and the spirit of chaos. What's your point? By the way, I am still the head of Yunxiao's sect. I want to contract you, and you dare to resist?
Court death.
All of a sudden, her entire aura changed. Overbearing. Sharp. I am the only one. The ice field earthshaker hesitated for a moment. Although it was only a brief moment, it was enough. The two beast-controlling seals overlapped. The contract is done. However, Qin Shifeng and others did not dare to relax at all, because this was the real test for Fengxi. If she couldn't withstand the backlash of the ice field earthshaker bear's spiritual consciousness, all her efforts would be wasted. Within Fengxi's sea of consciousness, a miniature ice field earthshaker bear was rampaging. Can you make a contract with me? I'm going to kill you. And then nothing happened. It was first struck dizzy by the lightning of the little black ball, and then burned into curly hair by the phoenix fire of the little phoenix. Black smoke came out of the ice field earthshaker's mouth. Outside the sea of consciousness, Fengxi was lying dead on the ground with blood gushing out of all his orifices. The ice field earthshaker was not in a much better condition, with its tongue sticking out, eyes wide open, and not moving a muscle. Everyone. Was this a success or a failure? Should we take this opportunity to kill this ice field earthshaker? Everyone was at a loss. Fengxi opened his eyes. He stood up, walked to the ice field earthshaker, and started kicking it. Specially kick in the face. I told you to be crazy. I told you to be cocky. I told you to let me tell you stories. I told you to let me sing you a lullaby. If you have the ability, get up. If you have the guts, keep talking. The ice field earthshaker bear lay on the ground with no desire to live. Xiong, I want to die. Immediately. Immediately. Everyone was ecstatic. It worked? It actually worked? Fengxi actually did it? A Qi refining stage cultivator actually contracted a late Jindan stage ice-type monster? Is this still a human being? Everyone says Xinjilan is a genius, so what is Fengxi? A genius among geniuses. Everyone was happy. Fengxi said slowly, I'm going to faint. He fainted on the ground with a choking sound, unconscious. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Fengxi was kicking the ice field earthshaker bear with great energy just a moment ago, so how come he suddenly fainted? Only the ice field earthshaker knows why. The little girl just wants to show off by stepping on my face. Now that's great. Are you showing off? Should. You deserve it. However, when he thought of his tragic fate, he couldn't help but tremble. I don't want to live anymore. It's better to die. Unfortunately, no one cares whether it lives or dies now. Everyone's attention is on Fengxi. Junwen and Xingwu were crying and shouting for Fengxi. If you didn't know, you would have thought that Fengxi was already dead. Qin Shifeng was more reliable and said to everyone, Fengxi must have suffered from excessive depletion of spiritual consciousness. He just needs to rest for a while. After saying that, he took out a pill that nourishes spiritual consciousness and fed it to Fengxi. Sure enough, a quarter of an hour later, Fengxi woke up. She got up and continued to beat the ice field earthshaker. It was only because the ice field earthshaker had thick skin and flesh, otherwise he would have been beaten to death by her. Everyone was silent. In my mind almost at the same time. Don't offend Fingxi. She really wants revenge. Beaten Icefield Earthshaker has been maintaining the same posture for a long time. It is thinking about bare life. It never dreamed that a little useless guy in the chi refining stage could actually contract 2 easy womans. It's okay for the phoenix, at least it recognizes it. What the heck is that black donkey dung egg? Even produce small lightning strikes? When the Icefield Earthshaker bear thought about having to live under the torture of Fingxi and the 2 easy womans for the rest of his life, he suddenly lost the confidence to live. It is better to die than to live without dignity. I am a demon beast in the late Jindan stage, and I absolutely cannot accept such an insult. Thinking of this, the Icefield Earthshaker suddenly stood up and rushed out. Start banging your head against the ice. Fengxi, wrapped up like a ball, walked out of the bear's den, with his hands behind his back, watching. Hey, are you stupid? You can't even kowtow in the wrong direction. Turn around and kowtow to me. Icefield Earthshaker. Fengxi sneered and said with his spiritual sense, you don't have to seek death. The contract I signed with you is just a temporary measure. I will naturally terminate the contract with you before I leave. Because you are too weak, you are not worthy of being my pet. Little Black Ball and Little Fat Bird couldn't agree more. What happened to the late Jindan stage? There's a limit to this thing. If it is exhausted to death, it will just be a small scum in the late stage of spirit transformation. You're not worthy of mixing with them at all. The Icefield Earthshaker suffered a critical hit again. However, when I thought about regaining my freedom soon, I felt a little better. After confirming again and again that Fengxi had not lied to it, it angrily ate 10 fish. After eating, he groaned with his stomach full. Fengxi had a look of disgust on her face. She really didn't intend to keep this thing as a pet. So stupid. Moreover, there are great restrictions on the cultivation of ice-type monsters. If they leave the ice field environment, their cultivation speed will be very slow. This is why ice-type monsters are rarely seen in other places. Fengxi invited everyone to drink seafood porridge. Expressing their gratitude, everyone sat together and chatted while drinking porridge. They all wore animal skin vests, thanks to the fact that the Icefield Earthshakers were not hygienic and rarely cleaned up after eating. So there were a lot of animal skins piled up in the bear's den. This moment is the happiest time for Qin Shifeng and his friends since they fell into the polar ice field. Not only do they not have to endure the cold, but with the Icefield Earthshakers, as long as they don't go out and cause trouble, the safety problem is also solved. Everyone was grateful to Fengxi. But Fengxi knew that this kind of gratitude was not solid. Just like before, Shun Jilan saved everyone, but it did not prevent everyone from being suspicious of her. The only thing that is reliable is interests. Only when there is a vested interest in her will these people truly stand on her side.
So,
make some money first. She gave Junwen a look. You will understand it immediately. After taking a sip of seafood porridge, he sighed. Junior sister, you said you were counting on these seafood porridges to generate income for our sect. There aren't many left now, right? Alas, Master must still be craning his neck to wait for the spirit stones to pay back. We have let the old man down. People holding porridge bowls. If you want money, just tell me. Who is this sarcastic remark about? Unlike Junwen, who is a poor guy, Qin Shifeng and others are very rich. After all, he is a direct disciple who is supported by the whole sect. Qin Shifeng took out a pair of swift-winged dried deer antlers first. Junior sister Fengxi, I am grateful for your repeated rescues. I have nothing to thank you for. Please keep this antler. The dried deer antlers made from the gale are top-quality materials for refining weapons and are sold on the market for at least 100,000 spirit stones. Fengxi hurriedly declined. Brother Qin, what are you doing? Did my fifth brother's words make you suspicious? He just said it casually. He didn't mean anything else. Junwen. Say whatever you want. Anyway, I'm used to taking the blame. Qin Shifeng smiled and said, even if junior brother Junwen doesn't say anything, I still want to express my opinion. Junior sister Fengxi, if you are unwilling to accept us, we will not be able to stay here any longer. The others also echoed, yes, junior sister Fengxi, please keep it, otherwise we will feel guilty." As he spoke, he took out the gift. Fengxi couldn't refuse, so he accepted it reluctantly. Among these people, only Xingwu was slurping his porridge and had no intention of offering anything. Can he be like others? What others give are gifts. What he gives is his true heart. It is his life. If it weren't for Fengxi this time, he would have died here with his injuries. From now on, Fengxi will be his junior sister. Therefore, it is only natural to eat food that belongs to my junior sister. Jiang Ji watched the whole process with an expressionless face. It's not that he has facial paralysis, but he doesn't know what expression to use to face the outrageous actions of his junior fellow students. He would never do such a thing in this life. No, not even in the next life. Fengxi made a lot of money and was in a good mood. He asked with a smile, "Brothers and sisters, what are your plans next?" Everyone looked at each other, and then Ling Qianting said, "Junior sister Fengxi, what do you say we should do?" "We will all listen to you." Fengxi thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother Xingwu and the others are seriously injured, so it's best for them to rest for a while. Otherwise, the bumpy ride or attacks by monsters could make their injuries worse. So, what I mean is, let them rest in the bear's den for a while, and when their injuries get better, we can plan to leave the polar ice field. What do you think?" Xingwu was almost moved to tears. He took the initiative to simplify Fengxi's words senior brother Xingwu and the others into senior brother Xingwu. "Junior sister Fengxi really cares about me. No one can match my position in junior sister Fengxi's heart." Everyone felt that what Fengxi said made sense. Although they had the ice-field earth-shaking bear to protect them, a late Jindan cultivator was nothing in the polar ice field, so it was better to be cautious. Besides, Shun Jilan and the others were out delivering the letter, so they could use this time to wait for rescue. Seeing that no one had any objections, Fengxi continued, "The wounded can use this time to recover, and the others can't sit idle. We have finally come to the polar ice field, and we can't return empty-handed. Tonight I will take a few people to catch wolves." "Everyone?" Qin Shifeng asked weakly. "Junior sister Fengxi, what kind of wolf are you talking about?" "These are the wolves that attacked you 2 days ago. A bunch of small trash in the early stage of Jindan, yet they dare to attack our disciples. They must be tired of living. Let's catch them all tonight. If you are obedient, you will be our mount in the future. If you are not obedient, we will kill you and eat your meat." Qin Shifeng. "Others. Are you sure you were talking about the polar wolf, not a dog?" Fengxi pointed at the snoring ice-field earthshaker. "Do you not believe me, or do you not believe it?" Everyone then remembered that the guy in front of them had a contract with the ice-field earthshaker bear in the late Jindan stage, so he really had the capital to be so arrogant. After the discussion, Fengxi kicked the ice-field earthshaker on the nose. The ice-field earthshaker bear shuddered and woke up. Just when I was about to get angry, I saw that it was Fengxi who did it, and I became discouraged. After Fengxi told it the plan, the ice-field earthshaker said with his spiritual sense, "Do and waste your energy. Those wolves were so slippery that they would run away every time they smelled me before I even got there." Fengxi rolled her eyes. "I put you in the spirit beast bag. They won't smell anything." The ice-field earthshaker bear finally realized what was happening. "Yes, I am now the spirit pet of this little girl. She can put me in her spirit beast bag." Then there was a feeling of sadness. What's the difference between this and being locked in a coffin? Oh my god, this is so miserable. Middle of the night, Fengxi set off with his men. After they left the bear's den, they used cleaning techniques to remove the smell on their bodies and then arrived at a place about 10 miles away from the bear's den. Among these people, Fengxi has the lowest cultivation level, but she is the fastest runner. Like a nimble little deer, jumping and running. Qin Shifeng and others were at a loss for words. "You, a chi refining stage person with an injured dantian, can run faster than us, the foundation building stage and golden core stage people? This is too outrageous." Fengxi also felt that since he had contracted the ice-field earthshaker bear, walking on the ice field was much easier than before. Is it the benefit brought by the contract? 3 voices sounded simultaneously in the sea of consciousness. No, it's just a coincidence.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
The little black ball, the little phoenix, and the ice-field earthshaker bear, for various reasons, firmly denied Fengxi's guess. Fengxi was too lazy to pay attention to them. Catching the wolf was more important. They found a suitable location and started digging an ice hole. Fengxi stood upwind and measured a few times with his eyes narrowed. When the wolves come, I'll sprinkle 2 packets of chili powder to whet their appetite, and then we'll take action. Everyone, just go ahead and lose. Although chili cannot cause any substantial harm to the wolves, it can still cause them to lose their composure. Fengxi continued to chatter. When they get in a mess, you guys go ahead. When they think they have won, I'll release the big stupid bear, and we'll wipe them out in one fell swoop. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fengxi put her hands behind her back, looking as if she was giving orders. After all, things are different now. She is the leader of the Yunxiao sect. If these little guys develop a little, maybe they can become the direct disciples of my Yunxiao sect. After the little black ball sensed her thoughts, he only wanted to give her 2 words. Dream on. Let's not talk about whether you can find the remnants of the Yunxiao sect. Even if you do, will they recognize you as a leader who came out halfway? Maybe he has already sided with the enemy and will kill you directly. Besides, Qin Shifeng and others have their own sects. Why would they join your Yunxiao sect for no reason? I'm afraid you're just dreaming. In my heart, but said, Master, you are worthy of me. It's really like planning ahead and winning the battle thousands of miles away. My admiration for you is like a surging river. Fengxi was too lazy to pay attention to it. This flattery was not sincere at all and was far from her level. It was already late at night, and the wolves hadn't arrived yet, so everyone started to feel discouraged. You won't not come, will you? But since they were already here, they couldn't go back halfway, so they could only continue waiting. Finally, a faint blue light flickered in the distance. The wolves are coming. Everyone chose to stand at the upwind side, and Fengxi stood in front. The little face was full of fear and trembling, as if he had seen a ghost. Anyone who saw her would think that she was a poor little girl who was pushed out by everyone to die. Thought so too. They showed contempt. Wolves are very particular about respecting the elderly and loving the young. Both cubs and old wolves will be protected. This is much better than humans. Having failed several times before, this time I must kill and eat all these monks. The Wolf King led the way, holding his head high and rushing towards Fengxi. Fengxi opened the bag of chili powder with a smile. The strong wind blew the chili powder towards the wolves. It's time for the wolf pack's hot dance. Achoo! Achoo! Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. How wonderful! The formation is completely messed up. Fengxi waved her little paw, and Qin Shifeng and others rushed over with red eyes. Impossible not to be angry. Even though the wind was blowing towards the wolves, this side was also affected to some extent. Only the shameless Fengxi wrapped his head with white gauze. The Wolf King was so furious. Swallow Fengxi in one gulp. So, it avoided the attacks of Qin Shifeng and others and headed straight for Fengxi. The Icefield Earthshaker thought it was time for him to appear on stage, so he started to warm up in his spirit beast bag. Wah! I threw a set of bear punches first. The little fat bird stared with its green eyes. How proud you are. If it wasn't for my mother's sake, I would have just permed your hair into wool curls. However, what they didn't expect was that Fengxi did not let the Icefield Earthshaker bear out, but drew his sword. She pointed her wooden sword at the Wolf King, her face calm. The Wolf King suddenly slammed on the brakes, a face full of alert. It's a trap. There must be something fishy going on here. Is this little girl hiding her strength? Maybe she is not a little girl at all, but an old witch. Fengxi stood there motionless, and the Wolf King also stood there motionless. If you don't know, you would think these two are frozen into ice sculptures. Junwen caught sight of this scene out of the corner of his eye and stumbled. Oh my god. Junior sister is getting more and more awesome. Even the Wolf King was frightened by her. Fengxi slowly took off the small hat on his head and brushed off the non-existent dust on it. Then he said to the Wolf King, Do you know what fur this is made of? Even though Fengxi had used the cleansing technique before, the Wolf King still smelled the scent of the Icefield Earthshaker bear because of the close distance. My legs suddenly felt a little weak. Fengxi curled her lips. Guess where this hair came from? Wolves are suspicious by nature. I immediately imagined a bloody drama. The Icefield Earthshaker must have been killed by this human race. She must be hiding her strength. Determine and be sure. Thinking of this, it started to howl and ran away with its tail between its legs. Fengxi chased after him with a wooden sword in his hand. Stop right there. The Wolf King ran faster. Only a fool would stand still. Have killed all the Icefield Earthshakers, so if I stay here I will die. Not only did he run himself, he also called on his men to run with him. Even though the subordinates were a little confused, they would definitely run away if their boss told them to. Who had scared away the wolves by himself, was now disheveled in the wind. Good plan was disrupted by her pretense. Qin Shifeng and others looked at the wolves flying away in confusion. Did they see a ghost? Why did you suddenly run away? Only Junwen witnessed the whole process and told it to everyone vividly. Everyone. In the past 2 days, the wolves made them live in fear and terror, and several people almost lost their lives. As a result, Fengxi just pointed her finger, and the wolves were scared away? Are they too useless, or is Fengxi too perverted? Fengxi looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and sighed deeply. I don't want this either. Excellence has become a burden to me. Strength has become a burden to me. It's so hard for me. Everyone. I really want to beat her up. At this moment, Qin Shifeng discovered that the wolves did not go far and seemed to be hesitating. Fengxi's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's run. If we do this, the Wolf King will think I was bluffing and will definitely chase after me in anger. After saying that, she ran away. Everyone followed closely behind. They never dreamed that the wolves they were avoiding just 2 days ago have now become popular. Sure enough, as soon as Fengxi and the others ran, the Wolf King and his pack of wolves caught up with them. The faster they ran, the closer the Wolf King chased them. Finally caught up, the two sides fought again. The Wolf King still kept his eyes on Fengxi. Fengxi did not dare to draw his sword. Away again. Released the Icefield Earthshaker. The Icefield Earthshaker bear, who had suffered humiliation in Fengxi, went crazy and caught the Wolf King and bleed him. If Fengxi hadn't let it catch it alive, the Wolf King would have been torn to pieces. After the Wolf King was caught, the remaining wolves had no will to resist. They were all tied up by Qin Shifeng and others with special animal ropes and put into spirit beast bags. Fengxi began to contract with the Wolf King. Anyway, I have already contracted a bear, so a few more wolves won't make a difference. The process was much smoother than the previous contract with the Icefield Earthshaker bear. The Wolf King also came to terms with it. Even the Phoenix and the Icefield Earthshaker were contracted, so it was normal for me to be contracted as well. After struggling for half my life, I suddenly don't want to struggle anymore. Just give up. Returning to the bear's den, Fengxi asked Qin Shifeng to release all the polar bloodthirsty wolves. The Wolf King has already been contracted by her, so there is no need to keep these wolves locked up anymore. Fengxi organized these wolves into several patrol teams, which patrolled around the bear's den day and night. Then he started to let Ling Qianting and others refine the sled. Ling Qianting was confused after seeing the so-called sled drawings. What is this thing used for? Although he was confused, he still led people to fix it. Fengxi pouted at the Wolf King. Wolf King. It resigned itself to its fate and picked a few wolves to pull the sled. Fengxi spread animal skins on the sled, sat on it, and flicked his homemade whip. Go! The sled rushed out with a whoosh. Fengxi rolled down like a ball. Fengxi. She scolded the Wolf King and the wolves, and then asked Ling Qianting to modify the sled and install a fence. Fengxi sat on the sled again. With the fence, she didn't have to worry about rolling off this time. To see Fengxi sitting on the sled and circling around the bear's den happily. With a sled, they can save a lot of energy when they go out. Fengxi, you are amazing. Fengxi even specially asked someone to use a photo stone to record the cool scene of her riding a sled. Junwen and Xingwu shamelessly asked to sit down, so Fengxi simply asked everyone to sit down and then recorded the scene. Finally, Fengxi sat on the back of the ice-field earthshaker and posed, which was also recorded. Everyone thought Fengxi would be quiet from then on, but Fengxi took them on a sled to Hun again. They did not dare to go too far and only moved within a 200-mile radius of the bear's den. Because this area is the territory of the ice-field earthshaker bear, no other high-level ice-type monsters will appear. Fengxi began to search frantically, not letting go of any low-level monsters or ice-type spiritual plants. She even scraped away a layer of moss on the ice field. She even considered getting some ice cubes back. Ice field earthshaker. After that little witch leaves, I guess I can only lick bear paws to satisfy my hunger. Fengxi felt unsatisfied, so he urged the ice-field earthshaker bear to expand its territory. Ice-field earthshaker originally didn't want to agree. After all, the ice-cracked saber-toothed tiger next door is not easy to deal with. But I couldn't resist Fengxi's tricks. With fooling around, if Fengxi hadn't stopped him, this guy would have started a fight right away. It is impossible to attack directly, the cost is too high. Defeat the strong with your wits, capture the weak alive, and use your brain when it is necessary. Fengxi used the previous strategy, using himself, Qin Shi Feng and others as bait to lure out the ice-cracked saber-toothed tiger. It was complacent. It released the ice-field earthshaker and the wolf pack. After a fierce fight, the ice-cracked saber-toothed tiger finally died. Fengxi shook his head and sighed. The late Jindan ice monster is really hard to deal with.
It really exhausted me.
Everyone. You were just waving your sword around the whole time, and there wasn't even a speck of blood on your clothes.
How dare you say that?
Those who know you think you are commanding the battle, while those who don't think you are performing a ritual. Junwen took the lead in flattering Fengxi, praising his effective command and strategic planning. Xingwu even made up a jingle for Fengxi. The sled runs fast thanks to the Wolf King, and our victory depends on our junior sister. Others followed suit and gave a few compliments. Fengxi pursed her lips, looking very happy. Everyone was speechless. Junior sister Fengxi was good in every way except that she was a little vain. Forget it, since she likes to listen, I'll just say more in the future. Who makes her everyone's junior sister? After coaxing Fengxi, everyone began to check the wound of the ice-crack saber-toothed tiger. Most of the wounds were caused by the ice-field earthshaker bear and the wolves, and a small part was caused by the magic spells and spiritual weapons of the crowd. After checking again and again, everyone found a bloody hole in the back of the ice-crack saber-toothed tiger's head. Turned out to be the fatal injury. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Ji, Qin Shi Feng, and Ling Qianting. Because this injury was caused by sword light and only people in the Jindan stage can use sword light. Jiang Ji and the other two were a little confused. It seemed that they had never hit the back of the ice-crack saber-toothed tiger's head. Jiang Ji and the other two all shook their heads. It wasn't me. Fengxi raised her little hand weakly. It's me. It's me. It's my good deed. Everyone, haha. You, a chi refining stage person, have such a sword aura? Are you just bragging? Even Junwen and Xingwu thought Fengxi was joking. Fengxi blinked. But it was indeed she who did it. Just now, she was holding a wooden sword and gesturing to direct the battle. With a casual point of her finger, a beam of white light flew towards the ice-cracked saber-toothed tiger, straight to the back of the head. Then, the ice-cracked saber-toothed tiger died. That no one believed her, she waved her wooden sword, but unfortunately, no one could see the shadow of the sword. Is it possible that she is dazzled? Everyone stopped dwelling on the matter and guessed that Jiang Ji and the others had accidentally poked the back of the ice-crack saber-toothed tiger's head. No matter what, the ice-crack saber-toothed tiger is dead, and it is a great victory today. Qin Shi Feng said to Fengxi, Junior sister Fengxi, please collect the body of the ice-crack saber-toothed tiger. Everyone's spoils were temporarily placed here with Fengxi, and she called it unified distribution. Everyone didn't have any objections. Even if Fengxi embezzled at all, they couldn't say anything. After all, it was Fengxi who saved his life. Fengxi put her hands behind her back, took square steps, and put the ice-cracked saber-toothed tiger into the storage ring. In the next few days, Fengxi and his men continued their previous style, frantically collecting all kinds of spoils. The search was almost complete, and Fengxi discussed with others and decided to set off. Everyone sat on the sled and sped along the exit of the polar ice field. Except for the few wolves pulling the sled, some of the remaining wolves were sent by Fengxi to act as pioneers in the front, and the others followed behind. In this way, we can ensure that we will not be ambushed from the front or the back. This is also one of the reasons why Fengxi built the sled. Otherwise, they can just ride on the wolf's back. In addition, everyone is sitting in the sled and can communicate at any time, and they will not be separated in case of an emergency. The journey during the day was very smooth, but unexpectedly, when night fell, they encountered a city. A city appeared out of nowhere. The lights are on. The place was bustling with people. Around it, everyone looked at Fengxi. Before they knew it, everyone had gotten used to following Fengxi's orders. Fengxi blinked her eyes. Let's go around it. No one raised any objections. Fengxi said that there must be a reason for taking a detour. Then, they soon discovered that no matter which direction they chose, the city would appear out of thin air before them. Fengxi curled her lips. Oh, this is relying on us. How about going in and playing? Everyone. Are you sure you want to go in for fun and not to die? But now there is no choice. If we don't go in, there is no way to leave the polar ice field. Fengxi put away the sled and put the Wolf King into the spirit beast bag. Then he asked Qin Shifeng to collect the other wolves. Fengxi then led everyone to the city gate. 2 guards suddenly appeared at the city gate, and one of them stretched out his hand. Everyone entering the city must pay 1,000-year-old ice soul. If they don't have one, they must pay 1,000,000 spirit stones. Everyone was dumbfounded. 1,000-year-old ice soul? Not to mention the 1,000-year-old ice soul, they don't even have the 100-year-old ice soul. Not only do they not have it, it's almost never seen in the world. I heard that ice soul is a good thing that is only produced in the core area of the polar ice field, but even people with the cultivation level of a spirit transformation dare not approach the core area. So Bingpa is just a legend, and no one has even seen it. As for the millions of spirit stones, they don't have that many on them. Everyone was worried. They saw Fengxi take out a broken stone from the storage ring and handed it to the guard. The guard nodded. You can go in. Others. Is this even possible? They followed suit and used stones to get away with it. But their mental quality was not as good as Fengxi's. They were all very nervous, and 2 of them almost fell down. Everyone entered the city. They found that it was actually daytime. Looking up at the sky, everyone was stunned. There was a blood moon hanging in the sky. Xingwu exclaimed, This is actually the demon world. Everyone's heart was startled. Day and night are reversed, and the red moon is in the sky. This is indeed the devil's world. Of course, they also know that this is not the demon world in the outside world. Why a city from the demon world appeared in the polar ice field? To be precise, this is a city that is
dead.
Heard outside was just an illusion. There was dead silence here. Everyone was worried. Fengxi asked with sparkling eyes, Are you sure this is the demon city? Are you sure? Everyone. Let's just say, what excites you? After receiving a positive answer, Fengxi said with a smile, There must be treasures of the demons here, and maybe even some demon books. If we can get them, wouldn't it be much easier to deal with the demons in the future? Everyone. You say these things so blatantly. Aren't you afraid that something in this city may be targeting us? As they were thinking, they heard gloomy voices coming from all directions. The human race is indeed despicable. All I think about every moment is conspiracy and intrigue. Of Jiangji and others changed immediately, and they all became nervous and alert. Fengxi had a calm expression on his face and said with a smile, My dear senior, I just said that on purpose. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to invite you out. Besides, since you have let us into the city, you probably don't mind our human identity. Actually, think about it. What is the difference between humans and demons? Everywhere, and there is human warmth and coldness everywhere, so as long as you meet the right person, it doesn't matter whether he is a human or a demon. You right? The voice snorted coldly. You are so sharp-tongued despite your young age. You are right. Since I let you in, I don't mind your human identity. But there must also be due punishment. How about this? You two form a team and fight each other, and you must make each other disabled. Otherwise, I will kill you right now. Jiang Ji and others gritted their teeth. This demon was just playing tricks on them. In this case, why not just give it a try? Even if I die, I cannot compromise with the demons. However, they were now led by Fengxi, so they remained silent. Fengxi asked in confusion, Senior, what do you mean by making someone disabled? Do you mean cutting off a part of the other person's body? The voice hesitated for a moment and said, Yes, that's what I meant. Fengxi immediately said to Jiang Ji and the others, Come on, let's form a team of 2 and pluck out each other's eyelashes. Everyone. That voice. Jiang Ji and others started pulling out each other's eyelashes, as Fengxi said. Junwen was very sad. He will soon be incomplete. As a narcissist with a slight misophobia, he does not allow his appearance to have even the slightest flaw. But there is no other way. In order to survive, I have to give up my eyelashes. Because there were 15 people in Fengxi's group, Fengxi was left alone. Trimmed the ends of her hair. Oh, heaven! Oh, earth! I am now disabled. Our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents.
Dad, Mom.
I am so sorry for you. Everyone. When you already know you can cut the ends of your hair, you are totally lacking in virtue. The voice was probably frightened by Fengxi's unexpected action, and it didn't speak for a long time. Some of the people who came into the city a few days ago cut off each other's little fingers, and some cut off each other's ears. Although they were later reconnected with bone-healing plasters, it was still very satisfying to watch. Why is it that this group of people makes people feel so suffocating? He said grimly. As you have guessed, there is a treasure of the demon clan in this city. If any of you pace all the tests, you can get this treasure and leave safely. But if none of you can pace the test, you will all stay here in the sacrifice city. By the way, I need to remind you that a group of people have entered the city before you, and they're about to complete the test. If they finish first, you won't stand a chance. So, now I give you a choice. Do you want to take part in the test or kill the other party? Jiang Ji and others looked at each other. Could the group of people who came in first be Xin Jilan and the others? It is impossible to kill someone. If they choose to kill, they will lose even the most basic bottom line of being a human being.
So I can only take the test.
There is nothing we can do about being passive. It's their fault for coming late. Then, they heard Fengxi say, Senior, there is something wrong with your rules. First, you did not set a time limit for passing the test. This resulted in the previous group of people coming in for many days, but still dawdling. If we hadn't come, wouldn't they have dragged it out until the end of time? Second, since it is a test, it should be fair, just and open. There are so many of us, and you want us to kill the enemy. Isn't this bullying the minority with the majority? Third, your so-called reminder, isn't that just cheating? As the examiner, you blatantly cheated. Is there any need to conduct this test? You need to do now is not to punish us, but to punish yourself. There are 18 kinds of torture. Which one do you choose? The voice let out an angry roar and spoke in a gibberish that Fengxi and the others could not understand at all. But you can tell with your toes that it is definitely not a good thing. After a long while, the voice said, You are right. I was indeed not thoughtful enough, so I just crippled one of my arms. Are you satisfied? Fengxi blinked her eyes. If I say I'm not satisfied, can you strangle yourself to death? That voice. Is it too late to open the city gates and drive people out now? Fengxi said, Since there is a loophole in your rules, you should compensate us. How about this? Let's skip the previous test and just take the same test as the previous group of people.
You think?
That voice. How could you say such shameless words? This is my city, and you're taking over. Is this appropriate? However, it would be interesting to put them together and let them kill each other, so he said coldly, Okay, I'll allow you to do that. As soon as he finished speaking, the scenery in front of Fengxi and the others changed drastically. They were now on a battlefield. The surroundings were filled with demon soldiers and generals, staring at them with murderous eyes. But the voice did not give any hints, and no one knew how to pace this test. Kill all the demon soldiers and generals? At this time, Qin Shifeng's eyes lit up. It seems to be junior sister Jilin and the others over there. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw Shin Jilin and 4 others fighting with the demons behind a transparent barrier. The corpses of demons were piled up around them like a mountain.
Shin Jilin also saw them at this time.
Shin Jilan's hand trembled. These people didn't die. And they entered the city? And they caught up with their test progress?
No.
The magic treasure is hers. Only she can pace the test. She no longer looked over here, but fought hard. Although the voice did not say how to pace the test, the conflict between humans and demons is nothing but killing. As long as all the demons are killed, one will definitely pace the test. Xingwu couldn't stand his senior brother's licking dog look and sneered. Since you are so excited to see Shinjilan, I'll kick you over there? Qin Shifeng suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I don't mean anything else. I'm just glad they are still alive. Xingwu. Oh, but people don't seem happy that you're still alive. When you get back to the sect, why don't you go get your eyes treated? Believe me, there is something wrong with your eyes. A little blind. Qin Shifeng wished he could slap Xingwu to death. But Xingwu's injuries had not yet healed fully, and now was not the time to argue about these things, so he could only snort coldly and said nothing. The more Fengxi looks at Xingwu, the more he likes him. It really is not in vain that he has such a good mouth. He really dares to say what he says. At this moment, the demon soldiers and generals rushed towards everyone like a tide. The voice of the little black ball rang out from Fengxi's sea of consciousness. Master, hurry up. Let me eat the magic energy. The demonic energy of these things is extremely pure. 1 meal is worth 10 meals. Hurry up. Opportunities never come again. Fengxi's eyes lit up. He drew out his wooden sword and started to counterattack alone.
Hey!
How dare the demons invade our human border? Fengxi, will fight you. Watch out for the sword. Stab your eyes. Poke your nose. Chop off your ears. I kill. I kill. I kill, kill, kill. She was so busy that she was charging around in the demon army and was almost like a spinning top. The strange thing was that even though she fought her way in and out of the demon army 3 times, she didn't suffer any injuries at all. The demon army seemed a little slow and hesitated when facing her. Jiangji and others were sweating with anxiety over her safety. Is junior sister Fengxi's personal charm already this strong? Even the demons couldn't bear to hurt her? Little did she know that Fengxi had the little black ball secretly disguise her as half-demon. The reason why it is half is because if he completely disguises himself as a demon, Jiangji and others will find the flaw. But there is no such problem for the half one. After all, there are demons all around, and it is normal to be contaminated with the demon aura. Because she was disguised as half-demon, the demon army, which had almost no intelligence, was confused. This person seems to be one of our own. Since he is one of us, we cannot kill him. So, let Fengxi move through the crowd. The little black ball is so happy that he is about to die. It has been a long time since it tasted such pure demonic energy. It knows that it will not choose the wrong person. Although the unscrupulous master's cultivation is not very good, he has brains. Since following her, its happiness index has been rising rapidly. As for the things that Fengxi had done to exploit it before, it chose to forget about them. Let the past be the past. Soon the small black ball expanded into a big black ball. Fengxi couldn't run anymore. She simply drew a circle for herself and sat inside it. Those demon soldiers and generals were like a circle of hot water. No one went in. Jiangji and others were exhausted from killing. Is it really okay to treat people differently like this? Fengxi turned and looked towards Shenjilan. There aren't many demon troops left over there. It's estimated that they can be killed all in another hour. Shenjilan happened to look over here and her eyes met Fengxi's. Her eyes seemed to be filled with poison. Fengxi believed that if looks could kill, Shen Jilan would have killed her more than 80,000 times. Shen Jilan withdrew her gaze and continued fighting. Fengxi didn't look at her again, but thought about how to pace the test. Kill all those demon soldiers and generals? The demons asked you to kill all the demons? Is he stupid or are you stupid? What exactly is the way to do it? As she thought about it, she looked at those demon soldiers and generals and soon discovered that their expressions were a little strange. It's not hatred, not sadness, not excitement, but confusion. Her heart moved, and she seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she swallowed a tonic pill and stood up. Demon warriors, why are you fighting? Who are you fighting for? Of those demon soldiers and generals slowed down instantly, and the expressions on their faces became even more confused. Why fight? Who are we fighting for? Have no idea. They only know how to kill, and kill nonstop. Even though he is dead, his remaining consciousness is still to kill all human beings. Fengxi sighed deeply. Who wins or loses between the demons and humans? What does it matter? As time passes, victory and defeat will repeat themselves countless times. You may not think that now the human race and the demon race have signed a 10,000-year friendly alliance, and the endless sea in the realm has become the only way for the two races to trade. We affectionately call the endless sea the Sea of Peace. Not only do the human race and the demon race live in harmony, they have also intermarried. My second uncle's neighbor married a young man from the Shadow Demon clan and gave birth to a big fat boy with red hair last year. So, you don't have to be obsessed with killing anymore. Everything is over. Let it go. The mountains and rivers of the demon world are still waiting for you. Your parents at home are still waiting for you. As long as you let go of your obsession, you'll be able to return home and reunite with your loved ones. Fengxi's words were like a talisman, and all the demon soldiers and generals were stunned where they were. In a moment, cries of pain and roars resounded throughout heaven and earth. All those demon soldiers and generals turned into nothingness and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Shen Jilan discovered that all the demon soldiers and generals had disappeared and thought she had passed the test. She looked towards Fengxi with pride, and then her proud expression froze in an instant.
Impossible.
How did Fengxi and the others complete the test? Next, everyone is waiting for a result. But the voice did not appear. Fengxi. Darn it. I won't fool him into losing his soul, will I? Is the mental quality so poor? Everyone waited for a while, but still no movement. I had no choice but to start looking for a way out. They are now trapped inside the barrier. If they want to get out, they must either break the barrier or find the center of the formation. Liu Shaobai from the Wanjian sect and Meng Huainan from the beast-taming sect were both formation masters. They began to study ways to break the formation. On the other side, Mo Xiuyuan was also studying how to break the formation. Unexpectedly, when Shen Jilan attacked a place casually, a gap appeared in the barrier. The people from Hunyuan's sect were overjoyed and hurried out through the gap. Shen Jilan left. She took out a piece of paper, wrote 2 lines on it, and waved it towards the side. We'll first check out the surrounding situation, and then come back to rescue you. Xingwu immediately curled her lips. What she said sounded better than singing. She is just afraid that we will go out and snatch the so-called treasure of the demon clan from her. Just wait and see. Once she gets the treasure, she will definitely run away and won't care about our life or death. She just likes to win people's hearts and minds. Only a fool would believe her lies. No one else said anything, but they all thought the same thing as Xingwu. Shen Jilan wanted to save them. She could have done so now. She just didn't want to save them. Qin Shifeng stuttered, but finally swallowed his words. An hour later, Liu Shaobai and Meng Huainan finally figured out the weak point of the barrier, and everyone worked together to break the barrier. In fact, this is also because the formation is very old and has suffered too much damage. Otherwise, even if the weak point is found, it will be impossible to break it in a short time. When they came out, they found that they were still standing in the same place as before, but the city gate and the city wall were gone, replaced by a black barrier. This barrier was much stronger than the previous one. Even when everyone attacked together, the barrier didn't even tremble. Discussion. Everyone decided to go to the city center and try to find the city lord's mansion. Because the formation disk is most likely placed in the city lord's mansion, only by finding the formation disk can we find a way to break the formation. After many twists and turns, they finally found the city lord's mansion. A group of vicious dogs appeared out of nowhere at the door. Qin Shifeng said, "This is the sky-devouring demon dog, which many demons use to guard their homes. This thing is extremely ferocious. It looks like we'll have to put in some effort." Everyone summoned their spirit swords and prepared to fight. Then she took out a bowl of meat buns from the storage ring and threw it out. The group of sky-devouring demon dogs ran over. Long forgotten about guarding the house. Everyone. Junior sister, why do you always play against the rules? She went forward and knocked on the door twice. A sinister voice came from inside. Come in. It was the same voice that had given them orders before. She wanted to push the door open, but Jiangji got there first. Junior sister, I'm coming. Fengxi knew that he was afraid of danger, so she didn't say anything and obediently retreated behind him. Her eldest senior brother is usually taciturn, but he always rushes to the front when there is danger. Jiangji pushed open the door, and what came into view was a square courtyard. The rockery is elegant, and the water is gurgling, which is quite artistic. The crowd walked around the rockery and were surprised to see a rattan chair right in front of them with an old man sitting on it. An old man with only one arm.
She sighed.
This old guy really kept his word and actually broke his left arm. The old man looked up at Fengxi and the others and asked, Are they here? Fengxi nodded. Yes, I'm here. Are you doing well? The old man sneered. You fooled all my 100,000 demon soldiers and generals into losing their souls, and then made me cut off one of my arms. Do you think I will be okay? Fengxi smiled sweetly. Yes. Old man. He casually waved his right hand, and Fengxi fell down. If it were someone else, they would definitely be shocked and scared, or at least feel a little embarrassed. Fengxi took the opportunity to sit cross-legged on the ground, and even had the leisure to take out a cushion from her storage ring and put it under her little butt. Senior, let's talk. Old man. What the heck? Fengxi said with a smile. Senior, you have endured endless years, so you must have some wishes that have not been fulfilled. Although I am a human being, I am willing to fulfill the wishes of my elders. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Not to mention me? So, what are you going to do for me? Old man. The old man has met many people in his life, including humans, demons, and even other races such as monsters, gluttons, and so on. However, this is the first time I have seen someone so shameless. The old man vaguely felt a little pain in his left shoulder. How can it not hurt? I just had my left arm removed. Thinking of the 100,000 demon soldiers and generals who were scared to death, he gritted his teeth. Your name is Fengxi? Fengxi nodded. It is me, the humble one. Old man. What you said before about the friendly coexistence between humans and demons was all made up, right? Fengxi nodded. Well, this story is purely fictional. Any similarities are purely coincidental. The old man suddenly didn't want to talk to her anymore and just slapped her to death. But thinking of his unfulfilled wish, he had to grit his teeth and say, Do you know what the city is called? Fengxi shook his head. I don't know. I didn't see any plaque on the city gate when I came in. Could it be called Nameless City? Old man. You guessed right. It's simply outrageous. He did not use any more questions and just said, The reason why it is called the Nameless City is not because it is too small to have a name, but because it is a movable city. To be precise, it is a magical teleportation device that can teleport. The demons used the Nameless City to launch sneak attacks on the human race several times, and they won every time. However, no one expected that during the sneak attack on the human race, the Nameless City lost its way and fell into the core area of the polar ice field. The core area was extremely cold, and there were countless demon beasts in the god transformation stage. We only held out for a month before the city was destroyed, and everyone died. Fengxi thought about all the sad things in her life and tried not to laugh out loud. These demons are really good at reckless. Waves in the waves. In the end, I killed myself. The old man was immersed in grief and did not notice the change in Fengxi's expression. Of course, even if he noticed it, Maoxi's expression at this moment was extremely sad. Those who don't know would think that her relatives are all in the nameless city. The old man calmed down and said, "After the incident in Wuming City, we have been unable to contact the outside world. Therefore, I only have one wish now, which is to hope that someone can tell the demons the truth of the matter. Let all the demons know that the 100,000 soldiers of our nameless city did not desert the battlefield, but mistakenly entered the core area of the polar ice field and all died." Fengxi's eyes widened. "That's it?" The old man nodded. "You may think that my wish is a little ridiculous, but this has been our obsession for tens of thousands of years. We are not afraid of life or death, because this is our mission as demon soldiers. But we don't want to be judged unfairly after we die." Everyone present was somewhat moved. Perhaps it was the old man's obsession, perhaps it was the fearlessness of the demon soldiers, perhaps it was the insignificance of all living beings in the long river of time. I don't know which point touched the softest spot in my heart. At this point, it doesn't matter whether the old man is a human or a demon. Some beautiful qualities are not limited by race. Fengxi's words broke this touching feeling. "Senior, you've been talking for a long time, but you haven't said anything good about me yet. That has no benefit." "Old man." "Everyone." The old man took a deep breath. "Of course there are benefits. Although ice spirits are only produced in the core area of the polar ice field, some ice spirits were washed to the edge areas when the Earth Dragon turned over 10,000 years ago. If you agree to my request and swear an oath, I will tell you where those ice spirits are." Fengxi's eyes lit up. "How many are there? Are there tens of thousands?" "Old man." "Tens of thousands? You think Bingpa is those broken stones you took out?" I get even angrier when I talk about this. The previous group of people gave spirit stones, but this girl just gave a bunch of broken stones. Probably dozens. As for how many you can catch, that depends on your own ability. Fengxi was immediately discouraged. "That's all." "Okay, I think you are quite pitiful, so I will agree to it with reluctance." "Old man, do you know that a 1,000-year-old ice soul can be sold for millions of spirit stones in the market? If you can catch the 10,000-year ice soul, then it won't be a matter of a few million spirit stones, but hundreds of millions of spirit stones." Fengxi immediately began to swear an oath. "I, Fengxi, swear here that, under the premise of not endangering my life, and provided that time, cultivation, and the general environment permit, I will inform the demon clan of the events of Nameless City. If I break my oath, I will become a useless 5 spiritual root." "Old man." "Everyone. This is the first time I've heard of so many prerequisites for swearing an oath. However, this oath is quite poisonous. There is not much difference between a waste of 5 spiritual roots and one who cannot practice cultivation." The old man kept his word and immediately gave Fengxi a map with Bingpa's location marked on it. "It's really a fringe area." Fengxi put the map away with a smile and then asked, "Master, where are the people who came in earlier?" "From a senior to a grandfather." "I'm no longer worthy of being exploited, and you don't even call me your senior?" However, he still said, "Those people are too stupid. They actually thought that if they killed all my demon soldiers, I would hand over the demon treasures to them. It's simply a foolish dream. I teleported them to the heart of the polar ice sheet. Whether they can come out alive depends on their luck." Fengxi's mood suddenly brightened a lot. "From what you said, Bingpa is not the treasure of the demon clan that you mentioned before. I took great pains to liberate your 100,000 demon soldiers and generals, but you plan to hide them. Isn't that too much? Whether it's the human race or the demon race, they all believe that a word spoken cannot be taken back. Isn't it inappropriate for you to go back on your words?" "Old man. You fooled all my demon soldiers and generals into death. leaving me alone. I should thank you? And give you the treasure of the demon clan? How can you be so shameless? He snorted coldly. Even if I give you the treasure of the demon clan, you can't take it away. I'm talking about is the Nameless City, and the remains of the Nameless City are still in the heart of the polar ice field.
Can you get it?
Foam, she looked at him with a smile. Whether we can get it or not is another matter. Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't give it to me, I won't be able to keep my mouth shut when I go to the demon tribe to pass on the message. You might even lose your reputation in your later years. Old man. Over the past tens of thousands of years, what has happened to the human race? Any changes? Otherwise, how could there be such shameless people?